Qin Luo, do you plead guilty? From atop the high platform, an austere elder's voice thundered, jarring Qin Luo from his stupor. Surveying the scene, amidst the unfamiliar yet eerily familiar faces, he had no choice but to confront the harrowing truth. He had traversed to another realm. Had he merely undergone a minor medical procedure, a simple circumcision, and now this was the consequence? Honestly, he found it utterly unacceptable, yet he was powerless to contest his fate. He had been transported to a fantastical world, becoming the chosen son of the Taixu Holy Land. Is it because I was too insubstantial that I found myself in the Taixu Holy Land? Qin Luo, what are you mumbling about? I ask you again, do you acknowledge your guilt? The elder from the law enforcement hall barked at him once more, a formidable aura crashing over Qin Luo like a tidal wave, nearly forcing him to his knees. An elder on the platform furrowed his brow, seeming about to speak, but upon casting a glance at the silent and contemplative Holy Lord, he promptly fell silent. Struggling to acclimate to his own physical capabilities, Qin Luo steadied himself and responded to the elder, I am innocent. Huh? The elder scoffed coldly. Whether you're guilty or not is not for you to decide. The evidence is irrefutable, and you must confess. Qin Luo cursed internally, damn it, why ask me then? Are you a fool? He had gleaned relevant memories and realized that he had been falsely accused of murdering a fellow disciple within a secret realm while allegedly stealing the Taixu Holy Land's fragmented sacred artifact, the Taixu Bell. Brother, at this juncture, you still refuse to confess? The speaker was a woman clad in ethereal gauze, her brows like crescent moons and eyes shimmering like autumn waters, captivating all who beheld her. Her gaze toward Qin Luo held a mixture of disappointment and anger. Brother, if you confess, the Holy Lord will surely spare your life at most. They will strip you of your powers and expel you from the Holy Land. This woman was Lu Ruyan, the saintess of the Taixu Holy Land, the daughter of its Holy Lord, and, until recently, his fiancée. Wait, that was in the past now. It seems she was no longer his fiancée. Brother, I understand you harbor resentment towards me and the saintess. But even so, that is no excuse for your betrayal, allying yourself with the Celestial Demon Sect and conspiring with their saintess. A man with starry brows and a refined visage stepped forward, his eyes fleetingly glimmering with triumph yet, apart from Qin Luo, none noticed. Qin Luo colluded with the saintess of the Celestial Demon Sect to slay our Holy Land's disciples. Surely, it was for the sake of cultivating the demonic techniques of the Celestial Demon Sect. Those disciples were drained of their very essence. He must have practiced the infamous sky-swallowing demon art. That's right. I believe this was no mere whim. He must have premeditated it. Perhaps he is not even an orphan, but a covert agent planted here by the Celestial Demon Sect. With wild imaginations, the disciples began to denounce Qin Luo vehemently. Qin Luo blatantly infiltrated the Holy Land's forbidden grounds, slaying the guardians and seizing the Taixu Bell. His crime is one punishable by death. He must pay in blood. One disciple seethed, their eyes burning with vengeful fury. His elder brother was among the guardians, and the thirst for revenge surged within him. A year ago, the four-symbol sword technique was stolen from the scripture pavilion. Surely, that was Qin Luo's doing. Junior Sisterlinger was brutally murdered a decade ago. That too must be his doing. Faced with a barrage of hostile glares, Qin Luo felt as if he might actually begin to believe it all. Have I mistakenly unlocked a hidden layer of memory? Is there a concealed subplot? Yet on second thought it fell off. 10 years ago, he was merely 8 years old, a child in the second grade of elementary school. How could he possibly be involved in such atrocious deeds? Thus, all of this was but slander. It was a collective mob attacking a drowning man. The rationale behind their animosity was quite simple. Qin Luo had been an orphan taken in by his master from outside. From a young age, his extraordinary aptitude had allowed him to ascend to the sixth realm, the godly manifestation stage, before the age of 20. He had even surpassed his peers, becoming the chosen son of the Taixu Holy Land and betrothed to Lu Ruyan, a quintessential model of success in life. But because of his brilliance, envy brewed within many hearts now that he had fallen from grace. It was only natural that some relished in his downfall. Slander came pouring forth as relentlessly as a torrential downpour, inundating Qin Luo. Qin Luo, 3 days ago, I lost my undergarments. Was it you who stole them? Qin Luo, 18 years ago, my family of 36 was wiped out. Did you orchestrate that? My pet, Wang Kai, was poisoned. Surely you had a hand in that. The accusations escalated into absurdity. At last, the Holy Lord of Taixu could bear it no longer. Enough, he bellowed. With just that command, the entire assembly fell silent. Turning his gaze to Qin Luo, he intoned, "Qin Luo, the elder has accused you of murdering fellow disciples, colluding with the saintess of the celestial demon sect, and stealing the sacred artifact of the Taixu Holy Land. Are these claims true? Answer me honestly." Just as Qin Luo prepared to refute, a voice echoed in his ear, stunning him into silence. "System is loading. System loaded successfully. Supervillain system at your service. Life must be driven by dreams as a villain. One must harbor even grander aspirations. The ultimate villainous dream is to suppress the very heavens, transcend them, subdue all realms, and command billions of lives, reigning supreme. Dreams are essential. What if they come true? Does it matter if it's slander or reality?" Qin Luo was about to exclaim how crucial it was. What matters is how others perceive you. Once a crack appears, it is irreparable. Confess to the slander, and your dreams will manifest. The starting package will be granted. System, you wouldn't betray me, would you? This script seems remarkably like the protagonist. Are you actually a villainous system? Or is this a joke? What aid can you provide me? As long as the host accumulates sufficient fortune, the system can assist in enhancing your cultivation, combat prowess, and grant you miraculous physiques, bloodlines, techniques, and legacies. If I confess, will I be killed? Qin Luo gulped nervously. Life is just a series of choices, isn't it? Choices outweigh efforts. Choice 1. Confess to the slander, bind the supervillain system, and receive the starting package. Choice 2. Vehemently deny it, and the system will abandon you. System, count to 3 and let me choose quickly. Damn, Qin Luo was in a state of panic. Seeing Qin Luo lost in thought, the Taixu Holy Lord's expression darkened, swiftly giving way to anger. The elder of law enforcement jumped in first, asserting, "Qin Luo, why do you not answer the Holy Lord's inquiry? Are you feeling guilty?" Qin Luo lifted his gaze toward the exalted figures of the Holy Land, and with a smile, he uttered a statement that left all in shock. Yes, yes, yes. Everything stated is indeed true. It was all Qin Luo's doing. Chapter 2. Qin Luo confesses? What a surprise! The hall erupted in chaos, for no one had anticipated that Qin Luo would actually admit to the accusations. Goodness gracious, I fabricated that story. I claimed that I had killed my beloved Wonkai and consumed its flesh. And yet he dares to confirm it? Did Qin Luo truly steal my undergarments? Could it be that he harbors a secret affection for me? A freckled little fairy's face flushed a deep crimson. Ye Chen was utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined that Qin Luo would confess. Only he knew that this entire affair was nothing but slander. However, his admission worked to his disadvantage. Qin Luo, oh Qin Luo, your fate is sealed. The position of Saint Sun is rightfully mine, Ye Chen's. Rest assured, once you meet your demise, I shall visit your grave and relieve myself upon it, allowing you to bask in the glory of my presence. You are correct. I did slay those senior brothers, all for the purpose of mastering the Devouring Heaven Demon art. Qin Luo's gaze fell upon a junior disciple as he spoke. Having already acknowledged the accusation, he decided to embrace it fully. Whether the system would be of any assistance was of no concern to him now. Life and death were but fleeting matters. After all, dying in such a grand manner was preferable to a mere circumcision. With this realization, Qin Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him. The junior disciple, meeting Qin Luo's eyes, promptly averted his gaze, filled with guilt. The Devouring Heaven Demon art had been lost for millennia. Even the Heavenly Demon Sect lacked it. How could Qin Luo possibly possess it? To be honest, he was simply spinning tales. Congratulations to the host for binding the supervillain system and receiving the Dream Fulfillment Starter Pack. Admitting to slander has granted the host the divine level technique, Devouring Heaven Demon art. The Devouring Heaven Demon art allows one to consume the essence of various special physiques, ultimately transforming into a chaotic body. You are right. I am not an orphan. My family background is illustrious, 1,000 times more powerful than your Taixu Sacred Land. It is my master. Just as he was about to reveal that his master had stolen it, he abruptly fell silent. His master had imparted techniques to him, guided his cultivation, and even ventured deep into the 10,000 great mountains to treat his injuries, only to perish upon returning to the sacred land. Such a great favor. How could he repay it, except to his junior sister? But why has she not appeared today? Qin Luo scanned the surroundings. Failing to find her, if she were here, she would never allow anyone to slander her senior brother in such a manner. It was my master who found it. I am indeed the Heavenly Demon. Just as he was about to declare himself a spy for the Heavenly Demon Sect, the system's voice interrupted him once more. Identity in question, bloodline seeking kinship. Host has been identified as a lost prince of the great Qin Empire, and powerful figures from the empire have come to claim him. What the heck? Such a turn of events. How impressive, system. Is this even possible? Qin Luo pondered internally, yet before he could voice his desires, the system interrupted him. Detected that the host harbors unrealistic fantasies. System explanation. The host is indeed a lost prince of the great Qin Empire, with a jade pendant to prove his identity, and his bloodline serves as evidence. In a single sentence, this is real, not a dream. The system's role is merely to help unveil your identity. With a hint of regret, Qin Luo turned to another disciple and said, "You are also correct. The Taixu Bell was indeed stolen by me, and you are also right. It was I who infiltrated the scripture pavilion a year ago and absconded with the four-symbol sword technique. 3 years ago, I broke into the treasure pavilion and stole the 9 transformations mysterious pill. 18 years ago." Qin Luo hesitated. 18 years ago, he had yet to arrive, so he skipped that. "And you?" The more Qin Luo spoke, the more Ye Chen's lips curled into a smirk, as if he were barely able to contain his glee. But at that moment, Lu Ruyan shouted, "Enough!" Her gaze towards Qin Luo was filled with profound disappointment. "Senior brother, have you had enough of this farce? Even if you refuse to confess, there is no need to spout such nonsense here. A year ago, when the scripture pavilion was robbed, you were clearly not present in the sacred land. How could it possibly have been you who stole the four-symbol sword technique?" Upon hearing this, many were taken aback. Indeed, Qin Luo had not committed that act. Why would he confess? Could it be that he truly bore a grievance? Ye Chen's fists clenched slightly, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Lu Ruyan was already one of his designated concubines, and now she dared to speak up for Qin Luo. Was this a remnant of old feelings? He muttered to himself. Qin Luo must die. I, Ye Chen, declare it today. He must perish. Admitting to theft has granted. Taixu Bell, low-grade sacred. 4-symbol sword technique, low-grade sacred. 9 transformations mysterious pill, low-grade celestial. Moreover, what is even more significant is that the first 2 items obtained are complete. The Taixu Bell was destroyed in a great battle 500 years ago. Its power reduced to a mere fraction. The 4-symbol sword technique was merely a fragment, yet even as such, it was sufficient for it to be classified as low-grade celestial. But now, he had acquired them as sacred-grade items. How astounding! The 9 transformations mysterious pill was a celestial-grade elixir, a treasure capable of enhancing one's cultivation. How could one describe this feeling other than sheer ecstasy? It must be said, delightful, truly delightful. He turned his gaze to Lu Ruyan, smiling as he said, "Junior sister, were you not just saying that I should confess? Now that I have confessed, you claim I did not commit these acts. You are putting me in quite a difficult position. Tell me, should I confess or not? Whatever you say I should confess to, I shall do so. Is that agreeable?" Feeling the unfamiliarity in Qin Luo's gaze, and hearing his words, Lu Ruyan sensed a tightening in her chest. Previously, Qin Luo had never spoken to her in such a manner. "Senior brother, you have changed. You never spoke to me like this before. Senior brother, enough." Qin Luo interrupted Lu Ruyan. "Do not call me senior brother. Your senior brother has perished. He died the moment you chose to believe others' slanders against him time and again. You choose junior sister. By the way, this is the last time I shall call you junior sister. From now on, we are no longer connected." Qin Luo was no longer the devoted admirer he once was. What became of such a fate? Death awaited. He resolutely severed ties with Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan gazed at the Qin Luo before her. Feeling an overwhelming sense of strangeness, he had cared for her for over a decade. Even a dog would develop feelings. How much more so for a human? She felt a pang in her heart. As though something precious was slipping away, something she wished to grasp but could not reclaim. The daughter of fortune experiences a slight regret, losing 1,000 fortune points. Identifying the daughter of fortune. Name: Lu Ruyan. Age: 18. Fortune level: Tier 3. All mortals possess fortune. Those with great fortune may be referred to as children of fortune, categorized by the colors of their fortune: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, etc. Lu Ruyan emits a yellow glow, denoting Tier 3 fortune, hence she is called the daughter of fortune. Physique: enchanting physique. Those possessing this physique are often naturally beautiful, exuding an indescribable charm in both demeanor and appearance. Fortune points: 48,000. Realm: 7th layer of sea opening. Realms: gathering chi, condensing veins, divine storage, mysterious pill, sea opening, divine ability, transforming spirit, Cave Heaven, Sacred Realm, Saint. Saint King, Great Saint. Description: Qin Luo's childhood friend, daughter of the master of Taixu Sacred Land, beloved by many suitors. Qin Luo and Ye Chen have become enemies due to this girl. And Ye Chen has repeatedly plotted against Qin Luo, tarnishing his reputation within the Taixu Sacred Land. Qin Luo's lips twitched. No wonder the previous host was a devoted admirer. Turns out that Lu Ruyan possessed such an alluring physique. Host: Qin Luo, age 19, fortune level 0 tier, black, physique. Innate mortal body. The most primitive and purest physique among humans, lacking any peculiarities, but exceptionally suited for the cultivation of the Devouring Heaven Demon art. Villain points: 1000. Whenever the host causes the loss of fortune for a child of fortune, the host can receive villain points, which can be used to exchange for items. Realm: 7th layer of divine ability. Your master truly regarded you as his own son. The system suggests that you should go to your master's grave and light some incense. Description: the host is a prince of the Great Qin Empire, an individual of considerable nobility in this realm. Such a small place as Taixu Sacred Land is easily handled. Does this mean I can act with impunity? Now more prepared for death than ever, Qin Luo felt utterly unrestrained. Dare to kill him? Ha! The Great Qin Empire will ensure that all within this place accompany him to the grave. Truly worth it. He turned his gaze to Ye Chen, his expression slightly grave. This scoundrel truly deserves the title of Child of Fortune. System: why is my fortune level black? Why is it 0 tier? Ordinary people's fortune is usually blank. As for you, is it because of me that you are the chosen villain? You are a transmigrator. Chapter 3. Do not flinch. Reward of perfected sword techniques. The prodigy of fortune, Ye Chen. Name: Ye Chen. Age: 17 years. Fortune level: 5th stage. Azure. Fortune points: 735,000. Physique: Burning Heaven Fire Body. Innate sword bone. Innately possesses an affinity for flames, allowing him to effortlessly refine and merge with various fires, such as foreign flames, earthly flames, and heavenly flames, achieving the unparalleled Burning Heaven Fire Body, capable of cataclysmic destruction. With his innate sword bone, he can advance rapidly in any sword technique, marking him as a natural genius in swordsmanship. Cultivation: 3rd layer of the sea-breaking realm. Able to easily battle above his rank, nearly invincible within the sea-breaking realm, and can also contend against powerful practitioners of the divine power realm. Introduction: once a waste, the prodigy of fortune underwent decisive transformations under the tutelage of a powerful soul within a ring. Rising against the heavens, he often battles above his rank and has close ties with many women of fortune. In the future, leveraging the identities of these fortunate women, he grows rapidly in resources and may continue to ascend in fortune levels, ultimately destined to attain the Tao and transcend this realm. Ah, what a character, old Yao! A pampered prodigy of fortune, and yet a waste rising against the odds, and no wonder he harbors such darkness within. He has repeatedly provoked and harmed the former master. However, the former master is dead, and their grievances matter not. But targeting me today is truly unacceptable. Gazing at the over 700,000 fortune points, Qin Luo felt a burning envy. How can I strip him of his fortune points? Qin Luo pondered inwardly. Defeating, suppressing, and killing the prodigy of fortune can reduce his fortune to 0. Seizing opportunities and women, while undermining his mindset, can also lead to a loss in fortune points. Ye Chen stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Lu Ruyan, chastising Qin Luo. Senior brother, how can you be so heartless as to speak to junior sister in such a manner? Just moments ago, Lu Ruyan had actually spoken in defense of Qin Luo, igniting a sense of crisis within Ye Chen. Lu Ruyan and Qin Luo were childhood friends. He had never heard of a childhood bond being undermined by external forces. He only knew that Lu Ruyan was someone he had painstakingly won over, and now, only a step away from fully obtaining her affections, he could not allow any accidents to occur. It was not merely because Lu Ruyan was beautiful and had an admirable figure, but also because she was the sole daughter of the Lord of Taixu. If he were to marry Lu Ruyan, he would undoubtedly become the destined saint son of the Taixu Holy Land, the future master of Taixu. With all the resources of the Holy Land inclined towards him, he would also gain the support of Taixu, allowing him to one day avenge his family and reclaim all that rightfully belonged to him. He envisioned returning to the family that had once annulled his engagement, to show them that 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. One should never underestimate the youth, senior brother. Now that we have both witnesses and evidence, even if you spout nonsense, how can you deceive the esteemed elders of Taixu? He continued. I advise you to confess quickly. Perhaps the Lord will show leniency. Ye Chen believed that Qin Luo had no chance of turning the tide. He had to step up and strike the drowning dog. Senior brother, think of those fellow disciples you have killed. If you have any shred of conscience, you should kneel and apologize at their graves. Qin Luo's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, which fool left their pants undone, exposing you. This was the first time Lu Ruyin had heard Qin Luo speak in such a manner. Her eyes widened in disbelief. In her memory, Qin Luo was a refined gentleman. But now, how had he transformed into a rogue? Ye Chen's expression darkened as he looked at Qin Luo, stating, Qin's senior brother, clinging to your last offenses will only lead to your demise. Today, I shall challenge you in the name of the many brothers you have slain. The light of righteousness shone upon Ye Chen, rendering him majestic in that moment. The elders seated upon the high platform fell silent, their disappointment in Qin Luo palpable. Indeed, you claim all these deaths are mine. Then let today add one more to the list. With a roar, Qin Luo lunged at Ye Chen, believing that as a seventh-layer practitioner of the divine power realm, he could easily handle a mere sea-breaking cultivator. He refused to believe otherwise. The primary difference between the divine power realm and the sea-breaking realm is that the former can command a portion of the elemental forces of the universe, while the latter can only wield the power from within their own energy seas. Don't hesitate. Just go for it. Villains should act without restraint, facing all as enemies. Life and death matter not, for the years stretch on unyieldingly. Rewards obtained. Mastery of the four-symbol sword technique. Martial techniques are categorized by cultivation stages. Beginner, minor success, major success, perfection. Rewards obtained. Refinement of the Taixu Bell complete. Carrying a low-grade holy Taixu Bell. Even those of the cave heaven realm can feel its might. Rewards obtained. Comprehension of the devouring demon technique. Devour others' essence to strengthen one's physique. Even an ordinary body can reach extraordinary heights. In an instant, he comprehended all the moves of the four-symbol sword technique. The four-symbol sword technique comprises the elements of metal, wood, water, and fire. Previously, only the fire aspect was present in the Taixu Holy Land. With Ye Chen being of the burning heaven fire body and possessing an innate sword bone, the fire aspect of the four-symbol sword technique perfectly aligned with his physique. The theft of such a technique was self-evident. From the high platform, someone inquired, Lord, should we intervene to apprehend Qin Luo? Lord Lu Changhe glanced at Qin Luo, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. He had initially intended to give Qin Luo a chance to repent, to punish him with 10 years of contemplation at the cliff of reflection, allowing him to participate in a life-or-death battle for the Holy Land. If he achieved great merit, he might be spared. Alas, Qin Luo had descended into madness, uttering nonsensical words. Another glance at Ye Chen revealed a glimmer of appreciation in his gaze. Ye Chen's talent was exceptional, and his rapid progress in cultivation was astonishing. Lu Changhe had long taken notice of him. After careful consideration, he deemed Ye Chen more suitable for the position of Saint's son than Qin Luo. Observing his combat prowess, it was clear he had his reasons for challenging Qin Luo. Lu Changhe spoke with nonchalance. With him present, it was unlikely that Qin Luo could kill Ye Chen under his very nose. Since you accuse me of theft, allow me to demonstrate a theft for you. With that, Qin Luo unleashed a torrent of fiery power that began to gather around him. Summoning his sword, he executed the fire dance of the 9 heavens. Boom! The intense flames astonished all present. The law enforcement elder gasped, fire dance of the 9 heavens. Indeed, it was Qin Luo who had stolen the four-symbol sword technique. The evidence was irrefutable, and the law enforcement elder's eyes shimmered with excitement. Eager to rush down and seize Qin Luo for punishment, the other disciples were equally incensed. Qin Luo was nothing but a hypocrite, and now his facade had crumbled. Indeed, all of this was orchestrated by Qin Luo. He deserves to die. Lu Ruyin was left bewildered. She had just offended Qin Luo, only to be slapped in the face moments later. She recalled saying that the four-symbol sword technique had been stolen while Qin Luo was absent from the Holy Land. Yet now, he had demonstrated the very technique, and her face burned with shame. She felt as though she no longer recognized him. Facing Qin Luo's fire dance of the 9 heavens, Ye Chen was equally dumbfounded. This technique was reserved for those of elder status to obtain through contribution. Qin Luo had never acquired it, he knew. How could he have stolen it? Moreover, it seemed Qin Luo's execution of the technique was even stronger. A gasp erupted from the high platform. Mastery? No, he has cultivated this sword technique to perfection. My heavens! Qin Luo was indeed a prodigy in swordsmanship. Chapter 4. Surprised or unexpected. Although Ye Chen appeared flustered, he acted swiftly, unleashing all his abilities to show Qin Luo the true essence of the prodigy of fortune. His cultivation surged to the pinnacle of the sea-breaking realm, and a shattered tortoise shell materialized in his hands. Intercepting Qin Luo's lethal strike, he also immediately executed a different sword technique, one that had already reached a stage of significant mastery. Truly, he was endowed with an innate sword bone, showcasing remarkable talent in swordsmanship. After years of training, Qin Luo had merely managed to reach a significant level in a single martial technique, thanks to his master's continuous support. Yet Ye Chen, having risen from being a waste, had achieved such prowess in just a few short years. It was infuriating. The two exchanged blows, resulting in a stalemate. Qin Luo appeared at ease, while Ye Chen seemed to have exhausted his means. However, the vast difference in their realms was enough to make Ye Chen famous overnight. Lu Changhe observed the scene below, his expression grave. If Qin Luo were merely an average talent who owed his achievements to his master, he would not waver in his previous judgment. Yet now, witnessing Qin Luo's formidable talent in swordsmanship and his ability to comprehend and execute a perfected sword technique, Lu Changhe felt compelled to reassess his stance. The law enforcement elder spoke up, "Lord, Qin Luo has stolen the four-symbol sword technique from the scripture pavilion, leading to the loss of this technique within our Taixu Holy Land. With both witnesses and evidence present, I believe we should imprison Qin Luo in our Holy Land's dungeon." Lu Changhe furrowed his brow, ignoring the elder's words, and instead addressed Qin Luo. "Qin Luo, I acknowledge your arduous training and the significant contributions your master has made to our Taixu Holy Land. Today, I offer you a chance. You have spent 3 years at the Sorrowful Cliff, and should you pass my assessment, I shall grant you permission to join the War Hall." Upon hearing this, Qin Luo could not help but scoff internally. The Sorrowful Cliff was far from a mere place for reflection. It was a domain where one faced unrelenting gales and chilling waters that would test even the strongest of cultivators. Not only was it a hindrance to one's training, but there were also records of fatalities. Even among those at the Celestial Realm, he had no intention of wasting his time there. Moreover, the War Hall was not a legitimate sect of the Taixu Sacred Land. Its mortality rate was exceedingly high, exceeding 50% annually. Only those lacking resources and possessing average talents, desperate to take risks, would choose to join its ranks. The fall from being a holy son to a mere combat disciple in the War Hall was no trivial matter. Was the Holy Lord truly so merciful towards Qin Luo? Was it merely a matter of allowing him to enter the Sorrowful Cliff? It was undoubtedly due to Qin Luo's prodigious talent. Having comprehended a heavenly sword technique to perfection by the age of 18, an extraordinary feat, it was clear that some were astute enough to discern the reason behind Lu Changhe's words. Lu Ruoyan intended to offer counsel to Qin Luo, planning to give him one last opportunity, but Qin Luo did not afford her the chance. Fixing his gaze on Ye Chen, he sneered, "Do you truly believe that the shell before you can withstand my might?" Ye Chen, unwilling to back down, retorted, "Senior brother Qin, what of your pilfered four-symbol sword technique perfected to its zenith? Do you think you can breach my mystic armored turtle shell?" Ha! The mystic armored turtle shell was a treasure he had fortuitously acquired. Nearly impervious to anyone below the celestial realm, he cast a challenging expression at Qin Luo, indicating for him to proceed. Qin Luo chuckled coldly, "Very well, let us see." Boom. A shift occurred in Qin Luo's aura, radiating a brilliance that silenced Lu Changhe, who had just opened his mouth to reprimand him. Golden edge breaking the mountain. This was the most formidable strike within the four-symbol sword technique. An unstoppable force imbued with immense penetrating power. Qin Luo was certain it could shatter Ye Chen's shell. With another swing of his sword, propelled by an indomitable spirit, a mournful wail echoed through the air. The sword moved with blinding speed, and as its tip made contact with the shell, Ye Chen's incredulous gaze witnessed the shell begin to crack. It was as if a tortoise's lament resounded. The shell emitting a series of cracking sounds as it splintered. "Impossible!" Ye Chen exclaimed. A melodious voice resonated in his ears. "Chener, his sword technique has reached perfection, and it is of the sharpest golden attribute. The mystic armored turtle shell cannot withstand it." As the woman's voice faded, the shell continued to fracture. On the high platform, a woman who had previously been indifferent to the unfolding events was now visibly shaken by Qin Luo's display of the fire dance of 9 heavens. She leapt to her feet, exclaiming, "He has indeed mastered another move from the four-symbol sword technique." Her gaze towards Qin Luo was now filled with fervor, and she quickly addressed Lu Changhe. "Holy Lord, Qin Luo is a genius in the sword arts, possessing unparalleled talent." Lu Changhe, not a fool, recognized Qin Luo's extraordinary abilities and felt a mix of shock and anger. What a clever lad. Hiding his true depth, it appears he has no allegiance to the Taixu Sacred Land any longer. Elder 2, put a stop to this battle. Elder 2 Shuyi, the enforcer of the Law Hall, had long since reached mid-celestial realm. This trial was initiated by him. Upon Lu Changhe's command, he wasted no time and sprang towards Qin Luo. As he struck, he bellowed, "Qin Luo, cease at once, or I shall slay you here and now." He had long held a grudge against Qin Luo due to past grievances, feeling the sting of humiliation from being repeatedly suppressed by Qin Luo's master. This time, he did not hold back. If he could spare Qin Luo's life, it would suffice, even if it meant crippling him. Ye Chen had just prepared to unleash one of his ultimate treasures when Elder 2's intervention compelled him to abandon his intent. Those at the celestial realm could open their own domains within themselves, akin to miniature worlds, their powers transcending human limitations, earning them the title of Great Ones in this realm. As Elder 2 charged at Qin Luo, the female elder atop the platform, witnessing the merciless approach of Elder 2, quickly interjected, "Holy Lord, Elder 2. Lu Changhe raised his hand to silence her. Elder 2, exercise restraint. Some disciples, regardless of their exceptional gifts, cannot be permitted to act so recklessly. Imparting a lesson is warranted." Closer and closer, just as Elder 2 prepared to subdue Qin Luo, an ancient and powerful aura surged forth. A familiar object to all disciples of the Taixu Sacred Land materialized. Boom! The Taixu Bell descended with great force upon Elder 2. Ye Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. That was the Taixu Bell. He clearly knew it was within his own ring, in the possession of his master. How could it suddenly appear outside, and seemingly in Qin Luo's grasp? This was utterly absurd. Surprised? Are we? Unexpected, perhaps? Qin Luo's taunting words jolted Ye Chen back to reality as he lunged his sword towards Ye Chen's chest. Seizing the moment, Chapter 5. Crushing the Son of Fortune, under the protection of saints, the imminent threat of death loomed, and Ye Chen immediately employed a precious talisman, exuding an ancient aura. Boom! Qin Luo's sword clashed with the talisman, shattering it and blocking his lethal strike. Bang! Ye Chen fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Pfft! Ye Chen's mindset shattered, losing 10,000 luck points, gaining 10,000 villain points. Qin Luo, you. Ye Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring wide-eyed at Qin Luo, still in disbelief. How could the Taixu Bell, which was in his possession, be in Qin Luo's hands? Surprised? Qin Luo observed him with amusement, causing Ye Chen to panic. Indeed, it was shocking. He quickly masked his expression, fearing any hint of abnormality would be detected. Lu Changhe and the elders of the Taixu Sacred Land were equally bewildered, staring blankly at the Taixu Bell that had thwarted Elder 2's attack. Exchanging glances filled with confusion. The Taixu Bell had been restored? Lu Changhe's voice was laced with profound astonishment. Did Qin Luo steal the Taixu Bell merely to repair it? Was he capable of such feats? The disciples were left dumbfounded. They had all witnessed the sacred artifact of the Taixu Sacred Land, the Taixu Bell, whose symbolic significance greatly outweighed its combat utility. The disciples had the opportunity to admire the Taixu Bell, a long-standing tradition of the Taixu Sacred Land. Senior Brother Qin, you truly stole the Taixu Bell. I am deeply disappointed. Lu Ruoyan gazed at Qin Luo, her expression filled with shock. With both eyewitness accounts and material evidence present, there was no room for Qin Luo to defend himself. Qin Luo cast a disdainful glance at Lu Ruoyan, smirking, "Your disappointment is of no concern to me. Why would I care? Are we even acquainted?" Lu Ruoyan looked at Qin Luo in disbelief, unable to fathom that he would speak so crudely, his tone feeling strangely foreign. Had they not been close? Were they not childhood friends, destined to become a couple if not for Ye Chen's sudden emergence? Her heart ached painfully. It felt unbearable. Lu Ruoyan's mindset crumbled, losing 5,000 luck points, host gaining 5,000 villain points. Qin Luo's eyes lit up. He could extract so much luck in just a few words. Continue. Lu Ruoyan, you who wish to play the virtuous while acting otherwise, you were once my fiancée, and yet you conspire with Ye Chen to slander and plot against me. How dare you stand here and lecture me? If you had any sense of shame, you would keep your mouth shut. Lu Ruoyan's mindset continued to crumble, losing 3,000 luck points, host gaining 3,000 villain points. Lu Ruoyan lost 1,000 luck points, host gaining 1,000 villain points. Qin Luo's eyes gleamed even brighter, entirely disregarding Lu Ruoyan's ashen face. eager to continue speaking when a sharp rebuke interrupted him. Enough, Lu Changhe, incensed by his daughter's scolding, could not contain his fury. Concurrently, a powerful aura from the Holy One surged towards Qin Luo. Boom! The force struck Qin Luo, sending him crashing to the ground, where he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Elder Tu seized this opportunity, swiftly breaking free from the grip of the Taixu Bell, leaping towards Qin Luo to deliver a fatal blow. I said enough. Lu Changhe's thunderous reprimand echoed in Elder Tu's ears, reverberating in his mind, compelling him to halt immediately. Damn it, the Holy One is truly formidable. Qin Luo struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from his lips, his defiant gaze fixed upon the lofty Lu Changhe. Qin Luo, I ask you once more, do you confess your crimes? Lu Changhe's voice rang out again in Qin Luo's ears. Qin Luo let out a cold laugh. When accusations are fabricated, one need not fear the consequences. Whatever you claim I have done, I have indeed done, but to confess? Ha! Only if you kneel and beg. Boom. Such audacious words sent shockwaves through the Taixu Sacred Land, as all gazes turned to Qin Luo as if he were a ghost. How dare you speak to the sage in such a manner, addressing the sovereign of our Taixu Sacred Land? Qin Luo is undoubtedly doomed. Such audacity! You dare to insult the sovereign. Death is warranted. Tu Shuyi bellowed in fury, turning to Lu Changhe and asserting, Sovereign. This Qin Luo is unruly and shows no respect for his elders. The evidence of his crimes is overwhelming. I suggest we extract his tendons and marrow and bind his soul for eternity. Sovereign, please reconsider. Lin Ruoxuan interjected immediately on behalf of Qin Luo. Though he may be headstrong, he is an unparalleled genius in swordsmanship. With proper guidance, he could blossom into a prodigious talent. To execute him would be the greatest loss for our Taixu Sacred Land. As a sword cultivator herself, she understood the formidable potential of someone like Qin Luo, who could master a heavenly-level sword technique, arguably bordering on saintly perfection. If allowed to mature, he might very well contend with sages in the Dongtian realm. Such talent, she could not bear to see extinguished. Kneel and apologize to the sovereign at once. Lin Ruoxuan turned to Qin Luo, signaling him with her eyes. Elder Lin, you are mistaken. This Qin Luo has stolen sacred artifacts from our Taixu Sacred Land and murdered our disciples. He has long severed ties with us. Cultivating such an ingrate will only lead to our own downfall. I implore the sovereign to decree his execution. Tu Shaoyi bowed deeply to Lu Changhe, urging action. Lu Changhe remained silent, waiting for Qin Luo to take the initiative to apologize, perhaps considering a way to grant him an escape. Yet, in the end, Qin Luo could only become a mere sword in their hands, a puppet. The sage must not be insulted. Today, Qin Luo's daring affront had already sealed his fate. Qin Luo surveyed his surroundings, gazing at his former peers and the smug face of Ye Chen. Apologize? Allow himself to be manipulated? No way. His eyes shifted to Lin Ruoxuan, and he flashed a grin. Thank you, Elder Lin, for your righteous words. However, this Taixu Sacred Land is of no consequence to me. Lin Ruoxuan shut her eyes, unable to witness the fate that awaited Qin Luo. Stubborn and unyielding, Lu Changhe scoffed, and Tu Shuyi's eyes brightened. He hadn't anticipated that Qin Luo would seek his own demise. He would not be held accountable. First, he would eliminate Qin Luo, then find a way to deal with Qin Luo's junior sister, the daughter of that old coot, to avenge his grievances. Turning, Tu Shuyi began the judgment against Qin Luo. Qin Luo, you have harmed disciples of Taixu Sacred Land and stolen the Taixu Bell and the four-symbol sword technique. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you plead guilty? Qin Luo, sword in hand, radiated defiance. At that moment, he should have proclaimed, I am the prince of the great Qin Empire. Should you dare lay a finger on me, I shall annihilate your entire Taixu Sacred Land. Before he could utter a word, a voice resonated from beyond Taixu Sacred Land. Ha ha ha, what a Taixu Sacred Land, bullying a mere junior. Lu Changhe's expression shifted dramatically as he stood, eyes fixed on the distance. Dark clouds obscured the sun, casting an oppressive gloom over the sky, as an elderly woman descended from the heavens. Her arrival rendered Lu Changhe's demeanor grave, and he muttered, Saint of the cold moon. The old woman spoke with audacity, Qin Luo, I shall protect you. Chapter 6. Will it respond to your call? The sudden appearance of a saint demanding to safeguard Qin Luo left everyone at Taixu Sacred Land in shock. Lu Changhe's expression darkened. The saint of the cold moon was a mid-tier sage, a notch stronger than him. If conflict arose, even in his own domain, it would be a formidable challenge. Damn it, how does Qin Luo have a saint backing him? Ye Chen clenched his fists, filled with frustration. Just as he was about to eliminate Qin Luo, an unexpected savior had appeared, leaving him disheartened. No, master, devise a plan. Qin Luo must die. If he lives, I shall not find peace. Ye Chen implored inwardly. Previously, he had desired merely to eliminate Qin Luo, but now a sliver of fear had taken root. The means by which Qin Luo had executed his schemes were too bizarre. Despite the theft of the four-symbol sword technique, which had no backups, how had Qin Luo managed to cultivate it successfully, surpassing even Ye Chen? Even if one assumed Qin Luo had acquired the technique from elsewhere, the Taixu Bell was still within Ye Chen's possession. How could Qin Luo possess it, and in pristine condition? This entire situation enveloped Qin Luo in an air of mystery that Ye Chen could not decipher. Within the ring, a resplendent woman, exuding an air of nobility, spoke softly, "Fear not, the Taixu Sacred Land is not so simple. He will not escape easily." Her words offered a modicum of comfort to Ye Chen. Qin Luo stared at the saint of the cold moon, bewildered. He racked his brain for any connection to this saint who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere to rescue him. Was she drawn to his beauty? Looking at her weathered visage, he shuddered. "Is this you're doing, system?" "The system is not a courier for saints. It merely assists." "Ah, so you are not a mere courier of saints." Lu Changhe leaped into action, positioning himself against the Saint of the Cold Moon, and declared, "Saint of the Cold Moon, this is a matter for my Taixu Sacred Land. Do you truly wish to intervene?" The Saint of the Cold Moon chuckled coldly. "Whether it is your family's affair or not, it is of no concern to me. However, Qin Luo, I shall protect him today." Lu Changhe's expression darkened. "Give me a reason, Saint of the Cold Moon," the saint replied matter-of-factly. "Qin Luo is my dear disciple's elder brother. Is that reason sufficient? Dear disciple's elder brother? Are you referring to Wan Ning?" A vision of a woman appeared in Qin Luo's mind, radiant as moonlight. Her eyes deep like the stars, her figure graceful, with cascading hair, clad in flowing white garments, like a celestial being fallen to earth, emanating a cool and mysterious aura. The previous host had cherished her as a sister, holding her dear. Qin Luo had just wondered why Shan Wan Ning had not appeared. It turned out she had gone to seek help. When had she become a disciple of the Saint of the Cold Moon? "Indeed, your junior sister Shan Wan Ning is now my most cherished disciple, and it was she who implored me to save your life. Today, I save you. In the future, you shall have no ties with Shan Wan Ning." The saint's resolute declaration resonated in Qin Luo's ears, leaving his expression complex. In the life of the previous host, two women held significant places in his heart, one being Shan Wan Ning, the other Lu Ruyan. To Shan Wan Ning, he felt only brotherly affection, while his feelings for Lu Ruyan were far more intense. In Qin Luo's eyes, Lu Ruyan was not worthy to compare to Shan Wan Ning. In terms of beauty, he believed Shan Wan Ning surpassed her in physique. She undoubtedly outshone Lu Ruyan. When choosing a partner, why not select Shan Wan Ning and instead opt for Lu Ruyan? It was pure folly. "Lu Changhe, could you show me some courtesy?" The Saint of the Cold Moon, Lin Huashuang, gazed at Lu Changhe and asked earnestly. "And if I refuse? Then we shall engage in battle," Lin Huashuang replied coolly. "I have agreed to Shan Wan Ning. I must take Qin Luo away. If you doubt it, try to stop me." Her arrogant demeanor left Lu Changhe feeling frustrated. Under the watchful eyes of all, if he readily acquiesced to Lin Huashuang, where would his dignity lie? Since the Saint of the Cold Moon insisted on taking someone from Taixu Sacred Land, he would demonstrate what fortitude he possessed. Boom! Lu Changhe leapt into the air, soaring above the clouds, and called down to Lin Huashuang, "Receive my 3 strikes. Then I may consider." Lin Huashuang smirked inwardly, instantly grasping Lu Changhe's intentions. "What is face worth? If you desire it, I shall indulge you." She too stepped lightly upon the air, ascending to the sky. The confrontation between the saints captivated nearly everyone at Taixu Sacred Land. Qin Luo sought to seize this opportunity to flee, but Ye Chen remained fixated on him. "Elder 2, Qin Luo is attempting to escape." Tu Shui's gaze immediately locked onto Qin Luo, sneering, "Qin Luo, if you dare make another move, I will ensure your demise on the spot." Qin Luo retorted defiantly, "Old man, do you dare? When the Saint of the Cold Moon descends, a single slap from her will send you to your grave. 1 for 1. I stand to lose nothing." "You?" Tu Shui nearly choked, caught off guard. To be frank, he did not dare. The Saint of the Cold Moon was highly esteemed here. If she set her sights on him, there would be no escape. The battle in the sky unfolded swiftly, concluding just as quickly. Lu Changhe descended, his countenance grim, and spoke solemnly, "Very well, Qin Luo, you may leave today." This was a tacit admission of defeat. He merely sought a graceful exit. What had begun as a challenge was merely a ploy to save face, for he was indeed weaker than his opponent. However, the Taixu Bell must remain. Lu Changhe's gaze fell upon Qin Luo as he spoke in a deep voice. Lin Huazhuang was about to interject when Qin Luo preempted her. You say to stay, so we stay? That is a sacred artifact of my Taixu Sacred Land. Tu Xiaoyi exclaimed, is it merely your word that makes it so? Qin Luo activated the Taixu Bell above his head, speaking nonchalantly, if you call it, will it respond? For the first time, Lin Huazhuang scrutinized Qin Luo, realizing that he was even more arrogant than she had imagined. Yet, she had the foundation to be arrogant. What did Qin Luo possess? Just a defiant tongue. Ha! A cold chuckle resounded. Lu Changhe's eyes instantly lit up. Today, no one shall leave. An elder slowly emerged from the depths of the Taixu Sacred Land. And upon his appearance, many immediately bowed respectfully, exclaiming, we meet the ancestor. Lu Changhe was no exception, bowing deeply as well. Lin Huazhuang's expression darkened at once. She cast a sidelong glance at Qin Luo, whispering in his ear. Kid, pray for your own good today. This Holy One has already done all that can be done. After the elder's arrival, his gaze landed on Qin Luo as he spoke coolly, as the holy son of my Taixu Sacred Land. How dare you steal the sacred artifact of my Taixu Sacred Land and betray us? Who grants you such audacity? Boom! A formidable aura pressed down upon Qin Luo, far surpassing the pressure exerted by Lu Changhe earlier. Just as Qin Luo was about to speak, proclaiming that his identity as a prince of the great Qin Empire gave him courage, he was interrupted by a commanding voice from outside. The fourth Marquis of the great Qin Empire, Fang Xing, comes to pay a visit. Chapter 7. Prince Qin Luo begins his reign of chaos. So soon. Qin Luo straightened up instantly, thinking, damn it, my people have arrived. Today, they shall all kneel. The great Qin Empire was a force far more powerful than the Taixu Sacred Land. As he recalled, the founder of the great Qin Empire was a being of the Emperor realm, and anyone granted the title of Marquis within the empire was guaranteed to be a sage. The elder was taken aback, immediately retracting his aura as his gaze shifted to Lu Changhe. Revealing a look of inquiry, Lu Changhe feigned ignorance. Take this boy away. At the command of the Taixu ancestor, the elders of the Taixu Sacred Land prepared to at that moment, Qin Luo shouted. I am Qin Luo, the fourth Marquis. I am here. Utilizing the power of the Taixu Bell, Qin Luo's voice traveled far and wide. Boom. A powerful aura surged in from outside as a middle-aged man clad in black armor charged in unimpeded. Directly hovering above Qin Luo, he locked his gaze onto Qin Luo in an instant. What brings the fourth Marquis here? The Taixu ancestor and Lu Changhe asked solemnly. The aura emanating from Marquis Fang Xing was slightly weaker than that of the Taixu ancestor. Yet they did not dare underestimate him, for he represented the great Qin Empire. Fang Xing's eyes fell upon Qin Luo, and he noticed a jade pendant in Qin Luo's hand, causing his expression to shift. Whoosh! He dashed swiftly to Qin Luo's side, seizing the jade pendant from his hand, employing the secret arts conveyed within. Soon, a red light flashed within the pendant, merging into Qin Luo's body, and the pendant began to emit a brilliant glow, resonating with the bloodline power within Qin Luo. Though they did not know what was transpiring, both the Taixu ancestor and Lu Changhe felt a sinking sensation in their hearts, sensing something ominous. Ye Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom why today had unfolded in such a convoluted manner. Qin Luo, can't he die? Ye Chen murmured to himself. Fang Xing observed the scene and confirmed. This person before me is indeed of the bloodline of the great Qin Empire, the ninth prince of the great Qin Empire, as instructed from the imperial capital. He took a couple of steps back and bowed respectfully to Qin Luo, saying, the fourth Marquis Fang Xing pays his respects to the ninth prince. Boom. The impact of this statement was overwhelming. Ye Chen stumbled, eyes wide in shock. He is a prince of the great Qin Empire? Jealousy, anger, and fear surged within him. Just when he thought he had finally subdued Qin Luo and seized the position of Holy Son, Qin Luo unexpectedly ascended to an even more revered status, the ninth prince of the great Qin Empire. Lu Ruyan could hardly believe her eyes as she gazed at Qin Luo. Could it be that senior brother Qin is the ninth prince of the great Qin Empire? How is that possible? Impossible! How could Qin Luo possibly be the ninth prince of the great Qin Empire? The great Qin Empire only had 8 princes, so when did a ninth one emerge? A joke? Merely a grand joke? How could Qin Luo, a thief, become the ninth prince of the great Qin Empire? I must still be dreaming. Yes, I am still dreaming. Lu Changhe's expression turned grim as he recognized the significance of this revelation. If Qin Luo was indeed the ninth prince of the great Qin Empire, then their earlier judgment against him had irreparably severed ties with him. In the future, Qin Luo would undoubtedly seek retribution against the Taixu Sacred Land. He stepped forward and spoke solemnly. Qin Luo is merely a child found by Elder Shun Su of my Taixu Sacred Land. Surely the fourth Marquis has made a mistake. Fang Xing glanced at him. Speaking indifferently, the great Qin Empire has its own means of verification. There is no need for you to explain yourself, Taixu Sacred Land. I have already confirmed that His Highness Qin Luo is indeed the ninth prince of the great Qin Empire, and his princely status is beyond doubt. His words were authoritative, asserting that it was so without the need for justification. Ninth prince, I kindly ask you to accompany me to the imperial capital. Not so fast, Qin Luo interjected. It was now his turn to take center stage. He looked at Fang Xing and said, "Do you know what I am currently undergoing? I am being judged by the Taixu Sacred Land." Upon hearing this, both the Taixu ancestor and Lu Changhe's expressions changed. They recognized that this was Qin Luo seizing an opportunity. Rest assured, ancestor, this matter is justified for our Taixu Sacred Land. Even if the great Qin Empire is powerful, we shall not be bullied. Lu Changhe transmitted a message to the Taixu ancestor. The ancestor merely nodded, saying nothing further. Oh? Fang Xing's aura surged with a palpable intent to kill as he surveyed the surroundings, declaring in a deep voice, "You dare to judge a prince of the great Qin Empire? Taixu Sacred Land. Your audacity is remarkable." The oppressive force of a single individual silenced all in the Taixu Sacred Land. Only Tu Shuyi, under Lu Changhe's silent indication, stepped forward to explain, reporting to the fourth Marquis, "We were previously unaware that Qin Luo was a prince of the great Qin Empire. He was once the holy son of our Taixu Sacred Land. And having violated our laws, he is naturally subject to judgment." With conviction, Tu Shuyi found his confidence, feeling like the center of attention, a fearless warrior against tyranny. Yet, a single remark from Qin Luo sent him crashing down from his high horse. For he had repeatedly sought to eliminate Qin Luo. Boom. The killing intent radiating from Fang Xing coalesced into a tangible force, and he unleashed a strike, declaring, "To conspire against a prince of the great Qin Empire is punishable by death." The murderous intent nearly solidified, rendering Tu Shuyi breathless, his eyes filled with terror. "Fourth Marquis, please show mercy." Lu Changhe interjected, for Tu Shuyi had acted under his orders, and he felt compelled to protect him. "Anyone who obstructs me shall share the same fate." Fang Xing showed no signs of retreat, slashing forth with his weapon. Tu Shuyi had just managed to escape Fang Xing's suppression when he found himself unable to evade the attack. He could only scream, "Lord, save me!" Lu Changhe hesitated, and in that moment of uncertainty, Fang Xing's blade struck down, killing Tu Shuyi. Bang! The thud of Tu Shuyi's corpse hitting the ground reverberated in the hearts of many, causing them to tremble. Several began to shudder uncontrollably. Just moments ago, they had participated in defaming Qin Luo, and now a formidable being of the eighth realm had been so easily slain. What did that mean for them? How boastful they had been, how triumphant, and now they were engulfed in fear. Nevertheless, a brave voice emerged. Lu Ruyan looked at Qin Luo and said, "Senior brother Qin, you have changed. Elder Tu was merely enforcing the law. And besides, you have harmed our Taixu Sacred Land's disciples and stolen our sacred artifact. The evidence is irrefutable, and it is you who is in the wrong, senior brother." Yet, Lu Ruyan's tone lacked its former firmness. All stemming from the shift in power dynamics. Qin Luo could now assert himself with impunity. Enforcing the law? Evidence. Qin Luo chuckled coldly, fixing his gaze on Lu Ruyan. "The witnesses you speak of are merely you and Ye Chen. Correct? Did you see me kill anyone from the Taixu Sacred Land?" Lu Ruyan struggled to articulate her response, questioning whether she had truly witnessed it. She had only seen the aftermath of death and Qin Luo's presence amidst those bodies. "Answer me, did you see me kill anyone from the Taixu Sacred Land?" Qin Luo pressed again. "I did not." Lu Ruyan's admission sent shockwaves through the crowd. Who could have imagined that the crucial witness had not actually seen anything? And yet she had been so self-righteous in her accusations against Qin Luo. "Did you see me steal the sacred artifact of the Taixu Sacred Land?" Qin Luo inquired once more, "But in your hand." Lu Ruyan's words were cut off as Qin Luo interjected, "Answer me, did you witness it with your own eyes?" "No," Lu Ruyan replied truthfully. "Then why do you stand here as a witness?" Qin Luo accused her. "Are you fabricating charges out of thin air?" "No, that's not it." Lu Ruyan quickly deflected blame onto Ye Chen. "Junior brother Yi, he saw you kill our Taixu Sacred Land's brothers." All eyes turned to Ye Chen, who, unable to feign ignorance any longer, stepped forward. The conflict between him and Qin Luo has escalated to a life-and-death struggle. What fears could he possibly harbor? Indeed, I have witnessed with my own eyes as Qin Luo murdered a disciple of my Taixu Sacred Land. Moreover, does the four-symbol sword technique you employed, along with the Taixu Bell, not serve as proof of your theft of treasures from my Taixu Sacred Land? In your selfish pursuit, you have slain the disciples of my Taixu Sacred Land and pilfered our sacred artifacts. Have you even spared a thought for the gratitude owed to the Taixu Sacred Land for nurturing and educating you? You are nothing more than a self-serving scoundrel. Regardless of whether Qin Luo is the prince of the great Qin Empire, today he shall bear the weight of his crimes, such that even within the great Qin Empire, he will be branded with shame. Qin Luo remained unfazed, clapping his hands and exclaiming, "Marvelous, marvelous. What a splendid act of framing. Yet, I firmly believe that you, Ye Chen, are the one who has slain the disciples of Taixu Sacred Land and stolen the Taixu Bell, as well as the four-symbol sword technique." Ye Chen scoffed. "Qin Luo, with both witness and evidence at hand, do you still dare to argue? Do you truly think that everyone within the Taixu Sacred Land is blind?" He could not fathom that Qin Luo could turn the tide. Qin Luo subtly shook his head, ignoring him, and instead turned to Feng Xing, inquiring, "Lord Si Feng, may I check the ring in his possession? After all, I represent the great Qin Empire. As a prince, I cannot be wrongfully accused." "Wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing this, Ye Chen's expression flickered with panic. He had never anticipated that Qin Luo would demand to search his ring. Ye Chen's state of mind was thrown into disarray, losing 3,000 luck points, while the host gained 3,000 villain points. Chapter 8. Unyielding, a life-or-death struggle with Ye Chen. Feng Xing merely cast a glance at Ye Chen, considering him an insignificant figure. However, when Ye Chen dared to place the blame upon Qin Luo, regardless of whether Qin Luo was truly guilty, he would not allow any stain upon the honor of the great Qin Empire. The ninth prince desires to investigate, and naturally, he may do so. After Feng Xing's declaration, his gaze fell upon Lu Changhe, asking, "What does the sacred master of Taixu think?" This question, while framed as an inquiry, was merely a notification. Before Lu Changhe could respond, Ye Chen interjected, "No, my ring contains secrets of Ye Chen. I will not permit anyone to pry. Furthermore, the theft by Qin Luo is an established fact. How can he possibly deny it? Is the Taixu Bell not genuine? Just because he is the ninth prince of the great Qin Empire, does that grant him the liberty to distort the truth and act recklessly within my Taixu Sacred Land? The disciples of Taixu Sacred Land possess their own dignity. How dare you, Qin Luo, bully them at your whim? What audacity, to speak of righteousness while attempting to hitch Taixu Sacred Land to his chariot." The disciples of Taixu began to murmur among themselves. "The Taixu Bell is right here. Can it possibly be a counterfeit? Qin Luo is clearly seeking to oppress others through his influence." Qin Luo let out a cold laugh, pointing at the Taixu Bell before him. "You claim this is the Taixu Bell of your sacred land. Yet are you not aware of what distinguishes your Taixu Bell? Mine surpasses your pitiful artifact by 100-fold, he continued, fixing his gaze on Lu Changhe. "You assert this is your Taixu Bell. Can you call upon it and receive a response? Do not tell me that as the esteemed sacred master of Taixu, you lack the ability to summon the Taixu Bell." Each word deepened the gravity of Lu Changhe's expression. All eyes turned to him, eagerly anticipating Lu Changhe to summon the Taixu Bell, to deliver a resounding rebuttal to Qin Luo. Yet, Lu Changhe remained silent. They failed to consider that when Qin Luo had previously summoned the Taixu Bell to counteract Tu Shuyi, Lu Changhe had not controlled it, because he was unable to. Ye Chen sensed the growing tension and immediately spoke up to explain for Lu Changhe. "That is because you, Qin Luo, severed the connection between the Sacred Master and the Taixu Bell, rendering the Sacred Master incapable of controlling it." Qin Luo scoffed, "You fool. Do you think others are fools as well? What is my realm? Merely a divine ability. And what is your Sacred Master's realm? He is a saint. Am I to sever his connection? Ha! Why not claim I could slay him with a single sword stroke? Very well. If you all believe I can accomplish such feats, then I shall ask Elder Lin." Qin Luo's gaze fell upon Lin Ruoxuan. "Elder Lin, I ask you, is the four-symbol sword technique of Taixu Sacred Land incomplete or complete?" Lin Ruoxuan, having practiced the four-symbol sword technique, answered without hesitation, "The four-symbol sword technique of Taixu Sacred Land is indeed a fragment, possessing only the Fire Dance Nine Heavens technique." "And what of me? How many techniques did I just execute?" Qin Luo inquired. After a moment's silence, Lin Ruoxuan replied, "You demonstrated another technique from the four-symbol sword technique." Qin Luo smiled, and I can still execute the other two techniques of the four-symbol sword technique, even the four symbols convergence. Do you believe me? As his words fell, the atmosphere shifted. It felt as though a fine mist of rain began to fall, the rain of the four-symbol sword technique cascading unceasingly. Lin Ruoxuan's eyes widened in shock, filled with astonishment. Once again, Qin Luo had expanded her understanding. Such a person might very well be a prodigy in the path of the sword. If you possess but one technique, while I hold them all, who do you think has stolen from whom? With a single statement, the disciples of Taixu Sacred Land fell into silence. Indeed, they only possessed fragments, while Qin Luo wielded the entirety of the four-symbol sword technique. Thus, all accusations against me are nothing but their slander. At that moment, Lu Ruyan timidly spoke up, Senior Brother Qin, but you have already admitted to it. This was met with Qin Luo's sharp gaze, causing her to falter. Admit? Ha! Do I have a choice? The circumstances outweigh personal will. You all oppress me with your influence. Even if I deny it, does that absolve me of blame? Lu Ruyan wished to retort, yet found herself at a loss. Qin Luo's gaze once more fell upon Ye Chen, his tone calm yet resolute. Ye Chen, to slander me comes with consequences. You desire the position of Saint's son and that woman? Do you not? He pointed at Lu Ruyan, causing her heart to ache profoundly. A woman? Senior Brother Qin, how could you label me as such? Lu Ruyan felt as if her heart had been shattered by Qin Luo's words. A Lu Ruyan state of mind slightly collapsed, losing 5,000 luck points, while the host gained 5,000 villain points. Do you know that in my eyes, those things are akin to refuse? Qin Luo said disdainfully. Desire, indeed, but your slander against me is your wrongdoing. Today, you must present that ring. Otherwise, you shall not leave. Ye Chen felt the intensity of Qin Luo's pressure, once again engulfed by helplessness and rage. The last time. It was within his family, where those people forced his father to abdicate and banished him from the Ye family. He had vowed then to slay those family members, and indeed he had done so. Returning to the Ye family and exterminating all who had humiliated him. Now, a similar scene unfolded, and he clenched his fists tightly. Master, he shouted, realizing that his only ally was still his master. His master sighed. I warned you before that you were too impulsive, and now, as expected, unforeseen complications have arisen. However, while she admonished him, she was also a beneficiary of the situation. The essence of the Taixu Bell was currently nurturing her soul. As Ye Chen faced this crisis, she naturally felt compelled to support him. A sigh echoed in the ears of many, and Fang Xing's previously calm expression grew grave at that moment. All eyes turned to Ye Chen, and from within his ring, a spectral figure began to materialize. Upon seeing that ethereal figure, many gasped in astonishment. The phrases unparalleled beauty and stunningly attractive fit the woman perfectly. Even Lu Ruyan felt a pang of inferiority. As the woman emerged, her gaze settled upon Qin Luo, calmly stating, how about we let this matter slide? Let us consider it an error on Chen's part. And I shall owe you a favor. As she spoke, she exuded a powerful aura, prompting Fang Xing to step protectively beside Qin Luo, eyeing the woman warily. Though she was merely a soul, her spirit was remarkably potent. Having reached the realm of a Saint King. Is she formidable? Qin Luo inquired. Fang Xing replied, her soul is strong, yet she exists only as a spirit. Realizing this, Qin Luo spoke solemnly, right is right, and wrong is wrong. What do you mean by saying Ye Chen erred? Am I to be accused of slandering him? If you claim that I have slandered him, please present your evidence. Otherwise, today, it shall be a fight to the death between Ye Chen and me. Chapter 9. A plot twist, exhuming the sword bone. Ye Chen, the battle has not yet concluded. Let us continue. Qin Luo called out to Ye Chen, surrounded by an aura of sword energy, sharp and imposing. Fang Xing took a serious look at Qin Luo. He had not anticipated that this exiled ninth prince would possess such formidable sword intent. Indeed, the capital would become even more tumultuous than before. Fang Xing mused to himself. The voice of the woman echoed discontentedly in everyone's minds, causing even the Taixu ancestor to sway slightly. He inquired through thought, Changhe, what is the origin of that woman? Lu Changhe was equally perplexed. He had no inkling of the woman's origins. Initially, he believed Ye Chen to be merely an ordinary genius, but he was taken aback to discover that a formidable soul was guiding him from behind. Unbeknownst to him, the woman's gaze fell upon Qin Luo, and she declared, Young one, do you understand the consequences of defying me? Qin Luo responded with a cold smirk. What? You, reduced to a mere soul entity, still possess the audacity to be arrogant? Upon hearing this, An overwhelming fury surged through the woman as it struck at the deepest wound within her. Qin Luo was exposing her vulnerabilities. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, so you may comprehend the heights of heaven. With a thunderous roar, she took a step forward, unleashing scorching flames that surged toward Qin Luo. Fang Xing moved swiftly, placing himself protectively in front of Qin Luo. He addressed the woman with a solemn tone. Regardless of your background, you shall not harm the prince of my great Qin dynasty in my presence. The woman sneered dismissively. The great Qin dynasty. How imposing! Qin Luo discerned her disdain for the great Qin dynasty, yet regardless of her previous status, she was now akin to a tiger fallen to the plains. Fang Xing, if you wield the Taixu Bell, can you suppress that woman? Qin Luo inquired. Fang Xing cast a fleeting glance at the Taixu Bell under Qin Luo's control, subtly nodding in agreement. Excellent! Qin Luo tossed the Taixu Bell to Fang Xing and brandished his sword. Charging toward Ye Chen. Ye Chen, today I shall unveil your hypocritical facade. As he advanced, the sword in Qin Luo's hand transformed, emanating a verdant glow. This was the four elements sword technique's wood element. Wood entwines the 1,000 mountains. This intricate maneuver was particularly formidable. As Qin Luo executed the strike, strands of sword energy surged forth like fine threads, hurtling toward Ye Chen. Ye Chen's expression shifted dramatically. As a natural sword bone wielder, he instinctively sensed the might of this technique. Perfect? Or perhaps perfect. Ye Chen was struck with terror, wishing to call for his master's aid. Yet, his master had retorted. First, deal with Qin Luo. I shall handle this great Qin dynasty's Fang Xing. Shi Huang had believed she could suppress Fang Xing, but upon sensing his overwhelming aura, uncertainty crept in. Moreover, Qin Luo had entrusted the Taixu Bell to Fang Xing, causing her heart to sink. She was well aware of the Taixu Bell's potency. Its damage to souls exceeded that inflicted upon the body, with no hope of relying on her master. Ye Chen was left to fend for himself. Ye Chen possessed such extraordinary talent. How could I fear a mere Qin Luo? Dragon's Dance. Ye Chen swiftly executed the ethereal Dragon's Dance, attempting to evade the encroaching vine-like sword strikes. However, he was unprepared for the bizarre and intricate nature of Qin Luo's swordsmanship, which seemed to anticipate his every movement, making it exceedingly difficult for him to escape the invisible restraints. Qin Luo sneered, "You believe you can evade me, despite the disparity in our realms and my mastery of the perfect four-element sword technique." Having read numerous novels where protagonists often began by being trounced, only to ultimately turn the tide, he pondered what Ye Chen's trump card might be. Was it merely that soul entity? In terms of cultivation, Ye Chen was inferior. Regarding comprehension of sword techniques and mastery of realms, he was also lacking. In essence, Qin Luo possessed the strength to crush Ye Chen effortlessly, as the strands of sword energy rushed toward him. Ye Chen's countenance darkened, yet he did not succumb to despair. He still had means at his disposal. Mirage, with a resounding crash, Ye Chen's form was shattered by the sword energy, akin to a reflection in water. While the true Ye Chen materialized elsewhere, he dashed away, seeking refuge within the crowd. Impressive technique, Qin Luo remarked, but he was determined not to allow Ye Chen to escape. He leapt forth, blocking Ye Chen's path. Wood entwines the 1,000 mountains, he unleashed once more. Resolute in preventing Ye Chen's flight. Get lost? Ye Chen bellowed, retaliating with a formidable sword strike. A surge of fiery energy charged toward Qin Luo, momentarily halting his advance. Lin Ruoxuan, witnessing this technique, exclaimed, "This is the fire dance of the 9 heavens." At the perfected realm, cornered, Ye Chen had no choice but to reveal his hidden power, reasoning that exposing himself was preferable to perishing here. He had even devised excuses for the Saint Lord and others. Yet, in the next moment, a bell tolled, as Fang Xing, engaged in battle with Shi Huang, struck the Taixu Bell. Shi Huang felt the soul-shattering impact, destabilizing her recently solidified essence. Being a decisive individual, she immediately summoned the Taixu Bell. The fractured Taixu Bell within Ye Chen's ring sensed the call, breaking through space and landing in Shi Huang's grasp, perfectly intercepting Fang Xing's next assault. The Taixu Bell, this is our Taixu Bell. The members of the Taixu Sacred Land were left in shock. How had the situation turned so drastically? Wasn't there irrefutable evidence against them? Reality felt surreal to Ye Chen. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the damaged Taixu Bell, naturally inferior to its intact counterpart, collided with it, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Ye Chen's mental state shattered. His master had betrayed him, costing him 5,000 fortune points, while the host gained 5,000 villain points. Seizing the opportunity. Rain falls without end. The sky appeared to tear open, unleashing a torrential downpour of sword rain, fierce and unmatched, enveloping the surroundings in a deadly aura. You cannot escape. With a second S suppression, Qin Luo gazed at Ye Chen, his eyes aflame with intensity. Recalling a familiar trope from novels, he resolved to carve deep into Ye Chen's very essence today. Coldly and mercilessly, he drove the blade deep into Ye Chen's body, excavating the hidden sword bone. Ye Chen's form convulsed violently, his complexion as pale as a specter, veins bulging on his forehead as he endured excruciating agony. A heart-wrenching, desperate howl erupted from his throat, echoing like a beast's lament in the night, filled with endless suffering and struggle. "Master, save me," Ye Chen cried out, yet this could not alter his fate. A bone suffused with potent sword energy was extracted by Qin Luo. Ye Chen's sword bone was removed, losing 200,000 fortune points, while the host gained 200,000 villain points. Chapter 10. Ye Chen abandons his master, exchanges for the human sovereign banner. Shi Huang's expression darkened as she witnessed this scene. In her eyes, Qin Luo had become a dead man. Disregarding her dignity and having extracted her disciple's sword bone, she felt a humiliation she had not experienced in her lifetime. With a cataclysmic surge of soul power, she prepared to unleash a devastating strike upon Fang Xing using the primordial energy of the Taixu Bell. Lu Changhe's face paled at this sight. "Ancestor, the Taixu Bell. If this attack were unleashed, the Taixu Bell would be utterly destroyed." The elder of the Taixu also wore a grim expression yet remained composed. "We cannot control the Taixu Bell now. We cannot stop her." After uttering this, the elder closed his eyes, seemingly unwilling to witness the Taixu Bell's destruction before him. Fang Xing's countenance darkened as well. While this strike would not kill him, a misstep could result in severe injury. Just then, a booming laughter resonated behind him. "Old Fang, you cannot do this. Allow me, old Zheng, to lend you a hand." With a thunderous roar, a robust figure wielding a colossal axe rushed forward. The axe swung toward Shi Huang, cleaving through space with unstoppable force, prompting her to realize the dire situation. Initially intending to eliminate Fang Xing before dealing with Qin Luo, and then assisting Ye Chen in restoring his sword bone, she now faced the sudden emergence of a Saint Realm powerhouse joining the fray. Her position was precarious. "Ye Chen, flee!" Shi Huang bellowed, hurling a jade talisman toward him. "Oh no!" Qin Luo thought, realizing the urgency. The talisman approached with great speed. He swiftly dodged. Swish, it whizzed past him, the shockwave propelling him backward. As the talisman landed beside Ye Chen, Ye Chen grasped the talisman, activating it, causing a massive black hole to materialize behind him. "Such decisive power!" The elder of the Taixu remarked solemnly, observing the scene. The sheer strength emanating from the soul entity was astonishing. How formidable would Shi Huang be in her prime? Noting the black hole, he refrained from intervening. Boom! The earth-shattering roar reverberated as the elder and Lu Changhe sprang into action, shielding against the explosion of the fractured Taixu Bell, preventing damage to the Taixu Sacred Land. As Qin Luo felt a tremendous wave crash against him, he was violently struck in the chest, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood. Afterward, he felt considerably better. Seizing this opportunity, Shi Huang pivoted and dashed toward the black hole, wishing to flee. Reminder: Ye Chen's master intends to escape. The host is advised to expend all villain points to exchange for treasures to intercept. Grand opening. A special offer for you. Exchange. Exchange, Qin Luo declared without hesitation. All villain points consumed and exchanged successfully. Acquired. Soul Binding Rope, low-grade holy tier. Acquired. Soul Whip, low-grade holy tier. In an instant, the so-called Soul Binding Rope appeared in Qin Luo's hand. He couldn't shake the feeling that this rope was rather peculiar, but there was no time for further contemplation. He immediately activated it, and with a swift motion, it shot towards Shi Huang. Ye Chen, observing from the mouth of the black hole, could see clearly that his master was about to charge forward. However, in the next moment, an elongated rope appeared out of thin air, swiftly ensnaring Shi Huang's limbs and neck, causing her to tumble to the ground, mere steps away from him. "Chunner, pull me up," Shi Huang shouted towards Ye Chen. Just as Ye Chen intended to step forward, he noticed a robust man brandishing a giant axe rushing in from behind Shi Huang. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. Shi Huang stared in disbelief at Ye Chen. Her beloved disciple, the one she had watched grow up, had actually abandoned her. Upon entering the black hole, Ye Chen promptly destroyed the jade talisman in his hand. Sealing the black hole, he fled. Ye Chen abandoned his golden finger master, losing 200,000 points of fortune. Host gains 200,000 points of villain value. Boom, boom. Fang Xing and the imposing man who had just appeared stood beside Shi Huang, their overwhelming aura suppressing her, erasing her fleeting chance of breaking free from her bonds. Fang Xing glanced at Shi Huang before turning his attention to Qin Luo. Ninth Prince, what is this? Fang Xing inquired. The burly man then realized that the person before him was the ninth Prince Qin Luo, sought after by the imperial capital. He scrutinized Qin Luo but found nothing remarkable about him. His cultivation was decent, yet he paled in comparison to the other princes. This is the soul-binding rope, specifically designed to bind souls, Qin Luo spoke earnestly. Suggestion from the system. Host can exchange 200,000 villain points for the Human Emperor banner. As a variant of the 10,000 Souls banner, the Human Emperor banner possesses its unique merits. It is perfectly suited for the ruler among humanity, becoming the primary soul within the banner. Qin Luo's lips twitched slightly. Wasn't this merely a change of name, Lord Fang? May I deal with this woman? Qin Luo asked. Fang Xing regarded Qin Luo, then glanced at Shi Huang and clasped his fists. Your Highness, please proceed. The burly man was momentarily taken aback, about to voice his thoughts, but met Fang Xing's gaze, which prompted him to swallow his words. Very well. With Fang Xing's assistance, Qin Luo brought Shi Huang to his cave dwelling in the Taixu Sacred Land. Though referred to as a cave, it was essentially a mountain peak. After the demise of his master, Shun Su, only he and his junior sister resided there, making it feel quite desolate. Upon arrival, Qin Luo wasted no time in exchange for the Human Emperor banner. Exchange successful. Acquired. Human Emperor banner, low-grade holy tier, refining. For Qin Luo, refining items produced by the system was relatively straightforward. In no time, he succeeded in refining it and then shot an evil grin at Shi Huang. Let us proceed. Unlike others' 10,000 Souls banners, shrouded in sinister energy, his Human Emperor banner emitted a sense of righteous vigor. Boom. Shi Huang was hurled into the Human Emperor banner, revealing Qin Luo's true intentions. Are you willing to become the primary soul of my Human Emperor banner? Shi Huang was no fool. She understood Qin Luo's meaning. She roared at him. You dare, Junior? I am the Empress Shi Huang. You would dare to humiliate me so, Empress? Qin Luo had not anticipated such a windfall. He sneered, Empress? You are merely my captive now. You shall not force me into submission. That is not for you to decide. With a thought, Qin Luo summoned the soul whip into his hand and struck down fiercely. Chapter 11. Shi Huang submits, devouring the sword bone. The burly man guarding outside could no longer contain his curiosity. Old Fang, he's just a prince lost in the world. Why do you treat him with such deference? The earlier soul entity was a sacred realm soul, which could fetch a handsome price if sold. Fang Xing glanced at him, shaking his head slightly. Old Zheng, you underestimate our ninth prince. Zheng Tuo, the breaking army marquis of the Great Qin Empire, had already reached mid-stage Saint Realm, a formidable general on the battlefield. He and Fang Xing had been tasked with locating the lost ninth prince near the 10,000 Great Mountains, battling the sects opposing the Great Qin Empire. Underestimate? Ha! It's been nearly 20 years since he was lost. If the imperial capital wished to find him, they would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Zheng Tuo replied, his tone laced with sarcasm. I heard that when the ninth prince was born, he exhibited ancestral bloodline traits. So, ancestral bloodline traits? Fang Xing shook his head slightly. I don't see it. What they referred to as ancestral bloodline traits did not mean regressing to the status of the founders of the Great Qin Empire, but rather reverting to the state of ordinary humanity. The ancestors of humanity had endured countless generations to attain their current status, with the emergence of various strong individuals and the continuous evolution of bloodlines. The strong remained strong. If one were to regress, it would signify a return to a state of impoverishment, where the effort and toil put in would be several times greater than others, yet yielding insufficient returns. Do you know what our ninth prince was doing when I first arrived? Fang Xing inquired. What was he doing? He was undergoing the judgment of the Taixu Sacred Land. To be precise, as the Holy Son of the Taixu Sacred Land, he was undergoing their judgment. Holy Son. This ninth prince has become the Holy Son of the Taixu Sacred Land. Zheng Tuo immediately discarded his dismissive attitude. Anyone who could become a holy son of a sacred land proved to have the potential to attain sainthood. Judgment. I see our ninth prince is quite fearless. He even confronted a saint directly. Moreover, he seems to have anticipated my arrival. Fang Xing's words cast a mysterious veil over Qin Luo. Appears that everything is unfolding according to our ninth prince's expectations. He possesses several sacred artifacts. The Taixu Bell still rested in his hands, and that rope he had just demonstrated was also a sacred artifact. The items within the room that obscured their perception were also sacred artifacts. All of them belonged to him? Zheng Tuo was astonished. As a saint, all he had was this single sacred artifact, the giant axe in his possession. Yet, a mere godly realm cultivator like Qin Luo had several sacred artifacts. The disparity was infuriating. Fang Xing observed Zheng Tuo, a glimmer of something inscrutable in his eyes, and patted Zheng Tuo's shoulder. Brother, I believe if you seek revenge upon returning to the imperial capital, the ninth prince might be a worthy ally. Upon hearing this, Zheng Tuo's expression grew solemn. For years, he had been oppressed, and he dared not return to the imperial capital, where he had enemies with considerable influence. Were it not for his reputation and achievements in the military, he would have been eliminated long ago. Revenge was merely a thought he dared not act upon. Fang Xing's words plunged him into deep contemplation. The ninth prince was the only one among the princes without a background. Offering assistance in times of need was far more valuable than mere favors. Zheng Tuo nodded. Allow me to consider this carefully. Inside, Shi Huang could no longer endure the damage to her soul. I agree. I agree to your terms. Hee. If you had agreed earlier, you wouldn't be suffering now. Qin Luo smirked. Enough with the pleasantries. The human emperor banner welcomes your arrival. Boom! Shi Huang's addition caused the human emperor banner to upgrade, its power becoming exceedingly formidable. After a day and night of refining, Qin Luo finally emerged. For the Taixu Sacred Land, this day and night had been torturous. Witnessing such a grand spectacle, they felt no joy whatsoever. Especially Lu Ruyan. She never imagined that Qin Luo was not the mastermind behind the theft of the Taixu Bell. Ye Chen was the true culprit. Ye Chen, you deceived me? Lu Ruyan felt her heart wrenching in pain. She had resolved to sever ties with Qin Luo and sought to embrace Ye Chen, only to discover that everything was a sham. Ye Chen had merely been using her. Lu Ruyan is utterly disappointed in Ye Chen, losing 5,000 fortune points, host gains 5,000 villain points. Is this disappointment? Qin Luo chuckled coldly within. I thought you were the epitome of a naive and sweet heroine. It seems I overestimated you. In novels, there are always mindless female leads who obsessively adore the protagonist, regardless of the protagonist's faults or the heinous deeds they commit. Even if he slaughtered her entire family, she would find excuses for him. It appeared that Lu Ruyan was not that type of heroine. Perhaps it was related to Ye Chen's frantic escape. If Ye Chen had the upper hand now, the situation could become precarious. Qin Luo paid it little mind as he turned to Shi Huang. Where do you think your dear disciple is now? This question stirred unpleasant memories within Shi Huang. She had acted for Ye Chen, only for Ye Chen to betray her. She had been certain that if Ye Chen had lent her a hand, she could escape without enduring the torment of Qin Luo's bindings and lashes. Yet, Ye Chen was unwilling to take even the slightest risk. From this day forth, her bond with Ye Chen was irrevocably severed. After Shi Huang proactively severed ties with Ye Chen, the subsequent opportunities slipped away, resulting in Ye Chen losing 10,000 points of fortune, while the host gained 10,000 points of villainy. Indeed, the fate of the child of fortune is easier to exploit, accumulating a substantial 10,000 points in an instant. In contrast, Lu Ruyan appears rather stingy. His destination is random, yet it is certainly thousands of miles away from here. Shi Huang remains unaware of the exact location, which leaves Qin Luo somewhat regretful. However, it is not of paramount importance. Even if he were to ascertain Ye Chen's whereabouts, he possesses no capable subordinates to utilize. The next step should be to refine his sword bone. In the midst of Shi Huang's astonished expression, Qin Luo extracted Ye Chen's sword bone and began to absorb and refine it. After staring blankly for a while, Shi Huang finally came to a realization. She gasped in surprise. The Devouring Demon Technique? You have actually obtained the Devouring Demon Technique? Qin Luo flashed a charming smile. Devour. Within a vast and desolate forest, Ye Chen spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face etched with pain and hatred. The sword bone is forever lost to me. By devouring Ye Chen's sword bone, Ye Chen loses 20,000 points of fortune, and the host gains 20,000 points of villainy. Chapter 12. The 9 Layers of Divine Powers. The ordinary woman Lu Ruyan pfft. Ye Chen coughed up another large mouthful of blood, his expression instantly wilting. Qin Luo, I shall one day ascend to the great Qin Empire and turn you to dust. Now, Ye Chen could only resort to threats, having been forced to flee from the Taixu Sacred Land, bereft of his master and his sword bone. He was, in essence, left with nothing. Nevertheless, as the child of fortune, his luck had always been exceptional. In this remote wilderness, he encountered an injured woman being pursued by a monstrous beast. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Chen struck the beast down with a single sword thrust. "Miss, are you unharmed?" The pale-faced Ye Chen exhibited some qualities of a gallant hero as he smiled at the raggedly dressed woman, whose modesty was compromised at that moment when the woman laid eyes on him. She was momentarily entranced. What girl does not harbor romantic feelings, especially when the handsome man before her has just saved her life? "Thank you, kind desired, it was nothing, merely a trivial act," Ye Chen replied nonchalantly. Exuding an air of a great man, further captivating the woman, he casually offered her a piece of clothing to help cover her exposed skin, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. An enchanting atmosphere arose at that moment. "Miss, miss!" Shouts of astonishment echoed as the woman's family arrived, interrupting the budding romantic tension. Upon their arrival, the woman quickly introduced, "This gentleman has just saved me from the beast." The leading middle-aged man immediately clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, sir, for rescuing my daughter. Please, accompany us to the Wanjian Villa as our guest. The master shall certainly reward you handsomely." The advantages of a soft-hearted male protagonist were once again on display. Qin Luo's speed in devouring the essence of the sword bone was not slow. Soon enough, what had once radiated a fierce sword intent was completely consumed. After the devouring, Qin Luo acquired some of the sword bone's characteristics. Boom! A surge of sword intent erupted from him, achieving perfect mastery. The realm of swordsmanship is classified into 4 stages: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. Previously, under the system's enhancement, Qin Luo had mastered the minor success realm of a low-grade saint-level sword technique. Now, he had directly reached perfection, a seamless transition. Furthermore, his cultivation advanced to the 9th layer of divine powers. "Very well, do take a good rest." Qin Luo waved a small whip, startling Shi Huang. To be honest, she had begun to fear Qin Luo. Fortunately, she currently lacked a physical form. Had she possessed one, her existence would be rendered moot. The pure and ethereal Shi Huang, the Empress, could never have imagined that one day she would be subjected to such humiliation. Indeed, it was humiliation, far more exhilarating than mere intimacy. Qin Luo retracted the human emperor banner and stepped outside, where Fang Xing had long been waiting. He naturally sensed Qin Luo's rise in strength, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he nodded slightly at Zheng Tuo. Zheng Tuo hesitated. To be honest, his situation in the Great Qin Empire was precarious. The other princes would not accept his allegiance, as that would offend his enemies. At present, perhaps Qin Luo was his only option. Otherwise, he would have to flee the Great Qin Empire in the near future. However, Qin Luo's power was too insignificant, not merely small, but entirely non-existent. Fang Xing did not inquire about Shi Huang's absence. That was Qin Luo's secret. Effectively, he had already acknowledged Qin Luo's status as a prince. "Your Highness, should we not head to the imperial capital immediately?" Fang Xing reminded. The royal bloodline baptism was imminent, and it would be prudent for the prince to arrive swiftly. He did not mind expressing his goodwill. "The royal bloodline baptism?" Qin Luo paused, inquiring, "Might the Marquis of the Four Directions enlighten me?" Before Fang Xing could respond, Zheng Tuo interjected, "Your Highness, allow me to explain." Fang Xing silently stepped back, sensing that Zheng Tuo had made his choice. The paths available to Zheng Tuo were limited. Fleeing was, in Fang Xing's view, a certain death. Aligning with Qin Luo might lead to either utter ruin or a powerful resurgence. After all, Qin Luo was a prince of the Great Qin Empire, with an esteemed status. Thus, he proposed that Zheng Tuo take a gamble. Qin Luo's gaze fell upon Zheng Tuo. "Have you not yet sought my counsel?" Zheng Tuo deeply clasped his fists and bowed. "I, the Breaking Army Marquis Zheng Tuo, pay my respects to His Highness the 9th Prince. In the future, I shall willingly serve under your command and offer my utmost assistance." Qin Luo was taken aback. This robust man sought to pledge his loyalty to him? The allegiance of a sage-level powerhouse. Truthfully, Qin Luo felt somewhat elated. Yet, he was not a fool. He understood the adage that extraordinary occurrences often conceal ulterior motives. The strength of the Great Qin Empire was somewhat known to him from the memories of the former ruler. While formidable, sage-level experts were not to be taken lightly. In the Great Qin Empire, sages were the backbone of the realm, thus indicating a hidden issue. Perhaps the Breaking Army Marquis should first elucidate the matter of the bloodline baptism. This remark caused Zheng Tuo to tremble slightly. He realized he had been too hasty, reining in his expression as he began to explain. The royal bloodline baptism is a grand event held once every decade in the Great Qin Empire, selecting the most exceptionally talented individuals from the royal lineage for a comprehensive bloodline purification, an endeavor of immense cost. Previously, There have been royal descendants who awakened unique bloodlines and physiques during the baptism process. For this opportunity, many have fought tooth and nail, resulting in casualties among royal disciples in the martial contests. As a prince, Qin Luo naturally does not need to compete for a spot. He will automatically be granted one. With the martial contest concluded, the spots have long been determined, and Qin Luo's arrival means one less opportunity. Oh, so some may hold a grudge against me? Qin Luo inquired. Zheng Tuo nodded. Indeed, your highness must be cautious. After all, counting you, there are a total of 9 princes, yet only one can ascend to the position of the future emperor. The 9 dragons competing for the heir? Qin Luo exclaimed. How intriguing, I like it. Let us go. I can hardly wait to reach the imperial capital. Qin Luo felt a surge of excitement. This life felt akin to a game where one could rampage freely. It was exhilarating. Having just crushed Ye Chen and acquired such bountiful rewards, he had already fallen in love with this world. Compared to the drab existence of another realm, where one could only toil like a beast. This was blissful. As he descended the mountain peak, he encountered Lu Ruyin and her companions, especially Lu Ruyin, whose affectionate gaze towards Qin Luo sent a shiver down his spine. Senior brother Qin? Ruyin misunderstood you. You care so deeply for Ruyin. You surely would not hold it against her, would you? Chapter 13. Seeking to exploit? Awakening the support? Certainly not. Hold it against you? Do you take me for the previous sycophantic senior brother? Qin Luo slowly approached Lu Ruyin, who lifted her lovely face. In her heart, she thought, indeed, senior brother Qin still loves me. Regardless of changes, his affection remains steadfast. Now that Qin Luo possessed an additional identity as a prince of the great Qin Empire, he appeared even more compatible with her. Yet, in the next moment, Qin Luo delivered a resounding slap. Smack! The blow left Lu Ruyin dazed. What of your dignity? Do you not have any self-respect? You slandered me, nearly costing me my life, and yet you wish for me to spare you my ire? You vile woman. Your looks may not be remarkable, yet your aspirations are lofty. The disciples of the Sacred Land erupted in an uproar, with many of the sycophants unable to believe that Qin Luo had the audacity to strike their goddess. Instantly, a multitude began to denounce him. Qin Luo, on what grounds do you strike the saintess? What right do you have? Hitting a woman? I disdain you. Is it merely because you think yourself different now, that you look down upon our junior sister? Bah, what nonsense. It was Ye Chen who wronged you. You lack the ability to confront him, and yet take it out on the saintess. Qin Luo cast a cold glare at the raucous crowd before turning to Zheng Tuo, breaking army marquis. How should we deal with those who dare insult a prince of the great Qin Empire? Zheng Tuo's lips curled into a cruel smile. Kill. Before Qin Luo could issue further instructions, he already took action. As the sage made his move, he instantly locked onto the few raucous individuals, who immediately displayed expressions of terror. Just as they were about to plead for mercy, a resounding bang echoed, and blood and flesh flew in all directions. Many were startled into silence, no longer daring to utter a word. Lu Ruyin stared blankly at this scene, unable to fathom that Qin Luo would strike her, let alone engage in such rampant slaughter here. Senior brother, you have changed, Lu Ruyin spoke weakly. Get the hell out of here, you bitch! Qin Luo kicked Lu Ruyin in the stomach. In his memories, this wretched woman had conspired with Ye Chen to frame him multiple times, claiming to have been misled by Ye Chen's slanders. Heh, is it love blindness or a clearer state of mind? Who the hell knows? Boom. Just as Qin Luo made his move, Lu Changhe appeared. He glared at Qin Luo with unbridled fury. Qin Luo, I have nurtured you in the Taixu Sacred Land for so many years, yet you allow others to harm my disciples. You are utterly ungrateful. Qin Luo shot him a defiant glance, retorting, nurtured me? Heh, it was my master who provided all my cultivation resources. As for the Sacred Land, he has given more to it than it has ever given me. His words nearly choked Lu Changhe. The grand ancestor of Taixu emerged as well, speaking languidly. Qin Luo, the Sacred Land has indeed cultivated you. You should not act so recklessly over a trivial matter. I shall take charge. From now on, you remain a son of the Sacred Land, and the Taixu Bell will be entrusted to your care, but you must leave behind a copy of the 4-symbol sword technique. Qin Luo glanced at the grand ancestor and slowly shook his head. I do not agree. If you insist on seizing it, there is nothing I can do. As his words fell, Zheng Tuo stepped forward, speaking in a deep tone. If the Taixu Sacred Land dares to pressure a prince of the great Qin Empire, our army will trample the Taixu Sacred Land without leaving a single soul behind. Leaving. Qin Luo had initially intended to communicate with the Saint of Cold Moon, but as the situation stabilized slightly, the old woman slipped away. There was no choice but to mark this incident in his mind, planning to return to seek out his junior sister after dealing with matters in the imperial capital. As for Lu Ruyan, the embodiment of fortune, he cast a glance at her. She now appeared pitiful, her eyes brimming with tears. Lu Ruyan's mental state collapsed, losing 10,000 fortune points. The host gains 10,000 fortune points. Name: Lu Ruyan. Age: 18. Fortune level: First stage, physique. Mystic Enchantress body. Fortune points: 18,000. Realm: 7th layer of sea opening. She had already lost 30,000 fortune points, plummeting from a 3rd stage fortune bearer to a 1st stage one. Such trash. Is there any possibility for her fortune points to recover? Qin Luo inquired. If a fortune bearer obtains a new opportunity, it is possible to increase fortune points. Fortune is not immutable, though the likelihood is low. Lu Ruyan had thought that Qin Luo's gaze toward her signified a change of heart, but his words nearly sent her into a spiral of despair. Rest assured, foul bitch, one day I will ensure you and Ye Chen lie together in the same grave. You need not thank me. It is simply my duty. Lu Changhe was instantly enraged. Qin Luo, how dare you? Threatening to kill his daughter before him. Did he consider him a mere sage of no consequence? Boom. A powerful aura surged towards Qin Luo. Firmly blocked by Zhang Tuo. Taixu Sacred Master, do you seek death? Zhang Tuo gripped his massive axe, ready to engage in battle at the slightest provocation. Qin Luo looked at Lu Changhe with a cold smile. What? Does the Sacred Master wish to kill me? I merely spoke. I have not killed your daughter, yet you wish to kill me. Thesdace, I wonder if you can bear the price of such an action. The dignified sage was utterly enraged at being so brazenly confronted by a junior. At that moment, the grand ancestor of Taixu's cold voice rang out, Changhe, stand down. Turning, the grand ancestor fixed his gaze upon Qin Luo. Speaking coolly, Qin Luo, have you considered severing ties with the Taixu Sacred Land? You must understand, the great Qin Empire has more than just you as a prince, and the fact that you have wandered for nearly 20 years, what does that signify? I had thought you to be an intelligent individual, yet you have made such an irrational decision. His insinuations were clear. Without background or support, the Taixu Sacred Land was willing to be his backing. However, to gain their support, he would need to offer what they desired, such as the 4-symbol sword technique, a sacred tier martial skill. It could suppress their foundational strength, and the Grand Ancestor was certain that the complete 4-symbol sword technique in Qin Luo's possession was indeed of sacred grade. Oh. Qin Luo raised an eyebrow. So you all are so eager to retain me? How about this? I shall not sever ties with the Taixu Sacred Land, but I demand to be the Sacred Master of the Taixu Sacred Land. And Lu Ruyan shall serve as my concubine. Everyone in the Taixu Sacred Land must pledge their loyalty to me. In that case, the Taixu Bell may still belong to the Taixu Sacred Land. And the 4-symbol sword technique can remain the top-tier martial skill of the Sacred Land. However, Qin Luo thought to himself, isn't everything under the Sacred Master also considered to belong to the Sacred Land? What belongs to the Sacred Master is indeed the Sacred Master's. His words sent shockwaves through all present in the Taixu Sacred Land. The expressions of the Grand Ancestor and Lu Changhe darkened instantly. Lu Changhe scolded, Qin Luo, you are utterly arrogant. The Grand Ancestor is acting with goodwill, wishing to retain you, yet you insult my Taixu Sacred Land in such a manner. Insult? He scoffed. Do you truly believe that the identity of a prince of the great Qin Empire pales in comparison to that of the Sacred Master of the Taixu Sacred Land? Qin Luo retorted coldly, to gain, one must give. Do you think you can simply speak and take without any cost? His words were harsh, and the Grand Ancestor of Taixu's face darkened upon having their true intentions exposed. He snorted coldly and said, Qin Luo, do you know that there are 9 princes in the great Qin Empire, including you? Yet only one can ultimately become the Emperor's son. Without background, without support, Qin Luo. I shall see just how far you can go in the great Qin Empire. The system detects that one blood relative from the host's maternal lineage still lives. Do you wish to awaken? Awakening requires consuming all villain points. What the hell? Qin Luo genuinely wanted to exclaim, 666, maternal lineage, damn it, he didn't even know what surname his maternal family bore. Yet the system had detected a blood relative. Quite impressive. System. Is the answer not obvious? Awaken. He had no qualms about being drained. Now that he had a backing, how could villain points be far behind? Chapter 14. Recruiting hounds and discovering Ye Chen's whereabouts. Qin Luo had no intention of continuing the quarrel with the Grand Ancestor of Taixu. His gaze shifted to Zhang Tuo, asking, General Pajun, as a prince of the great Qin Empire, even if I do not become the emperor's son in the future, and even aspire to a higher status. Annihilating a mere Taixu Sacred Land should still be easily achievable, yes? Zhang Tuo's lips curled into a sinister smile as he glanced at the Grand Ancestor and the others, stating, just a small Taixu Sacred Land. The Empire need only dispatch a sizable army to obliterate it. Then it's no issue for me to threaten them, correct? Qin Luo inquired again. Your Highness's status is exceedingly noble. Merely a small Taixu Sacred Land. What harm is there in threatening them? Zhang Tuo declared, wielding his massive axe, confident in the presence of both himself and Fang Xing, even if this was the stronghold of the Taixu Sacred Land. Did they dare to stand against the great Qin Empire? Qin Luo turned with a beaming smile toward the Grand Ancestor and the others, stating, had anyone from the Taixu Sacred Land spoken a word for me before? Perhaps the situation would be different now. He clearly understood that had it not been for the system he acquired, his fate would have been dire. Thus, the Taixu Sacred Land held no gratitude for him. Only animosity. He was still a person from another world, and as a villain, he was a natural enemy of the fortune bearer. However, there are no regretful pills to take in this world. Qin Luo gazed at them, memorizing their faces one by one from this day forth. I sever all ties with the Taixu Sacred Land. In the future, should I encounter anyone from the Taixu Sacred Land, it shall be either their demise or mine. Therefore, from this day forward, let the fear begin. With this resolute declaration, Qin Luo departed with Fang Xing and the others, leaving behind a profoundly grim expression on the faces of the Grand Ancestor and Lu Changhe. Grand Ancestor, that ungrateful wretch Qin Luo has clearly forgotten his place. We may face trouble ahead, Lu Changhe remarked. The Grand Ancestor of Taixu sneered, he is merely a prince. For him to grow to a level capable of threatening my Taixu Sacred Land is still far off. Within the Great Qin Empire, he is just one of 9 princes. You think the Great Qin Empire could not find Qin Luo before? Perhaps they simply did not wish to look for him. His status is quite clear. The Great Qin Empire, who knows, perhaps one day it will meet its demise. The Grand Ancestor of Taixu snorted, his tone laced with anger. This time, they had suffered significant losses. Turning, the Grand Ancestor glanced at Lu Ruyan, a calculating glint flashing in his eyes. The young master of Shanbing Valley is not particularly fond of Ru Yin, so it would be best to arrange for Ru Yin to marry him. Lu Changhe was taken aback, displaying a look of resistance on his face. Before he could voice his objections, the venerable ancestor of Taixu spoke in a languid tone. Presenting a sacred artifact as a betrothal gift from Shanbing Valley should not pose too much difficulty for them. Should it? He cast a significant glance at Lu Changhe, adding, Changhe, remember, you are first and foremost the sovereign of Taixu Sacred Land, and only then the father of Lu Ru Yin. This matter is thus settled. After delivering his decree, the ancestor departed. Upon learning she was to wed the young master of Shanbing Valley, Lu Ru Yin erupted in fury, exclaiming, I refuse. I do not wish to marry him. There was no room for negotiation in this matter. With a firm resolve, Lu Changhe replied, ultimately, you are the root cause of this situation. This statement rendered Lu Ru Yin speechless. Am I the cause? The harbinger of disaster? Qin Luo, I detest you. Unable to mount any resistance, Lu Ru Yin could only curse in anger. Achoo! Qin Luo sneezed, engaged in communication with the system. When will my so-called backing make an appearance? Do not worry, everything is being arranged in an orderly fashion. Qin Luo's lips twitched as he glanced at Zhang Tuo, contemplating whether to inquire further. Commander Pajun, why do you wish to ally with me? You must understand I am merely a prince of the exiled Qin Empire. As the venerable ancestor of Taixu stated, I am the weakest among all the princes. In the future competition for the position of the imperial heir, how can I possibly compare to my brothers? The test has arrived. Zhang Tuo had previously hesitated in his allegiance to Qin Luo, but Qin Luo's outright rejection left him feeling despondent. There is a saying that the unattainable always stirs one's desires. Taking a deep breath, he spoke earnestly, Your Highness, I, Zhang Tuo, have enemies in the imperial capital. Their power is formidable. No prince would dare to accept me, as it would be a fool's bargain. He let out a bitter laugh, his face reflecting helplessness. You, the 9th prince, may be my last option. I see your exceptional nature. Following you, I might have a glimmer of hope to return to the capital and exact my revenge. In a daring gamble, he declared, if your highness is willing to accept me, Zhang Tuo would gladly serve as your vanguard, fighting for your cause. With that, Zhang Tuo knelt on one knee. Qin Luo regarded him without immediately agreeing, instead stating, by aligning with me, you may find your demise arrives more swiftly. Would you still be willing? The reasoning behind this was clear. Qin Luo was indeed a villain, one who would act with impunity and arrogance. Zhang Tuo's lips twitched. He had not anticipated the ninth prince would be so forthright. I am willing to follow your highness, even if it leads to my death. Very well, Qin Luo responded solemnly. From this day forth, you, Zhang Tuo, shall be my retainer. If one day you perish in battle for me, I shall avenge you and annihilate all your enemies. Zhang Tuo trembled with emotion, promptly affirming, I, Zhang Tuo, am willing to fight for your highness. As a villain, one should have numerous loyal subordinates. Congratulations, host, your path is widening. Any rewards coming my way? Qin Luo inquired. Greed knows no bounds, host. You seem to have forgotten your identity. Go forth and eliminate all those children of destiny. Their fortune will become your villainous power. SK. Qin Luo silently raised a finger in disdain. Shi Huang, however, brought forth good news. You say you have located your so-called cheap disciple? Shi Huang's voice resonated in Qin Luo's mind. Indeed, I have discovered his whereabouts. It is quite distant from here. This was indeed a piece of favorable news. The children of destiny must perish. There was no room for negotiation. This time, when heading to the imperial capital, Fangxing would accompany them, while Zheng Tuo would remain behind. Qin Luo called Zheng Tuo aside. The individual who escaped from Taixu Sacred Land is located here. Qin Luo recounted Shi Huang's words. If you have the opportunity, go personally, or send an elite subordinate in your stead. Should we kill him? Zheng Tuo inquired. Qin Luo shook his head. If you kill him, you may not succeed. Despite Zheng Tuo being a sage, he is merely a pawn of a villain. To eliminate a child of destiny, it requires someone of my caliber to take direct action. Monitor him and gather precise intelligence. Once I conclude my affairs in the capital, I will immediately eliminate Ye Chen. He must not be afforded too much time to grow stronger. Were it not for the significance of this trip to the capital, I would have already extinguished that little brat Ye Chen. In a remote expanse, a vast desert lay, shrouded in a mist that emanated an aura of danger. Deep within this fog, amid the ruins, a gaunt man stirred slightly, opening his bewildered eyes. I am not dead yet? Ha! I am still alive. Well then, if I am alive, you all must be dead. A surge of powerful energy erupted from him, his body swelling with strength, rapidly ascending to the sacred realm, and then soaring without hindrance. Holy King, merely a stepping stone, boom, a breakthrough. After a millennium of slumber, enlightenment dawned. Taking a step forward, he set his sights on the Qin Empire. The imperial capital of the Qin Empire, he is coming. Chapter 15. Reactions from all sides. An unwanted fiancée Ye Chen sect. Saintess. Report to the Saintess. The Qin Luo you instructed us to keep an eye on seems to have been judged by Taixu Sacred Land. The woman, deep in meditation, opened her eyes, which sparkled like twin stars, at times bright as daylight, at times profound as black holes, seemingly capable of unraveling the world's secrets. The girl, under her gaze, immediately bowed her head. Rising slowly, she possessed impossibly long legs and an exaggerated figure. Her raven-black hair cascading freely over her shoulders, dancing with the wind, imbued with boundless allure, her exquisite face strikingly enchanting. Taixu Sacred Land. Ha! They are blissfully ignorant of their impending doom. Notify them. I wish to see the living Qin Luo. He saved my life, and I shall repay the favor. One life for another is sufficient. Understood. Only Qin Luo was aware that Taixu Sacred Land's accusations of collusion with the Tianma Sect's Saintess were not entirely unfounded. Within the secret realm, Qin Luo had rescued the severely injured Saintess of Tianma Sect, Ye Chen. The former owner valued appearances above all else, believing beauty equated to justice. After all, how could someone as stunning as her possibly be a villain? In the imperial capital of the Qin Empire, the grandest city of the dynasty, with a population exceeding 10 million, a lavish estate housed a pale-faced man embracing an incredibly seductive woman. Listening to his subordinate's report, he chuckled derisively. Ah, the wild child lost to the world is returning. Is he? Isn't it more enjoyable to frolic freely outside? Why venture into this den of tigers and dragons? This place is known to devour lives. Wouldn't you agree? He tilted his head, lifting the woman's chin. What you say is undoubtedly true, she replied with a sultry smile. The man was named Qin Feng, the 8th prince of the Qin Empire. Feel free to command. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Qin Feng's fingers drummed on the table as he pondered. After a moment, his eyes brightened, and he turned to the woman, saying, Why not gift her to my younger brother? The woman responded with a seductive smile. I shall follow your every command, Your Highness. Qin Feng playfully patted her cheek. Why not become a concubine for my brother, a prince, no less, in another estate within the capital? A woman gazed at her father, speaking in anger. I refuse to marry. The emperor has decreed. How can you refuse? Do you wish to see our family annihilated? Gu Qingxue, a renowned beauty in the capital, had a father who was one of the vice presidents of the Qin Academy. The Qin Academy was the place where talents for the Qin Empire were nurtured, with nearly half of the marquises having studied there. As the vice president, Gu Yanting possessed sage-level cultivation, and his position was quite elevated, given that many of his students were marquises. Jiu Qingxue was also a highly sought-after young lady in the capital. Admired by many, her cultivation had reached the 9th level of the sea-breaking realm, just a step away from the divine passage realm, marking her as a genius. Now, with the emperor ordering her to marry the 9th prince of the Qin Empire, she found it utterly absurd. What do I know of his background? What do I know of his appearance or character? Just because he is a prince of the Qin Empire, must I marry him? Gu Qingxue protested. Jiu Yanting nodded. Indeed, that status alone is sufficient. But I do not wish to marry him, Jiu Yanting sighed, unless he himself wishes to annul the engagement. Otherwise, Gu Qingxue's eyes lit up. Indeed, while their family was subservient and could not defy the emperor's command. What if Qin Luo chose to annul the engagement himself? Having devised a plan, she immediately summoned her friends, including her admirers, for as a renowned beauty, she had no shortage of suitors in the capital. Among them was also her beloved childhood companion, Lin Xian, a once fallen scion of a humble family, through sheer diligence, has now ascended to become a disciple of the Great Qin Academy, successfully joining the Demon Suppression Division of the Great Qin Empire. With a future that gleams with promise, Yu Qingxue merely mentioned her impending betrothal to a mysterious 9th prince of the Great Qin Empire, and this incited fury among her devoted admirers. Tearfully, she lamented, I dare not defy His Majesty's decree, unless what? The grandson of the valiant Marquis pressed impatiently. Unless the 9th prince himself chooses to annul the engagement. At this pronouncement, many present were suddenly enlightened. This unknown 9th prince was unworthy of Qingxue. He ought to retreat in the face of difficulty. Leave this matter to me. I shall inquire when the 9th prince arrives, and I will be at the city gate to greet him, declared the sole grandson of the valiant Marquis, eager and ready for action. As the sole heir of the valiant Marquis, he was notorious for his arrogance within the Great Qin Empire. He had already resolved that Gu Qingxue would be his woman. He would not tolerate any usurpation of her by an unknown 9th prince. Jiu Qingxue's tearful demeanor ignited a fierce protective instinct in Chen Mo, who vowed to her, even if that unknown 9th prince refuses, I will implore my grandfather to approach His Majesty. Fear not, Qingxue. In that moment, he appeared as the quintessential devoted admirer, utterly oblivious to the silent exchange of glances between Gu Qingxue and Lin Xian. Thank you, Brother Chen Mo. The term of endearment rendered Chen Mo weak in the knees, as he envisioned himself conquering Qin Luo and reveling in bliss with Gu Qingxue. Once he had dispatched the others, Gu Qingxue leaped into Lin Xian's embrace. Lin Xian, I have missed you dearly. Lin Xian tenderly stroked Gu Qingxue's silken hair, providing her with immense comfort. Rest assured, Qingxue, I shall never permit you to wed another. Should that 9th prince remain obstinate, I shall teach him how to spell death. No. Gu Qingxue hastily interjected, Lin Xian, do not act impulsively. He is the 9th prince of the Great Qin Empire. Lin Xian scoffed. Merely the 9th prince of the Great Qin Empire. Even if I were to slay him, no one would uncover the truth. His rise from obscurity was facilitated by his inheritance, a legacy of the great emperor. He hoped that the 9th prince would recognize the gravity of the situation. Lin Xian's woman was not to be trifled with. Chapter 16. The new child of destiny, dare you threaten a prince? Fang Xing, accompanied by Qin Luo, journeyed to the imperial capital aboard a flying beast, scarcely pausing along the way. They reached the vicinity of the imperial capital in less than 10 days, Your Highness. Ahead lies the imperial capital. I have already conveyed the news. Soon, officials from the ancestral hall will arrive to escort you into the city. Will Lord Sifang not accompany us to the capital? Qin Luo inquired. Fang Xing shook his head. I have military matters to attend to. I appreciate your guidance throughout this journey, Lord Sifang. Your Highness is too kind. Although Fang Xing had advised Zheng Tuo to ally with Qin Luo, he maintained a respectful distance from him. A throng had gathered at the city gates, including officials from the ancestral hall. Inside a carriage, Gu Qingxue nestled against Lin Xian, her complexion flushed with the warmth of spring. They had shared everything but that crucial step. Lin Xian, having risen from humble beginnings, understood well the importance of seizing a woman, deeming virtuous conduct a foolish notion. They are arriving. With keen perception, Lin Xian's gaze fixed upon the sky as a piercing eagle's cry echoed. Fang Xing descended gracefully with Qin Luo. An official from the ancestral hall approached, addressing Fang Xing, "Greetings, Lord Sifang. Your journey has been arduous." Fang Xing acknowledged with a nod, gesturing toward Qin Luo. "This is His Highness the Ninth Prince." The official bowed slightly to Qin Luo. "Ninth Prince, we must verify your identity with the ancestral hall, of course." Qin Luo replied coolly, his gaze drifting toward the carriage not far away. A slight smile graced his lips. This was intriguing. Discovering the child of destiny, the daughter of destiny. The great Qin imperial capital is teeming with hidden talents. The children of destiny are everywhere. Name: Lin Xian. Age: 25. Destiny level: 4th tier. Destiny points: 488. 000. Physique: 5 elements. Spiritual body. This is a body of extraordinary talent, integrating the sharpness of metal, the vitality of wood, the softness of water, the intensity of fire, and the stability of earth, enabling rapid cultivation and formidable combat prowess, capable of easily overcoming challenges, forming a symbiotic state of the 5 elements within the Dantian, exhibiting exceptional endurance in battle. Cultivation level: pinnacle of divine passage. Description: orphaned at 3, bereaved of his mother at 5, lost his sister at 7, and witnessed the destruction of his family at 9. His childhood as the child of destiny was marked by tragedy. Rising from obscurity through bloodshed, he attained his current status and identity, decisively eliminating threats before they can manifest. Having inherited the legacy of the great emperor, he is contemptuous of others. Name: Gu Qingxue. Age: 20. Destiny level: 1st tier. Destiny points: 13. 800. Physique: profound ice. Spiritual body: chillingly delightful. Do you wish to experience the duality of ice and fire? She is quite suitable for that. Oh, wait. Whose head seems to be tinged with green? Is it his or yours? Cultivation level: 9th layer of sea opening. Description: a noble lady of a wealthy family, destined to be one of the leading ladies, though her current approach seems somewhat amiss. You shall soon understand. Qin Luo furrowed his brow, pondering what this meant. Did Gu Qingxue have some connection to him? As Fang Xing prepared to depart, he bowed to Qin Luo. Your Highness, farewell. Your journey has been arduous. Indeed, Qin Luo replied. The official from the ancestral hall cast a curious glance at Fang Xing, then at Qin Luo, muttering to himself, it seems this 9th prince is not to be underestimated. If he were merely a common child, Lord Sifang would not maintain such decorum. Remember, Lord Sifang is a powerful figure of the sage realm. Inside the carriage, Lin Xian, holding Gu Qingxue, frowned slightly, murmuring, that young man seemed to be observing me. Who do you mean? Brother Lin Xian? Is it that fellow? Gu Qingxue pointed at Qin Luo, inquiring. Within the carriage, a special mirror allowed them to see outside while remaining unseen. Yes, that fellow should be a prince of the great Qin Empire. Lin Xian stated, his gaze flashing with jealousy. Having grown up in adverse conditions, Lin Xian harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the affluent. Qin Luo, undoubtedly favored by fortune, incited his envy. Gu Qingxue scrutinized Qin Luo for a moment before looking up at Lin Xian and commenting. He is not as handsome as brother Lin Xian. Lin Xian's smile rivaled the brilliance of the sun as he embraced Gu Qingxue and kissed her passionately, reveling in a perverse sense of satisfaction. Your Highness, let us enter the city, the official from the ancestral hall suggested, his tone becoming more amiable towards Qin Luo. Just as Qin Luo prepared to enter the carriage, Chen sprang forth. Are you the newly arrived 9th prince? He scrutinized Qin Luo from head to toe. Ignoring Qin Luo turned to the official from the ancestral hall. Is he also an official of the ancestral hall? Li Yuan promptly replied, to inform your highness, this individual is the young lord of the valorous marquis estate. Qin puffed out his chest proudly, displaying an air of arrogance. Oh, young lord, do you have business with me? Qin Luo inquired. Qin casually produced a document. Considering your status as a prince, I shall not make things difficult for you. Simply sign this agreement and I, Qin shall befriend you. Taking the document from Qian Mo's hands, Qin Luo examined it, a slight smile playing upon his lips. At last, he understood the system's earlier message. This was a contract for the dissolution of their engagement, the parties being Qin Luo and Gu Qingxue. Although he could not recall when the engagement had been established, he knew that today, perhaps, he would make his name known throughout the imperial capital. He was here. He cast a peculiar glance at Qin Luo, suspecting that this fellow was merely a pawn in someone else's game. What if I choose not to sign? Qin Luo challenged. Qin Luo's expression darkened, and he threatened, this is likely your first visit to the Qin capital, isn't it? Do you understand that it is a den of hidden talents? Turning your back could bring you face to face with a sage. If you do not show me respect, I will ensure that you learn what it means to have no leverage in the imperial capital, where mere identity holds no weight. Qin Luo paid him no heed, turning to Li Yuan and querying, who holds a higher status, I as a prince, or he as a so-called young lord? Li Yuan was taken aback but quickly answered. In the great Qin Empire, the status of a prince is indeed unparalleled. Oh, is that so? Qin Luo replied, his gaze sharpening as it turned to Qin. In that case, what gives you the audacity to threaten me? A prince? Do you believe this great Qin Empire belongs to your Qin family? Boom. A formidable aura emanated from Qin Luo as he delivered a resounding slap to Qin Luo. Chapter 17. Crushing the obsessive suitor. Catching the cheater red-handed. Qin Luo's sudden outburst took everyone by surprise, and his formidable presence as a ninth-layer master of the divine power realm instantly suppressed Qin Luo with a loud smack. His palm struck Qin Luo's face, causing it to swell instantly. The impact sent Qin Luo staggering to the ground, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. He was momentarily dazed. However, within 2 seconds, he regained his composure. How dare anyone strike him? In the imperial capital, someone had the audacity to slap his face. His anger ignited. Ah, you seek death. I will kill you. I will kill you. Qin Luo roared, drawing his long sword and charging at Qin Luo. With an air of nonchalance, Qin Luo glanced at Li Yuan and remarked with a smile, look, he intends to murder a prince. Tut-tut. Li Yuan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, particularly at Qin Luo's next words. To murder a prince in self-defense, killing this fellow should be quite justified, right? Boom. Li Yuan's mind felt as if it would explode. Qin Luo intended to kill the only grandson of the esteemed Marquis Yingwu? No, he could not allow Qin Luo to do this. If the Marquis learned that Qin Luo had perished before him, he would be doomed. Whoosh! Li Yuan's aura erupted, reaching the realm of Dongtian as he leaped in front of Qin Luo. Blocking Qin Luo, young lord, cease this madness, he admonished. Qin Luo, however, grew even more enraged. Get out of the way, if you don't move aside, I'll kill you too. Li Yuan felt an intense frustration. He was trying to save Qin Luo's life. Yet the young lord was so oblivious to his intentions. With a powerful aura that suppressed Qin Luo, he bellowed, do you dare to plot against a prince of the great Qin Empire? To conspire against a prince means your entire family shall be executed. Boom. Qin Luo staggered, nearly collapsing, but his subordinates swiftly rushed forward to support him. Throughout it all, Qin Luo merely delivered a single slap, showing no intent to escalate further. After all, he deemed Qin Luo nothing more than an obsequious dog. Killing him would only result in a splash of blood and a bit more trouble. The real spectacle was yet to come. Qin Luo gazed at the piece of paper in his hand and chuckled, Gu Qingxue, tut-tut. Someone is willing to openly conspire against a prince for her. Just how captivating is this woman? Are you aware of this, my lord? He turned to Li Yuan, who promptly replied, Your Highness, Gu Qingxue is the beloved daughter of the vice president of the Great Qin Academy, and she is quite renowned in the imperial capital. Oh, is that so? It seems that having such a woman as my fiancée would be quite advantageous, wouldn't it? A fiancée? This was the first time Li Yuan had heard of such a thing. But he was more eager to placate Qin Luo and escort him to the ancestral hall. He felt that Qin Luo was akin to a hot potato. He had a foreboding sense that had he not intervened earlier, Qin Luo's actions would have certainly led to Qin Luo's demise. Given the noble status of the prince, those worthy of him are indeed few and far between. Oh? Really? Qin Luo's gaze shifted once more to the carriage, causing the two individuals inside, who had been watching the spectacle, to furrow their brows. He then remarked indifferently, I believe my fiancé has come to greet me. These words sent a jolt through Gu Qingxue's heart. Lin Xian sensed her unease and smiled reassuringly, saying, Don't worry. He cannot see you. Besides, he has never laid eyes on you, ma'am. Gu Qingxue nodded, her gaze returning to Qin Luo, who exuded an arrogant demeanor, reminiscent of a petty person reveling in their newfound power, utterly distasteful. As she focused on him, she noticed Qin Luo approaching her carriage, causing her heart to race with a troubling thought. Could he have truly discovered her? Internally, she screamed, Please don't come over. Don't come over. At that moment, Shi Huang's voice reached Qin Luo's ears, asking, Is the woman inside your fiancée? Possessing the soul of the Emperor's Bannermaster, Shi Huang's spiritual power was nearly fully restored. With the aid of the Emperor's banner, her strength could ascend to new heights. However, the notable difference now was that she had become Qin Luo's own. Tut-tut, that woman seems somewhat shameless. I believe you ought to teach her a proper lesson. Qin Luo detected the tone of longing and resentment in Shi Huang's voice, as if she wished to witness him discipline Gu Qingxue with a whip. Indeed, a woman who had been trained was distinctly different, almost perverse. Qin Luo mused. He stepped beside the carriage, smiling at it and saying, I suspect my fiancé Ye, the 9th prince of the great Qin Empire, is within this carriage, am I correct? Gu Qingxue, Miss Gu. Upon hearing this, many began to murmur among themselves, Gu Qingxue, is his fiancé Ye? I heard it was the emperor himself who decreed that Gu Qingxue should be his fiancé. It seems the emperor is not so heartless towards this exiled prince. Qin was also momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed on the carriage. Qingxue is inside the carriage. He felt a pang of pain, realizing she must have been exceedingly disappointed in him. No, he could not show weakness. He prepared to produce another annulment letter, striding toward Qin Luo. This marriage must be annulled today. For love, he would be a valiant warrior. Gu Qingxue felt a surge of panic and turned to Lin Xian, asking Brother Lin, what should we do? Fear not, Lin Xian replied calmly, simply respond to him, and we shall depart. Gu Qingxue steadied her nerves and shouted towards the outside. Your Highness the 9th Prince, Qingxue has merely come to see you today. Now that I have, I shall take my leave. The carriage turned around, preparing to head back to the imperial capital. Yet, Qin Luo stepped forward, blocking its path. I've just heard that Miss Gu is a rare beauty in the imperial capital. Why not come out for a moment? I wish to see if you are worthy of my attention. Qingxue is merely feeling under the weather today. Please do not trouble her, Your Highness. Gu Qingxue's voice trembled as she rejected Qin Luo. Is it merely a cold, or do you fear to show yourself? Qin Luo countered. Do not go too far. Qin interjected once more, attempting to assist Gu Qingxue. Qin Luo cast a sidelong glance at him, dismissively stating, foolish sycophant. Though he did not comprehend the insult, Qin knew he was being derided. Before he could retort, Qin Luo continued addressing the carriage. Miss Gu, I have a feeling there is more than just you inside. I sense another man is present. At this revelation, both Gu Qingxue and Lin Xian's expressions shifted dramatically. Lin Xian immediately urged, let us go. We must leave at once. Ignore him. But in the next moment, a powerful divine presence descended as the Taixu Bell was summoned by Qin Luo. Engaging in infidelity is quite unbecoming. I wish to see who possesses the audacity to insult the royal family of the great Qin Empire. Strike, Chapter 18. Crushing the Concealed Conspiracy. Sacred Artifact. Li Yuan, standing at a distance, stared wide-eyed, astonished that Qin Luo's initial move was a sacred artifact. Qin felt his eyes nearly pop out. Ah, he believed his beloved was about to be endangered. Feeling impotently furious, yet, under the overwhelming pressure of the sacred artifact, he found himself utterly immobilized. How is this possible? Lin Xian's eyes flashed with panic. Resistance was futile. Boom. The sacred artifact smashed down upon the carriage, shattering it to pieces in an instant. Qin Luo exercised restraint, deliberately avoiding lethal force. With the carriage in ruins, the two individuals inside were inevitably exposed. Qin Luo kicked Qin, commanding, obsequious dog, take a good look. All eyes swiftly turned to Gu Qingxue and Lin Xian, with Lin Xian stepping protectively in front of Gu Qingxue, attempting to shield her from Qin Luo's impending strike. Yet, Qin Luo halted, and the pair became the focal point of attention. Are they truly just two individuals? My heavens, this is exhilarating. A solitary man and woman, alone together. How thrilling. Who is that man? How dare he vie for the prince's affections? Qin was equally astonished, recognizing Lin Xian. Previously, he had sought to befriend him. However, he never anticipated that Lin Xian would seize the opportunity first. His heart ached with jealousy. Qin Luo's gaze settled on Li Yuan as he inquired, esteemed sir. Someone is enticing the future princess. What do you believe should be done? Ah, someone is secretly observing. It appears they are in league with that fellow. Shi Huang's voice echoed in Qin Luo's mind. Perhaps indicating his protector, Li Yuan felt utterly overwhelmed. He had merely come to escort someone, and now it felt as if he were being drawn into a farce. He was at a loss for words. Gu Qingxue seemed to notice his predicament and decisively came to his rescue. Li Yuan wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow, inwardly thinking, what a good person. Lin Xian and I share mutual affection. How could this be deemed enticing? Gu Qingxue's romantic notion surfaced. rendering Lin Xian's prepared remarks utterly useless. Lin Xian felt a surge of frustration, losing 10,000 points of fortune, while the host gained 10,000 points of villainous value. Tut-tut, commendable courage. Qin Luo clapped his hands. If I am not mistaken, my engagement with you was decreed by the Qin Emperor. Are you now claiming you wish to elope with another? Qin Luoyu's tone grew stern. Are you defying the command of the Qin Emperor? Are you belittling the illustrious Qin royal family? Each word struck like a dagger, rendering Gu Qingshua's complexion pale. She opened her mouth. At a loss for words, Lin Xian intervened promptly, addressing Qin Lu, Your Highness, the Ninth Prince, Miss Gu Qingxua and I have not overstepped any boundaries. Our relationship is entirely innocent. Innocent? Qin Lu scoffed. Do you require me to catch you in the act? Today, you dare to humiliate me so. I shall slay you. A vile development, indeed, as he invoked the essence of a villain. One word, act. With a swift motion, he unleashed his sword, the four-symbol sword technique cascading like a torrential rain of blades upon Lin Xian, whose expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that this unknown prince could wield such formidable power. The sword's momentum is perfected. Li Yuan gasped from a distance, his voice tinged with astonishment. To cultivate a force to such a consummate level is a rarity. Indeed, before him stood Qin Lu, undeniably a scion of the great Qin dynasty. With a fierce roar, Lin Xian invoked the indestructible golden body technique. A radiant glow enveloped him as he retaliated with a punch aimed squarely at Qin Lu. Blazing palm. A powerful palm strike hurtled toward Qin Lu, bang. The two collided, and Lin Xian was sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. A flash of green light enveloped him, his injuries mending almost instantaneously. Ah, now this is intriguing, yet it is all in vain. Qin Lu bellowed. Ring of Taixu, heed my call. The Taixu Bell emitted a deafening sound, directly impacting the very souls of those present. Boom. The chime reverberated, plunging nearly everyone into a stupor, including Lin Xian, who experienced a momentary lapse in focus. The golden aura surrounding him dimmed slightly. Seizing the moment of weakness, Qin Lu dashed forward, golden blade piercing the mountain. His sword pointed directly at Lin Xian's chest, determined to taste the essence of the five elements' spiritual body today. Should that man dare to strike, suppress him. Qin Lu's voice echoed in Shi Huang's ear. Understood. Qin Lu was intent on testing whether brute force could indeed vanquish the fated son of fortune before him. Hu, bang. Brother Lin Xian. Gu Qingshua's heart-wrenching cry pierced the air. Lin Xian was caught off guard. His expression contorted with rage as he roared, break, 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 boom. His five elements spiritual body surged with fervor, converting all energy to sustain his indestructible golden body. Pooh. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, mixed with clots, a grievous wound. He had been severely injured by Qin Lu's strike. Lin Xian severely injured, indomitable belief shattered. Lost 100,000 fortune points, host gains 100,000 villain points. Insufficient foundation? He raged like a madman, ready to unleash the forbidden object he had on hand to suppress Qin Lu. Don't move. Someone approaches. A voice thundered in his ear, audible only to him. Simultaneously, a powerful aura locked onto both Qin Lu and Lin Xian. Who dares to act recklessly in the imperial capital? Do the laws of the great Qin not exist? Boom! The overwhelming force caused Qin Lu to stagger as a middle-aged man appeared midair, coldly regarding Qin Lu and Lin Xian. You two better have a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, you shall find yourselves imprisoned in the demon suppression department. Lin Xian immediately clasped his fists. I, Lin Xian of the demon suppression department, pay my respects to Commander Lu. Lu Tsong glanced at Lin Xian, a trace of amusement in his eyes. Not bad. It seems you have reached the pinnacle of divine mastery during our time apart. You must be but a step away from the transformation realm. Lu Tsong's gaze then shifted to Qin Lu, a light gasp escaping him. A mere youth at the 9th level of divine mastery? Qin Lu, unperturbed, met his gaze with indifference. I am Qin Lu, the 9th prince of the great Qin Empire. You, Commander Lu, must address the matter of Lin Xian openly courting my fiancée. Lu Tsong furrowed his brow. Turning to Lin Xian, is this true? Lin Xian quickly responded, it's all a misunderstanding. I implore Commander Lu to see the truth. Lu Tsong had already witnessed the events unfold from the shadows. His question was merely a guise to shield Lin Xian. If it was a misunderstanding, then the matter would be dismissed. His gaze fell upon Li Yuan, and he said lightly, does the prince's status need to be verified at the ancestral hall? Li Yuan promptly bowed yes, Commander Lu, verification at the ancestral hall is necessary. His words implied that Qin Luo was not yet recognized as a prince. How amusing, Qin Luo thought. A challenge makes for an intriguing game. Lin Xian looked at Qin Luo with a smirk, his expression somewhat smug, thinking to himself, what prince? Just a wild child from who knows where. The humiliation of today shall be repaid tenfold. Lin Xian vowed inwardly die in his heart. Qin Luo had already become a target for death. He would kill Qin Luo, without fail. Qin Luo smiled, then stepped closer to Gu Qingxue, forcibly pulling her into his embrace under Lin Xian's fiery glare. If it is a misunderstanding, then everything is cleared up. However, he looked at Lin Xian with derision. I find this woman unworthy of being my principal wife, so let her serve as a concubine instead. Lin Xian's mental state collapses, losing 50,000 fortune points. Host gains 50,000 villain points. This was enough to reveal Gu Qingxue's significant position in Lin Xian's heart. Infatuation is not exclusive to women. As it seems, men too can fall prey to it. You, Gu Qingxue attempted to resist, only to hear Qin Luo's voice resonating in her ear. Dare to move, and I shall annihilate your entire family. Concurrently, Qin Luo pondered, when will my people arrive? Days devoid of a supporting force are exceedingly difficult. He is a villain, after all. He ought to maintain some semblance of villainous grandeur, to be thwarted under the auspices of the Son of Fortune. What manner of absurdity is this? Consume 10,000 villain points to make a prediction. What a fine opportunity, you are seizing the moment. Let us do this. Consume 10,000 villain points. Target is 3 days away from the great Qin capital. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they shall arrive in 3 days. Reliable? You doubt me? Perhaps I should take my leave. This little system certainly has a temper. Qin Luo turned to Lin Xian, smiling. How about you attend my concubine selection ceremony in 3 days? As for the opinions of some individuals, I believe that no one will object by then. Chapter 19. Women shall not be yielded. Identity confirmed. Lin Xian, filled with rage, sought to retaliate, but a reprimanding voice thundered in his ear. Audible only to him. Do you wish to court death? Regardless, Qin Luo's status as a prince is beyond dispute, and Gu Qingxue is indeed his fiancée. Moments ago in the carriage, they could have been said to be discussing martial arts. But now, Qin Luo embraces his woman. Your anger directed at him signifies what? Certain matters may be universally understood yet remain unspoken, leaving room for negotiation. Lin Xian's clenched fists loosened. He felt a sense of suffocation in his heart. Green light flares. The humiliation causes Lin Xian's mental state to deteriorate further, losing 5,000 fortune points. Host gains 5,000 villain points. Qin Luo knew that today had nearly reached its conclusion. He cast a glance at Lu Tsong. Speaking coolly, Commander Lu, I shall remember you. The glint of sharpness flickered in Lu Tsong's eyes. He understood the implications of Qin Luo's words. Tio threatened a man of his stature, a mere wild child from nowhere. How absurd. Lu Tsong scoffed internally, turning. Qin Luo regarded the somewhat dazed Chinimo. Chinimo, is it? No longer a young lord. You've become a joke of your own making, a friendly reminder. A sycophant. In the end, ends up with nothing. Having said that, Qin Luo strode toward the capital. Today merely a trial. Are you and Ally Yuan bowed to Lu Tsong before hastening to catch up with Qin Luo. This ninth prince is truly a handful, excessively arrogant, Lai Yuan complained inwardly while hurriedly following, concerned that Qin Luo might conjure some further mischief. Chenemo, though merely a sycophant, was not entirely foolish. He glanced at Gu Qingxue, his expression darkening with discomfort, feeling an acute pang of heartache. Ultimately, he said nothing, turning to leave. Gu Qingxue felt a mix of panic and confusion as she observed those around her, whispering among themselves, making her feel exposed and humiliated. After today, her reputation might be irreparably damaged. A glance at Lin Xian revealed deep concern and affection in his eyes, providing her with some solace. Being an empathetic woman, she refrained from public displays of affection with Lin Xian. She too made her way toward the capital, intent on reporting the day's events to her father. Having already torn the facade, she believed that stoking the flames might lead to the annulment of their engagement. Once Gu Qingxue departed, Lin Xian's expression darkened instantly. For the first time in his life, he had suffered such a significant loss. Lu Tsong approached him, his voice grave. You were far too reckless just now. Even if he lacks recognition from the ancestral hall, his status is nearly indisputable. You exhibit remarkable audacity to openly provoke a prince in the imperial capital. Upon returning, I shall immediately dispatch you to carry out the task. But it would be prudent to first avoid the current storm. It is not that I fear Qin Luo, a mere prince lacking any foundation, whose reach cannot extend into the ranks of the demon suppression department. Rather, I am wary of those with ulterior motives who might exploit this situation to stir the waters. Thank you for your kind intentions, Commander Lu. Lin Xian clasped his fists and declared, however, until this matter is resolved, I shall not be departing. Commander Lu furrowed his brow. That marriage has been decreed by His Majesty. Do not act recklessly. A true man need not worry about lacking a wife. Some women simply do not belong to you. Lin Xian lowered his head, rendered speechless. How could one as self-important as he tolerate the thought of his beloved being toyed with by another, reduced to a mere plaything in someone else's bed? Would that not be akin to wearing a cuckold's hat? Compared to Qin Luo, he was the one who had come first. He was Gu Qingshue's beloved, her childhood sweetheart, with a bond spanning over a decade. Childhood friends cannot be bested by a prince who descends from the heavens. To hell with it. At worst, he could leave the great Qin Empire. A woman is not something to relinquish. This concerns a man's dignity. Should he concede, he would be plagued by inner demons, and any future breakthroughs in his realm would undoubtedly face obstacles. Commander Lu, I have my own methods. Have no worries. Lin Xian felt it was time to take action. The great Qin Empire had individuals far more distinguished than the Prince Qin Luo. To expend a favor on this matter would, quite frankly, be a waste, and of course, now is not the time to eliminate Qin Luo. Should complications arise, he would be the first suspect. Unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from taking Qin Luo's life for the time being. In a few days, once the uproar subsides, he would act to send Qin Luo to his demise. Commander Lu cast a deep glance at Lin Xian and said, You have a bright future ahead. Remember, do not err in your actions. Thank you for the reminder, Commander Lu. Lin Xian replied earnestly. The significant event that transpired at the gates of the imperial capital began to spread throughout the city, with many regarding Chen Mo as a source of amusement. Additionally, numerous individuals became aware of Lin Xian's illustrious name, never having anticipated that the renowned Gu Qingxue of the capital would be claimed by him. Even more astonishing was the revelation that Gu Qingxue was on the verge of becoming a prince's consort. This ninth prince, it seems, is not as simple as he appears. I believe I have encountered the ninth prince. He seems to be the scion of the Taixu Holy Land. The scion of the Taixu Holy Land? The ninth prince appears to possess extraordinary talent. I find myself somewhat eager to see. It seems all 9 princes of the great Qin Empire are indeed geniuses. Thus, Qin Luo made his way to the ancestral hall. After a round of bloodline testing, he was confirmed as the 9th prince of the great Qin Empire. During this process, a deputy named Qin Shuyuan came to assess Qin Luo's talent, leaving with a stoic expression. Indeed, it appears to be a case of bloodline regression. Qin Shuyuan shook his head. It seems the 9th prince's future achievements are destined to be limited. One of his subordinates inquired, Lord Zongjing, has the 9th prince not already ascended to the 9th level of the divine passage realm? Surely this indicates his talent is commendable? Qin Shuyuan scoffed. It is merely an instance of someone hastily nurturing him. Countless rare herbs and treasures have been employed to wash his marrow and purge his veins. Aspiring to become a saint is no simple feat. To attain sainthood is to gain the right to wield a measure of influence in this world. The saying that beneath a saint, all are but ants, is no mere platitude. What of the upcoming bloodline baptism? A flicker of uncertainty crossed the subordinate's eyes. Qin Shuyuan turned to glance at him. Speaking coolly, he is a prince. Do not project your schemes onto him. Otherwise, should matters come to light, I cannot guarantee your safety. Within the ancestral hall, the officials were either members of the Qin clan or individuals possessing Qin blood, all connected by familial ties. Qin Luo's sudden appearance had displaced someone, stirring dissatisfaction among many. The subordinate promptly suppressed his earlier thoughts, wary of speaking out. Is that all? Qin Luo inquired. Your Highness, it has been confirmed that you indeed possess the royal bloodline of the great Qin Empire. And you are our 9th prince. Is that so? Qin Luo queried. Do you know which clan my maternal lineage hails from? Upon hearing this, Li Yuan displayed a look of confusion. His mother was also of royal blood. He should have known some details regarding the clan, yet he was entirely ignorant of the maternal lineage Qin Luo referred to. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps echoed as Qin Feng strode into the ancestral hall. 9th brother, if you wish to learn about your maternal lineage, come to me. I know. Qin Luo seemed to sense a kindred spirit and turned to see a fair-skinned man entering, flanked by a throng of beautiful women. This certainly resembled the archetype of a villain. A villain. His display was rather low-key. Greetings, 8th prince. The officials within the ancestral hall immediately bowed to Qin Feng. Qin Feng paid them no mind, instead embracing a provocatively dressed beauty as he approached Qin Luo. 9th brother, after all these years, you must have suffered outside. Fear not, now that you have returned, Your brother shall make it up to you. Let us go to Wangyue Tower. I will treat my brother to a welcome feast. Oh, and Qin Hu, you come along too, he called to a robust young man with a formidable physique standing nearby. Yes, your highness. Qin Hu glanced at Qin Luo before replying. Keenly perceptive, Qin Luo noticed a glimmer of hostility in Qin Hu's gaze. Is this a banquet of deception? Qin Luo chuckled to himself. You are my brother? Anyone can act. Qin Luo lifted his head, tears welling in his eyes. At last. I have seen family. 8th brother, 9th brother. Both felt a wave of revulsion, sensing mutual disdain in each other's eyes. As kindred spirits. They shared an innate animosity. 8th brother, I have been bullied. You must help me. Who dares to bully the brother of Qin Feng? I shall have him killed. It's Lin Xian of the Demon Suppression Department. He has taken my woman. 8th brother, you must help me eliminate him. Qin Luo ground his teeth in frustration. A true man need not worry about lacking a wife. It's merely a woman. 8th brother. I can send you a few more. Let us drink and forget these unpleasant matters. Indeed, the insincerity was palpable. Wangyue Tower is an extravagant establishment within the Great Qin Empire. Naturally, the two princes reserved the entire venue for their dining. Qin Feng generously gestured to the women behind him, saying, Brother, choose whichever you fancy. I shall gift her to you. As Qin Luo raised his cup, he heard Shi Huang's voice whispering in his ear. This wine has been tampered with. What sort of tampering? Qin Luo inquired. Does he dare poison me? Shi Huang laughed coldly. What is there that he would not dare? For the sake of the supreme position, regicide is not uncommon, and fraternal discord is even more typical. However, I suspect the substances in this wine are not lethal, perhaps merely an aphrodisiac. Qin Luo was taken aback. An aphrodisiac? Will this cause me trouble? With me here, there will be no unforeseen complications, Shi Huang assured confidently. At this moment, Qin Luo finally understood why the elder with the golden finger was so incredibly useful. Having an elder in the family is akin to possessing a treasure. It is no wonder that Ye Chen's luck value surpasses that of Lin Xian. Is that so? Qin Luo smirked slightly. Since brother is so generous, I shall not hold back. Why should a child have to choose? I want them all. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng momentarily paused, then grinned at Qin Luo. Very well. Since you desire them all, I shall have to part with them. However, I have a significant gift for you, dear brother. It would not be unreasonable for you to grant me a small request in return. Would it? After speaking, Qin Feng waved his hand, and a subordinate brought forth a document. Qin Hu, you have seen it. He is a descendant of our royal family, and by lineage, he should refer to you as uncle. Qin Hu. Call him 9th uncle, Qin Feng instructed. Qin Hu promptly stood, his expression devoid of emotion. 9th uncle. You see, as an uncle, you cannot take what belongs to your nephew, can you? At this moment, Qin Feng revealed his true intention, to obtain the qualification for the bloodline baptism for Qin Luo. The document stipulated that Qin Luo willingly relinquish his entry into the royal secret realm for the bloodline baptism, granting this opportunity to Qin Hu. After perusing the document, a slight smile graced Qin Luo's lips as he shook his head slowly. I cannot sign this agreement. Is that so? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Brother, are you refusing to honor your elder? Do you really wish to see something that rightfully belongs to the younger generation? How would that reflect upon us as princes of the great Qin Empire? As princes, we must lead by example. As he spoke, a formidable aura emanated from him, reaching the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm. Pressing down upon Qin Luo, brother, think carefully and reconsider. Boom! Qin Luo effortlessly summoned the Taixu Bell, which hovered above him, blocking all pressure. Qin Feng's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that this wild child, emerging from nowhere, would show him no respect. 8th brother, it is not that I refuse you. Qin Luo stated. It is precisely because I am the elder that I cannot sign this. Respecting one's elders is the duty of the younger generation. If others were to learn that Qin Hu, as a junior, is attempting to seize from his elder, what would they think of him? Moreover, Qin Luo's disdainful gaze fell upon Qin Hu, a mere inferior descendant whose cultivation seemed utterly futile. What value does nurturing a waste like him hold? The term waste pierced Qin Hu's heart like a dagger, igniting a fury within him. You are talking nonsense. With a thunderous roar, the aura of the divine realm surged from him as he glared at Qin Luo, declaring, even if you are a prince, today I, Qin Hu, will challenge you to make you aware that there are always stronger individuals beyond your comprehension. The coveted position was initially his, but Qin Luo had appeared out of nowhere and snatched it away, inciting his wrath. Now, with Qin Luo brazenly branding him a waste, the limits of his patience had been reached. A waste is indeed a waste. To be provoked by mere words is utterly laughable. Qin Luo thought as he shook his head, a waste is not to be feared. But what is truly alarming is a waste who is oblivious to their own shortcomings yet dares to provoke the strong. Would you, Brother 8, be willing to support such a descendant? Qin Luo cast an exaggeratedly astonished look toward Qin Feng's face. It must be said, Qin Luo had certainly caught Qin Feng's attention. He had anticipated that Qin Luo would refuse, yet never did he expect such arrogance and disregard. Oh, really? Qin, who is reputed as a genius within our royal family. If my ninth brother deems him a waste, then what of the others? He had dug a pit for Qin Luo. In response, Qin Luo smirked internally. The others were, without a doubt, inferior even to a waste. His words fell right into Qin Feng's trap, yet why was there no spark of excitement in Qin Feng? What could it be? He glanced at Qin Luo's expression, which was marked by arrogance, disdain, or perhaps indifference. Indeed, Qin Luo bore an expression of complete indifference. Would flattering those from the royal family earn him their assistance? A ridiculous notion, utterly absurd. As a villain, he needed to command respect through strength. Morality was unnecessary. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from Qin Luo as he unsheathed his sword, his cultivation at the 9th level of the divine realm slightly surpassing that of Qin Hu. Arrogance and hubris. Qin Hu bellowed, gripping his great sword, prepare to be cleaved. Boom. A formidable blade force emanated from him, a testament to his mastery of sword techniques. This was the foundation of Qin Hu's confidence. However, before Qin Luo, it was utterly insufficient. He was completely crushed. Bang. The two clashed, and in an instant, Qin Hu's expression shifted. He was no match, utterly overwhelmed. Qin Feng was indeed taken aback. He had not anticipated the ferocity of Qin Luo's swordsmanship. Was this truly the physique of bloodline return? The fierce sword energy inflicted several ghastly wounds upon Qin Hu, sending him hurtling down to the lower floors. Just as Qin Feng contemplated intervening, a sharp aura locked onto him, leaving him momentarily stunned as the fight concluded in an instant. Bang! The moment Qin Hu hit the ground, Qin Luo leaped down from above, forcefully planting his foot atop Qin Hu's head. A sword poised against his neck. Is this all you have? You wish to challenge me? A waste, indeed worthy of the title. The utter humiliation caused Qin Hu to spew a mouthful of blood, rendering him unconscious. Turning to Qin Feng atop the building, Qin Luo remarked, Brother 8, do remember to deliver my items to my residence. This act not only shattered Qin Hu's confidence but also trampled upon Qin Feng's dignity. With battles both outside and within the city, Qin Luo's reputation surged. He made it known throughout the imperial capital that he, Qin Luo, the 9th prince of the Great Qin Empire, had arrived. This was a declaration the Great Qin Empire had never intended to officially announce. Chapter 21. The capital trembles, a filial daughter as Qin Feng watched Qin Luo depart. A flicker of cold light flashed in his eyes, followed by a laugh. Ha ha ha. I never expected my 9th brother to be even more arrogant than I. How intriguing indeed. There was a secret within him. I must uncover all of it. An ordinary mortal body, how could it possess such formidable strength? It seemed inconceivable. This only proved that Qin Luo must possess other secrets. You all go. I, Qin Feng, am a man of my word. Miaoyun, remember this. I will have you bowing beneath my pomegranate skirt. Qin Feng had indeed poisoned her, yet this poison was not lethal. It merely dulled the mind, requiring a combination of 2 toxins to manifest its effects. This woman harbored another form of poison. Understood. Miaoyun bowed her head in compliance. As a prince, Qin Luo naturally had a residence within the city, allocated by the clan's officials. The moment he departed, an official from the clan swiftly followed to guide him to his abode. Upon entering the residence, Qin Luo felt a peculiar sensation, as though he were longing for a woman. Indeed, it was precisely as anticipated. Qin Luo addressed Shi Huang, enter the emperor's banner. I shall assist you. All right, he instructed the temporary steward in his courtyard. I require solitude for my cultivation. No one is to disturb me. Yes, your highness. The steward bowed in agreement. Once inside his chamber, Qin Luo promptly entered the emperor's banner. Before him, Shi Huang exuded an enchanting allure, radiating a captivating charm. Were it not for his spiritual form, Qin Luo might have found it difficult to restrain himself. Whoosh! He withdrew 2 sacred artifacts, and Shi Huang cast a resentful glance at Qin Luo. I realize now that I owe you from my past life. Complaints aside, Shi Huang diligently fulfilled her duties, aiding Qin Luo in purging the toxins. Your brother has sent your woman as well, Shi Huang casually mentioned. A smirk crept onto Qin Luo's lips. Shall we place a wager? I suspect there's poison involved. Shi Huang paused, then noticed Qin Luo's gaze resting upon a particular area. Instantly comprehending. Hmph, lecher. No bet. Forget the bet. With a swish, Qin Luo reappeared in the external world, and within the Emperor's banner, Shi Huang murmured, perhaps there truly is poison. Creak. The doors swung open, revealing Miaoyun accompanied by several women. We pay our respects to His Royal Highness, the 9th Prince. They curtsied to Qin Luo while casting flirtatious glances his way. Yet in the next moment they froze, for they realized Qin Luo's gaze was clear and discerning. TSK, my 8th brother indeed honors his word. He promised to deliver all to me, and he has a hint of mockery laced Qin Luo's tone. However, did I not just state that no one is to disturb me? Qin Luo's gaze fell upon the steward, sending him into a shudder, and he immediately knelt. Your Highness, it was this young lady. They insisted on entering, claiming to be the concubine sent by the 8th Prince to serve you. But you did not heed my words, did you? Qin Luo approached the steward, looming over him as he questioned. Please spare me, Your Highness. I shall certainly heed your words next time. The steward's head bobbed like a drum. Trembling uncontrollably, next time. It shall be in your next life. With a swift motion, Qin Luo's sword sliced through the air, and the steward's eyes widened in disbelief as his throat was severed. Those who err must face consequences, mustn't they? Moreover, others were plotting against him. As his steward, he couldn't even manage a trivial matter. He was either incompetent or foolish. Miaoyun trembled. She had not anticipated that Qin Luo would kill so casually. Akin to a demon lord. Qin Luo's gaze swiftly shifted to the women, a cold smile gracing his lips. You dare intrude upon this prince's quarters, plotting against me? Miaoyun immediately began to explain. No, 9th Prince. We harbor no such intentions. We are the concubines sent by the 8th Prince, wishing to serve you. Concubines? A group of shameless harlots. Do you believe you are worthy? With a wave of his hand. Darkness enveloped the room. He. Prepare to meet your end. Even the smallest morsel of meat is still meat. The Emperor's banner cannot contain only Shi Huang, before the astonished eyes of Miaoyun and her companions. A stunningly beautiful woman emerged, causing them to momentarily lose their composure. As women, they felt envy and jealousy. Shi Huang merely sneered, waving her hand, and in an instant, their corporeal forms were shredded, their souls absorbed by the Emperor's banner. Afterward, Qin Luo ordered the body of the steward to be removed and explained his rules to the servants of his residence. They fell silent, fear evident in their gazes toward Qin Luo. Seal the residence for 3 days. After 3 days, the doors shall reopen. Qin Luo intended to cultivate for 3 days, allowing the dust to settle for a while. Have you heard? A new prince has arrived in the empire. The 9th Prince who has wandered among the common folk for 18 years. Not only have I heard, but I also know that the 9th Prince possesses extraordinary talent, the scion of the Taixu Sacred Ground. Your information is outdated. The Taixu Sacred Ground has already issued a statement, expelling the 9th Prince from the Sacred Ground. What the heck? Has the Taixu Sacred Ground lost its mind? Is a prince unworthy of their scion's identity? At the Gu residence, slap, Gu Yanting struck Gu Qingxue fiercely across the face. Will you have any sense of shame left? You are about to ruin the reputation of our Gu family. Gu Qingxue gazed at Gu Yanting in disbelief, never having imagined her father would strike her. Defiantly, she retorted, Father, am I wrong to pursue my own happiness? Gu Yanting looked at Gu Qingxue with disappointment. You are riding in the same carriage as a man in plain view. Is that not a mistake? Yes, the daughter is at fault, but that 9th Prince smashed my carriage for no reason. Is he not at fault? Boom. Her words ignited Gu Yanting's fury as he shouted, Unfilial daughter. Unfilial daughter. Are you fully aware of what you are saying? Do you comprehend the implications of your actions? Even if he were to kill you on the spot, he would have his reasons. Gu Qingxue, in a fit of desperation, declared, Father, I refuse to marry that 9th Prince. I will not become his wife. Furthermore, he has threatened my family, vowing to annihilate us. Who does he think he is? A wild child who has appeared from nowhere. He even dares to propose that I become his concubine. This is not only an affront to me but also a disgrace to you, the vice president of the Daqin Academy. I will not marry him. If you insist on forcing me, then just end my life. Upon finishing her words, Gu Qingxue closed her eyes, adopting an attitude of indifference to her fate. Gu Yanting was nearly choked with fury as he glared at Gu Qingxue. Raising his hand in anger but unable to bring himself to strike her, I will kneel before the emperor and plead for the command to be rescinded. After uttering this sentence, he appeared to age decades in an instant. As Gu Qingxue gazed at her father's aged figure, her heart ached, yet she felt confident that with her father's intervention, the emperor would surely acquiesce. "Father," Gu Qingxue softly called out, causing Gu Yanting to pause. At that moment, he felt it necessary to present a tender father-daughter scene to express his helplessness. However, Gu Qingxue's next words nearly drove him to the brink of madness. "Father, if the emperor refuses, you should kneel outside the palace gates and refuse to rise. The emperor will surely consider the implications." Gu Yanting staggered, ultimately refraining from turning back, fearful that he might lose control and strike his own daughter. "My own flesh and blood. How could you be so unfilial?" Chapter 22. Outside the great sage realm, the Gu family daughter must become a concubine. In the span of 3 days, nearly everyone in the imperial capital became aware of the 9th prince of the Qin dynasty. Qin Luo. Under duress, the Qin dynasty officially announced that the 9th prince had found himself lost in the world due to unforeseen circumstances. All privileges afforded to the prince were promptly reinstated. Had it not been for Qin Luo's brazen conduct, it is likely he would have only gained one advantage, being the daughter of Gu Yanting, the vice president of the Qin Academy. Moreover, the betrothal had not been publicly declared, and the reasons for this discretion were evident. This 9th prince is not highly regarded. In just 3 days, Qin Luo managed to refine the 9-turn profound pill, a low-grade heavenly elixir, which was still immensely valuable to him at present. Allowing his cultivation to progress slightly, destitute and pitiful, he wondered what compensation the Qin emperor would offer him. He could hardly believe that with everyone aware of the prince's return, the emperor would not make some gesture. Hint: a patron has arrived. Will you attract this patron? Just tell me, how many villain points do I need? Qin Luo inquired. Only 9988 points required. Spent. Spent. Qin Luo replied generously. In the imperial capital, an elderly man wearing a bamboo hat was making his way forward when, all of a sudden, he felt a slight stirring in his heart. Could it be that I still have descendants alive? The old man widened his eyes. He had come seeking revenge, but never anticipated that what he thought was a complete annihilation of his family actually still had surviving kin. His gaze swiftly locked onto a particular direction. Whoosh! His figure vanished like a specter, unnoticed by anyone. "Someone is approaching," Shi Huang said gravely. A faint smile crept onto Qin Luo's lips. "That must be one of my people." In an instant, a terrifying aura locked onto Qin Luo, and the next moment, an old man appeared before him as if he had teleported. This left Qin Luo astonished, and he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of envy. Blood is thicker than water. As the old man gazed at Qin Luo, he immediately recognized him as his blood relative. "You are Wanner's son. Indeed, you are undoubtedly Wanner's son," the old man stammered, tears welling in his eyes. Deeply moving Qin Luo, his body trembled uncontrollably, tears forming in his eyes. A son resembles his mother. This was vividly illustrated in Qin Luo's case. "Child, I am your grandfather," Su Qinshan spoke with a trembling voice. "Grandfather!" Qin Luo struggled to articulate, but upon uttering it, he felt no sense of discord or resistance. Good child, your mother." Qin Luo shook his head. He only knew that his maternal family bore the surname Su, but he had not inquired further into other matters. He recounted his memories, explaining how he had been lost in the world for 18 years, having been separated from his family since infancy, and had only recently returned to the Qin imperial capital. Before this, he had been entirely unaware of his true identity. Without the system, he might have already perished. "You mean your master is Shen Su?" Su Qinshan asked. "Indeed, my master is Shen Su of the Taixu Sacred Land." Su Qinshan nodded in understanding. "I owe a debt of gratitude to Shen Su. I never expected he would have a connection to you." Qin Luo finally grasped the situation. It turned out Shen Su had known his identity from the very beginning. In this world, there is no hatred without cause, nor love without reason. Su Qinshan, who had originally intended to wreak havoc in the imperial capital, now found himself with a concern. He was furious about the treatment of his grandson. Su Qinshan's grandson, am being treated so unjustly by Emperor Qin. I will certainly seek justice for you. Grandfather, please do not act impulsively." Qin Luo cautioned, wishing to ascertain his grandfather's strength. "Grandfather, we are in the Qin imperial capital after all." "What of the imperial capital?" Su Qinshan's pride surged. "Rest assured, unless the emperor seeks to kill me, it won't be so simple for anyone else here to do so." "Is your cultivation at the Saint King level?" Qin Luo asked uncertainly. 30 years ago, I was at the pinnacle of the Saint King level. Su Qinshan declared proudly. Now, I have reached the Great Sage Realm. The Great Sage Realm represents the true pinnacle of strength in this world. A great sage, unless besieged by many, is incredibly difficult to kill. Even if one cannot win, they can always escape. A smile appeared on Qin Luo's face. Excellent, excellent. My grandfather is a great sage. Now I have a powerful ally. Shi Huang interjected somewhat indignantly, but I am a great emperor-level powerhouse. Yet you are merely the main soul of my human sovereign flag at present. A hero should not dwell on past glories. When the time comes, I, Qin Luo, will restore you to the imperial realm. As soon as Su Qinshan departed, Qin Luo stepped outside and commanded those in his residence, open the doors to welcome guests. Today, this prince intends to take a concubine. Gu Yanting truly heeded his daughter's words. Kneeling outside the palace gates for 3 days during this time, many had come to plead on his behalf. Upon learning of this matter, Lin Xian clenched his fists, his resolve to possess Gu Qingxue strengthening. Qingxue, do not worry. No matter what, I will not allow you to be taken away by anyone. Even if he is a prince. Gu Qingxue, not far away, watched her father's silhouette, her heart aching, tears streaming down her face once more. The 3 days had elapsed, and today was the day Qin Luo had proclaimed he would take her as a concubine. Yet, Gu Qingxue still seemed to regard Qin Luo's words with skepticism. That arrogant ninth brother of mine, did he not say he would take a concubine today? Send me a congratulatory gift. Qin Feng remarked coldly. He was furious that so many women he had sent to Qin Luo had been killed. Feeling that it was not only an insult but a blatant trampling on his pride. Isn't Qin Luo the one who boasted? I am eager to see how he resolves today's affair. Through the whispers of the well-informed, many within the city were eager to witness Qin Luo's folly. An unknown ninth prince having the audacity to claim Gu Qingxue as his concubine. How laughable. Some were entirely unaware of their own limitations. Even though his princely status held immense prestige within the dynasty, there remained a saying. Strength reigns supreme. Without backing or support, relying solely on the title of prince. He was speaking too soon. I hear the ninth prince is a bloodline returnee. Tisk, everyone knows what that implies, right? It suggests that the ninth prince may be forever barred from attaining the status of a sage. Marrying Gu Qingxue as his wife was a favor bestowed upon him by the emperor. If he wished to seek protection from the academy's vice president, how could he be so ignorant? Now that Gu Yanting was beseeching the emperor to rescind the decree, do you think the emperor would acquiesce? It is impossible. The emperor's word is his bond. Declaring that Gu Qingxue must marry the ninth prince means she must marry him. Yet the ninth prince has already offended the Gu family, perhaps rendering him unable to seek their assistance. The arrogant and overbearing ninth prince truly believes that the imperial capital is the Taixu Sacred Land, allowing a prince to act recklessly? There are 9 princes in total, aside from the 8th prince. Which of them is not a dragon among men, a favored child of heaven? At that moment, news finally emerged from the palace. As an elderly eunuch stepped forward, addressing Gu Yanting. The emperor has decreed that since Gu Yanting's daughter is unwilling to marry the 9th prince Qin Luo, she need not marry him. Upon hearing this, Gu Yanting trembled. He understood that this act would surely anger the Qin emperor. Although the emperor had agreed, he may find himself unable to advance further. Upon receiving this news, Gu Qingxue was overwhelmed with joy, eager to share this good fortune with Lin Xian. Yet, the next moment, the elderly eunuch added, then let her serve as a concubine to the 9th prince. Someone, escort the Gu family daughter to the 9th prince's residence. Chapter 23. Qin Luona's concubine, Lin Xian. I refuse. Gu Yanting's body trembled, his eyes filled with profound disbelief. The Emperor Qin has ordered his daughter to become a concubine of Qin Luo. Was he truly not mistaken? What? Vice President Gu, do you have any objections? The cold gaze of the old eunuch fell upon Gu Yanting, causing the esteemed man, a sage of his realm, to shiver involuntarily. Vice President Gu, remember, no one can defy his majesty. With that chilling remark, the old eunuch commanded several young eunuchs. Go, take the daughter of the Gu family to the residence of the 9th prince. Remember, it is the new prince's residence. The new prince's residence is more than 10 times larger than Qin Luo's current prince's residence. Complete with pavilions and towers, and staffed with thousands of servants and hundreds of guards. In fact, it surpasses even the estate of the 8th prince. Upon hearing this news, Gu Qingxue staggered and nearly fell to the ground. Miss, the maid hurriedly supported Gu Qingxue, who appeared dazed and clearly flustered. Run, we must hurry. Gu Qingxue realized that there might only be one path left for her, to flee. However, just as she lifted her foot, a chilling voice echoed in her ear, "Miss Gu, where are you going?" An eunuch emerged from the shadows, reminding her that His Majesty had consented to the 9th Prince's request, and she was to serve as the 9th Prince's concubine. Gu Qingxue was taken aback. Her movements had already been monitored. There was no escape, and she could only be returned to the Gu residence to change clothes and assume the role of a concubine. The Gu family, Gu Yanting, remained silent, feeling deeply humiliated by the Emperor Qin's actions. As a high-ranking official of the Great Qin Empire, and a sage at that, it was a tremendous blow to him that the Emperor would force his daughter to marry Qin Luo as a concubine. "Father, I am unwilling," Gu Qingxue sobbed. This time, Gu Yanting did not indulge his daughter. He snorted coldly, saying, "Your unwillingness means nothing now. If we, father and daughter, show any signs of dissent, our entire family will be exterminated." He was not threatening Gu Qingxue. This was the harsh reality. "You must go and become the 9th Prince's concubine. There is no other option, unless you wish to see our Gu family obliterated. You want to witness your father perish before your eyes." Each word struck at Gu Qingxue's heart. She had even contemplated taking her own life to preserve her purity, but that act would be no different from fleeing. And it would implicate the Gu family as well. Go. If you wish to see your father and the Gu family annihilated, then proceed with whatever you desire. Gu Qingxue's infatuation faded as she gazed at her father. Bowing deeply, "Father, it is all the daughter's fault. I am sorry, Father, and I am sorry to the Gu family. Rest assured, I will fulfill my duties as the 9th Prince's concubine." She silently vowed within her heart, "Brother Lin Xian, it seems we are fated to be apart in this lifetime. Let us be together in the next." Meanwhile, Lin Xian was making his efforts. Upon hearing that the Emperor Qin had agreed to let Gu Qingxue become Qin Luo's concubine, he was utterly stunned. He even considered rushing over to kill Qin Luo. "Oh, not act impulsively," a voice thundered in his ear, bringing him back to reality. He took a deep breath and entered a residence. "Are you sure you want to repay me this favor?" A woman looked at Lin Xian, smiling. "Absolutely," Lin Xian replied solemnly. "Good, loyal and principled, as expected of someone I hold in high regard. I will assist you with this matter. But it shall not count as a favor. With my presence today, this concubine will not be accepted." When Qin Feng heard this news, he too was taken aback. The daughter of the vice president of the Great Qin Academy is to become a concubine of Qin Luo? You cannot be mistaken? Reporting to your highness, it is indeed true. Moreover, the 9th Prince has moved to a new residence, right on the next street over from yours. Could it possibly be that one? There is a certain understanding between master and servant, the subordinate replied. Yes, it is indeed the residence your highness desires. Qin Feng was now at a loss for words. Your highness, should we send a gift? Send it. I shall personally deliver it. I want to see what is so special about my 9th brother. Having barely settled in for 3 days, Qin Luo understood this was a rise in status and position. Without power, all is but an illusion. Indeed, the taste of having a strong backing is delightful. Qin Luo mused, it was not just a backing, but a plethora of treasures. A low-grade heavenly tier sword had been delivered. 3 low-grade heavenly tier elixirs arrived as well. A set of low-grade heavenly tier soft armor was also bestowed. Countless other treasures of earth tier and mystic tier were sent as well. Do not underestimate the heavenly tier. After all, few below the sage realm possess wealth comparable to Qin Luo's. Even having holy artifacts in just 3 days, public opinion turned dramatically. Could it be that His Majesty intends to compensate the 9th Prince? Perhaps Vice President Gu's actions have angered His Majesty? Or could it be that the 9th Prince's bloodline is not so ordinary? No one could pinpoint the crux. All was rooted in strength. After emerging from the palace, Su Qianqian's expression was not pleasant. His demands regarding Qin Luo had been met, but the emperor had refused to concede on other matters. Grandfather, someone may come to stir trouble today. I will need your assistance to maintain order. Qin Luo was certain Lin Xian would come. If he did not, he would not be the child of destiny. Many novels depict similar plots, where the protagonist often intervenes at crucial moments. Suppressing the antagonist and leading the female lead to a scandalous life. The premise is that most antagonists are foolish, and their family forces are weak, allowing the protagonist to level up effortlessly, while the forces behind the antagonist are reduced to mere minions. Additionally, the protagonist usually has many willing allies. However, with a sage-level powerhouse at his side, Qin Luo felt secure enough. Gu Qingxue arrived as promised, her expression devoid of emotion as she entered the residence through the side door. Qin Luo stepped forward, embracing Gu Qingxue's waist amidst envious and resentful gazes. Gu Qingxue trembled, feeling a sense of resistance, but it quickly dissipated. For her family, She had no choice but to comply. The thought of being ravaged by Qin Luo that evening filled her with a deep sense of sorrow. Many had gathered, including Qin Feng and the sycophant Chen Mo, who were astonished that Qin Luo's earlier words had come to fruition. Today, I take you as my concubine. Do you consent? Qin Luo gazed coldly at the nearby Gu Qingxue. To take a concubine? Or to marry? Ha! Neither option exists. He was no sycophant, believing that looks alone equate to righteousness. What he sought was the inherent power within Gu Qingxue, along with a sliver of her fortune. And then there was Lin Xian. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside, I refuse. Gu Qingxue trembled and immediately exclaimed, I agree. I am willing to be the 9th prince's concubine. The word love inflicts the deepest wounds. Lin Xian nearly collapsed, losing 50,000 fortune points, while the host gained 50,000 villain points. Chapter 24. 9 Turns Golden Body Technique, slapping the princess sister's face. Here he comes. Qin Luo did not expect this so-called child of destiny to make such a grand entrance. How audacious. It seemed he had no regard for Qin Luo whatsoever. I am curious. What gives you such confidence? Qin Luo calmly regarded Lin Xian, a faint smile gracing his lips, which appeared to Lin Xian as a smug grin. Unable to tolerate Qin Luo's advances on his woman, a surge of fury ignited within him, and he angrily shouted at Qin Luo, Release Qingxue, or I will not hesitate to spill your blood right here. Boom! All present were stunned into silence. Their eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. This fellow is quite audacious, daring to threaten a prince of the great Qin Empire. TSK, I like it. Qin Feng regarded Lin Xian with a glimmer of intrigue. Recognizing Lin Xian's extraordinary nature, he sensed that today might indeed offer a captivating spectacle. Moreover, he noticed a woman slowly approaching behind Lin Xian, sending a shiver down his spine, and he immediately stood up in fright. The princess has arrived. A sharp voice rang out as a regal woman, dressed in opulent attire, gracefully entered the courtyard. All present rose to their feet, bowing respectfully to the woman. We greet you. Your Highness the Princess, clad in palace robes, with an imposing presence that exuded authority without anger, Princess Qin Jun of the Great Qin Empire approached. She was among the most esteemed individuals in the Great Qin Empire. A truly exceptional figure. The only princess of the Great Qin Empire, she was the emperor's cherished jewel, doted upon immensely. Her maternal family wielded significant power, being one of the imperial clans, capable of establishing their own dominion. A testament to their extraordinary strength, her mentor's origins were mysterious, rumored to be a revered guest of the Emperor Qin. She also held the position of deputy head of the ancestral hall of the Great Qin Empire, underscoring her unique status within the royal family. Furthermore, she was the embodiment of fortune. Identifying the fortune maiden, name, Qin Jun, age, 29, fortune level, tier 3, physique, Linglong Ice Heart. Women possessing the Linglong Ice Heart maintain calmness and rationality, making them less susceptible to disturbance and temptation during cultivation. Fortune points, 59,800, cultivation level, first layer of the cave heaven realm, description. A celestial beauty of unparalleled worth, destined to become a member of the protagonist's harem. Whether as the protagonist or another future protagonist, everything is possible. Good heavens, have we summoned a deity? Qin Luo merely cast a fleeting glance before his gaze settled upon Lin Xian. Without an ounce of mercy, he reprimanded Lin Xian. What do you think you are? What gives you the right to speak here? Do you disagree? Could it be that you truly have a clandestine affair with me, a mere concubine? To tarnish the imperial lineage, you possess an audacious spirit. Are you seeking the annihilation of your entire clan? Lin Xian, of course, was unperturbed by the threat of annihilation, for he had no clan left to speak of. In fact, he harbored no concern for whether the Gu family would face such a fate. His sole priority was to ensure his own comfort and to protect his woman from being taken away. Should the 9 clans of his beloved suffer destruction, he would exact vengeance once he achieved mastery in his cultivation. Gu Qingxue, with tears glistening in her eyes, gently shook her head at Lin Xian. She had heard the eunuch's voices within the palace and witnessed her father's flustered demeanor, awakening her to a harsh reality. She could no longer afford to be willful. Lin Xian's arrival placed her in a precarious position, and she was loath to see him take risks on her behalf. Believing he understood her expression, Lin Xian thought her concern stemmed purely from worry for him, which only intensified his resolve to prevent Qin Luo from claiming her. What if I say I disagree? A cold voice emerged, and Qin Jun stepped forward, exuding an air of superiority. Her gaze towards Qin Luo was unfamiliar, and her words sparked a visceral dislike within him. You are merely a wild child raised outside the Qin family, are you not? It seems that character cannot be gauged by alliances, Qin Luo mused to himself. The two so-called fortunate children he encountered were hardly commendable. They were merely favored by the heavens. The host comprehends the truth. History is written by victors. Who is the heavenly principle? Who has the right to define the protagonist? Justice and evil are but matters of perspective. The system expresses satisfaction, yet consumes all villain points. Would you like to accept the reward of divine-level martial arts? Qin Luo's lips twitched. The system was always monitoring his villain points. However, divine-level martial arts was a tempting offer. Agreed. Qin Luo silently affirmed. Redemption successful. Acquired martial art. 9 transformations golden body art, divine level. A supreme body refinement technique, far surpassing the indestructible golden body technique Lin Xian practices. When cultivated to its utmost, it grants the ability to be reborn from blood. Ah, truly worthy of the system. When it acts, it delivers indeed. Qin Luo felt quite pleased, but he was less than pleased with Qin Jun's words. Arriving in the imperial capital and causing such a ruckus under the guise of a prince, do you not realize you are tarnishing the reputation of the Qin royal family? I see no need for a concubine now. Sign this document to sever ties with Gu Qingxue, and you shall accompany me to the ancestral hall for punishment. With a casual flick, he tossed a document severing Gu Qingxue's ties before Qin Luo. Chen Mo watched this scene with familiarity, albeit with a different perspective. Previously, he had merely been the subject of ridicule. Now, he wished to see whether Qin Luo dared to act as brazenly before Princess Qin Jun as he had before him. Although the latter was unlikely, should such a possibility arise, he would no longer be the laughingstock of the city. Qin Luo took the document, perusing its contents, and with a smirk, he exclaimed, "What great authority you wield." His gaze shifted to Qin Jun, and with a faint smile, he tore the document apart. "Who do you think you are to command me? The emperor has granted my right to take a concubine. What makes you presume to hold a higher station than His Majesty, the Emperor of the Great Qin?" Boom. No one anticipated that Qin Luo would openly defy Qin Jun. Qin Feng could not help but admire Qin Luo. Indeed, the young and fearless often fear not the tiger. It seemed someone was avenging his poor concubines. Qin Jun's expression darkened instantaneously, her icy gaze fixed on Qin Luo. "What audacity! You insolent wretch, born of a lowly lineage. How dare you speak so brazenly today? I shall teach you a lesson in proper decorum." With a swift motion, she lunged towards Qin Luo, her palm raised to strike. At that moment, Qin Luo coldly retorted, "For insulting my mother, you deserve a slap." Smack! A resounding slap echoed as it landed squarely on Qin Jun's face. Chapter 25. Is there still law? Is there still justice? Not only was Qin Jun left dumbfounded by the blow, but all present were equally astonished. They had anticipated witnessing Qin Luo being crushed by Qin Jun. Yet now, upon approaching Qin Luo, she found herself utterly immobilized, as if she had offered her face for him to strike. Gu Qingxue, standing nearby, felt the tension most acutely. A suffocating sensation enveloped her, rendering her equally unable to move, while her respect for Qin Luo grew exponentially. Gu Qingxue felt a surge of fear, losing 5,000 fortune points. The host gains 5,000 villain points. Qin Jun was engulfed in fury. For the first time in her life, someone dared to slap her face. Simultaneously, a deep-rooted fear took hold of her, as she realized she could no longer control her own body. She was no fool. She understood that a powerful entity lurked in the shadows, a sage. The weakest among them must be a sage. Qin Jun suffers a slap from the villain, losing 5,000 fortune points. The host gains 5,000 villain points. Boom! A powerful aura erupted. What audacity! Which rat dares to act so recklessly in the great Qin imperial capital? This sage was Qin Jun's guardian. A middle-aged woman charged towards Qin Luo, her formidable presence pressing down on him, nearly causing him to spit blood. He was forced to retreat 2 steps, allowing Qin Jun to regain her composure and strike at Qin Luo once more. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Swish! A figure appeared before Qin Luo, delivering a fierce slap to the sage's face. "Get out!" The commanding voice caused the woman's expression to shift dramatically as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Sent careening backwards. Simultaneously, Qin Jun was once again immobilized, and Qin Luo sneered, "Let me help you balance things out." Smack! In the midst of everyone's astonished expressions, Qin Luo slapped the other side of Qin Jun's face. Humiliation, anger, the villain continues to strike Qin Jun's face, losing 10,000 fortune points. The host gains 10,000 villain points. Qin Jun's icy gaze bore into Qin Luo, as if to say, "You are doomed." "Qin Luo, you have gone too far. She is our sister," Qin Feng interjected, attempting to rectify Qin Jun's perception of him and earn a sliver of favor. "Sister?" Qin Luo scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. "My mother bore only me. Those who insult my mother shall be punished. I, Qin Luo, am unafraid of bloodshed on the spot. Since ancient times, filial piety has surpassed all. Qin Jun has insulted my mother. Today, I will take a stand. Having become adversaries, why bother with pretenses?" Qin Jun sensed the chilling intent emanating from Qin Luo, her heart gripped by terror. This unknown younger brother truly dared to threaten her life? Qin Feng was momentarily stunned, a mocking glint flashing in his eyes as he thought, "Arrogant fool, this is the great Qin imperial capital. To offend Qin Jun, you may not even know how you will perish." His expression remained one of urgency. "Ninth brother, she is our blood relative, our father's sister. How could you act so recklessly?" Qin Luo paid little heed to his concerns, viewing Qin Feng as nothing more than a buffoon. The sage-like woman regarded Qin Luo with a mixture of fear and astonishment, asking, "Who are you?" "Su Qianqian." The name reverberated in the woman's ears, causing her complexion to pale. "You are not dead," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with dread. Turning to Qin Jun, Su Qianqian waved her hand, sending her crashing to the ground. "Next time I hear you speak disrespectfully to my daughter, I shall strip you of your cultivation." Boom! A powerful force descended upon Qin Jun, causing her to involuntarily spit a mouthful of blood. She struggled to rise. Her gaze burned with fury at Su Qianqian. She had never suffered such humiliation before. Today marked her first encounter with such a defeat, and it must also be her last. She attempted to retort but was interrupted by the voice of the sage echoing in her ears. "He may very well be a great sage." Boom! Qin Jun's mind reeled. She understood the strength and status of a great sage. Weakly, she parted her lips and bowed to Su Qianqian. "I, a junior, spoke carelessly. Please forgive me, Holy One. Insult the daughter of a great sage, even as the sole princess of the great Qin Empire and the granddaughter of the Northern King, was unacceptable. For the status of Su Qianqian, a great sage, was nearly equal to that of her grandfather. This was precisely why Su Qianqian stated that unless the Qin Emperor sought to kill her, there were few rivals in the imperial capital, or even within the great Qin Empire. "Humph!" Su Qianqian snorted coldly, leaving Qin Jun feeling as though struck by lightning, causing her to stumble once more. The situation took a sudden turn. No one expected that Qin Luo had a great sage backing him. No wonder he is so arrogant. It turns out he has a formidable backing. Qin Feng is so consumed by jealousy that he nearly grinds his teeth to dust. His influence and talent have always placed him at the bottom among all the princes. Now, just when a glimmer of hope appeared with Qin Luo, he finds himself trampled underfoot. The most aggrieved individual in this scenario is Lin Xian. He is acutely aware of Qin Jun's standing. Having successfully persuaded Qin Jun once, he thought that was sufficient. Yet now, with a powerful figure emerging behind Qin Luo, his spirits plummet to the depths of despair. Observing Lin Xian's expression, Qin Luo's lips curl slightly. He has not forgotten who the true protagonist is. How novel it is to steal a bride from a prince. However, this prince is not one to disregard reason. When two hearts are in harmony, and talents complement each other, it is indeed a beautiful tale. Everyone is left bewildered. Just moments ago, Qin Luo's demeanor was entirely different. He fixed his gaze on Gu Qingxue and inquired, "Gu Qingxue, would you be willing to leave with that fellow named Lin Xian? If you are, this prince shall grant your wish." Though Lin Xian could not fathom Qin Luo's thoughts, he felt an exhilarating rush. His eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at Gu Qingxue. Gu Qingxue's heart trembled. Such a daunting choice was thrust upon her. Had this been before, she would not have hesitated. Charging forth for love, even unto death. But if she were to leave, what would become of her family? What of her father? Thus, confronted by Lin Xian's hopeful gaze, she coldly declared, "I refuse." Bang! It seemed as if Qin Luo heard the sound of his heart shattering upon hitting the ground. After uttering those words, Gu Qingxue turned away, tears streaming down her face, revealing the difficulty in voicing such a sentiment. Qin Luo chuckled coldly. Yet, what did it matter to him? After all, they were destined to perish, and he would ensure that the two became a pair of doomed lovers. Do not accuse him of being ruthless. After all, he is the villain in this tale. Did you hear that? Qin Luo taunted Lin Xian. She said she does not wish to. If this were a tale of mutual affection, This prince would gladly support your union. However, your brazen act of bride-snatching is a direct affront to me, a prince of the great Qin Empire. It is the greatest insult to our esteemed realm. In the heart of the imperial capital, dare one snatch a bride from a prince? Is there still a semblance of law in this world? Is there no sense of justice? Today, your life shall serve to uphold the law of the great Qin Empire. Chapter 26. Once again crushing without mercy. Observing Qin Luo's righteous indignation, all present felt a sense of disorientation, as if this Qin Luo were a paragon of justice defending the laws of the great Qin. I offer you a chance. Fight me. If you win, I shall allow you to leave alive. Otherwise, you shall have but one path to choose, a path to death. Regardless, Lin Xian's source of the 5-element spirit body must be secured today. Boom! With a single step, Qin Luo unleashed the formidable aura of a 9th-level divine realm expert upon Lin Xian. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, but then a surge of elation surged within him. Should a being of the great saint level strike at him, he might falter, but this time, he would prove to Qin Luo that he, Lin Xian, was no soft target. His previous defeat had been mere chance. Without hesitation, Lin Xian charged forward, a broken battle knife manifesting in his hand, radiating a potent sacred aura, a sacred weapon. Su Qinshan furrowed his brow, his aura firmly locking onto Qin Luo. Should any mishap occur, he would immediately intervene to rescue Qin Luo. Be subdued. Qin Luo casually hurled the Taixu Bell towards Lin Xian, who among them lacked a sacred weapon. Moreover, he possessed several. With the soul whip in hand, he lashed out violently at Lin Xian. Smack! The explosive sound reverberated in Lin Xian's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Luo unsheathed his sword, unleashing the 4-symbol sword technique. Rainfall without interval. A torrential downpour of swords cascaded down, its might leaving many in awe. Qin Jun, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but concede. Her suddenly emerging brother possessed truly terrifying talent. The clash was monumental. The Taixu Bell met the broken knife in a stalemate, while the soul whip ensnared Lin Xian in confusion. By the time he regained his senses, a second blade was summoned, and he engaged Qin Luo once more. Instant defeat. Swish, swish, swish. Countless wounds erupted across his chest. Had he not cultivated the indestructible golden body technique, this blow would have rendered him incapable of fighting. Steadying himself on the ground, Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring at Qin Luo with a twisted expression. That was merely the beginning. You shall soon realize just how powerful I, Lin Xian, truly am. Whoosh! His body moved like lightning, seemingly vanishing into the shadows, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon Qin Luo, a shard of black iron appearing in his hand, igniting a profound sense of crisis within Qin Luo. The aura of an imperial weapon. Unseal the human emperor banner. Shi Huang's voice rang out in Qin Luo's ear. Indeed, he possessed a hidden card. With a thought, the human emperor banner unfurled. Boom! Their figures became blurred, enveloped in an ethereal mist. A cacophony of piercing sounds echoed in Lin Xian's ears. Kikik, you shall remain here forever with us, will you not? Dear brother, I am quite skilled at serving. As for Qin Luo, Lin Xian's vision had already lost him. Leave the rest to me. The shard of the imperial weapon was a lethal tool for Qin Luo. Yet for Shi Huang, who had once brushed against that threshold, it was merely a trifle. Upon making her move, her formidable spirit instantly locked onto Lin Xian, causing his expression to shift dramatically. With a roar, Lin Xian exclaimed, Qin Luo, you lack honor. We agreed on a one-on-one duel, yet you resort to summoning a saint against me. Lin Xian had encountered many saints, and he was well acquainted with their aura. The spiritual presence emanating from Shi Huang at this moment was undeniably that of a saint. Only a saint could so effortlessly suppress him. Heh! Qin Luo's mocking voice echoed in Lin Xian's ear. I can only inform you that this is merely my weapon. Though I, Qin Luo, am not a righteous individual, I disdain deceiving one who is already doomed. Bang! Lin Xian was brutally slammed into the ground. A chorus of seductive voices ringing in his ears, as if he were witnessing vengeful women consuming his soul and essence. The shard of the imperial weapon slipped from his grasp, falling under Shi Huang's control. Lin Xian's eyes widened. As an heir of the emperor, he knew well that even a shard of an imperial weapon held immense power. The fact that a saint could so easily wrest it from him was nothing short of astonishing. Within it lies a formidable attack, Shi Huang noted with surprise. Moreover, this shard of the imperial weapon can, with a firm grip, Shi Huang silenced the trembling shard in an instant. Indeed, Indeed, merely a divine realm expert can wield an imperial weapon and even manipulate it to self-destruct. Unfortunately for you, you have encountered me. Shi Huang's words struck Lin Xian like a bolt of lightning. He spewed a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning. That was not merely a shard of an imperial weapon. It was the core of an imperial weapon. This was the forbidden object he had controlled, potent enough to annihilate a saint. It aligns with my great Tao. While speaking, Shi Huang cast a bewitching glance at Qin Luo. I gift it to you. Qin Luo declared generously. It is merely a small shard. Besides, what is yours is also mine, and it is perfectly acceptable for you to keep it safe for me. Bang! Qin Luo's foot came down upon Lin Xian. The human emperor banner retracted, and all present beheld Lin Xian subdued. I offered you a chance. Alas, you are inadequate. Qin Luo's sword rested against Lin Xian's throat. At this moment, Lin Xian felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Utterly humiliated, Lin Xian loses 100,000 fortune points. The host gains 100,000 fortune points. Truly deserving of being a child of fortune. Those fortune points are cascading downwards. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air announced the arrival of a middle-aged man in the courtyard. He bowed slightly to Su Qianqian, introducing himself. I am Li Chong from the Wansheng Holy Land. Honored to meet Su Sheng. Lin Xian is a disciple of my Wansheng Holy Land. May I inquire if Su Sheng might grant us a favor? In the future, my Wansheng Holy Land shall certainly come bearing gifts to express our gratitude. Su Qianqian cast a cold glance at him, his gaze landing on Qin Luo. Everything shall be decided by my grandson. Li Cheng's attention shifted to Qin Luo. I implore you, Your Highness the Ninth Prince, to show mercy. Why Wansheng Holy Land shall undoubtedly provide an explanation for today's events. Qin Luo chuckled coldly. Just moments ago, that man nearly killed me. An explanation? What could you possibly offer as an explanation? Both Wansheng Holy Land and Taixu Holy Land are esteemed institutions, yet the disparity between them is vast. Wansheng Holy Land boasts experts at the Saint King level, while Taixu Holy Land does not. Qin Luo had previously interacted with individuals from Wansheng Holy Land, and discovering that Lin Xian was a disciple of theirs was unexpected. What was he doing in the imperial capital? Why join the demon suppression division? It seemed there were ulterior motives at play. Moreover, a smirk crept upon Qin Luo's lips. A disciple of a sect infiltrating my great Qin Empire's demon suppression division? TSK, there must be some conspiracy afoot. As a prince of the empire, I shall investigate this thoroughly. Thus, he could not be spared. No sooner had Qin Luo's words fallen than a voice echoed from outside. The deputy commander of the Great Qin Town Demon Suppression Division, Chu Hong, has arrived. A formidable aura descended as Lu Tsong and Chu Hong stepped into the room. Chu Hong first offered a slight bow to Su Qianqian, having previously made his acquaintance with Su Sheng. His gaze then shifted to Qin Luo, and with a calm demeanor, he stated, Lin Xian, as a disciple of the Wanxiang Sacred Land, has concealed his identity to join our Demon Suppression Division. This matter requires thorough investigation. Captain Lu, take Lin Xian away. As you command, Lu Tsong replied, striding toward Qin Luo. Is this a blatant attempt to take someone? Heh. Qin Luo chuckled. Lin Xian, I never imagined your backing would soon rival mine. For a moment, he found it difficult to discern who the true protagonist was. With his sword poised against Lin Xian's neck, he had no intention of relenting. He looked at Lu Tsong and remarked coolly, the one beneath my sword, you cannot take. Chapter 27. With no women in mind, the sword naturally draws. Ninth Prince, the Demon Suppression Division is responsible for handling all matters related to sex, as decreed by His Majesty. Although you are a prince, you cannot interfere with our affairs, Lu Tsong said in a deep tone. I implore you not to misjudge the situation. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to report this incident to His Majesty for him to handle. Very well. Qin Luo waved his hand, summoning the human emperor's banner to envelop Lin Xian. No one anticipated Qin Luo to be so audacious, disregarding the face of the Demon Suppression Division. Furthermore, their actions were, in theory, justified. Chu Heng's expression darkened immediately as he turned to Su Qianqian, saying, Su Sheng, the Ninth Prince's actions are against the rules. This matter falls under the jurisdiction of our Demon Suppression Division. Su Qianqian sneered. Rules? You dare speak of rules to me? Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. If you desire him, send your commanding officer here. You, a mere deputy commander, are not qualified. Qin Luo was unfazed by potential repercussions. He had nothing left to lose, his family obliterated. Chu Hong was taken aback by Su Qianqian's audacity. It was disconcerting. Historically, the Demon Suppression Division had always prevailed, but faced with these two unburdened individuals, They felt as though they had encountered an impenetrable wall. Qin Luo commanded Shi Huang in a low voice, intent on properly dealing with Lin Xian. He had not anticipated that even the deputy commander of the Demon Suppression Division would intervene. Would even stronger forces emerge next? He could not afford to give Lin Xian any chance. He must be drained. The protagonist's knack for turning the tide was something Qin Luo had witnessed today. Understood. Shi Huang was aware of Qin Luo's intentions. With a wave of her hand, she sent a surge of power into Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's face contorted in terror. What are you doing? What do you intend to do to me? No. Ah, his agonized scream seemed to echo through the human emperor's banner. Qin Jun understood that time was of the essence. She stepped forward, brandishing a token towards Su Qianqian and Qin Luo. This is a token granted by His Majesty. Upon seeing this token, it is as though His Majesty himself has arrived. Qin Luo, I command you to release Lin Xian. Boom. The token shattered, and a visage of an indiscernible yet imposing face materialized in the center of the courtyard. Many immediately knelt in reverence. We pay our respects to His Majesty. The blurred features quickly coalesced into the true visage of Emperor Qin. He had taken notice of the situation and could descend with the power of the token. Swish! Qin Luo reappeared, but Lin Xian was no longer with him. He gazed at the imposing face before shifting his attention to Qin Jun for the sake of a mere Lin Xian. Such a valuable resource was wasted? TSK. Qin Luo lamented internally. The value of this token far surpassed that of a sacred artifact. It was undoubtedly a life-saving item left to Qin Jun by Emperor Qin, yet she chose to use it to protect Lin Xian. Truly, the fortunes of a child of destiny are remarkable. Qin Jun felt a pang of sorrow. However, she owed a debt of gratitude that needed repaying, especially since she had come specifically to repay a favor. Being humiliated by Qin Luo was a disgrace. Therefore, she was willing to disregard everything at this moment. Lin Xian must survive. Otherwise, how could she retain her dignity? As for Qin Luo, her gaze towards him flickered with a hint of ferocity. In the days to come, he would learn the consequences of offending her. She would ensure that Qin Luo would find it difficult to navigate the imperial capital and even within the great Qin Empire. Qin Luo, do you dare defy His Majesty? Qin Jun scolded him. In truth, she secretly hoped Qin Luo would dare defy Emperor Qin, for then the emperor would undoubtedly punish him severely, and Qin Luo would suffer greatly. Of course not. Qin Luo was no fool. His arrogance depended on his princely status. To defy the unseen support behind him would require a reckless mind. He smiled slightly at Qin Jun. Very well. My dear sister, I shall spare Lin Xian's life today, as a favor to you. You win. As Qin Luo's words fell, Shi Huang's voice echoed in his ear. It is done. No? Lin Xian howled, his expression twisted in agony. Lin Xian lost the 5-element spirit body, losing all fortune points. The host gained 228,000 villain points. Reminder: Lin Xian has not yet lost the identity of the Child of Destiny. The Heavenly Tao has left him a sliver of opportunity. Please eliminate the Child of Destiny promptly for unexpected rewards. Unexpected rewards. Qin Luo's heart stirred, just as he prepared to have Shi Huang eliminate Lin Xian. He noticed a shadow in the sky about to open its eyes. He felt a sensation of being watched. Shi Huang's warning echoed in his ears. Not good. He may discover my identity. Swish, without hesitation. Qin Luo quickly retracted the human emperor's banner. Bang. He cast Lin Xian at Qin Jun's feet. Lin Xian, the princess has pleaded for you. I agree not to kill you today. Get lost. Ah, Lin Xian let out a pained roar. His cultivation plummeting. He fell to the first layer of the divine passage realm and still descending. Qin Luo, I will kill you. Lin Xian roared, standing up to spit a mouthful of blood, collapsing not onto the cold ground, but into Qin Jun's embrace. She immediately assessed Lin Xian's condition, discovering his body to be utterly empty, with grievous injuries. What is this? His original constitution had been forcibly stripped away, and his talent had been revoked. Lu Tsong, beside them, spoke with a grim expression. Qin Jun's eyes reddened instantly. She glared at Qin Luo, her expression somewhat ferocious. Qin Luo, you have an audacious spirit. Qin Luo replied languidly, I merely stated that I would spare his life. I never promised not to cripple him, daring to attack me repeatedly and covet my maidservant. Do you expect me, Qin Luo, to save face? Are you determined to side with this Lin Xian? For a mere man, you would disregard our sibling bond? I have already shown you leniency. Take him away. My residence does not welcome you all. Please leave. The face in the sky appeared to open its eyes, casting a glance at Qin Luo before dissipating into nothingness. Phew! Qin Luo exhaled, feeling the imperial capital was exceedingly dangerous, teeming with powerful figures. He should seek to develop elsewhere. Very well, Qin Luo, very well. Qin Jun glared fiercely at him, cradling Lin Xian as she turned to leave. Li Chong from the Taixu Sacred Land regarded Qin Luo with a notably icy gaze, yet he did not utter any harsh words, departing silently. Chu Hong cast a deep glance at Qin Luo, seemingly imprinting his visage in his mind. He had encountered many arrogant individuals, but this was the first time he had met such an audacious prince. He might prove formidable. After exiting, he offered his assessment. With their departure, the new steward of the prince's residence approached, quietly asking, "Your Highness, shall we continue with the ceremony?" The so-called ceremony referred, of course, to the ritual of taking a concubine. Qin Luo glanced at Gu Qingxue, who shuddered at the sight, forcing a smile towards him. She was genuinely terrified of Qin Luo. What ceremony could she possibly partake in? Qin Luo turned, and with a swift motion, plunged his sword into Gu Qingxue's heart. Why? Gu Qingxue gazed at him in disbelief. Because I find you repugnant. It made no sense. He had traversed worlds only to pick up the protagonist's discarded remnants. He had no peculiar inclinations. Moreover, keeping this woman by his side could lead to betrayal at any moment. Furthermore, there was one crucial factor. The fortune points he desperately needed. Even a fly's leg is still meat, is it not? With no women in mind, the sword naturally draws, slaying the child of destiny, receiving the reward, comprehension of sword intent's embryonic form. Gu Qingxue has been slain, losing all fortune points. The host gains 8,800 fortune points. Chapter 28. Exchange treasures. Qin Luo must die. The onlookers were left in a daze. Even Su Qianqian was momentarily stunned. After all that Qin Luo had done, he ended up with nothing? No, Qin Feng thought to himself. He had offended Qin Jun, Chu Hong of the Demon Suppression Division, and Wanxiang's Sacred Land. He was not without gains, for he had garnered a plethora of enmity. Now, he must also contend with the wrath of the Gu family. Having killed Gu Qingxue, Qin Luo has evidently incurred the wrath of the Gu family. Although the family boasts but a single sage, Gu Yanting commands a multitude of disciples, and they can certainly create difficulties for Qin Luo. Qin Luo, O Qin Luo, I once believed you to be a formidable dragon. Yet now it appears you are merely a mad dog. What a pity for Gu Qingxue, such a beautiful maiden, to have met her demise. Qin Feng gazed at Gu Qingxue, lifeless in a pool of blood, feeling an overwhelming sense of loss. Beside him, Chen Emo stood as if struck by lightning. The goddess he revered was gone. Did he feel sorrow? Perhaps a little, but more than that, he felt a profound sense of regret for having become a mere joke. He recalled many moments, realizing that Gu Qingxue only smiled at him when she needed something, otherwise keeping him at a distance. Just as Qin Luo had said, he was nothing more than a sycophant. Qin Luo's gaze shifted to Chen Emo, and he pointed at Gu Qingxue, suggesting, "Why not take her with you? Strike while the iron is hot." A collective gasp of shock arose from the onlookers. Strange glances fell upon Chen Emo, who felt a chill run down his spine. He was indeed no paragon of virtue, yet he had not fallen to such depths of depravity. If word of this spread, how could he, Chen Emo, face the world? Heh, Your Highness the Ninth Prince, are you mocking me? Chen Emo retorted with defiance. Indeed, came Qin Luo's blunt reply, leaving Chen Emo in a quandary. Should he retaliate? But this man had the audacity to confront even the princess. With a huff, Chen Emo turned and left. Qin Feng cast a deep glance at Qin Luo before smiling. Since you're so eager to enter the bridal chamber, I shan't delay you further. He indirectly offered Chen Emo a reprieve. Safe travels, no need for farewells. Qin Luo had no inclination to argue, as if Qin Feng's punch had landed upon cotton. Once outside the Qin residence, Qin Feng's expression darkened. Today, his younger brother had basked in the limelight. And by tomorrow, the capital would surely be abuzz with tales of his exploits. Gather a few people, and embellish today's events. I am curious to see how my dear sister will handle our brother. In the royal family, there exists no true kinship. Truth be told, he would be pleased if Qin Luo met his end tomorrow. Not just this brother, but all his elder siblings as well, after everyone departed. Qin Luo promptly accessed the system. Host. Qin Luo, age, 19, fortune level, 0 tier, black, villain points, 356,800, realm, 9th layer of divine ability, sword path realm, initial form of sword intent, techniques, devouring heavenly demon technique, 9 transformations golden body technique, Taixu Heart Sutra, Martial skills. 4-symbol sword technique. Gale sword technique. System recommended exchange. Azure Edge Sword. Low-tier saint. Unbreakable Azure Edge Sword. Aiding you in sweeping the universe and vanquishing all fated protagonists. Exchange price. 99,800 villain points. Only $9.98. An unbeatable deal. Limited time offer. Price will increase after expiration. Good heavens. Is this still a promotional event? System recommended exchange. Life and Death Seal. Saint tier technique. As a villain, one must possess means to control their hounds. Implanting a life and death seal within a person allows mastery over their life and death, rendering them unable to seek life or death. Exchange price. 100,000 villain points. System recommended exchange. Xian Gui Spirit Liquid 1-drop, upper saint tier. For your sake. The system has exerted great effort. Do you know your grandfather's lifespan is dwindling? This is a liquid condensed from the essence of a millennium-old Xian Gui. Consuming a drop can extend life by several years. Even over a decade. Exchange price. 150,000 villain points. Qin Luo furrowed his brow. His grandfather's lifespan is waning? Exchange. All exchanges. Exchange successful. The Azure Edge Sword is in hand. The Life and Death Seal is mastered. And the Xian Gui Spirit Liquid has been acquired. Upon obtaining the Xian Gui Spirit Liquid, Qin Luo's first action was to seek out Su Qianqian. Grandfather, this is the Xian Gui Spirit Liquid I chanced upon. Said to have life-extending properties. I have no need for it, so I present it to you. Su Qianqian was taken aback, gazing at the porcelain vial in Qin Luo's hand. He vaguely sensed a rich aura of life emanating from it. He had long been a man marked for death, yet unexpectedly, after years of dormancy, he found himself revitalized and even enhanced in cultivation. However, his fundamental essence had been damaged, and his lifespan was indeed limited. Upon returning, he had intended to seek vengeance, but regrettably, he had not gleaned any information about his enemies from the Qin Emperor. The Qin Emperor had also gifted some longevity treasures to Su Qianqian, but their effects were minimal. Any longevity treasure is inherently valuable, and once obtained, each faction would naturally strive to conceal it, treating it as their family's foundation. An elder in the family is akin to a treasure. Who doesn't he have a few elders nearing their end? He regarded Qin Luo with a penetrating gaze, feeling that he could no longer comprehend this grandson. Nevertheless, he pondered, let the younger generations enjoy their fortunes. Not understanding is perhaps better. Taking the Xian Gui Spirit Liquid, Su Qianqian immediately began to absorb and refine it. Qin Luo entered his room and commenced the devouring of Gu Qinghua's source power. As for Lin Xian's source power, it was far too overpowering to be consumed in a short time. The time for the bloodline baptism was rapidly approaching, and he could not afford to waste much longer. Within the Gu family, Gu Yanting learned of his daughter's murder and stumbled, collapsing into a chair. Having fathered a daughter late in life, she was his precious jewel, cradled in his palm, fearful of losing her. Cherished as if she were delicate. Otherwise, he would not have petitioned the Qin Emperor to alter his decision regarding her marriage. Although ultimately, weighing the pros and cons, he had to concede to marrying his daughter to Qin Luo as a concubine. He never wished for her death. Cough. Gu Yanting spat out a mouthful of old blood. Qin Luo, you are ruthless, he howled, clutching his chest in agony. Father, Gu Qingfeng, Gu Yanting's son, entered from outside, having also heard the dreadful news. He approached his father to confirm, but upon seeing his father's state, he understood all too well. Sister is dead. Father, we must avenge our little sister, Gu Qingfeng declared through gritted teeth. Having witnessed Gu Qingshua's growth, he regarded her as both brother and father. Yet he was but a royal prince. Jiu Yanting's tone was filled with despair. As a sage, he could not even avenge his own daughter. He felt utterly powerless. He was merely one of many princes. Moreover, there were numerous factions that could rival the great Qin Empire. Gu Qingfeng's expression twisted with rage. He had initially sought to prevent his sister's marriage, only to be met with this calamitous news. How could he accept it? Father, a prince of the great Qin Empire should serve in the government or the military. Find a way to assign him to the Demon Suppression Department or the border troops. The great Qin Empire was founded on martial prowess, with might revered above all. All high-ranking officials were sages. Only those of sage realm could assume titles of marquis, including hereditary positions. If future generations failed to produce sages, they could retain their titles for 3 generations at most, after which they would be reduced to commoners. There had been precedents of princes meeting untimely ends before the current Qin Emperor ascended. There had been 7 princes. After his ascension, only 2 brothers remained. The rest had perished. Chapter 29. The sycophant awakens. Chen Mo is killed. In the princess's residence, Qin Jun sat in the main hall with a dark expression. Having waited a long while for news, Your Highness, Lin Xian's life has been preserved, but his cultivation has fallen to the sea-breaking realm, and his talent has diminished by 8 or 9 parts. Bang! Qin Jun slammed her palm down on the table, her expression turning fierce and terrifying. Qin Luo, well done. I have a wonderful younger brother. Today's humiliation shall surely be repaid tenfold in the future. Go, let the Dark Hall take action. Before Qin Jun could finish her sentence, her subordinates knelt on the ground. Your Highness, no. If the Dark Hall moves against a prince, it may bring calamity upon the Northern King's residents. We implore Your Highness to reconsider. Do you dare to obstruct me? Qin Jun's icy tone sent shivers down their spines. After approximately 15 minutes, Qin Jun's emotions settled, possessing a clear and discerning mind. She was typically exceptionally calm, yet today she had been dealt a harsh blow, causing her to lose her rationality. Now that her sensibility had returned, she inquired, "Tomorrow is the day of the bloodline baptism, correct?" As one of the honorary deputy patriarchs in the ancestral hall, she had not previously paid much attention to this matter, but she knew this was the opportunity to make Qin Luo suffer. Yes, Your Highness, tomorrow is indeed the day of the bloodline baptism. Good, go inform those individuals. I want Qin Luo to gain not a shred of vitality, as you command. The subordinate sighed in relief and promptly exited to relay the message. The bloodline baptism relied on individual prowess. Who could absorb more blood energy would prove their capability. If you could not absorb it, then there was nothing to be done in a fair competition. What of a prince? After Lin Xian awoke, he gazed blankly at the beam above, his eyes devoid of spirit. He had been rendered useless. How could he accept such a fate? Li Chong stood beside Lin Xian. Witnessing his state, he encouraged, "There is still hope. If you can enter the dungeon and acquire that item, your cultivation may be restored, perhaps even surpassing your previous strength." Indeed, that object, Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. His decision to join the Demon Suppression Division was driven by a singular purpose: to obtain that coveted item from the Celestial Prison, a crucial element in the legacy of the great emperor. What did it matter if he was merely a prince of the diminutive Qin Empire? If he were to kill, so be it. Witnessing Lin Xian's resurgence of spirit, Li Chong let out a sigh of relief. He reminded Lin Xian, "I have already exposed myself. I must depart from the imperial capital. Take care, and remember to remain discreet. The sanctified beings of the sect are not permitted to linger in the imperial capital without an invitation from the Qin Empire." Though he had previously concealed himself in the shadows, some were aware of his presence, yet feigned ignorance. Now, by stepping forth, he had effectively revealed his identity, providing others with leverage against him. If he did not leave soon, the Demon Suppression Division would summon him for a chat. Very well, Lin Xian felt invigorated once more. Just after bidding farewell to Li Chong, he was struck by dire news. Gu Qingxue had perished, stabbed through the heart by Qin Luo after your departure. With a violent cough, blood mixed with clots spewed from Lin Xian's lips, and he instantly fell into despair. "Qin Luo, you and I are sworn enemies. Today, I, Lin Xian, vow here and now. I shall not rest until you are dead." As he spoke, he began to spout blood like a gushing fountain, his cultivation plummeting anew. Had Gu Qingxue merely become Qin Luo's concubine, Lin Xian would not have been so heartbroken. However, he believed that Gu Qingxue had witnessed his injury at the hands of Qin Luo and had chosen to die rather than submit. Thus meeting her Gu Qingxue had died for him. Such unfounded conjecture proved fatal, leaving Lin Xian bedridden, nearly leading to his demise. Qin Luo had nearly refined Gu Qingxue's essence, solidifying his own cultivation at the pinnacle of the divine realm. He was poised to ascend to the divine transformation stage. The divine transformation stage primarily focuses on the cultivation of the soul. Regrettably, Qin Luo lacked sufficiently formidable techniques for soul cultivation. Once he emerged, he would seek out the royal family's treasury for potential solutions. As a prince, he naturally possessed the right to access royal techniques. The royal treasury was far grander than that of the Taixu Sacred Land. It housed numerous sacred-level techniques and martial arts, of which he was entitled to partake. Today marked the day of the bloodline baptism. Qin Luo bid farewell to Su Qianqin and made his way toward the ancestral hall. Unexpectedly, upon exiting the estate, he encountered Chenimo. "Were you waiting here specifically for me?" Qin Luo inquired. Chenimo, with a complex expression, nodded. "I wish to express my gratitude." Qin Luo found this absurd. The sycophant had unexpectedly awakened? He had just slain the very goddess this sycophant adored, yet instead of seeking revenge, he was offering thanks. "You have awakened me. revealing that I was but a joke. Your slaying of Gu Qingxue has freed me from my emotional entanglements. In a single night, I broke through 3 realms, and I felt compelled to thank you. Qin Luo was momentarily dazed, astonished that a villain could receive thanks from another. Indeed, Qin was no saint himself, being a minor tyrant within the imperial capital, but he was uniquely devoted to Gu Qingxue, demonstrating unwavering affection. If Qin Luo was the grand villain, then Qin was merely a minor antagonist. Qin Luo regarded him with intrigue. Perhaps he could cultivate this minor antagonist into an ally. Upon my return from the royal bloodline baptism, come find me at my estate, Qin Luo instructed him. Qin was taken aback. He was no fool and understood Qin Luo's intentions to recruit him. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. Very well, Your Highness, I shall take my leave. After departing, Qin headed toward the Yingwu Marquis's estate. Before he could reach it, he encountered Qin Luo once more on the street, which left him momentarily stunned. Your Highness, the 9th Prince, did you not say you were going to participate in the bloodline baptism? Qin queried. Qin Luo regarded him, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In a rush. No rush, I believe it is more prudent to slay you before attending the baptism, with a swift motion. Qin Luo drew his sword, lunging at Qin. The overwhelming aura locked onto Qin, rendering him, a being of the divine realm, utterly motionless. With a single, precise strike, Qin Luo's sword pierced Qin chest. Disbelief etched across his face, unable to utilize any of the life-saving treasures bestowed by his grandfather. You are a saint? Qin stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Qin Luo. With a powerful kick, Qin Luo sent Qin flying. Bellowing, what audacity! How dare you compete with this prince for a woman? Having said that, he swaggered away. Nearby onlookers erupted into chaos, and upon recognizing Qin, some shouted in alarm. A grave incident has occurred. The Yingwu Marquis's grandson has been slain. Chapter 30. Framing and Deception, the Devouring Heavenly Demonic Technique. At the Yingwu Marquis's estate, a life talisman shattered. It is the young Marquis. The guardian of the talisman was left horrified. Both of the Yingwu Marquis's children had perished on the battlefield, leaving only this lone seedling. Thus, Qin had been able to act so brazenly in the imperial capital. He had claimed he could persuade his grandfather to petition the Qin emperor to annul the engagement between Qin Luo and Gu Qingxue because he had that confidence. His family had sacrificed themselves for the nation, and the Yingwu Marquis had amassed significant military achievements, ensuring his title was hereditary. But now that Qin was dead, the sky was falling for the Yingwu Marquis. Quickly, relay the news to the Marquis. The young Marquis is dead. Search for him. Find the young Marquis. Once Qin had perished, his guards finally reacted and rushed toward him. Young Marquis. They discovered that Qin had lost all vitality. He was undoubtedly dead. Yet, before they could touch him, a plume of black smoke swept through, causing Qin body to vanish without a trace. Chase after him, to the Marquis's estate. The guards split into 2 groups, attempting to pursue the wisp of black smoke, but after a short chase, it dissipated. Many felt as though the sky had fallen. The Yingwu Marquis's only bloodline was gone. The imperial capital was on the brink of upheaval. The 9th prince had slain the Yingwu Marquis's grandson. Heavens, this 9th prince is far too arrogant. Indeed, the 9th prince has just arrived in the imperial capital and has already slain Gu Qingxue. And now he has killed Qin. Is he a reincarnation of a killing deity? The 9th prince is far too haughty. How dare he? Should the Yingwu Marquis return, would he not seek vengeance? Such arrogance, such hubris. There is no safety left in the imperial capital. When Qin Feng received the news, he was taken aback. Qin Luo actually killed Qin? Indeed, many witnessed it firsthand, claiming the 9th prince was enraged that Qin had tried to take a woman from him, leading to a public execution in the streets. I asked that so? Qin Feng mused, finding the narrative plausible but feeling that something was amiss. While Qin Luo was indeed arrogant and reckless, he suspected that if Qin had not provoked him, Qin Luo would not have gone out of his way to kill him. If he had wished to kill him, he could have done so earlier at the prince's estate. Why go to such lengths? If memory serves, today should be the day Qin Luo goes to the ancestral hall for the bloodline baptism, correct? Yes, Your Highness. Qin Feng chuckled coldly, realizing that the timing of Chun Mo's death during Qin Luo's journey to the ancestral hall appeared exceedingly convenient. So, it was indeed Qin Luo who killed him? Yes, that is correct. With this understanding, Qin Feng decided not to complicate matters further. My 9th brother is quite audacious. The only grandson of the Yingwu Marquis has been slain. Surely, the Marquis will go mad. I am eager to see if you, ninth brother, are still vying for the position of the Empire's son. To recklessly slaughter the descendants of loyal ministers is not befitting of one who aspires to be the Empire's son. As Qin Luo approached the ancestral hall, he sensed that Shi Huang had returned. The person who had perished was already dead. The assailant was undeniably powerful, a being of the Saint Realm. While conversing with Qian Mo moments ago, Shi Huang had alerted Qin Luo to the presence of a saint-level expert observing from the shadows. Initially, it was assumed that the saint was targeting him, but it turned out they had aimed for Qian Mo instead. It can barely preserve a sliver of his true spirit, Shi Huang remarked. Very well. A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Luo's eyes. Tio conspire against me. How audacious. A saint-level expert openly intervening is a flagrant violation of the rules. Such audacity is remarkable. Within the imperial capital and the sacred land, there exists an unwritten rule forbidding saint-level experts from acting against those below their realm. Otherwise, a cycle of retaliatory assassinations would ensue. In the imperial capital, a saint appearing in disguise as Qin Luo to slay Chen Mo was an act of unparalleled audacity. First, I shall participate in the bloodline baptism. Upon my return, we shall settle this. Qin Luo smirked coldly and stepped into the ancestral hall. There were 10 individuals participating in the bloodline baptism, including Qin Luo, who was the last to arrive. Upon his arrival, the gazes of the other 9 participants fell upon him. Many eyes glimmering with hostility. Very well, since everyone is present, let us prepare to depart. Qin Shuyuan declared solemnly, turning to lead the way into the depths of the ancestral hall. Soon, they arrived at the forbidden ground, where a grand bronze door swung open. Qin Shuyuan gestured inside and said, "Find your respective positions. In 10 days, I expect to witness the strengthening of each of your bloodlines." The other 9 individuals exchanged glances, each aware of their directive, to prevent Qin Luo from absorbing even a trace of the blood energy from this pool. Even if it meant wasting it, they would ensure that Qin Luo received nothing. Resolute in their decision, they stepped into the blood pool beyond the bronze gate, each finding their place, leaving a central position open for Qin Luo. Observing the arrangement, Qin Luo noted that the spot left for him appeared particularly advantageous. However, being in the midst of all the others made him an easy target. He would not flatter himself into believing that these individuals were considering him. The only possibility was that the 9 sought to vie for his blood energy. Teske, it seems there are quite a few schemes directed at me. This imperial capital truly harbors great peril. Determined, Qin Luo resolved that after the bloodline baptism, he would find a way to leave the imperial capital, preferably by joining the military, gradually building his own power. He stepped towards the central position of the blood pool, and as he settled down, the bronze door began to close slowly. He felt a binding force anchoring him in place. Attempting to communicate with Shi Huang, he discovered that the connection had been severed. Shi Huang was unreachable. Clearly, this place was rife with restrictions. Since he was here, he would make the best of it. The other 9 exchanged glances, smirking knowingly, and began silently operating the technique they had acquired from Qin Jun. This technique they had not had the opportunity to engage with before. Named the sky-eating technique, it allowed for the rapid consumption of all energy. But not refinement, it could only devour. Their intention was to absorb the blood energy into their bodies. As for how much they could refine, that depended on their individual prowess. 9 individuals were more than sufficient to leave Qin Luo empty-handed from this bloodline baptism. As time passed, the blood energy finally began to surge, and the 9 simultaneously activated the sky-eating technique with fervor. The fleeting strands of blood energy that emerged were instantly devoured by the 9. Qin Luo did not manage to glean even the slightest amount. Indeed. So this is how the game is played. Qin Luo chuckled coldly. Let us see who can outconsume whom. The so-called sky-eating technique was merely a watered-down version inspired by the sky-devouring demonic technique. To be frank, it was but a pale imitation. Today, none shall absorb anything. I, Qin Luo, declare it so. Boom. The sky-devouring demonic technique activated. Let it be consumed. Chapter 31. The prince's crimes are equivalent to those of commoners. The others were still basking in their self-satisfaction, having absorbed a significant amount of blood energy. Upon their acquisition, they promptly began to operate their other techniques for refinement. Yet, a considerable portion of the blood energy was squandered, which was indeed lamentable. It appeared that the 9th prince would likely be left with naught. The individuals exchanged glances, each seeing the mirth reflected in the other's eyes, seemingly communicating through their gaze. Perhaps the 9th prince would find these 10 days exceedingly dull. He might as well practice some other techniques to stave off boredom, right? The corners of their mouth curled upward, barely suppressing their delight. Blood energy surged once again, and they immediately activated the sky-eating technique, sensing the energy being drawn towards them. However, in the next moment, an even more domineering force swept all the blood energy away. Boom! In the midst of their astonished expressions, all the blood energy surged into Qin Luo's body. A divine technique? Playing games? Qin Luo regarded the others with a cold smile, commencing the refinement process as the sky-devouring demonic technique absorbed the energy. Unlike the others' inferior techniques, his was far superior. Refining the bloodline? To Qin Luo, it was unnecessary. His ancestral bloodline was already formidable. There was no bloodline in this world more powerful than his, for it possessed immense versatility. This bloodline was the origin, capable of transforming into any other bloodline or physique. And it could also accommodate the primal energies of all bloodlines and physiques. If he were to transform into another bloodline or physique, he would lose that capacity. Thus, all the blood energy would be converted into energy for him to cultivate the 9-turn golden body technique. The 9-turn golden body technique comprises 9 transformations, each bringing about earth-shattering changes. At its pinnacle, a single punch could even vanquish an emperor. This is the pinnacle of physical prowess. Boom! The 9-turn golden body technique began to operate. The other 9 stared wide-eyed, watching as the blood energy flowed towards Qin Luo, utterly powerless to intervene. They glanced at one another. What now? An accident, purely an accident. In the next wave, we must exert ourselves. How could one person possibly be stronger than 9? When the next surge of blood energy appeared, the 9 exerted every ounce of strength they could muster, desperately operating the sky-eating technique. Yet they failed to absorb even a trace of the energy. They could only watch helplessly as all the blood energy flowed towards Qin Luo. What to do? What to do? The meaning was evident in their expressions. Strive, push harder, give it your all on the first day. They exhausted their full strength. Instead of replenishing their energy, they experienced substantial depletion. Aside from a meager appetizer, they had consumed nothing of the grand feast. The blood energy accumulated over 10 years was entirely devoured by Qin Luo alone. If glares could kill, they would have reduced Qin Luo to 1,000 pieces long ago. On the second day, only half of them still attempted to seize energy from Qin Luo, while the others gave up. By the third day, merely one person remained eager to try, but alas, they still failed. On the fourth day, everyone believed Qin Luo could not endure much longer and collaborated once more. Yet, there was nothing to show for it. The power they had garnered over a few days was squandered again. On the 5th day, 6th day, 7th day, they were utterly despondent. They had fought their way through countless adversaries only to end up in this predicament. What had their years of effort amounted to? Some among them should have already broken through to the divine transformation realm, yet now, they had lost both their troops and their ambitions. Not only had they delayed their normal cultivation progress, but they had also gained not a single benefit. On the 9th day, Qin Luo finally completed the first transformation of the 9-turn golden body technique. A crackling sound resonated within his body. His physique was transforming, and he was becoming exceptionally robust. This blood energy was truly a treasure. If he could absorb its source, perhaps he would succeed in cultivating the second transformation. The concentration of blood energy from 10 individuals over 9 days, accumulated over a decade, represented a monumental opportunity for the younger generation of the great Qin Empire, all consumed by Qin Luo alone. It was on the 7th day that the heroic marquis arrived in the imperial capital. Boom! The heroic marquis flew directly into the city, disregarding the laws of the imperial capital. The personnel from the Demon Suppression Office immediately intervened, urging, "Heroic Marquis, please adhere to the rules of the imperial capital." The heroic Marquis, Chen Zhanshan, roared, "My grandson is dead, and you dare talk about rules? Where is the murderer? Has the Demon Suppression Office apprehended the culprit? Will you restore justice for my grandson? As of now, there is nothing left of him. What is the Demon Suppression Office doing?" Boom! The overwhelming aura of a Saint King bore down upon the leader of the Demon Suppression Office, the Saint King. The heroic Marquis had actually broken through. The expression of the Demon Suppression Office leader shifted dramatically. Now that the heroic Marquis was at the Saint King level, his status was vastly different from before. The Saint King realm was considered the pinnacle of power in the great Qin Empire, a tier comprising the elite of the elite. They were the very apex of authority within the empire. Heroic Marquis, please calm your anger. This matter is quite complex. The leader of the Demon Suppression Office altered his tone, attempting to placate the heroic Marquis. Get lost. I want to see His Majesty. My family's sole bloodline has perished. Whoever killed my grandson will pay with their life. Boom! He galloped towards the Qin Imperial Palace. The leader of the Demon Suppression Office hesitated for a moment, but could only follow. he could not obstruct him. Everyone within the imperial capital witnessed the heroic Marquis's arrival, noting his blatant disregard for the no-fly regulations, soaring over the heads of many. The heroic Marquis now had no regard for any rules? If your only descendant has been killed, do you still concern yourself with regulations? Blood for blood, a life for a life. Is that not how it should be? But the one who killed Chen Luo was of high standing. Would the heroic Marquis dare? At worst, he could kill and flee, for he had nothing left to lose. The heroic Marquis maintained some composure. Upon reaching the palace gates, he descended. An old eunuch was already waiting for Chen Zhanshan. And upon seeing the heroic Marquis's arrival, he spoke, "His Majesty is already aware of your purpose for coming. His Majesty has decreed." Chen Zhanshan immediately knelt. "I am at your service. The Demon Suppression Office shall handle this matter entirely. Regardless of who is involved, they will be dealt with according to the law. His Majesty has one more decree. The prince's crimes are equivalent to those of commoners." This proclamation resonated in the ears of many, causing their breaths to quicken. It was as if it was explicitly stated that Qin Luo had killed Chen Luo. Qin Luo was guilty and would face whatever punishment deemed appropriate. Chen Zhanshan trembled all over. Stammering, "I thank His Majesty. I request permission to participate in the entire investigation." A solemn voice resonated from the depths of the imperial palace. Prepare. Chapter 32. When enemies meet, they are particularly hostile. The deputy commander of the Demon Suppression Division, Chu Hong, was specifically tasked with investigating this matter. Prior to Qin Luo's emergence, an inquiry had confirmed that it was indeed Qin Luo who had slain Chen Luo that fateful day. The motive was glaringly apparent. Chen Luo had sought out Qin Luo, and a conflict had ensued between them during their conversation. In his indignation, Qin Luo had ambushed Chen Luo on the road. Judging by Qin Luo's character, this was entirely plausible. Lord Yingwu, thus far, all evidence points unequivocally to the ninth prince, Qin Luo. However, since the ninth prince is currently at the ancestral hall participating in the bloodline purification ceremony, the case cannot be concluded at this moment. Once the ninth prince appears, the Demon Suppression Division will promptly detain him for interrogation. "What is your opinion on this, Lord Yingwu?" Chu Hong inquired, casting a glance at Chen Zhanshan. His meaning was clear. It was almost a foregone conclusion that Qin Luo was the murderer, and once he emerged, he would be apprehended. Chen Zhanshan regarded him with a grave expression and asked, "Will the Demon Suppression Division administer justice impartially?" Naturally, Chu Hong replied nonchalantly. "Then what would be the most severe punishment for a prince?" Chen Zhanshan was no fool. Emperor Qin had proclaimed that princes were to be treated equally under the law. Though it was not as simple as it sounded, yet behind Qin Luo stood a formidable saint. Should the evidence be irrefutable, and if Chen Luo was indeed slain by Qin Luo, I shall personally ensure he is imprisoned in the depths of the Demon Suppression Division's prison. The 99th level, Chu Hong spoke solemnly. The Demon Suppression Division's prison consists of 108 levels, with the 99th level being exceedingly deep, housing only the most heinous criminals of the Great Qin Empire. Very well. I hope Commander Chu will follow through on his words. Rest assured, the Demon Suppression Division will uphold the law impartially. Regardless of who it may be, anyone who violates the laws of our Great Qin Empire shall face severe consequences. Chu Hong, having previously lost face in the prince's residence, was determined to reclaim it. While he might not aim to execute Qin Luo, he would certainly strive to incapacitate him from competing for that position permanently. It was not merely one individual who had conveyed such sentiments. Their demand was singular, to ensure Qin Luo could never clear his name, and even if his crimes could not be ignored, he would be forever marred by a stain on his reputation. The arrogant Qin Luo, bolstered by the support of a mighty saint, had already become a perceived threat, regarded as a rival by many. In truth, Qin Luo found himself surrounded by enemies. Meanwhile, within the blood pool, Qin Luo remained oblivious to the happenings outside. He relished the absorption of energy, feeling utterly invigorated. In stark contrast, the other 9 individuals felt as though they had ingested something foul, suffering immensely. Their earlier predictions had come to fruition. Within this pool, they could not absorb a single drop of energy, relegated solely to honing their own techniques. Yet, the one truly at fault was not Qin Luo, but rather themselves. The torment. In the princess's residence, Qin Jun inquired, "The bloodline purification ceremony should be nearing its conclusion, yes? Reporting to your highness, the ceremony will conclude today. The personnel from the Demon Suppression Division are already awaiting the 9th prince at the entrance of the ancestral hall, prepared to detain him at any moment. My brother is truly suffering a double loss. Not only will he gain nothing from the purification, but he will also face judgment from the Demon Suppression Division." This K. This is the fate of arrogance. Does he truly believe the empire is merely his tiny Taixu Sacred Land? An utterly reckless fool, Qin Jun scoffed. Relay my words to the Demon Suppression Division as well. A resolution must be reached today. The Demon Suppression Division must not disappoint Lord Yingguo, remember, in the name of the Ancestral Hall, state that royal descendants must face harsher penalties for their crimes. Should any obstacles arise, the Ancestral Hall will stand in solidarity with the Demon Suppression Division. Although Qin Jun held the lowest cultivation and status among the deputy officials of the Ancestral Hall, she could still represent it, particularly since no one within the hall would speak on behalf of Qin Luo. Understood. Her subordinate promptly made arrangements, albeit hesitatingly. Your Highness, what if the investigation reveals that it was not the ninth prince? After all, there were numerous inconsistencies surrounding the matter. Qin Jun's slender fingers tapped rhythmically on the table as she replied coolly, does it matter? Not in the least. This matter must have royal involvement. Qin Luo is indeed a member of the royal family, and he harbors a grudge against Chinamo. His act of killing Chinamo is justified. All that is required is a semblance of reason. Precisely. With cause and effect, a justified killing is sufficient. As time elapsed in the blood pool, not a trace of energy remained. The sensation of constraint dissipated, and Qin Luo rose, stretching his body, the sound of cracking joints echoing as he reveled in his newfound vitality. Although his cultivation had not improved, his combat prowess had markedly surged. Should he encounter that Lin Xian again, Qin Luo felt he could effortlessly overpower him. Esteemed companions, I express my gratitude for your generous gifts over these past few days. Qin Luo's gaze ignited the fury within the hearts of the other 9. Their eyes burned crimson as they glared at Qin Luo. They had awaited this day for far too long, only to derive nothing from the blood pool and hinder their own cultivation. Ninth Prince, you have gone too far. Ninth Prince, I shall remember this day, and you shall pay dearly for it. Ninth Prince. One cannot be so ruthless. Such actions will leave you friendless. Qin Luo chuckled coldly. What? You cannot bear to see me thrive. Alas, even if you despise me, you cannot eliminate me. His provocations stirred the others' expressions into grotesque masks of rage. They gritted their teeth, for as Qin Luo had articulated, they could not eliminate him, only swallow their grievances. Qin Shuyuan had been awaiting this moment. Upon seeing Qin Luo emerge first, a complex expression flitted across his face. Nonetheless, he refrained from speaking until the others had exited, then inquired, how fared your purification? At the mention of this, the others erupted in anger. Lord Zongjing, the ninth prince has absorbed all of our blood essence. You must advocate for us, Lord Zongjing. We have awaited this day for years, yet we have gained nothing. Qin Shuyuan was taken aback, his gaze falling upon Qin Luo. Ninth prince, what means did you employ? Qin Luo donned an innocent expression. What means? They are simply a bunch of useless individuals. Their failure to refine resulted in wasted blood essence, yet they refuse to admit their lack of talent and instead blame me. Is that so? Qin Shuyuan was momentarily stunned. Truthfully, he found it hard to believe that Qin Luo could absorb such a vast quantity of blood essence alone. Such a feat was unprecedented. Perhaps the ninth prince possessed some unique bloodline? Upon this thought, Qin Shuyuan felt invigorated. After all, Qin Luo was a descendant of the Emperor Qin at his zenith, and possessing a hidden bloodline would not be unusual. Perhaps previous tests had been erroneous? Ninth Prince, shall we conduct another bloodline test? Qin Shuyuan asked. Very well. Qin Luo did not hesitate. The results of the test revealed that Qin Luo remained an ordinary physique. Disappointment washed over Qin Shuyuan's face. I told you, those individuals must be useless. They did not refine much blood essence and sought to frame me instead. Alas! Qin Luo shook his head, his gaze filled with disdain as he looked at the others, nearly inciting their fury to the boiling point. Qin Luo, you have gone too far. Ninth Prince, I challenge you. One individual leaped forward. Qin Luo decisively shook his head. I do not battle with the useless. Ninth Prince, you lack the courage. It was nothing more than disdain. Qin Luo, today Enough. Qin Shuyuan interjected sharply, then addressed the others. You shall go test the strength of your bloodlines. I wish to see whether you truly cultivated diligently within the blood pool. As for you, Ninth Prince, there is someone seeking you outside. You may depart first. Farewell. Qin Luo addressed the others, inciting their anger once more. Upon exiting the ancestral hall, Qin Luo was taken aback to see a familiar face. Long time no see. Lin Xian. One day, apart feels like 3 autumns. I intended to seek you out after my emergence, yet here you are, presenting yourself. When enemies meet, their animosity is palpable. Lin Xian glared at Qin Luo with an expression of sheer malice. Sneering, "Ninth Prince, ha, your time has come. The Demon Suppression Division is here to apprehend a wanted criminal. Qin Luo, surrender yourself immediately, or do not blame the Demon Suppression Division for showing no mercy." Chapter 33. Reward obtained. Divine Dragon's Blood Essence. Lu Tsong stood not far off, having assisted Lin Xian in venting his grievances. The personnel of the Demon Suppression Division swiftly encircled Qin Luo upon Lin Xian's command. Lin Xian approached Qin Luo, stating, "His Majesty proclaimed the other day that princes are to be punished equally as commoners. Ninth Prince, you brazenly murdered the grandson of Lord Yingguo, Chen Mo, in broad daylight, with numerous eyewitnesses. The evidence is irrefutable. The Demon Suppression Division will take you into custody today. Should you resist, the Demon Suppression Division is entitled to use force." Lin Xian spoke through gritted teeth, eager for Qin Luo to defy the law, allowing the Demon Suppression Division to demonstrate the consequences of being trampled underfoot. Observing Lin Xian's fierce demeanor and sensing his aura, Qin Luo chuckled, "It seems you have truly become a shadow of your former self. Your cultivation is merely at the sea-splitting stage. How pitiful. How about this? If you kneel before me and bow 3 times, I may consider returning your 5-element spiritual body." Boom! Lin Xian felt as if struck by lightning, his entire being trembling. The 5-element spiritual body was a lifelong source of anguish for him. The temptation was overwhelming. He yearned for his talents to return, yet reason cautioned him that Qin Luo was merely toying with him, and that Qin Luo would not restore them. Opportunities come but once and do not wait for those who hesitate. Qin Luo gazed at Lin Xian with a beaming smile, making Lin Xian feel as though Qin Luo at that moment was akin to a devil. His previously stable state of mind now wavered. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Qin Luo, today, my Demon Suppression Division is ordered to capture you. Surrender immediately, or else my division shall suppress you on the spot." Qin Luo let out a cold laugh and then shouted, "What? You wish to kill me? You possess quite the audacity. To conspire against a prince is a grave offense punishable by extermination of one's entire family. Prepare to meet your end." Boom! The aura emanating from Qin Luo surged explosively, reaching its zenith in an instant, as the Qingfeng sword was summoned, revealing its sword intent. The nascent form of sword intent? Lu Tsong's complexion shifted dramatically. A swordsman who comprehends sword intent experiences a tremendous boost in combat power. He never imagined that Qin Luo would dare to brazenly attack Lin Xian, time and again. He shattered Lu Tsong's expectations of Qin Luo's limits. He was nothing short of a madman. A complete lunatic, nevertheless, all must remain under the control of this sage. Taixu Bell, come forth, binding soul rope. Bind him, soul-striking whip, strike him. Qin Luo gritted his teeth. He only needed to buy himself a moment. The Taixu Bell flew forth, hovering in the void, ringing heavily, boom. The force of the soul impact struck Lu Tsong. The binding soul rope ensnared Lu Tsong's hands and feet, but in an instant, he broke free. The soul-striking whip lashed fiercely against him, sending his soul into turmoil. He had bought that precious moment. Qin Luo's sword was already poised before Lin Xian. "Qin Luo, you dare?" Lu Tsong's eyes widened in fury. Lin Xian unleashed all his means, yet having lost the identity of the favored child of fate. His combat power was diminished not merely by half, but by at least 9/10. Piffed. In Lin Xian's incredulous gaze, Qin Luo's sword pierced through his chest, while simultaneously, Qin Luo seized the spatial ring from his finger. Surely, the protagonist must possess some valuable items, right? Those items contained immense opportunities. Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Qin Luo would kill him at this time and place. This was utterly incomprehensible, devoid of any rationale. Boom! A powerful force struck Qin Luo, sending him hurtling backward. Bang! Qin Luo crashed to the ground but quickly regained his footing, admonishing Lu Tsong, "Leader Lu, are you also in collusion with Lin Xian? Intending to harm the prince?" Lu Tsong's cold gaze swept over Qin Luo, and he immediately channeled energy into Lin Xian's body, attempting to awaken a flicker of life within him. Yet it was futile. Utterly impossible. Lin Xian's life had already been extinguished. His head tilted, and he was dead. Killing the favored child of fate. Reward obtained. 1 drop of divine dragon's blood. It contains immense life energy capable of transforming a person, making them a peerless genius. Is a single drop of so-called divine dragon's blood truly so extraordinary? However, anything associated with the divine signifies the potential to defy fate. Lu Tsong's chest heaved violently. Lin Xian was someone he held in high regard, and there were even deeper reasons behind it. Lin Xian must not die. Yet now, he lay dead before him, leaving Lu Tsong unable to account for this to certain individuals. Nor could he justify it to himself. His expression twisted as he glared at Qin Luo, filled with a desire to strike him down immediately. Yet, he dared not do so. Lu Tsong had a wife, children, and a vast family. Should he commit such an act, it would spell the end for his lineage. The ninth prince openly slanders and kills officials of my demon suppression division. This matter shall not be overlooked. He commanded, take the ninth prince to the demon suppression division. A prince who breaks the law is as culpable as the common folk. Today, multiple offenses shall be punished. Qin Luo let out a cold chuckle. This time offering no resistance, obediently following Lu Tsong and his men to the demon suppression division. Having killed Lin Xian was already a relief for him, and obtaining a drop of divine dragon's blood made him feel elated. He believed that such a drop could potentially elevate the 9 turns golden body technique to the 2nd turn, right? Indeed, a man with a system has far too many opportunities. Within the demon suppression division, a triad of hearings commenced, attended not only by officials of the demon suppression division, but also representatives from the Supreme Court, Ministry of Justice, and the censorate Ye Chen naturally made an appearance. And upon seeing the blood on Qin Luo, he became enraged, a powerful aura of sanctity emanating from him, enveloping Lu Tsong and his men. Thud. All but Lu Tsong fell to their knees. You demon suppression division possess quite the audacity to treat my grandson in such a manner. Do you presume I am inconsequential? Ah, boom. A tempestuous aura surged toward Lu Tsong, causing him to stagger. Pfft. Lu Tsong spat out a mouthful of blood. Feeling somewhat better, he immediately argued, the ninth prince bears no wounds. On the contrary, he killed 100 men of my demon suppression division, intending to resist law enforcement. Su Qianqian was not senile. In his moment of fury, he sensed that Qin Luo bore no injuries. Yet he seized this opportunity to assert his presence, making it clear to others that when interrogating Qin Luo, they must heed his perspective. Merely the grandson of a sacred king. Even if Qin Luo did kill him. So what? As long as Qin Luo did not admit it, no one could touch him today. Calm yourself, Su Sheng. We of the Demon Suppression Division shall certainly handle this case impartially. Chu Heng glanced at Lu Tsong. Knowing that now was not the time to question him, Lu Tsong, understanding the situation, led the others away, leaving Qin Luo in the center of the hall. Before Chu Heng could speak, Qin Zhanshan turned to Qin Luo and asked, "Did you kill my grandson?" Qin Luo's lips curled into a faint smile as he surveyed the room, addressing Qin Zhanshan, "Indeed, it was I who killed him." Chapter 34. An indelible suspicions, defying the emperor? The declaration caused an uproar in the hall. Even Su Qianqian furrowed his brow slightly. Some actions, if performed yet not admitted, could still be salvaged. However, when one admits to their deeds, the situation becomes precarious. Yet Qin Luo belonged to the category of, "I did it, and I dare to admit it." Ah! Qin Zhanshan roared, "Qin Luo, you actually killed my grandson. Today, I shall demand your life in return." Qin Zhanshan had envisioned this moment of confirming Qin Luo's guilt countless times. But upon Qin Luo's admission, he lost control. "Not only did I kill him, but I also possess his corpse." Another statement that nearly shattered Qin Zhanshan's composure. "Qin Luo, you deserve to die. You must die." Qin Zhanshan could no longer restrain himself, intent on striking Qin Luo down. Boom! Chu Heng and the others immediately intervened, blocking Qin Zhanshan. "Lord Yingwu, please remain calm. This is the territory of our Demon Suppression Division. If you were to kill Qin Luo, even at the cost of your life, you would face severe repercussions. This matter shall be handled by us of the Demon Suppression Division. We will surely deal with it justly." Turning, Chu Heng fixed his gaze on Qin Luo and solemnly inquired, "Qin Luo, do you acknowledge your crimes?" "What crimes?" Qin Luo feigned innocence. Chu Heng barked, "Just now, you admitted to killing the grandson of Lord Yingwu." "Chinimo." "We all heard it. According to the laws of Qin, as well as the words of His Majesty, a prince who breaks the law is as culpable as the common folk. Today, the Demon Suppression Division shall judge you." "Wait." Qin Luo interrupted Chu Heng. "When did I say I killed Chinimo? Are you jesting with me?" Chu Heng's voice deepened. "Qin Luo, the triad of hearings of the Demon Suppression Division does not tolerate your nonsense. You just confessed to killing Lord Yingwu's grandson. We all heard it." Qin Luo shook his head. "No, I did not say I killed Chinimo Lord Yingwu. I do not even know him." When he spoke, "I assumed he was Lin Xian's grandfather. I admit, I killed Lin Xian." At this, everyone was taken aback. Qin Luo's audacious maneuver was nothing short of mockery. Bang! Chu Heng slammed his palm on the table. Admonishing Qin Luo, the Demon Suppression Division will not allow your foolishness. You just claim to have killed Chen Mo and hidden his corpse. Now you assert you killed Lin Xian, yet Lin Xian's body is within my Demon Suppression Division. How could it be in your possession? Qin Luo, are you toying with us? In response to his inquiry, Qin Luo leisurely remarked, I merely misspoke earlier. It was just a slip of the tongue. Is it a crime to err? Qin Luo's demeanor darkened Chu Heng's expression further. Chen Zhanshan, seething with rage, glared at Qin Luo. Turning, Qin Luo addressed Qin Zhanshan, Lord Yingwu, mourn not. Brother Chen and I are not acquainted, yet we share a mutual admiration. In the future, I shall surely burn several beautiful women at his grave, so he does not feel lonely below. Such brazen words left those present utterly dumbfounded. Brother Chen was particularly fond of Gu Qingxue. I shall certainly arrange for them to be buried together. Indeed, Brother Chen will surely appreciate that. Chen Zhanshan's expression grew increasingly twisted, his eyes reddening as he bellowed, Enough! This is an insult, a humiliation to my grandson Chen Mo and to me. Chen Zhanshan, gazing at Qin Luo, his expression resembled that of a predator ready to devour its prey, his aura rising in intensity. At this moment, he was oblivious to everything else, consumed by the desire to slay Qin Luo. Boom! Su Qianqian's formidable presence locked onto Chen Zhanshan. What do you intend to do, Chen Zhanshan? If you dare to strike, I shall ensure the annihilation of your entire Qin clan. Ha! Annihilation! Apart from this old man? Who else remains of the Qin family? There are some collateral branches, but Chen Zhanshan cares not for them. They share no blood ties with him, and their demise would mean little to him. Gentlemen, this is my Demon Suppression Department, Chu Heng warned once more. Chen Zhanshan, furious, took his seat, while Su Qianqian reigned in his overwhelming aura. Very well, let the interrogation proceed. Chu Heng inquired, 10 days prior, did you, the 9th prince, encounter Chen Mo? Qin Luo nodded, affirming, indeed. I have met him. It has been said that an altercation ensued between you and Chen Mo over Gu Qingxue, leading you, in a fit of rage, to murder him in public. Is there any truth to this? Qin Luo shook his head, asserting that is entirely unfounded. Brother Chen came specifically to express his gratitude. On that day, I was incensed by Gu Qingxue's infidelity with Lin Xian. You're aware of him? The very one who attempted to assassinate me today, a mere captain of the Demon Suppression Department. Lin Xian did not? Lu Tsong interjected, unable to contain himself. What did you say? Qin Luo cast a glance at him. Then I shall refrain from elaborating. Let it be as it may. Lu Tsong, silence, Chu Heng admonished, his gaze returning to Qin Luo. Please continue, 9th prince. Qin Luo resumed, where was I? Ah yes, I spoke of how I pierced that harlot with my sword. As Qin Luo uttered these words, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered through the crowd of onlookers. Su Qianqian scanned the room, his icy gaze sending shivers down many spines. After I dispatched Gu Qingxue, I even inquired of Brother Chen, suggesting I might offer it to him while it was still warm. Veins bulged on Chen Zhanshan's forehead. He was on the verge of losing control, feeling humiliated by the mockery directed at his grandson. Though Brother Chen declined my generous offer, he later came to thank me for the matter. Such deep affection. I have resolved to aid Brother Chen and Gu Qingxue, ensuring they share the same grave, allowing them to rekindle their bond in the afterlife. Who knows? Enough of this. Chu Heng interrupted Qin Luo, exchanging glances with the others. Let us bring in the witnesses. Several individuals who had witnessed the incident recounted the events, identifying Qin Luo as the murderer. Now that so many have testified against you, do you have anything to say? They are all fabricating evidence. Qin Luo replied earnestly. If Chen Mo sought me out and we quarreled, why would I not kill him on the spot, but rather choose to pursue him down another street? Is my time so worthless? Moreover, while there are witnesses, what about physical evidence? Without tangible proof, how can you assert that I committed this act? Or do you simply wish to frame me for this crime? Are you not akin to Lin Xian, his accomplices, intent on plotting my demise? TSK, has the Demon Suppression Department become entirely infiltrated by sectarian powers? How brazen! Qin Luo not only denied the charges but also turned the tables, causing the faces of Chu Heng and the others to darken. Su Qianqian slowly rose, declaring, enough of this farce. My grandson claims he did not kill Chen Mo. Thus he did not. If you have any doubts, feel free to seek me, Su Qianqian. Even if Qin Luo were convicted, he would not allow the Demon Suppression Department to detain him, especially since Qin Luo was innocent. We shall depart. Su Qianqian led Qin Luo out of the Grand Hall of the Demon Suppression Department. Chu Heng and the others did not attempt to impede them. In truth, none could restrain Su Qianqian. Although Qin Luo's guilt had not been established, the public would still regard him as Chen Mo's killer. Qin Luo was acutely aware of this. Whether he cleared his name or not mattered little to him. His sole desire was to uncover the individuals scheming against him and eliminate them. Just as they exited the gates of the Demon Suppression Department, Qin Jun, having rushed upon hearing the news of Lin Xian's death, confronted Qin Luo. Qin Luo, you possess considerable audacity. Before the Emperor, you pledged not to kill Lin Xian. Yet today you dare to go back on your word. This is treason against the Emperor. Guards, take Qin Luo back to the Ancestral Hall for proper punishment. Chapter 35. Speechless, the brave Marquis comes to visit. Individuals from the Ancestral Hall surged forth behind Qin Jun, surrounding Qin Luo. Chen Chen frowned, letting out a cold snort. Qin Jun immediately addressed him, Su Shang. This is a matter concerning my Qin royal family. Qin Luo made a public promise before the Emperor not to kill Lin Xian. His act today constitutes a grave disrespect to the Emperor. Whether as a subject or a prince, defying the Emperor and disobeying one's father is a heinous crime. The Ancestral Hall has the right to take Qin Luo back for proper discipline. This is a royal affair, and Su Shang is not a member of the royal family, so I kindly ask you to refrain from intervening. After a slight bow to Su Qinshan, Qin Jun glared at Qin Luo with gritted teeth. She could hardly fathom that Qin Luo, in plain view of everyone, had brutally slain Lin Xian. Lin Xian was not merely her friend. She harbored some affection for him. Upon hearing the news of his murder, she had even shed tears. Thus, she had rushed with the members of the Ancestral Hall, determined to bring Qin Luo back for punishment, both to avenge her own humiliation and to seek retribution for Lin Xian. Qin Luo stepped forward slowly, addressing Qin Jun, dearest sister, you would wish to harm your brother over a trivial matter concerning Lin Xian. What do you call this? An elbow turning outward. Furthermore, Qin Luo smirked coldly. What was my promise to you? Can you remind me? You promised me not to kill Lin Xian. Qin Jun replied in a low voice. No, you are not being entirely accurate. I can tell you precisely what I said. I promised you that I would not kill Lin Xian today. How long has it been since that day? It doesn't even count as tomorrow, the day after, or the day after that. In this matter, even if it reaches the Emperor, I am in the right. Moreover, Lin Xian dared to conspire against me today. If I do not kill him, should I wait for him to kill me instead? Qin Jun's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated that Qin Luo would quibble over semantics. Furthermore, Qin Luo had already planned to kill Lin Xian when he made that promise. Lin Xian had become a cripple. Why was Qin Luo so intent on his death? A chill surged within Qin Jun. She had tagged Qin Luo as someone who would repay a slight with vengeance, one who would eliminate threats entirely. If you do not believe me, we can confront the Emperor. Let us ask him whether he heard what I just said. Qin Luo was in the right. Today, Qin Jun insisted on fixating on that day's events, so he would indeed go to the palace to meet the elusive Emperor Qin. As for the matter of Lin Xian's death, it became trivial, for Lin Xian was merely a minor character. No matter his status as a disciple of the myriad phenomena Sacred Land or any other obscure identity, the Great Qin Empire would not acknowledge it. They recognized only the identities within the Great Qin Empire. Lin Xian was merely a lowly captain within the Demon Suppression Department. Killing him meant nothing. Qin Jun glared at Qin Luo, her eyes glinting with malice. Qin Luo, let me inform you that today's affair is far from over. Do not make me find a weakness to exploit. We shall depart. Qin Jun led the members of the Ancestral Hall away. And news of the day's events began to spread rapidly. The Ninth Prince remained defiant, refusing to admit guilt while having killed a captain of the Demon Suppression Department. Such audacity was truly unprecedented. Ha! It appears boldness, but the cost will be extraordinarily severe. Who would willingly pledge loyalty to such a person? His prospects are dim. The brave Marquis had sent word that if the Demon Suppression Department failed to avenge his grandson, he would seek justice himself. Within the Imperial City, the Ninth Prince had little hope for a future. Beyond the city, in the depths of the night at the brave Marquis's residence, Chen Shan held the shattered lifeplate of Chen Mo. His expression a tempest of emotions. He yearned for vengeance, yet he did not even know the identity of his true enemy, my lord. A guest has come to visit, the steward announced from outside. Who? Chen Shan inquired sternly. He claims he can assist you, my lord. Let him in. The visitor was clad in black, and upon being seen by Chen Shan, he was asked, what assistance can you provide? I can help you with your revenge. Boom! Chen Shan's aura surged, pressing down upon the stranger. How do you intend to help me exact my revenge? Do you know who my enemy is? The black-clad man spoke deliberately. Qin Luo. Ha ha. Chen Zhanshan let out a cold laugh. Do you believe I would trust you? Of course, the murderer may not be Qin Luo. The black-clad man's words darkened Chen Zhanshan's expression. Do you know who killed my grandson? The great Qin royal family. The black-clad man stated solemnly. Your grandson died due to royal strife. Had Qin Luo not appeared, your grandson would still be alive. Your true enemy is the great Qin royal family. Kill Qin Luo, and I will reveal to you the identity of your grandson's killer. I can swear an oath upon the great road. Chen Zhanshan cast a cold gaze at the other party. Is it you? He inquired. No. I too can swear an oath to the heavens, came the reply. You understand that if I were to kill Qin Luo, there would be no place for me in the great Qin Empire? The Demon Suppression Division would pursue me relentlessly until my demise. You can join us, the man in black suggested. And who might you be? The other party exhaled a single word, Bei. Chen Zhanshan comprehended instantly. Yingwu Marquis, ponder this carefully. The strife within the imperial family of the Great Qin is not merely to use your grandson and yourself as pawns. It also involves the potential death of your grandson. Is such an empire still worthy of your loyalty? After the other party departed, Chen Zhanshan fell into deep contemplation. In truth, he had already perceived the truth of the black-clad man's words. The death of his grandson was a conspiracy. A scheme targeting both Qin Luo and himself. But was Qin Luo at fault? Undoubtedly, his grandson's demise was indeed due to Qin Luo. Damn it! Chen Zhanshan growled. Shortly after the black-clad man left, he seized the cover of night to head to Qin Luo's prince's residence. It made no sense. Qin Luo had hinted at this several times, and there was no reason for him to remain oblivious. The corpse. Perhaps the body was in Qin Luo's possession. He was eager to see what Qin Luo intended to do. He infiltrated the prince's residence, aware that Su Qianqian had already detected his presence, yet he had no intention of concealing his movements too much. Following the guiding aura, he arrived at a courtyard. Yingwu Marquis, how delightful it is to see you. Qin Luo greeted him with a beaming smile. Is my grandson's corpse in your possession? No. Qin Luo's words darkened Chen Zhanshan's expression. You misunderstood. It is not your grandson's corpse, but rather your grandson who is in my hands. Chapter 36. The Life and Death Seal of the Holy King. The 10 guardians of demon suppression. Before Chen Zhanshan could fully grasp the situation, a familiar voice rang out. Grandfather! The emperor's banner unfurled, and a phantom figure emerged, gazing at Chen Zhanshan. His nose tinged with regret, yet no tears fell. Though be precise, he was already dead. Only his soul remained, preserved by the emperor's banner. Were it not for Shi Huang and the emperor's banner, Chen Mo would have ceased to exist. Chen Zhanshan trembled, astonished that Chen Mo still possessed a soul. Indeed, the life token had shattered, merely signifying that Chen Mo's vitality was extinguished. In reality, even for a sage, preserving one's soul after the physical body had perished was an arduous task, achievable only under specific circumstances and with the aid of special treasures. The Emperor's Banner was a unique sacred artifact. Although currently of lower sacred grade, it would upgrade as more powerful souls resided within it. This lower-grade sacred artifact was far more precious than an average middle or even upper-grade one. Naturally, the souls within belonged to Qin Luo's subordinates, and Chen Mo was no exception. Qin Luo quietly withdrew, leaving the space for the grandfather and grandson. From Chen Mo, Chen Zhanshan learned of the events that transpired that day and understood that it was Qin Luo who had orchestrated his grandson's rescue. Ensuring the preservation of Chen Mo's soul, as a sage, he could not achieve such a feat, indicating that the individual who intervened from the shadows possessed formidable strength. Perhaps it was Su Qianqian, though he doubted Su Qianqian had any expertise in matters of the soul. After they exchanged pleasantries, Qin Luo re-entered, smiling as he addressed Chen Zhanshan. Yingwu Marquis, shall we discuss matters further? Indeed. Yingwu Marquis watched as Qin Luo restored Chen Mo to his side. He was acutely aware that Chen Mo could only survive with Qin Luo's assistance. Regarding Chen Mo's status as Qin Luo's subordinate, he could only choose to selectively forget. Yingwu Marquis, I offer you a choice. Qin Luo proposed. Speak, Ninth Prince. Chen Zhanshan's tone lacked its previous firmness. Become my subordinate, Qin Luo replied with a smile. The combat power of a holy king is something I desire greatly. Not only do I want your allegiance, but I also wish to inscribe the life and death seal within your body. Only by controlling your life and death can I feel secure. Oaths, in my view, are mere trifles. Chen Zhanshan pondered for a moment. With Chen Mo held hostage by Qin Luo, he had limited options. I can choose to stand with the Ninth Prince, Chen Zhanshan stated. No, Yingwu Marquis is mistaken. What I mean is, you shall submit to me. Allow me to perform a small technique within your body, ensuring your eternal subservience. The words of Qin Luo darkened Chen Zhanshan's expression. Submit? He was a formidable holy king. To submit to Qin Luo was absurd. Was the ninth prince threatening him? Chen Zhanshan's tone turned harsh. All strong individuals possess dignity, and he was no exception. Even with his grandson's life in Qin Luo's grasp, he could not be so easily intimidated. No, no, no. I wish to propose a transaction with Yingwu Marquis. If you are willing to submit to me, I can truly revive your grandson. What do you say? This statement widened Qin Zhanshan's eyes. His grandson now existed solely as a soul. To say he was dead was no exaggeration. Could Qin Luo truly revive him? You are not deceiving me? Qin Zhanshan inquired. If you require it, I can swear an oath to the Great Way. Qin Luo replied nonchalantly. He lacked such means, but Shi Huang possessed them. It would merely require time and some treasures. In that moment, Qin Luo had seized hold of Chen Zhanshan's lifeline. If his grandson could be revived, his bloodline and legacy would not be extinguished. The expressions on his face shifted continuously as he weighed the pros and cons. Ultimately, he made his decision. I hope the ninth prince will keep his word. Qin Luo smiled faintly. Though I may not be a virtuous man, I will fulfill my promises. Shall we begin? Indeed. Chen Zhanshan was curious about Qin Luo's means of controlling his life. After all, he was a sage. While Qin Luo was merely a minor practitioner, deep down, he believed Qin Luo's methods could not possibly control his life, which was the primary reason for his agreement. Do not resist. Qin Luo instructed before commencing the life and death seal. The life and death seal was a sacred level technique, capable of controlling all within the sacred realm. The precondition was to inscribe the seal within the opponent's soul. As Qin Luo initiated the technique, Chen Zhanshan was left astonished. The intricacy of the method filled him with an ominous premonition. Could it be that Qin Luo could truly control his life? Perceiving Chen Zhanshan's turmoil, Su Qinchen's voice rang out from a distance. Do not move. A powerful aura locked onto Chen Zhanshan. Should he dare to harm Qin Luo, he would inevitably face Su Qinchen's wrath. As for this grandson, Su Qinchen felt an increasing sense of mystery. Little Luo must have acquired an extraordinary inheritance, perhaps from an emperor. Su Qinchen mused inwardly. Thus, in the future, the great Qin Empire might indeed fall into little Luo's hands. Regrettably, his daughter had passed away too soon. Otherwise, witnessing Qin Luo's accomplishments today would have surely brought her immense joy. The life and death seal was inscribed. Qin Luo felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, along with a faint thrill. A holy king had become his subordinate. How impressive that would sound. Chen Zhanshan's expression was exceedingly complex. He felt a mark embedded deep within his soul. A seal left by Qin Luo at it was an imprint he could not erase. Having taken root in the depths of his being, should Qin Luo's thoughts shift, he might very well meet his end. Next, Yingwu Marquis, you should immediately accuse me and have me expelled from the imperial capital. After a brief exchange with Qin Luo, Chen Zhanshan grasped his intentions. He hesitated for a moment before saying, Your Highness, there exists an unwritten rule within the great Qin Empire. If a prince or high-ranking official is guilty but the crime does not warrant death, they are required to achieve merit through service. They can join the 10th Guard of the Demon Suppression Division. The 10th Guard? But isn't there only 9 guards in the Demon Suppression Division? The Demon Suppression Division consists of 9 guards, each led by a commander. Above the commander is the deputy commander, who oversees 3 guards. The 10th Guard is a unique department within the Demon Suppression Division, comprising a mix of individuals, including defectors from sects and criminals from the Empire, as well as their descendants. They undertake the most perilous missions, yet receive the poorest treatment among all the guards. Naturally, their regulations are the least stringent. To depart the imperial capital, one must either join the 10th Guard or enlist in the border army. I recommend that Your Highness enter the 10th Guard rather than the border army. As military power has already been seized by other princes, should you intervene recklessly, you may attract even more enemies, including several princes aside from the 8th prince. Furthermore, Chen Zhanshan's expression turned cold. My grandson may have been killed by someone sent by one of the princes. Some of them may have already colluded with Baiman. Oh, is that so? The people of the Baiman dynasty seek to disrupt our great Qin Empire? Qin Luo expressed surprise. He had not anticipated the Baiman dynasty's involvement. However, it was likely not that they valued him, but rather his identity. If Chen Zhanshan were to kill Qin Luo, he would find no place for himself within the great Qin Empire, and at that point, the Baiman people could welcome him into their fold, making him one of their own. Killing Qin Luo would yield numerous benefits, escalating the conflict among the princes to a boiling point, and one is a fool. Who could possibly fail to discern the intricacies at play here? In this world, the concept of irrefutable evidence is of little consequence. All that is required is a reason or an excuse. Should someone present evidence indicating that this matter involves a covert struggle among the princes, the other princes would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to kick a man when he is down. Who possesses the motive and justification to eliminate Qin Luo? Qin Feng has his reasons and excuses, as does Qin Jun. They may very well find themselves the next targets of scrutiny. The Northern Ming dynasty merely stirs the pot, reaping substantial rewards in the process. Although the strength of the Northern Ming dynasty is slightly inferior to that of the Great Qin Empire, the disparity is not significant. The reason the Great Qin Empire is deemed an empire is that its founder was a great emperor, a being of unparalleled strength that the Northern Ming dynasty has never seen. Even so, this does not prevent them from becoming one of the greatest adversaries of the Great Qin Empire. I suspect that others are also conspiring to have Your Highness leave the imperial capital, to depart from the epicenter of power. The border troops, particularly the northern garrison, must not be approached. Chen Zhanshan spoke gravely. The northern garrison is essentially a one-man show run by the northern king. Should Qin Luo venture there, he may not be guaranteed death, but he would certainly be thoroughly suppressed, leaving him no opportunity to flourish. Let us proceed to the 10th Guard of the Demon Suppression Division. Qin Luo resolved firmly. I believe some may wish for my entry into the 10th Guard of the Demon Suppression Division. This would indeed be a stain on my life. Qin Luo scoffed, contemplating that if he aspired to be the scion of the Great Qin Empire, or even its emperor, such a history would provide ample fodder for criticism. Yet, Qin Luo was indifferent. His sole concern was power. His vision extended beyond that of all others. In this world, he could stand against anyone. The diminutive Great Qin Empire was merely a stepping stone for him. Very well, let us make arrangements. Chen Zhanshan understood that upon his return, he would need to contemplate how to deal with Qin Luo. It was evident that the Qin Emperor had already devised a plan. The fact that the Qin Emperor has yet to summon Qin Luo indicates that he does not hold this son in high regard. A congenital mortal body, combined with arrogance, signifies Qin Luo's lack of a promising future. Qin Luo had thoroughly rummaged through Lin Xian's spatial ring, discovering only a few low-level techniques. Among them was an iron box, sealed with a protective enchantment. It seemed there might be something of value within. With a wave of his hand, the human emperor banner materialized, enveloping him in a shroud that obscured external perception. Shi Huang appeared beside Qin Luo, her gaze fixed upon the iron box, her brow furrowing slightly. As if sensing that the box contained something extraordinary, "Is there danger?" Qin Luo inquired. "It should not be the case. We shall find out upon opening it." Shi Huang began to unlock the iron box, while Qin Luo cautiously stepped back, maintaining a safe distance. After several breaths, Shi Huang managed to open the box, revealing a shimmering scale before Qin Luo's eyes. A scale. Qin Luo gazed at the glimmering, darkly luminous scale, disappointment evident upon his visage. "Is this all? Dragon scale?" Shi Huang's astonished voice rang out. "Dragon scale?" Qin Luo's heart stirred. A porcelain vial materialized in his hand, containing the blood of a divine dragon. He vaguely sensed a resonance between the blood within the vial and the scale before him, akin to encountering a kin. The existence of dragon scales was nearly irrefutable. It seems that divine dragons have indeed graced this world. The value of this dragon scale is exceedingly high. If forged into armor, it would undoubtedly be top-tier sacred armor. If crafted into a weapon, it possesses the potential to become an imperial weapon. You have stumbled upon a remarkable bargain. Shi Huang regarded Qin Luo with a curious expression. "Do you know that lad named Lin Xian possesses this treasure, prompting your decision to eliminate him?" "How would I know? I am not omniscient." Qin Luo replied nonchalantly. He merely understood that the protagonist must possess extraordinary fortunes. Lin Xian is no exception. Shi Huang did not pursue the matter further, instead stating, "While dragon scales are precious, it is exceedingly difficult to find someone capable of forging them. For you, this scale is rather akin to a double-edged sword." Qin Luo nodded in agreement, refraining from rebuttal. He felt that Lin Xian's dragon scale might have other uses, though he could not quite fathom them at the moment. Lin Xian, why do you lack the habit of keeping a journal?" Qin Luo lamented. "Very well, I must now accept Lin Xian's inheritance. The essence of the 5-element spirit body still awaits my absorption. Now is the perfect time. With the chaos outside, enhancing my strength will better ensure my survival. By the way, do you possess any formidable soul cultivation techniques?" Qin Luo inquired of Shi Huang. He had initially intended to raid the royal treasury, but now found himself with an exceptional powerhouse at hand. Surely she must possess something. Otherwise, how could her soul have endured for so long? "Are you seeking my assistance?" Shi Huang adopted a haughty demeanor. Then you must agree to one condition. A condition? Indeed, agree to one condition. And I shall grant you one of the most exceptional soul cultivation techniques in this realm. Slap. Qin Luo brandished the soul-whipping whip, striking it fiercely against the air woman. It seems you have yet to comprehend your position. You dare to bargain with me? What is yours is mine, and what is mine remains mine. Conditions? Ha! You may only make requests, understand? Ultimately, Shi Huang resigned herself to the situation. I will give it to you. Please, do not strike me anymore. I cannot bear it. While Qin Luo chastised Shi Huang, several men by Lin Xian's lifeless body exchanged glances, their expressions grim. The item is gone. That was the reverse scale of a dragon. This is of utmost importance. It cannot simply vanish. It was taken by Qin Luo. Qin Luo, he must pay for this. The item must be retrieved. Otherwise, our years of scheming will amount to nothing, if necessary. I shall personally eliminate Qin Luo. Chapter 38. Severe punishment for Qin Luo. Multiple stakeholders. Qin Luo ultimately acquired a fragment of a soul cultivation technique from Shi Huang, a fragment. Qin Luo's tone carried a hint of disdain, causing Shi Huang to become agitated. What of the fragment? Even a fragment can be regarded as a top-tier sacred cultivation technique. Shi Huang declared with pride, "It is precisely due to this technique that my soul surpasses that of others at the same level, allowing me to preserve my soul's existence even in the face of certain death. This technique is believed to be left behind by a being transcending the imperial realm, if it were complete. Even an imperial-level expert would covet it. The soul refining furnace method is the name of the soul cultivation technique that Shi Huang bestowed upon herself. It involves condensing a massive furnace within the depths of one's soul, continuously refining and forging the strength of the soul. This cultivation method is notoriously difficult. However, if one possesses ample resources to nourish the soul, the speed of cultivation can be astonishingly rapid. It is akin to using those nourishing treasures as fuel. Only with sufficient fuel can the soul be strengthened. After listening to Shi Huang's explanation, Qin Luo chuckled and remarked, "It seems all of these techniques require vast resources. The Sky Devouring Demon technique is specifically designed for devouring children of destiny. The 9 turns golden body technique is a top-tier body refinement method, requiring resources beyond measure. The soul refining furnace method demands an extraordinary quantity of soul resources. It is utterly absurd. Killing a few children of destiny may yield everything one could desire." "Wouldn't you agree?" Qin Luo mused inwardly. The host is becoming increasingly aware. The system is quite pleased. The host's blood relatives possess children of destiny with immense fortunes. Please eliminate them swiftly. Blood relatives? Qin Luo paused, pondering who among his blood relatives, aside from Su Qianqian, could it be? The Qin Emperor? Or perhaps those so-called brothers and sisters? Qin Feng is not a child of destiny, while Qin Jun is a child of destiny. She is not particularly formidable. System, are you suggesting I should betray my kin for the greater good? On the path to the pinnacle, some relatives may wish for your demise more than strangers. No, you are overthinking it. I am, after all, a villain. Moreover, I am a transmigrator. I mean to say, should you not reward me with something special to provide me with motivation? Just as they do in the dramas? Those are my blood relatives. I deserve a bonus. The system went offline, clearly unwilling to engage with Qin Luo any further. Qin Luo settled down, continuing to refine Lin Xian's essence of the 5-element spirit body. For 5 consecutive days, Qin Luo remained out of sight. Yet, the events surrounding him escalated. Chen Zhanshan made numerous visits to the imperial palace, requesting the Qin Emperor to take action and severely punish the murderer of his grandson. Additionally, Gu Yanting petitioned, accusing Qin Luo of killing his daughter, Gu Qingxue. He presented evidence asserting that Gu Qingxue was an untouched maiden prior to her demise, claiming the affair was entirely fabricated. Moreover, the commander of the Demon Suppression Division sought justice for Lin Xian, and individuals from the all-encompassing sacred ground entered the imperial capital, demanding the Qin Emperor to impose severe punishment on the murderer of Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian's dual identity, there existed a cooperative agreement between the Demon Suppression Division and the all-encompassing sacred ground, with the latter intending to align with the Great Qin Empire, and Lin Xian being their designated envoy for cooperation and exchange. At present, Qin Luo's actions have transcended merely slaying the disciples of the Wanxiang Sacred Land. He has also jeopardized the collaboration between the Wanxiang Sacred Land and the Great Qin Empire. Furthermore, they have issued a proclamation that if the Great Qin Empire does not impose severe punishment upon Qin Luo, the entirety of the Wanxiang Sacred Land shall never consent to allegiance with the Great Qin Empire. The ninth prince has become exceedingly arrogant, brazenly murdering the 100 households of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Is there still a semblance of justice? Is there still a rule of law? Indeed, the Taixu Sacred Land is a formidable force. Should they declare allegiance to our great Qin Empire, it would undoubtedly amplify our influence. I have heard that the saintess of the Taixu Sacred Land harbors affection for Lin Xian. Now that Lin Xian has perished, she has proclaimed that whoever can slay Qin Luo shall be rewarded with a sacred artifact. Such a grand promise. Surely even the sages would be tempted. However, even if the sages are tempted, they would not dare to openly strike against the ninth prince. The question remains, how shall His Majesty address this situation? At this juncture, various solutions have been proposed. Although the ninth prince has committed heinous acts, he is nonetheless the ninth prince of the great Qin Empire. To execute him over such trivial matters would be most inappropriate. Admittedly, it appears Qin Luo has killed several significant figures, yet due to his father being the Qin Emperor and his maternal grandfather being Su Qinshan, these are but minor transgressions in his eyes. I propose we confine the ninth prince within the Demon Suppression Bureau for 100 years, allowing him ample time to reflect on his wrongdoings. Alternatively, I have heard the ninth prince possesses extraordinary talent. Imprisoning him in the Demon Suppression Bureau would be a waste. Instead, let him go to the battlefield. As a prince of the great Qin Empire, he ought to fight for the interests of our realm. The situation at the southern battlefield is dire. The ninth prince should harness his remaining vigor to slay enemies on the battlefield, atoning for his current transgressions. This proposal garnered considerable support within the capital, and with the encouragement of certain individuals, it was on the verge of becoming a reality. Some claimed that His Majesty had already appointed the ninth prince as a school lieutenant, and he would soon depart for the southern front. No, not as a school lieutenant, but merely as a lowly foot soldier, ostensibly to punish the ninth prince. The crowd buzzed with fervor, and a man among them, upon hearing this, wore an even more troubled expression. Am I, Sima Hao, to go to the southern front? Damn it, I have heard that casualties occur daily. Even the Marquis of Guang has lost 3 men, and the second prince was gravely injured the day before. I do not wish to go. A bystander reminded him, Young master, this matter is beyond your control. After all, you possess the bloodline of the Sima family. Who made me the 9th young master of the Sima family? I certainly do not desire this. I have reveled as a dandy in the capital for so long. Who would have imagined that the great Qin Empire would have a 9th prince? Let us go, to the residence of the 9th prince. Qin Luo was taken aback by the unexpected visit from the renowned Sima clan of the great Qin Empire. What brings you to my humble abode? Qin Luo inquired, gazing at Sima Hao with curiosity. Sima Hao wasted no time and declared his willingness to pledge loyalty to the 9th prince. Qin Luo was momentarily stunned. There must be some ulterior motive for such an unusual overture. As he did not believe his audacious behavior could attract the attention of a scion from a prestigious family. What is your reasoning? Qin Luo asked. Sima Hao replied solemnly, the Sima family shares a close bond with the great Qin Empire. All princes of the great Qin Empire have disciples from my Sima family to assist them. I am the 9th young master of the Sima family, and you are the 9th prince. It is only fitting that I serve you, offering my humble assistance. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo comprehended the underlying motive, diverse investments. And what if I refuse? Qin Luo queried. Sima Hao responded, then I would lose the Sima family's support and be cast out, forced to establish my own legacy. The competition within the Sima family is exceedingly ruthless. While he had previously remained passive, he also aspired to establish a foundation, but alas, the great Qin Empire has only 8 princes. As for the Princess Qin Jun, the Sima family has its own loyal daughters. In truth, in a few years, he would forfeit his eligibility to compete for the family headship and would have to comply with the family's arrangements. Now that Qin Luo has appeared, it presents both an opportunity and a challenge for him, one he wishes to seize. Even with a poor hand, possessing any cards is better than having none at all. Qin Luo looked down at Sima Hao and declared, very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Have your Sima family facilitate my induction into the Demon Suppression Bureau, and I shall accept you as my retainer. Sima Hao's expression turned troubled as he replied, Your Highness, such matters are exceedingly difficult. Currently, numerous parties are exerting efforts to send Qin Luo to the southern front. Should even the slightest mishap occur, resulting in his death, they would have a justifiable reason. You have no room to negotiate. If you wish to obtain what you desire from me, you must demonstrate your value. Without investment, where is the return? Do you intend to pull a fast one? After dismissing Sima Hao, Qin Luo fell into deep contemplation. The preparations made by Marquis Yingwu were nearly sufficient to secure his position within the 10th Guard of the Demon Suppression Bureau. However, presently, the clamor was increasingly directed towards sending him to the Southern Front, with public sentiment across the entire capital rallying behind this. Is this an attempt to orchestrate my demise? What enmity do they harbor against me? There must be some underlying issue at play, Qin Luo murmured to himself. Ultimately, he surmised it must be due to Lin Xian, a deceased individual, no matter their past significance, is no longer of consequence. While the living may seek vengeance for the dead, it is often limited to those intimately connected, such as the so-called saintess of the Taixu Sacred Land. As for others, they simply wish for Qin Luo's death. And he suspects deeper motivations lie beneath this desire. It still revolves around Lin Xian, and the outcome is all too clear. Dragon Scale. Qin Luo grasped the crux of the issue. They wish to eliminate me and reclaim Lin Xian's Dragon Scale. The southern battlefield presents the best opportunity. However, I shall not go to the southern front. The enemies faced in the south are the barbarian tribes, endowed with immense strength and possessing a lineage fundamentally distinct from ordinary humans. It can be said that the conflict between the Great Qin Empire and the barbarians is a war of races. The barbarians are fearless and exhibit formidable strength, leading to severe casualties among the Great Qin Empire's forces. Additionally, there is a crucial factor. The barbarian territories are resource poor. If Qin Luo seeks to develop, going to the southern front is the worst choice. His optimal path lies within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Within the 10,000 Great Mountains reside countless sections among the sacred lands. There exists a creature most abundant, the Child of Fortune. Should you desire to kill me, I shall grant you this opportunity. Qin Luo's eyes gleamed with a hint of madness. News also reached him from Zheng Tuo, indicating that Ye Chen's precise location had been discovered. He is currently at the Wanjin Villa, and he is quite enamored with the villa's young lady. Indeed, the Child of Fortune, living off the fat of the land, can thrive anywhere. However, another piece of news also surprised Qin Luo. Lu Ruyan is to be wed. She is to marry the young master of the Divine Weapon Valley, who has offered a powerful sacred artifact as a betrothal gift. Lu Ruyan, oh Lu Ruyan, you were meant for the Child of Fortune. How could you so carelessly marry? It seems the classic trope of novels should be revisited, perhaps a bride snatching. With this thought, Qin Luo felt a surge of excitement. I wonder if Ye Chen will attend. No, he must go. Such an entertaining event cannot transpire without his participation. I must go to the 10,000 Great Mountains. Qin Luo slammed the table, speaking with resolve. If all else fails, I shall have Su Qianqian intervene. Of course, if Su Qianqian intervenes, it would incur a debt of gratitude to the Qin Emperor, a debt that must be repaid. Upon returning to the Sima family, Sima Hao immediately sought out his father. Qin Luo wishes to join the Demon Suppression Bureau. Indeed, he stated that if our Sima family assists him in joining, he will accept me as his retainer. Sima Hao forced a smile. Members of the Sima family who sought to ally with other princes were invariably esteemed. Where could one find a figure like Qin Luo, who seems disinterested in forming alliances? Yet he had no other options. The members of the Demon Suppression Bureau bear a grudge against Qin Luo. He has publicly humiliated them multiple times, and both Lu Tsong and Chu Hong have openly expressed their animosity towards him. Qin Luo presenting me with such a dilemma is evidently a means to dissuade me from following him, Sima Hao lamented. Otherwise, there is still another avenue within the Demon Suppression Bureau, the 10th Guard. Sima Xian suggested. Sima Hao paused momentarily, but the 10th Guard predominantly comprises criminals. While Qin Luo is a prince, he is also a criminal. Moreover, he could only join the 10th Guard. Otherwise, he would be forced to go to the southern front. I shall consult with the family head. Perhaps we can negotiate this matter. I have heard that Marquis Yingwu had previously been persuaded to propose allowing Qin Luo to join the 10th Guard to redeem himself. However, joining the 10th Guard would imply a tarnished reputation, and it offers no potential for advancement. How could the 9th Prince contend for the position of Crown Prince in the future? Sima Hao felt a sense of urgency. He wanted to play a poor hand, but did not wish to be left with a hand of despair. Joining the 10th Guard means everything would have to rely solely on oneself. And Qin Luo would inevitably lack avenues for advancement and resources for cultivation. It is not as though being a prince guarantees an abundance of resources. Their resources are contingent upon merit, which must be earned from the Empire, and the 10th Guard offers pitifully scant resources. The highest position one can attain within the Demon Suppression 10 Guards is that of the commander. Moreover, once one joins the Demon Suppression 10 Guards, they are bound for life and cannot be reassigned to other offices unless they perish while on a mission. The likelihood of Qin Luo competing for the title of Imperial Son is virtually non-existent. unless he can cultivate himself to a level where no one dares to oppose him. But is that feasible within the demon suppression 10 guards, competing for the title of Imperial Son? Sima Xian sneered, suggesting that first he must break through to the realm of the sage. We are merely playing a leisurely game of chess at this juncture. That is the ancestral teaching of the Sima family. Otherwise, do you think our Sima family would invest in such a prince? Sima Xian's words struck Sima Hao's heart like a sharp arrow. It dawned on him that he had already been written off. With the Sima family intervening, it was evident that public opinion began to shift. Did the Sima family truly wish to see Qin Luo join the Demon Suppression Office? It was utterly laughable. Would the Demon Suppression Office permit such a thing? Upon hearing this news, Qin Feng let out a cold laugh, revealing a hint of disdain. Your Highness, perhaps the Demon Suppression Office might just allow it. Do you not recall that they also have the 10th guard? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was taken aback, then furrowed his brow and said, Qin Luo would go to the 10th guard. If he joins the Demon Suppression 10 guards, he must leave the imperial capital. Sometimes, he has no choice in the matter, do you not agree? His Majesty must make a decisive choice. Indeed, Emperor Qin must act with resolve. A command was issued, by decree of His Majesty. Summon Su Qianqian for an audience. After meeting with Emperor Qin, Su Qianqian was bestowed the title of a first-class marquis. As for Qin Luo, the Grand Eunuch looked at him and said, His Majesty offers you 2 choices. 1. Remain in the imperial capital and serve in the ancestral office for 10 years without leaving. 2. Depart the imperial capital and join the 10th guard of the Demon Suppression Office. I choose to join the Demon Suppression Office. Qin Luo declared decisively. The Grand Eunuch wasted no time on further discussion. From today onward, the 9th Prince Qin Luo shall serve as the Deputy Commander of the 10th Guard of the Demon Suppression Office. The news was meant to be confidential, yet as soon as Qin Luo assumed his role as Deputy Commander, various factions within the city eager for information about him swiftly learned of his appointment. An unseen hand disseminated all relevant intelligence to those seeking it. Furthermore, after Qin Luo accepted his first mission, details regarding his departure from the imperial capital, including the time and route, were provided. Chapter 40. Holding the Bowl. Subject to control, I will protect you from the shadows, Su Qianqian said solemnly to Qin Luo. Grandfather, there's no need. I believe you should remain in the imperial capital. Staying in the imperial capital would allow Su Qianqian to train within the secret realms of the Great Qin Empire. If he were to follow Qin Luo, it would undoubtedly hinder his progress in cultivation. A waste, Su Qianqian had now been regarded by Qin Luo as a nuclear weapon, serving as a deterrent. Much like in the Great Wars of Nations, one can do without it, but one cannot afford to be without it. Without it, others may strike at any moment. Running around with a nuclear weapon? That would be the worst-case scenario. The most they could do is deploy a sage against him. This was still due to Qin Luo possessing the dragon scale. Perhaps they would dispatch a sage to seize it from him. Yet, Qin Luo had Chen Zhanshan. This was one of his hidden trump cards. To outsiders, the formidable Marquis Chen Zhanshan left the imperial capital after obtaining the answers he sought, heading to his post. Alas, those attempting to win over the Marquis did not succeed. Within the secret base of the Northern Ming dynasty, someone lamented, it is quite normal. After all, he is a powerful being at the Saint King level. How could he be easily swayed to our Northern Ming dynasty? Should we take action against that 9th prince? There is no need. That would be crossing the line. Besides, he is merely a prince destined to remain insignificant. Is he truly worth our efforts? The reason for wanting the Marquis to eliminate Qin Luo was to force him into the Northern Ming. Jiu Jia, Gu Qingfeng said to Gu Yanting, Father, Qin Luo is leaving the imperial capital. Gu Yanting's eyes sharpened, gazing at Gu Qingfeng with warning, do not act rashly. We have already pushed him to his limit. Gu Qingfeng felt a sense of frustration. Yet even if he left the imperial capital, it did not guarantee his demise. However, outside the imperial capital, there would always be those who sought to kill him. But I cannot wait even a moment longer for my sister's vengeance. Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth. Even if I don't want to wait, I must. Even if I don't want to endure, I have to. Otherwise, our family will face utter ruin. Remember, Qin Luo can die, but his death must never be linked to us. Previously, we accused him to justify our desire for vengeance. If we dare to act against him again, it would be tantamount to murdering a prince, punishable by the extermination of our clan. Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Yanting, gritting his teeth in agreement. All right, however, once Gu Yanting departed, Gu Qingfeng muttered through clenched teeth, if he does not die, I will never find peace. Subsequently, he concealed his identity and learned through a secret channel about Qin Luo's route out of the imperial capital. Moreover, an important detail emerged. Su Qianqian would not be protecting Qin Luo from the shadows. Heh, It's not just one person who desires the death of this ninth prince. You may wish to observe how he meets his end. A hoarse voice echoed from the cloaked figure. Meanwhile, Gu Qingfeng, also shrouded in black, was stirred. Watching Qin Luo perish with his own eyes would certainly be acceptable, would it not? After acquiring the intelligence, the cloaked figure glanced in the direction of Gu Qingfeng's departure. Smirking, did the Gu family's young man truly believe he was well hidden, merely wishing to watch the show? How could that be possible? If you do not act, others will force your hand. Qin Feng faced a daunting choice. Your Highness, we still have sincerity. To kill a Qin Luo in exchange for a Bodhi fruit is quite advantageous for you. Upon hearing the name of the Bodhi fruit, Qin Feng's heart stirred slightly. The Bodhi fruit could facilitate one's comprehension of techniques and the Tao, while also enhancing one's soul strength and improving their innate talents. His future achievements would surely be higher. However, the risk of killing Qin Luo was too great. No, if this matter were to be discovered, my fate would not be pleasant. After some contemplation, Qin Feng ultimately declined. Your Highness, we are aware that Min Sandao is loyal to you. You could easily have him take action. Qin Feng's demeanor shifted to one of wariness. What nonsense are you spouting? Min Sandao has never served under me. The other party chuckled. Your Highness need not worry. Aside from you, only we are privy to this matter. If Min Sandao were to kill the ninth prince, we would obtain what we desire, and it would be mutually beneficial. Your Highness, you would not want others to know that Min Sandao is under your command. Would you? The first prince and Marquis Wenxin have sought him for a long time. If they were to discover he serves you, do you think they would not suspect something? Qin Feng's expression darkened. Min Sandao was one of his subordinates, and this matter was highly confidential. Especially after the incident involving Min Sandao, he became even more cautious about revealing it. Min Sandao was still a wanted criminal in the Great Qin Empire. He had inadvertently killed the daughter of Marquis Wenxin, the concubine of the first prince. This was something he could not allow others to know. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face judgment and might meet the same fate as Qin Luo. Min Sandao's continued existence posed a threat to His Highness. It would be better to let him take action this time and assist His Highness in resolving this problem. What do you say? Qin Feng glared at the other party, gritting his teeth. Fine, but I want the Bodhi fruit now. As you wish. The other party promptly handed over a box. A pleasant cooperation, Your Highness. Qin Luo assumed his position at the Demon Suppression Office. Where the 10th Guard was a rather humble establishment, a clerk approached and presented a token, saying, Your Highness, this is your commanding badge. You currently have a few subordinates in the imperial capital. Would you like to meet them? Very well, let them come. Qin Luo replied nonchalantly. He needed personnel. As an antagonist, having loyal dogs was essential. Soon, several individuals entered, including one Qianhu and 3 Baihu. The leader, a Qianhu, entered with an air of defiance, casually saluting Qin Luo before quickly retracting his hand. I have met the ninth prince. Qin Luo corrected him. I am now the deputy commander of the Demon Suppression Office. You should address me by my title. The individual did not directly address Qin Luo's remark, but instead stated, I have a task at hand, so I shall not converse with you further. He turned to leave, displaying utter disregard for Qin Luo. Interesting, this Demon Suppression Office is truly intriguing. Qin Luo's eyes narrowed. The 10th Guard of the Demon Suppression Office, lacking ambition for advancement, would not even offer flattery to their superior. Qin Luo's aura suddenly intensified as he coldly stated, Did I permit you to leave? The individual halted, turning his head to glance at Qin Luo, saying indifferently, Combat is prohibited within the Demon Suppression Office. Your Highness should not disrupt the rules. Furthermore, Your Highness is merely at the Divine Passage realm, while I am at the Cave Heaven realm. All Qianhu within the Demon Suppression Office possess a minimum cultivation of the Cave Heaven realm, which gave him the confidence to confront Qin Luo. Qin Luo perused the identity information on these individuals, and upon reading the information regarding this Qianhu, he sneered, Qianhu Li Yi, formerly an elder of the Zhuyuan sword sect. You turned to murder after your wife was violated by the son of the sect's master, fleeing and joining my 10th Guard. Indeed, Li Yi replied coolly, If Your Highness has no further matters, I shall return home. After the completion of their tasks, all members of the 10 Guardians of Demon Suppression enjoyed a few days of respite, allowing them to rest at home. Oh, I almost forgot that you have a home in the capital. Additionally, you must have a younger sister, correct? I have heard she possesses considerable beauty. With a single remark from Qin Luo, the other party's steps came to a complete halt. Clenching his fists, he turned to Qin Luo and inquired in a low voice, What does His Highness the Ninth Prince intend to do? There is a saying that goes, Those who hold the bowl must abide by the rules. You are enjoying the benefits of the great Qin Empire while also being under my protection as a 1,000-house commander under my command. Is this your attitude? I would not mind seeing another incident akin to that of the Juan Sword Sect. Li Yi's eyes turned crimson, and he shouted at Qin Luo, "You dare? Bow down." Qin Luo coldly commanded, his tone laced with an unassailable authority. You might have escaped the Juan Sword Sect, but you cannot escape the great Qin Empire. Chapter 41. Investigating the Annihilation Case. How do you know I am unwilling? The 300 house commanders watched the scene with trepidation, their hearts racing. The sudden arrival of a prince among them made it abundantly clear that this prince's future was doomed. Yet, they never anticipated that he would be so resolute. Li Commander, do not act impulsively. This is His Highness the Prince. One of the 100 commanders quickly cautioned. Ultimately, Li Yi found himself kneeling with great difficulty. I, Li Yi, have met the esteemed commander. The other 100 commander followed suit. Kneeling as well, I have met the esteemed commander. Li shall remain. The others may return for now, Qin Luo stated with indifference. The others did not dare to hesitate and promptly withdrew, leaving only Li Yi still kneeling. Qin Luo gazed down at Li Yi. He did not dare to rise until Qin Luo permitted it. Every individual has a weakness, and Li was no exception. His sister was his sole concern. Otherwise, he would not have sought refuge in the Demon Suppression Division of the Great Qin Empire. Only the Demon Suppression Division could safeguard his family. He served the Great Qin Empire and undertook tasks for the division, which in turn protected his loved ones. After a moment, Qin Luo finally spoke. The son of the Juan Sword Sect's master violated your wife, and you only killed that one man? At the mention of this matter, Li Yi felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Indeed, I only killed that scoundrel. Useless. Qin Luo reprimanded. Your wife was violated, and you should have exterminated his entire family, yet you only took the life of one? What kind of response is that? Li Yi wished he could have done more, yet he acknowledged the truth in Qin Luo's words. But I was incapable, and why cultivation is a significant drawback. The master of the Juan Sword Sect has long reached the peak of the cave heaven realm, nearly attaining the status of a half-saint. I, Li Yi, have only reached the 3rd layer of the cave heaven realm. Submit to me, and all possibilities shall open before you. You have but this one chance. Qin Luo's words left Li Yi momentarily stunned. To submit to Qin Luo? To submit to someone who was effectively exiled to the 10 guardians of demon suppression? Do you not believe me? Do you not know that I have a great saint standing behind me? To annihilate the Juan Sword Sect would merely require a few words. Li Yi's heart stirred at the prospect. The lingering thorn in his heart had stunted his progress for many years. Now that he had the chance for vengeance, he certainly desired it. Might I be granted some time to consider? Very well, you have 3 breaths to contemplate. Qin Luo replied coolly, "To you, it is an opportunity. To me, I do not lack for a mere cave heaven realm subordinate. You have but 1 breath remaining. Give me your answer." Qin Luo's words left Li Yi bewildered. Where was the customary time for contemplation? It was utterly absurd. Bang. Li Yi bowed deeply, declaring, "I am willing to pledge my loyalty to your highness, provided that you assist me in slaying the master of the Juan Sword Sect." No, Li Yi's mind was flooded with 1,000 curses, nearly bursting with frustration upon hearing Qin Luo's next words. Annihilate the Juan Sword Sect. When will the cycle of vengeance cease? It is better to eradicate the root of the problem. This way, both you and he will benefit. Since you have pledged your loyalty, I must leave a mark within you. Qin Luo had never believed in mere loyalty. What he required was control. He had no time to persuade others to be entirely faithful. It was akin to love. Others may discuss it first, but he aimed to act first. Li was a decisive individual. Having submitted to Qin Luo, he resolved to do so completely, allowing Qin Luo to inscribe the mark of life and death. As he felt the imprint, Li Yi's trepidation toward Qin Luo deepened. It appeared that this prince was not merely an exile within the 10 guardians of demon suppression. Now, enlighten me about the rules of our 10 guardians. Qin Luo inquired. Within the demon suppression division, he was naturally bound to adhere to its regulations. Utilizing the division's rules for his endeavors was essential. However, should one disregard the rules would not protect them. Li Yi shared all that he knew with Qin Luo, ultimately reminding him, "Since your highness is now the commander of our demon suppression division, you must operate according to the rules of the 10 guardians and accept tasks. Our 10 guardians are the only division within the demon suppression division that does not require constant presence in the capital. Many among us may have never even met face to face. This time, I consider myself fortunate. Bring forth the tasks that the commanders are required to undertake. I wish to examine them." Soon, the tasks were presented, all of which were, without exception, related to saint-level individuals or powers. For instance, apprehending wanted criminals of the Saint Realm or eliminating openly opposing forces against the Great Qin Empire. Let us accept this task. Investigate the truth behind the annihilation of the Marquis of Wu Yuan. Apprehending or eliminating all involved. Description. The Marquis of Wu Yuan was a second-rank noble of the Great Qin Empire, hereditary for 3 generations. On the day of his passing, his entire household was suddenly annihilated by a mysterious figure. Suspected parties. The Blood Moon Holy Land. TSK. How I relish undertaking such tasks. Investigations like these are not up to me to decide, are they? The Blood Moon Holy Land is one of the sects within the 10,000 Great Mountains, slightly weaker than the Taixu Holy Land. The previous commander had little interaction with the Blood Moon Holy Land, thus knowledge of them was limited. Investigating them is inherently perilous, necessitating a commander-level figure to complete the task. Yet, despite Qin Luo's title as commander, others deemed him lacking in true command strength. Upon hearing that Qin Luo intended to accept this task, Li promptly cautioned, "Your Highness, the Blood Moon Holy Land is not to be trifled with. They do not fear our Great Qin Empire. If truly pressed, they may resort to desperate measures." What was left unsaid was the consequence of such desperation. They would undoubtedly seek to kill Qin Luo. Not to worry, they are merely a small faction of the Blood Moon Holy Land, Qin Luo replied, his tone brimming with confidence. Since Qin Luo had expressed such assurance, Li refrained from further opposition. "Prepare yourselves. 3 days hence, we shall set forth to the 10,000 Great Mountains. Bring along all my subordinates. Every last one of them." As a commander accepting a task, he naturally could attribute the undertaking to his subordinates. "As you command, by the way, seek out Sima Hao and have him come to the Demon Suppression Division to handle some formalities. He shall henceforth be one of my subordinates." When Sima Hao received this news, he was utterly bewildered. With a look of trepidation, he approached Qin Luo, saying, "Your Highness, I truly did not anticipate your entry into the 10 Guardians of Demon Suppression. Please forgive my transgressions." He believed that Qin Luo would be furious with him, thinking that assigning him to the 10 Guardians was a form of punishment. "Ha. Qin Luo chuckled coldly. "How do you know that I did not choose to come to the 10 Guardians myself? Aside from the fact that the tasks are somewhat challenging and resources are a bit scarce, the rules here are far fewer than those in the other 9 Guardians. Even the commanders are out executing tasks. It can now be said that I am the most powerful figure in the 10 Guardians of Demon Suppression. Fewer rules are advantageous. From now on, I, Qin Luo, shall be the rule." Chapter 42. Born with Double Pupils. Acquired Supreme Dao Bone. Now, I have a task I require you to undertake. Do you believe I can trust you? Qin Luo asked, looking at him intently. Sima Hao snapped back to reality, a flicker of determination igniting within him. Though he did not fully comprehend Qin Luo's intentions, he recognized that Qin Luo still possessed ambition and would vie for that position. "As a loyal descendant of the Sima family, I shall serve your highness until death." Qin Luo shook his head. "I do not trust verbal loyalty." Sima Hao wished to express that he would demonstrate his loyalty in the future, but Qin Luo was not one to follow conventional paths. After the mark of life and death was inscribed, Sima Hao felt disoriented. Was his life truly in Qin Luo's hands? "Remember, you are now mine. I in prosperity and adversity. If I rise, then the Sima family shall too. Furthermore, I have no fondness for your Sima family's method of hedging bets. In my view, your family's approach to maintaining longevity is nothing more than indecisiveness. Perhaps you have long harbored disloyal intentions." "Your Highness, that is impossible." Sima Hao's protest was abruptly cut off by Qin Luo. "Remember your identity. You are now my soldier. Your loyalty is owed to me, not the Sima family. Next, utilize your Sima family's influence to assist me in promoting a particular individual." In his heart, Sima Hao silently complained. "You forbid me to be loyal to the Sima family, yet expect me to exploit its connections. Sigh. The individual in question is Ye Chen. You must mold him into a person of deep loyalty and righteousness, while also propagating a love story that, regrettably, was forcibly torn apart, culminating in a marriage he does not desire." Qin Luo is curious to see whether Ye Chen, now that his reputation has spread, will make a move to claim his bride. If he does not, it would indeed tarnish his reputation. Moreover, Qin Luo believes that Ye Chen's fortune is sufficient to garner significant assistance. Perhaps the act of claiming his beloved could indeed succeed. A tenacious creature, even when mortally wounded, can rise anew, particularly one favored by destiny, who excels in rebirth after ruin. Remember, I want the name Ye Chen to resonate throughout the 10,000-strong mountains, known for his entanglement with Lu Ru Yin. The tale of the young master of the Divine Armament Valley seizing love, and the sanctity of Taixu being shattered to separate the fated pair. Although Sima Hao is unaware of Qin Luo's true intentions, he understands the necessity of executing this task with finesse. Furthermore, this endeavor is relatively simple, merely spreading rumors and shaping public opinion, after all. Once matters in the imperial capital are arranged, Qin Luo repeatedly insists that Su Qianxian need not accompany him, allowing Su Qianxian to enter a secret realm of the great Qin Empire for cultivation without any pretense. This brings considerable relief to many. Qin Luo, accompanied by Li Yi from the Demon Suppression Division and 300 men, along with several others, sets forth beyond the imperial capital. They conceal their identities, donning disguises. Just as they are about to depart, the sound of urgent hoofbeats reaches their ears. A troop of cavalry charges in from the distance, their banners indicating it is none other than the fifth prince. Indeed, it is the fifth prince, who has quelled several rebellions and is certain to receive grand rewards from his majesty. This is the true essence of a prince of the great Qin, battling across the realm for the empire, unlike that arrogant ninth prince. Qin Luo is at a loss. After all, he has merely slain a few individuals. How has he garnered such a notorious reputation? It is evident that the role of the antagonist is one that cannot be shed. Who would dispute this? It is rumored that he intends to leave the imperial capital today. From his arrival to his departure, His Majesty has not even laid eyes upon him, indicating a future devoid of prospects. Upon hearing this, Li Yi's expression darkens, and he scans his subordinates, gravely addressing Qin Luo, "Your Highness, our cover has been compromised. I fear we may already be under scrutiny. Shall we consider departing at another time?" Qin Luo dismisses the concern nonchalantly. "There is no need. I welcome their awareness of my departure today. If they do not confront me, how can I exact my vengeance? The principle of the thief who fears the vigilant does not apply to me. Qin Luo. If they come, I shall slay them all." Qin Luo halts, his gaze fixed upon the distant cavalry. Among them, one particularly valiant young man captures his attention. Is this the so-called blood relation? Discovering the fortunate son Qin Fan. Name: Qin Fan. Age: 35. Fortune level: Tier 5. Fortune value: 888,000. Physique: inborn heavy eyes. Acquired Supreme Dao Bone, Flame Dragon bloodline. Those with inborn heavy eyes can uncover many worldly secrets. The Supreme Dao Bone is acquired through transplantation, and the Flame Dragon bloodline is also a postnatal gift. Cultivation: 7th layer of Cave Heaven. Engaging in battles above his level is as effortless as drinking water for him. Should one lack strength surpassing that of a sage, do not recklessly provoke him, lest you suffer the consequences. Introduction: born into royalty, he has long been accustomed to the treachery of court life. Adhering to the belief, one who does not act for oneself will face divine retribution. What do you think his sudden return signifies? Suddenly, a piercing gaze locks onto Qin Luo, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end, as if he were prey in the sights of a beast. With the systems alert, Qin Luo jolts awake. The purpose of Qin Fan's return may very well be him. Qin Fan has come to seek him out. In the next moment, Qin Fan withdraws his gaze, lacking even the inclination to linger, leading his cavalry into the imperial capital. Turning his back on Qin Luo, Qin Fan expresses a hint of regret. Indeed, a mere mortal-bodied, an individual devoid of a special bloodline does not warrant his attention. That fellow, perhaps, merely wishes to assess my talents, Qin Luo muses. This is intriguing. The stronger the opponent, the more interesting the challenge becomes. Especially, that fortune value is exceedingly enticing. As a natural-born sword-bone and flame heaven-fire physique, Ye Chen can already be deemed the most formidable protagonist in this realm. Yet, unexpectedly, Qin Fan surpasses even him. If nothing unforeseen occurs, the great Qin Empire shall likely fall into Qin Fan's hands. Alas, it is regrettable. Being a fortunate son, he shall never ascend to the throne of the Qin Emperor. Let us proceed. Qin Luo adheres to the principle that one must eat one bite at a time and eliminate enemies one by one. Today, let those who assist me elevate to the divine transformation realm. Indeed, pressure breeds motivation. The urgency has intensified, and Qin Luo can hardly contain himself. The more hope, the better. Chapter 43. Ambushing the Prince, the valiant Marquis takes action. Dragon Scales, Flame Dragon bloodline. Could it be that the great Qin Empire harbors a dragon? Qin Luo murmurs, his tone tinged with astonishment. A dragon is a divine beast. Is it conceivable that a divine dragon exists within the great Qin Empire? Qin Luo's voice echoes within the human sovereign banner. A divine dragon? Do you truly believe it possible? If your great Qin Empire possessed a divine dragon, what other power in this realm could rival you? Wouldn't you have long since dominated it? Shi Huang retorts, but how do we explain the flame dragon bloodline and dragon scales? That is hard to say. Perhaps the dragon is deceased? Even a dead dragon is a treasure trove, capable of elevating your great Qin Empire to new heights. Perhaps we shall soon discover whether the great Qin Empire possesses a divine dragon. Qin Luo muses. Their party journeys for a day, arriving at a narrow canyon where they come to a halt. This place, known as the One-Line Sky, often sees the presence of mountain bandits, Lie explains. Whether or not the bandits exist is uncertain, but there are certainly individuals of genuine threat. Come forth. Qin Luo calls out, gazing upwards towards the canyon. A hearty laugh resounds. Ninth Prince, someone wishes to take your life. Why not tell me how you will respond? A middle-aged man, wielding a large blade, descends from above the canyon step by step. Having attained the divine transformation realm, he can briefly traverse the air. His effortless descent signifies formidable strength. He is Min Sandao. Li Yi exclaims. He is a notorious fugitive on the Great Qin wanted list, known for his claim that no one can withstand 3 strikes from him. Your Highness, his strength is at least late-stage cave heaven. I shall hold him off while you escape. Li Yi steps forward. A long sword materializing in his hand, pointing it towards the adversary, his expression grave. Min Sandao laughs heartily. Block me? You, a mere novice in the cave heaven realm? To be frank, I need not even draw my 3 strikes to slay you on the spot. Then give it a try. Li responds coldly that I wish to see just how formidable your Min Sandao truly is. Boom. A tremendous sword intent surges from Li Yi, reaching near perfection, bolstering his confidence. Qin Luo surveys the surroundings, smirking. Is this all you dare to show? What are you hiding in the shadows? Are you merely here to watch? Min Sandao sneers. I alone am enough. Ninth Prince, do you wish to hasten your demise? You alone? Who do you think you are? Merely a cave heaven cultivator. Do you truly believe you can stir up trouble before me? Qin Luo steps forward. Lie attempts to intervene. Your Highness, he is incredibly strong. Let me handle him. Nice your life of such little worth. Qin Luo retorts. Who, pray tell, is the antagonist here? I can scarcely distinguish anymore. Who dares to ambush me? With a wave of his hand, the human sovereign banner is summoned. Boom! Instantly, the area is engulfed in darkness cast by the human sovereign banner. Feigning divinity, Min Sandao's face reveals a hint of disdain. Today, Prince, I am determined to kill you. Boom! Just as his imposing aura erupts, he is ensnared by an overwhelmingly terrifying force. You are but an insignificant insect. How arrogant! Bang! A powerful aura forces him to the ground, rendering him utterly immobile. A sage. Min Sandao exclaims, his voice filled with horror. He never anticipated that a powerful sage would accompany Qin Luo. It is over. It is over. Li Yi, also enveloped within the human sovereign banner, realizes why Qin Luo appeared so unfazed. A sage is shielding him. Min Sandao, what other tricks do you have? Feel free to reveal them. Otherwise, I shall be taking my leave. After this, you may find it difficult to locate me again. Opportunity knocks but once. Do not let it slip by. As Qin Luo's words resonate, a light chuckle follows. Ninth Prince of the Great Qin, this case, indeed quite arrogant. Regrettably, the old wretch Su Qianqian is not by your side, allowing you, no matter how skilled, to escape the grasp of this saint today. As the voice fell, a woman veiled in black slowly manifested above the canyon. A saint, indeed a saint. Min Sandao was merely a bait sent by them. Should Qin Luo manage to defeat him, they would deploy the saint. If Min Sandao succeeded, all would be well. If not, it was to be expected. Are you from the Wuxiang Holy Land? Qin Luo inquired. The woman chuckled. Ninth Prince, what do you think? Why seek my life? Someone has taken what they should not have and offended those they should not have. Understood. You desire this item, do you not? Qin Luo produced an iron box and waved it before the woman. Conversing with an astute individual is effortless, yet what a pity. The woman lamented. Today, you are destined for a dead end. Hand over the item, and I may spare your corpse. You think so? A trace of disdain laced Qin Luo's tone. That is sufficient. With Su Qianqian absent, you have but one route left to tread. Ninth Prince, let me impart a truth. Beneath the saint, all are but ants, and before me, you are an ant that can be crushed at any moment. No need for further words. Today, your death is assured. Whoosh! The woman leaped from the sky, charging toward Qin Luo and the others. Lie stepped forward once more, fear evident in his eyes, yet he still drew his sword against the saint. The human sovereign banner was swiftly raised by Shi Huang, enveloping the woman. "How long can you withstand me?" the woman sneered, piercing through the human sovereign banner. "Still not making a move? What are you waiting for?" A sharp rebuke resonated in the ears of the others. Whoosh, 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 one by one, those hidden in the shadows finally revealed themselves. All who came to spectate were compelled to act by the female saint's machinations. This affair must be shouldered solely by Qin Feng, Qin Jun, Gu family, and others. The Bodhi fruit is not given without a price. Qin Luo, prepare to pay with your life. Gu Qingfeng had merely come to watch but found himself with no choice upon being discovered by the saint. To refrain from action meant certain death. The Gu family was ensnared by him, left with no option but to march forward into darkness. The adversary also offered him a choice to join their faction. And he hesitated not at all. "That I cannot withstand this." Sensing Gu Qingfeng's late-stage strength in the cave heaven realm, Li Yi's complexion turned ashen. "Kill!" Li Yi roared, brandishing his sword. In the next moment, thrust. The blade pierced Gu Qingfeng's chest, leaving him momentarily dazed. "Is this it? So weak?" A commanding voice echoed through the canyon. "Dare to ambush a prince of the great Qin Empire? You shall be punished, Ing Wu Ho." "It is you." A voice filled with terror and shock emanated from within the human sovereign banner. Chapter 44. The Secrets Behind. Let Commander Lu preside over justice. It is well known that Chen Zhanshan's grandson perished because of Qin Luo. Now, to witness Chen Zhanshan intervene on Qin Luo's behalf is utterly bewildering to all. The farce should come to an end. Qin Luo spoke indifferently. As the Saint King level Chen Zhanshan made his move, the female saint was no match for him. With the assistance of the human sovereign banner, she soon knelt. "Spit." The woman coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her expression twisted in pain as she knelt on the ground. "Chen Zhanshan, your grandson perished due to the royal disputes of the great Qin Empire. And yet you still serve as a dog for the great Qin Empire. You are truly despicable." Slap. Chen Zhanshan struck her fiercely across the face. The black veil fell away, revealing a countenance that was, albeit still beautiful, far from flawless. "Disclose your origins, and I may allow you to suffer less." Chen Zhanshan spoke coldly. "You shall not, today. I admit my defeat, but rest assured, someone will avenge me in the future." Her gaze fell upon Qin Luo as she sneered. "Do you know to whom Min Sandow is beholden? Let me go, and I will tell you for whom Min Sandow works, who seeks your life." Before she could finish, Min Sandow fell to his knees with a thud. "Ninth Prince, spare me. It was all the 8th Prince's doing. He wanted me to kill you. It was he." Bang, bang, bang. Min Sandow knocked his head against the ground like a pestle, causing the woman's mouth to twitch. "His origins are of little consequence. I only wish to know yours, your purpose. Release me, and I shall reveal a secret. Otherwise, endless pursuit awaits you." The woman still sought to negotiate. Qin Luo waved his hand. In an instant, they were enveloped within the human sovereign banner. "Extract her source power." Qin Luo commanded coldly. "As you wish." Shi Huang responded impassively. "What do you intend to do?" "No." The female saint cried out in alarm, and in the next moment, Shi Huang acted, drawing forth her essence, leading to her demise. "No." The female saint roared, her expression one of utter rage, but it was too late to alter her fate. She was gone, truly gone, as an ethereal spirit drifted forth, her vengeful gaze fixed upon Qin Luo and the others. "I shall await you below. You will die, you will surely die. You know not what you hold in your grasp. Possessing this item, you shall never find peace in your life." "It is somewhat premature to speak of final words," Qin Luo remarked coolly, as a soul-whipping lash materialized in his hand. "Allow me," Shi Huang eagerly proposed. Qin Luo shot her a glance. "Beg me." The expression of longing on Shi Huang's face fell upon Qin Luo. "Please, let me do it, will you?" Qin Luo felt a shiver run down his spine. Good heavens, the woman's voice was intoxicatingly sweet, and it seemed she had mastered the art of alluring tones. "Fine, you may proceed. I wish to learn all that I desire." Qin Luo waved his hand, and the binding soul rope and soul-whipping lash fell into Shi Huang's possession. With the acquisition of these two items, Shi Huang's face radiated excitement. The look she cast upon the woman's ethereal spirit sent a chill down the latter's spine. "Next, I shall demonstrate that death shall become your most coveted aspiration. Fear not death. The true terror lies in the desire for death that cannot be fulfilled." The female saint soon found herself pleading for mercy. "No. I beg you, spare me, spare me. I do not want to. I do not wish for this." Ultimately, the woman could no longer hold out. "I shall speak. I will tell all. Spare me, spare me." From her lips, Qin Luo learned of the puppeteer behind the scenes, not entirely the Wuxiang Holy Land, but rather a mysterious organization known as the Hidden Dragon Society. Furthermore, what Qin Luo possessed was the dragon's reverse scale. What purpose does this item serve? Qin Luo inquired. According to legend, the dragon's reverse scale is the most vital scale from a dragon's body. It can, to a certain extent, force a contract with a dragon, subjugating the divine beast. The Great Qin Empire possesses a dragon, a living dragon. This revelation was staggering in its enormity. A living dragon. The Great Qin Empire was truly defying the heavens. I suspect this dragon is in the imperial capital, perhaps even within the Demon Suppression Division, am I correct? Qin Luo queried. Since Lin Xian joined the Demon Suppression Division, it is not implausible. The 108 layers of the heavenly prison may well contain the divine dragon in one of its depths. I know not. All I am aware of is just this much. Very well, you may rest assured in your demise. Qin Luo spoke coldly, directing his words to Shi Huang. Annihilate her soul. I demand the purest essence of her soul. Shi Huang frowned. Absorbing another's soul was ultimately not righteous. This is an order. Qin Luo reiterated coldly. A sense of urgency surged within him. He must break through. After retracting the human sovereign banner, he emerged into the outside world. Speaking solemnly to Chen Zhanshan, find a secluded place. I wish to enter seclusion. In the face of disbelief, Chen Zhanshan bowed respectfully. All is prepared. Your Highness may follow me. The others from the Demon Suppression Division watched in astonishment. A Saint King-level powerhouse treating a prince who had committed crimes so deferentially. They felt they no longer recognized this world. Qin Luo turned to the others, saying, You have witnessed too much today. Therefore, I offer you a choice. Utterly submit to me, or accompany them to their fate. There was no hesitation. All were marked with the seal of life and death by Qin Luo. The essence of all who had come to assassinate Qin Luo was extracted by Shi Huang. And their souls, processed through a special secret method, were left with only seemingly clean soul essence. Qin Luo produced the blood of the divine dragon, extracting Lin Xian's entire essence. He was determined to break through. He leaped into the Transformation God realm, and it was not merely the first layer of the Transformation God realm. Deliver the head of Min Sandao to the 8th prince's residence, and this fellow's head to the princess's manor. Inform them that since they dared to declare war, the only outcome shall be death without respite. It is not that Qin Luo harbored no regard for blood ties, but they had overstepped their bounds. Deliver Gu Qingfeng's head to the Demon Suppression Division, and let them know he sought to murder this prince. Should the Demon Suppression Division fail to act justly, upon my return to the imperial capital, I shall seek retribution one by one. And summon Commander Liu and Commander Chu. Let them preside over justice for me. Chapter 45. Breaking through to Transformation God, the master behind Blood-Killing Tower. Devour the celestial demon technique. Grant me your veracity. The essence of the saints, the essence of the powerful beings from the cave heaven realm, combined with their souls, along with the incompletely refined essence of Lin Xian, all surged into Qin Luo's body. Shi Huang gazed at Qin Luo with a grave expression, compelled to acknowledge his madness. A person so consumed by madness is destined to either go insane or become formidable. If he is this ruthless with himself, should he ascend to the pinnacle of power in this world, he would undoubtedly become a heartless and merciless figure. Perhaps, in his quest for strength, he would dare to devour the very essence of this realm. The consumption of these essences repeatedly propelled Qin Luo's cultivation to the limits of the divine transformation realm, pushing the boundaries until there was no further ascent possible. Only then did he begin to absorb the soul essences of those individuals. Devour! A thunderous sound erupted in Qin Luo's mind. Even with meticulous cleansing, the souls remained the remnants of others, inevitably influencing him with their lingering presence. Damn it, I've seen countless films, Qin Luo roared. To be honest, many individuals' experiences might not be as rich as his. What of the saints? They merely possess their own experiences. Qin Luo hailed from an era of information explosion, having witnessed an abundance of films and read numerous novels. Did the memories of the remnants affect him? Yes, but they remained within tolerable limits. Soul refining furnace technique, commence cultivation. Using those so-called soul essences as fuel, he tempered his own soul. He ignited the soul essences of the cave heaven realm's powerful beings. Reaching the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm, next, he turned to the soul essence of the saint-level powerful beings, igniting it. The blazing fire of the soul burned fiercely, reaching the peak of the first layer of the divine transformation realm. Then the second layer, the third layer, breakthrough. The fourth layer of the divine transformation realm. The pace of advancement was alarming, potentially leading to complications. Shi Huang watched Qin Luo with concern, her hesitation palpable. Finally, with a sigh, she resolved, consider this a debt owed by this empress. Remember to repay it. After speaking, she approached Qin Luo and activated a technique to forcibly assist him in clearing the negative emotions brought about by the burning soul essences. With Shi Huang's aid, Qin Luo's soul strength significantly increased. The divine transformation realm primarily enhances the soul, and a stable soul is essential for stable cultivation. Qin Luo's soul became considerably more solid, while Shi Huang's form grew increasingly ethereal. Their fates were intertwined. Should Qin Luo encounter misfortune, Shi Huang would undoubtedly perish as well. Being the empress, she was undoubtedly astute, knowing when to accede to Shi Huang. Qin Luo was someone who responded better to gentleness than to force. At the fifth layer of the divine transformation realm, Qin Luo's cultivation stabilized, making him equivalent to a saint, augmented by several cave heaven realm powers and Lin Xian's 5 elements spirit body essence, which was, to be frank, quite wasteful. On one hand, it was due to insufficient soul strength, and on the other, it was because he had rushed through the process. Had he been patient in absorption and allowed for more sedimentation, he might have ascended even higher. However, the time required was too lengthy. Qin Luo neither could nor wanted to wait that long. Time was far more precious than resources to him. Resources? He had plenty. A few more slain children of destiny or saints would suffice. Opening his eyes, Qin Luo glanced at the increasingly ethereal Shi Huang and produced a small porcelain vial. Boom! A surge of pure energy erupted from the vial, astonishing Shi Huang. Outside, Chan Zhanshan, who was guarding Qin Luo, suddenly awakened, quickly identifying the source of the energy. His Highness possesses such a treasure. Without hesitation, he set up layer upon layer of barriers to prevent others from peering in. 9 Revolutions Golden Body Technique, Refine. Qin Luo roared. A drop of divine dragon blood surged into his body, causing his aura to rise exponentially. His physical body began a continuous refinement. Another top-tier cultivation technique. Shi Huang's expression was captivating. Previously, in the blood pool, she had not sensed the events occurring outside due to the Great Qin Empire's restrictions. Now, witnessing it clearly, she recognized the high caliber of Qin Luo's technique. This was what all had scorned. The innate mortal body, the ancestral bloodline. Ha! Shi Huang scoffed. Yet they had forgotten one thing. This bloodline physique was the very origin of all human bloodlines. Moreover, he possessed the devouring demonic technique, an evil divine level art. Shaking her head, Shi Huang also entered into cultivation. Her soul had consumed a great deal, and were it not for the presence of the Emperor's banner, she would have likely met her end by now. Qin Luo's refinement lasted a significant duration, effectively transforming his body. A single drop of divine dragon blood barely pushed his 9 Revolutions Golden Body Technique to the 2nd Revolution. The strength of the 2nd Revolution remained uncertain. Qin Luo murmured to himself, harboring a premonition that perhaps no one within the divine transformation realm could rival him. Even the cave heaven realm powers might contend with him directly, or possibly even face annihilation. The cave heaven realm powers opened small worlds within themselves, providing them with abundant energy. With Qin Luo's dantian and physical strength, he felt he was hardly inferior to the cave heaven realm powers. Alright, next, I should head to the 10,000 Great Mountains. The grand performance is about to commence. During the days of Qin Luo's cultivation, significant public sentiment brewed in the imperial capital. Did you hear? The Gu family actually attempted to ambush the 9th prince. They are truly audacious. Revenge is only natural. How could this be deemed audacious? Moreover, didn't Vice Dean Gu state that Gu Qingfeng would never dare to assassinate the 9th prince? It was the 9th prince who sent people to kill Gu Qingfeng. He was indeed guilty of framing. Captain Liu of the Demon Suppression Division remarked that without evidence, the 9th prince should provide proof. Otherwise, a conviction couldn't be established. Qin Luo had posed a conundrum for Lu Tsong, but ultimately, he resolved to handle it fairly. Merely presenting Gu Qingfeng's head was insufficient. Further evidence was required to substantiate Gu Qingfeng's guilt. As for Qin Feng and Qin Jun, upon witnessing the head of their subordinate, their expressions shifted dramatically. Simultaneously, news spread, and everyone learned that Qin Feng and Qin Jun had sent people to ambush Qin Luo. The moment Qin Feng laid eyes on the severed head, a shiver ran down his spine. Along with it came a letter from Qin Luo. My dear brother, I never expected that not only do you wish to kill me, but you also sent someone to kill the Emperor's woman. Teske, do you think our good elder brother would let you off if he found out? By the way, I heard you possess many fine treasures, such as a Bodhi fruit. Would you consider sending it to me as hush money? Qin Feng tore the letter to shreds in a fit of rage, smashing the box containing the severed head into a pulp with a single slap. Qin Luo, I swear I will not rest until you are dead. This matter was one he could never allow the elder prince to discover. Otherwise, he would either die or face severe repercussions. The elder prince was a saint-level powerhouse. Should he take action against him, the consequences would be dire. Qin Luo must perish. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. I in the fifth prince's residence, Qin Fan, who had just finished cultivating, heard the latest news from the imperial capital. Teske, my sister and eighth brother have truly shot themselves in the foot. However, they were all a bunch of useless individuals. Their mutual destruction was rather tedious. Qin Jun had acceptable talent and background, while Qin Feng's maternal family was weak and lacked talent. They simply paled in comparison. Qin Luo had only one great saint behind him, and now he had joined the Tin Demon envoys, making it difficult for them to establish their own power. They were not worth Qin Fan's attention. Your Highness, there are those who wish for our blood-killing tower to assassinate the ninth prince. Should we accept the task? A subordinate inquired. Is that so? What is the offered price? Qin Fan asked. It's valued at roughly the equivalent of a low-grade sacred artifact. Too low. Qin Fan shook his head. At the very least, it should be 2 sacred artifacts. If you can afford it, we will accept the task. If not, do not disturb us. But that is the ninth prince, a subordinate reminded. And so what? As long as the price is right, we at the blood-killing tower can take the job. Qin Fan's gaze turned cold as it fell upon the direction of the imperial palace. As for whether they could succeed in killing him, that was another matter entirely. Chapter 46. The persona is established. This kinship must be seized. Lin Yin has failed. Her soul lamp has extinguished. Within the branch of the Hidden Dragon Society, a man with a grim expression stated, it appears that there are powerful protectors above the saint level surrounding Qin Luo. I suspect that the item has likely fallen into the hands of the great Qin Empire. Let us not forget Su Qinshan. What shall we do next? For now, let us refrain from any actions. We will keep a close watch on that item. As for the inverse scale, we need to find out if it is in Qin Luo's possession or with someone else. Send a woman to get close to Qin Luo and find a way to subdue him. The beauty trap has always been one of the most effective strategies. All right, I agree. Additionally, I suggest we leave the great Qin Empire's capital immediately. This place may no longer be safe. Good. Let us depart. Chen Zhanshan had his military duties. This time, he stealthily slipped out from the city he was guarding, completely unnoticed by others. You must return secretly. Do not reveal our connection, Qin Luo advised. Understood. Chen Zhanshan nodded. Your Highness, travel carefully. After Chen Zhanshan's departure, Qin Luo and his companions quickened their pace, not pausing for a moment as they made their way directly to the Shirwanda Mountains. During this period, a rumor had been intensifying within the mountains. Inside the Wanjin villa, a young woman, having finished reading a novel, wore an expression tinged with melancholy. Miss, that young Master Yi, how could he still harbor feelings for another woman? Humph! How dare he? Exclaimed her maid, indignant. The young woman's name was Zhao Lingyin, the esteemed daughter of Wanjin Villa. Recently, due to Ye Chen's gallant act of rescuing her, she had developed mutual feelings with him, and they were nearing the point of discussing marriage. However, unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, news of another woman claiming to be Ye Chen's lover surfaced. She glanced once more at the novel and sighed. For after all, Brother Chen had known Sister Ruyan before he knew me. I cannot fathom how heartbroken Brother Chen would be to learn that Sister Ruyan is to be wed. Let her marry if she wishes, Zhao Lingyin murmured, shaking her head slightly. If she does marry, then young master ye shall have no one but me. Yet, she thought, you underestimate Brother Chen. If Sister Ruyan and Brother Chen had truly lost their feelings for each other, her marriage would not evoke any response from him. But they had been forcefully separated by their sex elders, and Sister Ruyan did not wish to marry the young master of Shanbing Valley. Surely, she was waiting desperately for Brother Chen to rescue her from this predicament. Brother Chen would undoubtedly act impulsively. Meanwhile, when Ye Chen first heard the news, he felt a surge of joy. He had been elevated to the status of a genius, a handsome youth, and had been labeled as someone deeply loyal and righteous. In an instant, many people became aware of his name. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Lu Ruyan was to be married. Well, let her marry. But why was it said that he, Ye Chen, would certainly attempt to seize her on her wedding day? I wager that Ye Chen, being such a loyal and righteous person, will indeed attempt to snatch her away on the day of the wedding. Indeed, how could Ye Chen allow his beloved to become another's wife? There exists a love that neither abandons nor forsakes. Ye Chen, that kind of person, would surely risk everything to seize his bride. If he did not, I would eat 2 pounds of dung. Undoubtedly, Ye Chen is the paragon of our youth. How could he fear authority? I have heard that previously, Qin Luo, the saint child of Taixu Sacred Land, attempted to forcibly marry Lu Ruyan, only to be driven out by Ye Chen's unexpected prowess. If Ye Chen does not make a move, I shall lose faith and love for the rest of my life. If he does, I will certainly offer my meager support. Reading the snippets of gossip that reached him, Ye Chen felt utterly dazed. It was as if they were accusing him of being ungrateful and abandoning his beloved. A critical thought struck him. Perhaps Zhao Lingyin had learned of this as well. He hastily made his way to her courtyard. Upon meeting, before he could explain, Zhao Lingyin spoke. Brother Qin, you need not say anything. I understand, I truly do. She threw herself into Ye Chen's embrace, her tears soaking his garments. I have read about your tale with Sister Ruyan, and I support you in seizing her back. I will have my father assist you. Wanjian Villa will stand by your side. Ye Chen felt utterly at a loss. What was the main issue? It was simply that this novel had spread too widely. Qin Luo had depicted the love story between Ye Chen and Lu Ruyan as a tumultuous saga, casting himself and Taixu Sacred Land as the villains. The day of Qin Luo's judgment had been rewritten as one where he attempted to forcibly marry Lu Ruyan, leading to Ye Chen causing an uproar in Taixu Sacred Land and suppressing Qin Luo. One must admit, the entertainment resources in this world were woefully lacking. In an instant, Ye Chen's persona was established, affectionate and righteous, unafraid of authority. He was on the verge of becoming an idol for countless young people. If Ye Chen did not appear, it would be a catastrophic failure. Today, they elevated him to the divine, but tomorrow, he risked falling into the mire. Brother Qin, let us go together and bring Sister Ruyan back. Rest assured, I will not feel jealous. Zhao Lingyin looked up at Ye Chen, her youthfulness evoking a sense of compassion. Under the intense pressure, Ye Chen could not retreat any longer. He gently stroked Zhao Lingyin's head and spoke tenderly. With such a wife, what more could a husband desire? I shall not allow my beloved to suffer even the slightest harm. No one shall. Since retreating was not an option, he would charge forward. If he succeeded in seizing his bride, he would undoubtedly gain immense renown, earning the respect of countless young people in the Shirwanda Mountains. The risks and opportunities were intertwined. With this in mind, he needed to devise a thorough plan. The power of Wanjian Villa must be utilized, along with the strength of another sect, Danding Sect. He possessed the long-lost legacy of Danding Sect, and as their most talented alchemist, he was confident he could secure their support. Furthermore, he had a childhood friend. Perhaps now was the time to reach out to her. He would mobilize every possible force to ignite the battle for Shambing Valley. This battle must be won. Within Taixu Sacred Land, Lu Ruyan had also received the novel. Aside from a few names, she was entirely unfamiliar with the remaining plot. The story began with Ye Chen's heroic rescue, leading to mutual affection blossoming between the two as he joined Taixu Sacred Land to protect her during various missions and secret realms, helping her escape peril time and again. The antagonist, Qin Luo, repeatedly slandered Ye Chen, arrogantly claiming credit for his deeds. This incensed her, making her wonder how Qin Luo could be so wicked. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed that this plot was crafted to alienate her from Qin Luo, painting Ye Chen as the hero. Subsequently, misunderstandings were resolved as Ye Chen unveiled Qin Luo's hypocritical facade, revealing that Taixu Sacred Land was complicit in protecting him, filled with villains. Ye Chen, enraged, subdued Qin Luo but was gravely injured by Taixu Sacred Land. Had it not been for Lu Ruyan's desperate pleas, Ye Chen would have perished on the spot. He left behind a resonant phrase, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not bully the young and poor. This statement profoundly resonated with the oppressed disciples of the sect, igniting their dreams of one day rising above their circumstances. Ye Chen's renown reached its zenith. Lu Ruyan, lovesick, found herself unable to eat or drink, and ultimately, Taixu Sacred Land intended to use her as a pawn in a marriage alliance merely to acquire a sacred artifact. This sparked outrage among many young women, who rallied in support of Lu Ruyan, openly calling for Ye Chen to seize her. The groundwork had been laid to such an extent that if Ye Chen did not show up, it would be utterly unacceptable. In her mind, Lu Ruyan envisioned Ye Chen crashing the wedding to whisk her away. If Ye Chen truly comes to seize me, I will go with him, Lu Ruyan murmured. Marrying him is far preferable to marrying that so-called young master of Shambing Valley. The young master of Shambing Valley paled in comparison to Qin Luo, and in Lu Ruyan's eyes, he was no better than a sycophant. The mere sight of him repulsed her. Even though Ye Chen had engaged in actions that slandered Qin Luo, the charisma of the Child of Destiny remained intact. Particularly now, when everyone believed Ye Chen to be the protagonist and Qin Luo the villain. The truth mattered little. What mattered was public perception. If Ye Chen dares to appear, I shall dare to annul my engagement. Better to die than to marry one I do not love. As she read the novel, Lu Ruyan became enthralled, and not just her. Everyone who had read it imagined a joyous conclusion. Chapter 47. The forcibly wedded villain. The protagonist emerges. In Luofeng City, Qin Luo sat in a tavern, perusing the newly acquired novel. Not bad, not bad. The finished product is quite impressive, he mused. After reading, he turned to Li Yi and asked, "Do you think the male lead in this story will attempt to seize his bride?" Li Yi gave Qin Luo an odd look, surprised to find himself included in the narrative. However, he felt that such an act was typical of Qin Luo, though it likely would not be motivated by the woman named Lu Ruyan. He deemed her unworthy. He had long since outgrown youthful impulsiveness and replied rationally, "If the young man possesses any sense, he should refrain from such actions, as the forces of Shanbing Valley and Taixu Sacred Land are far too formidable. How could he possibly contend with these two powers? Isn't it the nature of youth to be reckless?" Qin Luo countered. "When you were young, would you not have cast aside everything, even your life? For love?" Li Yi appeared contemplative. Indeed, in his youth, he too had defied authority for the sake of love. Hence, he had shared a loving bond with his wife. Later, when she was wronged by a vile man, he had taken vengeance upon the brute in a fit of rage. Sometimes, rationality eludes us, Li Yi admitted. Young people might act this way, but it could lead to their demise. Qin Luo slowly shook his head. "You underestimate this Ye Chen. The strength of the child of destiny is beyond your comprehension. That scoundrel Lin Xian failed to fully harness his potential in the imperial capital of the great Qin Empire. Otherwise, I doubt he would have perished at my hands. Yet this time, I shall still crush him, for Ye Chen is no longer the Ye Chen of before. Previously, I had to rely on the system's aid merely to suppress him, strip him of his sword bones, and steal away his master. Now, as one rises, another falls. Ye Chen's trump card has become Qin Luo's asset. I am unaware of the circumstances regarding the other's attempts to claim brides. But today I find myself exceedingly curious about the matter of the Blood Moon Holy Sun taking a concubine. Recently, a significant event has transpired in Luofeng City. The Holy Son of the Blood Moon Sacred Land, Mo Yihan, has taken a fancy to the daughter of the Song family, Song Jinyu. He has proclaimed that today, he shall arrive in Luofeng City to take a concubine. Through the discussions among the people of Luofeng City, Qin Luo has learned related details about Song Jinyu. She has a romantic partner who is exceptionally talented. Many in Luofeng City are aware that they have long since pledged themselves to one another. Although they have been out of touch for years, Qin Luo cannot shake the feeling that the other party might come. Perhaps a rehearsal is in order. Come, let us witness the spectacle. If no grand performance unfolds, I shall have to take center stage myself, Qin Luo remarked with a smile. His objective is clear. The Blood Moon Holy Sun, Mo Yihan. His intent is to seize someone, and as for evidence? Apologies, none is required. At present, many members of the Song family wear expressions of distress. Alas, elder brother, there is no way to resist the Blood Moon Sacred Land, especially not against a Holy Sun. Since he has taken a liking to our Jinyu, we can only regard it as a fortuitous opportunity for our Song family. Upon hearing these words, Song Yushan nearly choked. What do you mean by our Song family's fortune? The Holy Son of the Blood Moon Sacred Land has already taken numerous concubines, 56. By what I have learned, if they were wives, I might begrudgingly accept. However, these are concubines, who could be cast aside at any moment. Yet, our Jinyu possesses beauty and talent of the highest caliber. How could she possibly serve as a concubine to Mo Yihan? Elder brother, do you have any other plans? If Jinyu refuses to be his concubine, with Mo Yihan's ruthless disposition, they will annihilate our Song family. Upon hearing this, Song Yushan instantly appeared dejected. Alas, what a calamity! What a calamity! In the backyard of the Song residence, Song Jinyu gazed into the bronze mirror, her expression somewhat dazed, as if she had seen a familiar figure appear behind her. 3 years have passed. 3 long years without news of you. Now, I am on the verge of marriage. Perhaps we shall never meet again in this lifetime. As night fell, Qin Luo successfully infiltrated the Song family's banquet. Your Highness, the Blood Moon Holy Sun has entered the city. Li Yi whispered beside Qin Luo, no need to rush. No need to rush. Let us enjoy the banquet first, for we have paid our respects. Although the Song family wishes to prevent Song Jinyu from becoming Mo Yihan's concubine, they spared no expense in hosting the banquet, receiving numerous gifts. Such a family will only complain behind closed doors. Facing a behemoth like the Blood Moon Sacred Land, if they cannot resist, they can only relish the benefits it brings. Qin Luo and Li offered a modest gift and successfully seated themselves at the children's table. The banquet could not commence until Ye Chen arrived. Qin Luo found himself growing impatient as time passed. Finally, a resounding voice declared, "The holy son of the Blood Moon has arrived," with a clatter. Everyone, save for Qin Luo and his companions, rose to their feet. To Qin Luo's eyes, an arrogant fool had entered, flanked by 4 stunning beauties, each possessing a voluptuous figure. Ye Chen certainly has a particular taste. Is Song Jinyu of the same ilk? 1 or 2 may be coincidental, but 4 of the same type compels Qin Luo to question whether Ye Chen is indeed a man of singular preference. Sit, sit. Ye Chen entered with a wide grin and proclaimed, "Today, I am honored to have you all witness my concubine's ceremony. Remember, everyone, each of you must present a Xian Yuan pill. For Qin Luo, a pill of such caliber was akin to refuse. Yet, for the others present, it was of considerable value. Your Highness, it appears we may break even," Li remarked. "How ambitious, we haven't even dined yet. What do you mean by breaking even?" Upon seeing Song Jinyu, Ye Chen's eyes lit up. He was captivated by the very type of woman she embodied. Especially in her bridal attire, Song Jinyu appeared even more enchanting. Ye Chen immediately made a vow, "From this day forth, you, Song Jinyu, shall be my foremost concubine. All my previous concubines shall bow to you." Yet, not a trace of joy appeared on Song Jinyu's face. Being the first concubine still means she is merely a concubine. And this Ye Chen, who resembles a little old man, is simply too unattractive. The thought of being subjected to such a man left her feeling somewhat nauseous. "Today is the ceremony for me to become Ye Chen's concubine. Enjoy your meals and drinks, for I shall not accompany you any longer. I must attend to my concubines and refine my skills," vulgar, repugnant, and even more loathsome to Song Jinyu. Just then, a voice both familiar and audacious rang out from outside. "As long as I, Xiao Ting, am here today, no one shall force Jinyu into marriage." With a crash, several guards were sent flying into the hall, as a commanding figure strode in with resolute steps. He looked gently at Song Jinyu and said, "Jinyu, I have come, do not fear, for I am here." Chapter 48. The protagonist overwhelms the antagonist. The Demon Suppression Division investigates. Observing the exchange of glances between Song Jinyu and Xiao Tang, Ye Chen's temper flared. "How audacious! Who do you think you are, daring to snatch someone from under Ye Chen's nose?" Qin Luo was also somewhat taken aback. He had only vaguely anticipated such a familiar plot twist. Yet he never expected it to manifest. "This is indeed love," he mused with a hint of derision. "Love? One would do well to avoid it, yet a valiant warrior fighting for love is still worthy of encouragement, especially when he is a favored child of fate." Discovering the child of fortune, Xiao Tang name, Xiao Tang age, 27, fortune level, tier 3, fortune value, 66,600 points, physique, thunder spirit body, can manipulate the unique energy of thunder. His body forged by thunder, exceptionally powerful, combat prowess off the charts, cultivation, 7th layer of divine transformation. Indeed, the physique of an antagonist may inherently carry a mocking attribute. Wherever he goes, he encounters the so-called favored child of fortune. Another minor protagonist, yet regrettably, before he has fully matured, he has crossed paths with Qin Luo. A formidable aura surged as an elder from the cave heaven realm stepped forward, regarding Xiao Tang as if he were a mere corpse. "Eliminate him," Ye Chen commanded without further ado. "No." Song Jinyu's cry for mercy only further inflamed Ye Chen's fury. The elder of the cave heaven realm understood Ye Chen's wrath, and with a single palm, he aimed to suppress Xiao Tang. "Come forth," Xiao Tang roared, the power of thunder shimmering on his fists. As the sound of crackling thunder erupted, he struck fiercely. With a resounding crash, the two clashed. The elder's face flickered with surprise. Though his palm did indeed send Xiao Tang flying, Xiao Tang crashed heavily to the ground, shouting, "Delightful!" He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a glimmer of battle intent, though it quickly dissipated. He understood that unless he revealed all his cards, he could neither contend with the cave heaven realm elder before him nor risk falling here. His purpose today was to prevent Song Jinyu from marrying another, not to showcase his talents. Producing a token from his spatial ring, he declared solemnly, "True disciple of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall, Xiao Tang, has come today to wed the Song family's young lady from Luofeng City." The Heavenly Tribulation Hall. He is a true disciple of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall. The Heavenly Tribulation Hall is somewhat enigmatic. It is said to possess influence surpassing that of the Blood Moon Sacred Land. It seems today, Song Jinyu belongs to Xiaoteng Dao? I did not expect him to be a disciple of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall, Qin Luo remarked, somewhat surprised. The Heavenly Tribulation Hall boasts a long history. They once claimed to be the bearers of divine punishment, though they have fallen into decline over many years. Nonetheless, even a malnourished camel is larger than a horse in the face of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall. The Blood Moon Sacred Land seems somewhat inadequate, and so what if you are from the Heavenly Tribulation Hall? Mo Yihan roared, undeterred by the threat. My master is the third hall master of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall. And so what of that? Mo Yihan's confidence faltered. I hail from the Shao family of Yunshan. Xiaoteng leisurely revealed yet another identity. The Shao family of Yunshan is the foremost family in the city, boasting 2 saints, far surpassing the Blood Moon Sacred Land. Mo Yihan's lips quivered, his expression conflicted, especially as the elder whispered in his ear, Holy Son, it is not worth making an enemy over a woman. Xiaoteng continued, how about we let Jinyu decide whom she wishes to marry? A way out. Mo Yihan sought to seize that opportunity. At this moment, Qin Luo, ever the troublemaker, interjected, as the ancients say. A grudge that cannot be shared under heaven is akin to a grudge for one's father's murder, or the resentment of seizing one's wife, to have one's woman taken by another. What a disgrace! Upon hearing this, Mo Yihan became incensed. What of the Shao family of Yunshan? Song Jinyu is my woman. If you dare to take her from me, I, Mo Yihan, shall not allow it. Throw this insufferable brat out. The elder sighed in resignation, compelled to act. Xiaoteng paused, his eyes flashing with ferocity as he surveyed the crowd. Seeking the instigator of this provocation, he had initially intended to intimidate Mo Yihan with his background to successfully reclaim Song Jinyu. Now, it seems that it is the end, and he has no choice but to strike. Summon the Thunder Tower, Xiaoteng roared, as lightning flickered, and a small tower materialized out of thin air, hurtling towards the realm of Dongtian, a sacred artifact. Quite impressive, I must admit, Qin Luo remarked, eyeing the tower that crackled with the power of thunder. Licking his lips in anticipation, lightning's summoning technique, a deafening thunder erupted in the sky, and a bolt of lightning descended, striking the thunder tower with tremendous force. Boom! The radiance atop the tower intensified, its power magnified several-fold. An impressive maneuver, Qin Luo exclaimed in admiration. Bang, bang, bang! The thunder tower clashed with the realm of Dongtian, their encounter sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. Indeed a prodigy, yet you are merely at the transformation stage while I stand at the Dongtian stage. You shall not prevail today, the elder bellowed, unleashing powerful attacks upon the thunder tower, clearly exerting all his strength, while Xiaoteng struggled mightily. Fall, bang! The elder struck down with a massive seal, forcing the thunder tower to the ground. Though he wielded no sacred artifact, he felt unthreatened by the transformation stage practitioners. Xiaoteng's eyes flickered. In an instant, he devised a strategy. Thunder roar of the 9 heavens. An arc of electricity coursed through him as he dashed towards Mo Yihan like a bolt of lightning. Capturing the king before the thief, subduing Mo Yihan would resolve today's turmoil. You dare! Protect the Holy Sun. The elder attempted to intervene but was once again struck by the thunder tower, forcing him to deal with it first. Several members of the Blood Moon Holy Land rushed forth, but a look of disdain crossed Xiaoteng's face. As a fellow practitioner of the transformation stage, he held no fear of them. Celestial Calamity Array. An array enveloped Xiaoteng and the others, with serpentine bolts of lightning dancing within. Xiaoteng sent a punch flying, propelling one transformation stage practitioner away, embodying the might of the Thunder God. His combat prowess is indeed formidable, Qin Luo commented while savoring a sweet treat. Best enjoy it while you can, for it will soon be gone, he added, sensing the impending conclusion of the battle. Bang, bang, bang! Transformation stage practitioners were sent flying, their bodies smoking, clearly grievously injured. The elder, having repelled the thunder tower, roared, You insolent wretch, how dare you? Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened as he beheld Mo Yihan swiftly dispatched by Xiaoteng, who then seized him by the throat. Xiaoteng smiled at Song Jinyu, causing her to become utterly entranced. Her white knight had descended from the heavens to rescue her, resembling a climactic conclusion from one of those recent novels. Turning to the elder, Xiaoteng declared, This matter ends here. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the safety of your holy son. A blatant threat, the elder's expression darkened. Before he could respond, a voice drifted from behind him. Having dined well, it is time to attend to serious matters. Qin Luo stood, having risen from the children's table. The Demon Suppression Division of the Great Qin is here to serve. The Holy Son of Blood Moon Holy Land is suspected of the murder of the family of Lord Wu Yuan of the Great Qin Empire. Mo Yihan, you shall accompany us. Anyone who dares impede the proceedings of the Demon Suppression Division shall be treated as an accomplice. Chapter 49. The Suppression of Dongtian. Did I allow you to leave? Everyone stood in stunned silence, especially the children seated with Qin Luo, who had just witnessed him snatch their dessert. Qin Luo and Li stepped forward, the former still holding a piece of dessert, which he popped into his mouth. With a grin, he addressed Mo Yihan. You have violated the law, and you are under arrest. This scene now bore an absurd air, with the gazes of others fixated on Xiaoteng. How had Mo Yihan, now a hostage of Xiaoteng, suddenly become the target of the Demon Suppression Division? Xiaoteng spoke in a low voice. Esteemed members of the Demon Suppression Division, once I have settled my grievances with Mo Yihan, may you then proceed with your matters? Qin Luo shook his head, smiling. Did you not hear my previous statement? Anyone who dares obstruct the proceedings of the Demon Suppression Division shall be treated as an accomplice. You are not complicit in the massacre of my Great Qin's Wu Yuan household, are you? Qin Luo reprimanded, leaving Xiaoting momentarily stupefied. In his heart, he cried out, can't you see that I harbor a grudge against Mo Yihan? How could I possibly conspire with him to commit murder? Hand Mo Yihan over to me at once, or else. Qin Luo's sentence was cut short by the elder of Blood Moon Holy Land. Or else what? My holy son cannot be seized by the likes of your Demon Suppression Division. This is the 10,000 Great Mountains, not your Great Qin Empire, having been obstructed by Xiaoteng. The elder was already seething with rage, and now, with Qin Luo's emergence, his anger intensified. As a formidable Dongtian stage expert and an elder of the Blood Moon Holy Land, did he not value his pride? Li Yi shot a cold glance at the elder, stepping forward, ready to draw his sword. Qin Luo halted him, then turned his gaze upon the elder, asking, will you obstruct the proceedings of the Demon Suppression Division? And if I do? The elder responded defiantly. In the face of the Great Qin Empire, the Blood Moon Holy Land had always been resolute, stemming from their past frictions and enmity. Many of their disciples had faced legal repercussions during their transgressions in the Great Qin Empire. You offer us no face at all. One of my disciples was killed last year due to a conflict with the Wu Yuan household. Resistance to law enforcement leaves but one path to tread. Qin Luo seized the opportunity to test his current strength against a Dongtian stage novice, a perfect target for honing his skills. Drawing his Qingfeng sword, he pointed it at the elder, stating coldly, obstructing the proceedings of the Demon Suppression Division results in death. Whoosh! He charged at the elder. Yet another transformation stage practitioner dared to challenge his authority, and the elder's expression darkened like a stormy sea. A mere transformation stage practitioner dares to strike at me. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on true strength, so you may understand the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Blood Moon Palm. Blood Moon Suppression. A colossal handprint materialized, illuminated by a sinuous blood moon, appearing cold and malevolent as it descended upon Qin Luo with immense force. He aimed to suppress Qin Luo on the spot, making it clear who could be trifled with and who could not. Golden blade breaking the mountains. A radiant golden light enveloped Qin Luo, absorbing Lin Xian's elemental essence, allowing him to manifest the sharpness of gold. Coupled with Ye Chen's innate sword bone, the sword technique's power surged significantly. Sacred grade perfect sword technique, break. Qin Luo roared, as the Qingfeng sword pierced the enormous handprint, its razor-sharp sword energy effortlessly shredding the formidable imprint before him. Die! The sword's momentum remained unyielding as it surged towards the elder with ferocity. How is this possible? The elder was struck with horror. His previous attack had been nearly his utmost effort, yet it had faltered against Qin Luo's might. Barely lasting a breath. This was undeniable proof that Qin Luo possessed combat prowess equal to his own. Blood Moon Seal. Arise! The elder bellowed, as a massive seal surged towards Qin Luo, his life's weapon. A colossal stamp. A trifling heavenly grade, worthless. Qin Luo thrust his sword into the Blood Moon Seal. An immense force emanated from the seal, attempting to crush Qin Luo into the ground, but he stood firm, relying solely on his formidable physical strength. A piercing sound echoed as the elder's eyes widened in disbelief. He witnessed a crack appear upon his Blood Moon Seal. Indeed, a crack. Blood Moon secret technique, blood sacrifice. The elder roared as a massive blood moon emerged behind him. Igniting the blood energy within him, a brilliant red light radiated from the blood moon, enveloping him as his aura surged dramatically. You've pushed me to this extent, young man. You may take pride in that. Today, I shall suppress you on the spot. 2 mere transformation stage practitioners, one exhausting him, the other forcing him to invoke a secret technique, left him infuriated, knowing the consequences would be severe. Boom. A gigantic handprint hurtled towards Qin Luo, its power surpassing any previous strike. Burning his essence, Qin Luo chuckled softly. Indeed, what a fool. I shan't entertain you any longer. He had assessed his own strength and deemed it sufficient to confront an initial Dongtian stage expert. Sure enough, the 9 turns golden body technique was indeed remarkable. The second turn had elevated his physical prowess to the level of a Dongtian stage expert. The Taixu Bell appeared in his hand, striking with a resounding chime. Boom! The sound reverberated within the elder's mind, stirring his very soul. Seizing the moment of weakness, Qin Luo aimed to take his life. The Qingfeng's sword swept forth, slicing through the elder's arm. Ah! A pained scream erupted as the elder jolted back to reality, but in the next moment, the Taixu Bell came crashing down upon him. No. He gazed up at the descending bell, his voice filled with despair. Bang! The Taixu Bell struck the ground with a resounding crash, summoning the human emperor's flag. Old man, you are far too weak. Qin Luo's derisive voice echoed in the elder's ears, the last sound he would ever hear. With his demise, the elder's soul was captured within the human emperor's flag. Boom. The sound of the Taixu Bell striking the ground reverberated in every listener's ears, sending chills down their spines. As they turned their eyes back to Qin Luo, a look of terror etched upon their faces. Shouting regarded Qin Luo with a gaze heavy with seriousness and caution. Qin Luo surveyed the surroundings and remarked lightly, "This is the consequence of obstructing the operations of the Demon Suppression Division of the Great Qin Empire. Is there anyone among you who wishes to experience it once more?" The atmosphere fell silent. As no one dared to speak, Qin Luo then stepped towards Xiaotang and calmly stated, "Hand over the person my Demon Suppression Division wishes to apprehend." Xiaotang gazed deeply at Qin Luo for a moment, hesitated, and ultimately pushed Mo Yihan forward. Lie approached and swiftly restrained Mo Yihan, capturing the criminal. After surrendering the individual, Xiaotang extended his hand towards Song Jinyu and said, "Jinyu, let us depart." Song Jinyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded in agreement. All right. However, just as they took a couple of steps, Qin Luo's voice echoed behind them. "Did I permit your departure?" Xiaotang turned to Qin Luo and replied, "I have already handed over the person to you. What more do you desire? To obstruct the operations of my Demon Suppression Division and expect to leave so easily? If I were to let you go without consequence, what would that say about the dignity of my division? Furthermore, he claims you are an accomplice in the massacre of the Wu Yuan Marquis family." Qin Luo pointed at Mo Yihan. Mo Yihan blinked, seemingly questioning, "Did I ever say that?" Chapter 50. Suppressing Xiaotang. The sane approaches Xiaotang's expression darkened, and he looked at Qin Luo, speaking in a low voice, "Are you slandering me? Is this how the Demon Suppression Division of the Great Qin Empire conducts its investigations? It is utterly absurd. Slander? That is inconceivable." Qin Luo's gaze settled upon Mo Yihan as he inquired, "Do you believe he was involved in the massacre of the Wu Yuan Marquis family?" Mo Yihan blinked and immediately responded, "He must have been involved, but I was not. Enough. No need for further words." Qin Luo's gaze shifted back to Xiaotang, stating flatly, "He has claimed you are one of his accomplices." Mo Yihan wanted to retort, as he had not admitted to his involvement, only stated that Xiaotang was involved. He was no fool and would not acknowledge guilt. However, as Xiaotang faced potential retribution, Mo Yihan was more than willing to let it unfold. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Li Yi hiss in his ear, "Silence." "Ha ha ha." Xiaotang let out a cold laugh, looking at Qin Luo and saying, "I never expected the Demon Suppression Division of the Great Qin Empire to operate in such a manner." "Very well, but I intend to leave today, and you cannot stop me." Qin Luo regarded him coolly, responding, "Perhaps you cannot be stopped, but the woman beside you cannot be taken away. Collaborating with a wanted criminal for my Great Qin Empire." The Song family of Luofeng City is equally guilty. Upon hearing this, Song Yushan was rendered speechless. How could the Song family be implicated? Song Jinyu's complexion shifted, her heart tightening. She had initially married Mo Yihan for the sake of her family, and now her relative's safety was being used as leverage against her. She felt the burden of being a woman was truly overwhelming. Xiaotang turned to Qin Luo and asked in a low voice, "What exactly do you intend to do?" With a face full of righteousness, Qin Luo replied, "The massacre of the Wu Yuan Marquis family is a shocking crime. My Demon Suppression Division has the duty to investigate this matter thoroughly. If you are guilty, we will not let you escape. If you are innocent, We will not wrong an innocent person. Xiaotang did not believe a word of Qin Luo's statements. He seemed to read in Qin Luo's eyes the message. I am framing you. And what can you do about it? What if I insist on leaving? Xiaotang spoke coldly. The Hall of Heavenly Tribulation has no conflict with the Shao family, nor do we have any grievances with your demon suppression division. If you seek to accuse me, then present your evidence. By invoking the Hall of Heavenly Tribulation and the Shao family, he was signaling to Qin Luo that he had powerful backing. Moreover, his allies were formidable, prompting Qin Luo to consider his position carefully. Qin Luo chuckled. Is the testimony of the main perpetrator not sufficient? Do not attempt to intimidate me with the Hall of Heavenly Tribulation or the Shao family. The massacre of the Wu Yuan Marquis family must be resolved. If gods stand in my way, I shall slay them. Mo Yihan wished to interject. When did I become the main perpetrator? However, reason dictated that speaking further would only complicate matters. He would wait for his father to come to his rescue. The people of the Blood Moon Holy Land had already contacted his father via a communication jade talisman. Soon, the Blood Moon Saint would arrive. Qin Luo waved his hand, summoning the human emperor banner, which instantly enveloped Xiaotang. Today, you shall not escape. A piercing voice echoed within the confines of the human emperor banner. Hee. Come here and accompany me, young man. The voice sounded vaguely familiar to Xiaotang, reminding him of the elder who had just fought him. A chorus of resentful voices reverberated in his ears, and an overwhelming aura locked onto him. Xiaotang's heart raced. It was the saint. At that critical moment, a sound of something breaking through the air was heard. An elder emerged from the void, standing in midair and coldly declaring, "Is this how the people of the Great Qin Demon Suppression Division behave? This is the 10,000 Great Mountains, not your Great Qin Empire's territory." The elder radiated a powerful aura. Having been concealed in the shadows, he was a member of the Hall of Heavenly Tribulation and Xiaotang's protector, a formidable figure at the late stage of the Cave Heaven realm. I advise you to release my disciple from the Hall of Heavenly Tribulation immediately, otherwise, this matter cannot be settled today. Others may fear your Great Qin Empire, but the Hall of Heavenly Tribulation does not. Old man, have you finally decided to show yourself? Unfortunately, a mere Cave Heaven realm cultivator cannot alter the outcome. Wouldn't you agree? Qin Luo waved his hand, creating a gap in the pitch-black world shrouded by the human emperor banner. If you wish to rescue your disciple from the Hall of Heavenly Tribulation, then please, step inside. I invite you into the trap. Cui Yunhe gazed at the human emperor banner, a serious expression appearing in his eyes as he instinctively sensed danger. Thus, he remained still, his gaze firmly fixed on Qin Luo. Young one, given your talents, you must be a descendant of some significant figure within the Demon Suppression Division. How about we exchange one for one today? Exchange one for one? Qin Luo scoffed. Are you attempting to take me as your hostage? He beckoned to Cui Yunhe, saying, Come and try your luck. If you can subdue me, perhaps there is a chance for you to exchange for your people from the Hall of Heavenly Tribulation. Cui Yunhe, evidently cautious, refrained from acting impulsively. His gaze remained locked on Qin Luo, his eyes flickering with indecision. What's the matter? Afraid. Qin Luo's tone dripped with disdain as he waved his hand, sending the human emperor banner surging towards him, seizing Xiaotang who had emerged from it. Xiaotang has been easily suppressed by the antagonist, losing 10,000 fortune points. The host gains 10,000 antagonist points. Now that I have the hostage in my grasp, will you surrender? Cui Yunhe was taken aback by how easily Qin Luo had subdued Xiaotang, his expression darkening. Are you certain you want to provoke the Hall of Heavenly Tribulation and the Shao family today? Cui Yunhe spoke in a low, threatening tone. And what do you think? Qin Luo retorted. Very well, very well. Qin Luo was prepared to activate the human emperor banner and subdue him before the arrival of the other party. But unexpectedly, the elder turned and departed. This matter is far from over. The Hall of Heavenly Tribulation will not let you leave easily. As his words fell, a blood moon descended, signaling the arrival of the Blood Moon Saint. Who dares to lay a hand on my son? A chilling voice echoed as Mo Qinjue strode forward, initially appearing miles away but swiftly closing the distance. His saintly aura surged as he hovered in the air. Gazing down at Li Yi, and spoke blandly, Release my son, and I will grant you a swift death. With just a glance from the other party, Li felt an icy chill sweep over him, and blood gushed from his mouth. He was left in shock, realizing this was the might of a saint. Indeed, the saying that all beneath the saint are mere ants was not to be taken lightly. Cui Yunhe immediately concealed himself in the shadows, sensing an opportunity had arisen. Qin Luo, upon witnessing the appearance of Mo Qinjue, felt no surprise whatsoever. Since you've arrived, do not think of leaving, Qin Luo called out loudly to Emo Qianjue. Emo Qianjue, you are suspected of slaughtering the entire Wu Yuan Marquis family of the Great Qin Empire. Today, my Demon Suppression Division will apprehend you. Emo Qianjue's gaze fell upon Qin Luo, a glint of icy malice flashing in his eyes. An existence as insignificant as an ant dares to speak thus to me. You deserve death. A blood-red handprint began to coalesce, aimed at Qin Luo, yet, at that moment, a terrifying aura surged from behind him. A massive axe came crashing down upon Emo Qianjue's back. Qin Luo would not venture into danger alone. He was not without allies. Chapter 51. Fabricating charges, fathers and sons share fortune. Emo Qianjue's heart raced with caution as he swiftly turned, the blood handprint colliding with the enormous axe in a tremendous clash. Boom. He was sent flying, injured from the hurried strike. Cui Yunhe, hidden in the shadows, felt a surge of dread but also a sense of relief. Thank goodness I held back. I am no match for Emo Qianjue. That blow could have severely wounded or even killed me. This realization sparked a plan in his mind. It was time to rally support. He turned to leave. Who is it? Emo Qianjue bellowed, drawing forth his sword and narrowing his icy gaze towards the distance. Before the man arrived, his voice had already reached. I am Zheng Tuo, the general of the broken army of the Great Qin Empire. Boom! Zheng Tuo descended from the heavens, his colossal axe soaring back into his grasp. He fixed a fierce gaze upon Emo Qianjue and declared, Emo Qianjue, how dare you slay the entire family of the Marquis Wu Yuan of the Great Qin Empire? Today, you shall face justice. Li cast a shocked glance at Qin Luo, unable to fathom how Qin Luo could persuade a general from the army to take action. In the past, when the Demon Suppression Division undertook missions, they could request collaboration from other government offices or military forces. However, as they were not under direct command, the assistance they received was exceedingly limited, often relying on their own network of connections. The members of the 10 Guards of Demon Suppression were largely comprised of individuals with little future, many of whom had fled from sects, and thus had even less rapport with the military, resulting in scant support. The moment Qin Luo emerged, he had managed to sway a powerful figure of the Saint Realm to act. How could Li Yi not be astonished? It seemed the 9th Prince was indeed extraordinary. Li Yi mused, with the previous Marquis Yingwu and now the general of the Broken Army, it was becoming increasingly evident. Perhaps there was hope for advancement in life. Who among us does not desire progress? It was merely that there had been no channels for advancement, and he had long since begun to resign himself to mediocrity. Naturally, he would not acknowledge Zheng Tuo's accusations. Emo Qianjue retorted coldly. If you claim that I murdered the entire family of the Marquis Wu Yuan, then I implore you to present your evidence. Otherwise, your people from the Great Qin Empire have unjustly seized my son and attacked me. That is slander. The 10,000 Great Mountains are not your Great Qin Empire's playground for wanton behavior. Evidence, of course, exists. Your son has already confessed. Qin Luo interjected, gesturing towards Xiaoting. This fellow is also your accomplice. He has admitted as much. Mo Qianjue was taken aback. He had long heard that the Demon Suppression Division emphasized evidence in their investigations, yet the individual before him seemed to be speaking nonsensically. Did he not know whether his son had committed the crime? Moreover, who was the young man in Qin Luo's grasp? He did not recognize him at all. Father, I did not say that. Mo Yihan immediately countered. Slap. Qin Luo retaliated with a fierce slap across his face. Dare to recant? That will only add to your crimes. Blood Moon Saint, I advise you to kneel and confess immediately. Otherwise, I shall kill your son. With a swift motion, Qin Luo unsheathed his sword, pressing it against Mo Yihan's neck, causing the latter to shudder in fear. Unable to utter another word, Mo Qianjue tightened his grip on his sword, looking at Qin Luo as if he were gazing upon a corpse. You dare to humiliate my son so? Very well. I, Mo Qianjue, shall ensure your life is forfeit. Mark my words. A surge of blood energy emanated from his being, and he dashed towards Zheng Tuo, Blood Moon Phantom. This movement technique was exceedingly bizarre, with crimson phantoms manifesting, all converging towards Zheng Tuo. Blood Moon Slash. A semicircular arc of blood-red sword energy surged towards Zheng Tuo. Excellent! Zheng Tuo roared, his colossal axe swinging down with tremendous force. Bang! A thunderous clash erupted, as one force shattered myriad laws. Zheng Tuo's strength reached its zenith in an instant. Though Mo Qianjue's speed was swift, his retreat was equally rapid. Utilizing Zheng Tuo's power, he hovered in midair. He glanced at Zheng Tuo and coldly remarked, I assure you, this matter is far from over. He then turned and fled. Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback, blinking in disbelief, then exchanged a look with Li Yi. Fled? Li Yi nodded, affirming the suspicion. Slap. Qin Luo struck Mo Yihan once more. How can your father be so shameless? A saint, and he runs away after a mere skirmish? Abandoning his own son? Such callousness. Mo Yihan felt aggrieved. He wanted to cry. His father had actually forsaken him, leaving him heartbroken. This was indeed true. That old fool only dared to seek revenge on the Marquis Wu Yuan after his death, which only proved he was excessively cautious, fearful of death, and cowardly. Zheng Tuo was also somewhat taken aback. By the time he sought to pursue, he realized he could not catch up, as speed was not his forte. He landed, cupping his fists towards Qin Luo and said, Your Highness, I am incompetent and failed to stop Mo Qianjue. The title of Your Highness left Xiao Ting and Mo Yihan in stunned silence. Who could be addressed as Your Highness in the Great Qin Empire? That would be a prince or a noble. It was highly probable that Qin Luo was a prince personally intervening. Both were struck by a singular thought. Damn, it's over. No matter. I never intended to apprehend him immediately. To catch even a single fish is sufficient. Is Qin Luo here to handle a case? He is leveraging the massacre of the Wu Yuan family to unsettle the entire 10,000 Great Mountains. Take them both away. I shall conduct a thorough investigation. First, we must ascertain their crimes before discussing anything else. In conducting a case, Qin Luo values evidence and testimonies. Mo Yihan readily agreed to confess to whatever crime, but Xiao Tong was an entirely different story, refusing to admit to anything even under duress. No matter, Qin Luo would have Mo Yihan confess and implicate Xiao Tong, Ye Chen, and others. Xiao Tang is the one who stole my woman? Mo Yihan inquired. Precisely. And who is Ye Chen? Despite Ye Chen's current fame, those who knew him were either female disciples or common disciples. A figure of his stature had no time for frivolous novels, which was simply laughable. Do not concern yourself with too many details. Just write down these names, and when you return, have your father prepare a complete list. You intend to let me return? Mo Yihan's face lit up with surprise. Indeed. Qin Luo's lips curled into a slight smirk, a wicked expression gracing his features. Your father cares not for your well-being. You surely do not wish to see him frantically producing younger brothers for you at home, do you? Father and son ought to share both fortune and misfortune. Chapter 52. Opportunities are fleeting. Kill the prodigy of murderous intent. I grant you a chance. Submit to me, and I may spare your life. Qin Luo gazed down at Mo Yihan. I submit. Mo Yihan promptly knelt upon the ground. The Marquis Wu Yuan's family was destroyed by that old fool. He has implicated me. Your Highness, rest assured, I shall assist you in capturing him. Heh. Qin Luo let out a cold laugh. Do you truly believe I would trust you? At that moment, Mo Yihan's expression froze, having struck a chord within his heart. That I shall leave a mark within your soul, Qin Luo stated flatly. Release your soul. Otherwise, you shall meet a dead end. Mo Yihan's expression fluctuated. For the soul is a person's most vital essence. Should he relinquish control, allowing Qin Luo to implant a method within it, would he not be bound for life? Remember, you have only this one opportunity. Should you fail to become mine, you shall only meet death. Mo Yihan discerned that Qin Luo was not jesting. Gritting his teeth, he stomped his foot and with a thud, knelt down, willing to release his soul. Good, Qin Luo inscribed the mark of life and death within his essence. For a fleeting moment, Mo Yihan felt as though his life was no longer under his control. Subsequently, Qin Luo allowed him to experience the sensation of life slipping from his grasp. Qin Luo activated the mark of life and death, and Mo Yihan felt a chilling dread. Soon, pain engulfed him, akin to countless ants gnawing at his flesh. It hurts. I am in excruciating pain. Qin Luo observed this scene with indifference, continuously intensifying the mark of life and death, escalating Mo Yihan's agony. Kill me, please, kill me. Mo Yihan began to plead for death, unable to withstand the torment. Bang, bang, bang. He violently struck his head against the ground. This spectacle sent a shiver down Zheng Tuo's spine. Such suffering, truth be told, he had never witnessed before. His fear of Qin Luo deepened. Bang, bang, bang. I am in unbearable pain. Kill me, I beg you. Kill me, Mo Yihan howled, ultimately succumbing to the pain and losing consciousness. For an entity at the divine transformation realm to faint from agony was unfathomable. Zheng Tuo pondered this as Qin Luo turned to look at him, causing him to tremble. Qin Luo spoke slowly. General of the Broken Army, can I trust you? Before Zheng Tuo could articulate his thoughts, he heard Qin Luo continue. My maternal grandfather, he is someone I can trust? for he is my blood relative, my only kin in this world. This was a reminder to Zheng Tuo that a powerful figure of the Saint Realm stood behind him. With so many events transpiring in the imperial capital, it was unreasonable for Zheng Tuo to be unaware. If he were oblivious, it would only prove he was unworthy of being a saint, perhaps long since deceased. As for Marquis Yingguo, he is not my kin. Hence I employed a measure of restraint upon him. Qin Luo gestured towards him. He too has pledged loyalty to me, and I can fully trust him now. The foundation of complete trust is clear. Zheng Tuo was no fool and understood this well. The conflicted expression on his face flickered before he solemnly inquired. Your Highness, I wish to ask you one question. Do you desire to compete for the title of Imperial Prince? If Qin Luo harbored no ambitions, then Zheng Tuo's loyalty to him would surely lead to a future devoid of promise, and vengeance might remain an elusive dream. The position of the Emperor's son? Qin Luo scoffed derisively, perhaps, but ultimately, the future of this grand Qin dynasty must rest firmly in my hands. With a resolute heart, Zheng Tuo knelt before him, stating with solemnity, Your Highness, I pledge my life in unwavering loyalty to you. This scene struck Li with profound astonishment. It was crucial to note that Zheng Tuo was a sage. The notion of a sage willingly surrendering his life to Qin Luo was beyond his comprehension. Unaware of the underlying circumstances, he could only grasp this singular truth. Even sages must kneel before Qin Luo. As Qin Luo planted the mark of life and death within Zheng Tuo's soul. A wave of fatigue washed over him, for such an act exacts a significant toll on one's spirit. Especially considering that Zheng Tuo's soul was far more formidable than his own. Well then, let us go see Xiaotong. Upon Qin Luo's arrival, Xiaotong inquired with calmness, What is your intention in capturing me? We have no grievances from the past nor enmity in the present. The Xiao family and the Heavenly Calamity Temple have maintained a peaceful coexistence with your Qin dynasty. State your purpose. Observing Xiaotong, Qin Luo couldn't help but acknowledge the distinction of a child of destiny, who remained remarkably composed under such circumstances, far surpassing ordinary individuals. It is merely a matter of differing allegiances, Qin Luo replied lightly. He felt no need to elaborate. One more word would only lead to unnecessary explanations. Before Xiaotong could inquire further about the nature of their allegiances, Qin Luo interjected, I present you with an opportunity as well. Speak. Xiaotong, now aware of the two sage-level warriors at Qin Luo's side, recognized that escape was futile. His only avenue lay with Qin Luo. Submit to me, and I may grant you a chance at survival. Shaking his head, Xiaotong retorted, That is impossible. For a soul unwilling to genuinely submit, implanting the mark of life and death would prove exceedingly difficult. At least, not something Qin Luo could achieve at this moment due to his insufficient spiritual strength. Such a pity, Qin Luo murmured. I can only send you on your way. With that, he unsheathed his sword, and with a swift thrust, it pierced Xiaotong's chest. Xiaotong gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. He had envisioned countless possibilities. Yet never did he anticipate that Qin Luo would strike him down with such decisive ferocity. Why? The question echoed in his mind. But Qin Luo felt no obligation to provide answers. It was better to remain blissfully ignorant. Inwardly, Qin Luo reflected, because I lack villain points. A mere third-tier child of destiny, indeed, posed no significant surprise. He was swiftly dispatched. Boom. Xiaotong was slain by a villain, losing all destiny points. The host gains 600 villain points. Do you possess any means to subdue a sage? Poison? Qin Luo inquired. System recommendation. Blood Fiend Bone Corrosion Pill, Heavenly Grade Premium. Can corrode the bones and blood of others, leading to death. Effective even against sages, capable of severely injuring them and causing a temporary drop in their realm. Exchange price, 50,000 villain points. You are quite considerate, Qin Luo remarked. Without hesitation, he exchanged for the pill and handed it to him. Ye Chen, I know you are a dutiful child. I intend to have your father pay a price to redeem you. What do you think? To repay your father, you must find a way to make him ingest this pill. I believe you are capable of it. Chapter 53. Revenge for Xiaotong. Love holds greater significance within the Blood Moon Sacred Land. Mo Qianjua's expression was as dark as the depths of water. He had not anticipated that the demon-suppressing division of the great Qin dynasty would move against him, swiftly capturing his son. Damn it, I will not allow you to leave the 10,000 Great Mountains, he declared coldly, though he felt a twinge of headache. Zheng Tuo was a sage-level powerhouse. He preferred to avoid confrontation with him unless absolutely necessary. Initially believing his son was doomed, he was taken aback when Qin Luo sent him a letter. a heavenly-grade premium treasure can exchange for your son's life. Upon reading this, Imo Chinjue hesitated, not out of reluctance, but because he suspected that even offering a treasure would not guarantee his son's release. After all, if he were in their position, he would certainly not set anyone free. Master, Night Cold is your own son. You must save him, a beautiful woman implored, shaking Imo Chinjue's arm. He is so filial, treating me with the utmost respect. You must rescue him, O Chinjue nodded. After all, it was his own flesh and blood. Failing to save him would be unacceptable. Very well. I shall offer a heavenly-grade premium treasure, he declared, arranging for the item to be sent back. Upon receipt, Qin Luo smiled at Imo Yihan. It appears your father truly cares for you. I had planned to lower my demands if he refused. But unexpectedly, hearing this, Imo Yihan felt an overwhelming complexity in his emotions. His father cared for him deeply, yet he was being compelled to betray that very affection. Was this not utterly monstrous? Perceiving Imo Yihan's turmoil, Qin Luo placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. You must remember, this is your redemption. If your father does not kneel, he will face only death, as a dutiful son. How can you bear to witness his demise before your eyes? Then, Your Highness, is it permissible for me to be absent when you kill my father? Qin Luo's expression momentarily stiffened, gazing at Imo Yihan's earnest demeanor. Indeed, he thought, this young man is truly a devoted son. Go now, find a way to make your father ingest this pill. With such a dutiful child, Qin Luo felt that the likelihood of completing his task was exceedingly high. Cui Yunhe had already sought assistance. But before reinforcements could arrive, he received news from the Heavenly Calamity Temple. Xiaoteng is dead. Cui Yunhe shuddered in disbelief. How could this be? When I returned, Xiaoteng was perfectly fine. How could he possibly be dead? Indeed, I would like to ask you, how did Xiaoteng meet his demise? Boom. A terrifying aura locked onto Cui Yunhe as a cold-faced middle-aged man approached, each step seeming to thud heavily upon Cui Yunhe's heart. Causing it to tremble with a splatter, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing weakly. I have seen the third hall master, he managed to say, bowing respectfully. Now, tell me what transpired as Xiaoteng's protector. Why do you live while he perished? Cui Yunhe dared not withhold any information, succinctly recounting his encounter with Qin Luo and his companions. The demon-suppressing division of the Great Qin. How dare they harm our disciples when we have maintained a peaceful coexistence? I do not know. Perhaps Xiaoteng had some personal grievances with them. Humph. The cold snort struck Cui Yunhe like a hammer, nearly sending him reeling to the ground. As his protector, you have failed to safeguard Xiaoteng. How do you believe the Heavenly Calamity Temple should punish you? Inquired Hall Master Zhao Yangyi. I shall certainly avenge Xiaoteng, Cui Yunhe replied with determination. His mind was numb. He had envisioned numerous scenarios, yet none had prepared him for Xiaoteng's swift demise. But what could he do against sages? He was merely a Dongtian realm practitioner. He would have been offering himself as a sacrifice. I will accompany you, Zhao Yangyi declared grimly. Those who dare to kill our disciples must pay a bloody price. Relay the news to the Xiao family. Xiaoteng had only begun to shine after joining the Heavenly Calamity Temple, becoming a key figure in the Xiao family's training. His death sent shockwaves through the family, prompting the elders to convene. The one who killed Xiaoteng must pay the price. Otherwise, others will think our Yunshan Xiao family is easy to bully. One elder spoke solemnly. But the news from the Heavenly Calamity Temple suggests that the culprit may be associated with the demon-suppressing division of the Great Qin. Oh what? The Xiao family and the demon-suppressing division have maintained a peaceful coexistence. They provoke us first by wantonly slaughtering our kin. Seeking revenge is only right. As their discussions heated up, a young woman entered the grand hall. Xiaoteng has been killed? Her expression was frosty. Her gaze sharp. Xiaoya, we will handle this matter. No. I must see that murderer die before my eyes, Xiaoya insisted resolutely. Xiaoteng has always treated me exceptionally well, though we are not blood siblings. He is like a brother to me. He was killed. I must avenge him. The Grand Elder nodded. Very well. We shall take Xiaoya along. We must strike with thunderous force and avenge Xiaoteng. One of the two most important men in her life was gone. Xiaoya was heartbroken, retreating to her room to weep. Xiaoteng, I will surely avenge you. In her depths of sorrow, someone delivered a storybook to her, and she once again encountered news of Ye Chen, which slightly lifted her spirits. However, upon reading about Ye Chen's love story with Lu Ruyan, a hint of jealousy stirred within her. Why, Ye Chen is indeed a man of great loyalty. Simultaneously, a letter reached Xiaoya, penned by Ye Chen. Within it lay his heartfelt longing for her. evoking memories of their shared moments in Yunshan City. She is the elder sister, while Ye Chen is the younger brother. Yet, whenever danger looms, he invariably positions himself in front of her, his small stature providing Xiaoya with an immense sense of security. Before Ye Chen departed from Yunshan City, he left her with a poignant message. Sister Xiaoya, our parting today is not by my choosing. In the future, I shall wield all my strength to confront the endless darkness, solely to uphold our VOW. In that moment, the young couple found themselves enamored with one another. As she reflected on his words, Xiaoya's expression gradually firmed with resolve. Rest assured, Ye Chen, your beloved is my sister, and I shall assist you. She would also venture to Shanbing Valley. Indeed, the vendetta against Xiao Tang could be momentarily set aside. In her heart, familial bonds took precedence over romantic affection. Chapter 54. A Son's Poison. Annihilation of the Blood Moon Sacred Land. Ye Han contemplated deeply, realizing that in order to have his father consume the elixir, he needed to devise a different approach. Upon returning to the Sacred Land and seeing his stepmother alongside Emo Qianju, it seemed as though a plan had begun to take shape. That very evening, Emo Ye Han engaged Emo Qianju in a hearty revelry, recounting the torment he had endured at the hands of Qin Luo. The tales were so sorrowful that they brought tears to the listener's eyes, prompting Emo Qianju to vow fiercely, "Fear not. Once I apprehend that young rascal, I shall make him pay dearly." Emo Ye Han could not help but scoff inwardly, thinking, in your little domain, you can play the tyrant. Had you known he was a prince, you would have surely been terrified. A son knows his father best. The hatred of a stolen wife and the revenge for a slain father were both grievances that the Marquis of Wu Yuan had claimed. Yet, Emo Qianju dared not utter a word, enduring the agony until he could secretly annihilate the entire clan of the Marquis. Some say that a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. But Emo Qianju had bided his time for a full 50 years. Emo Ye Han had to admit, he was impressed. He discerned that Emo Qianju had merely been placating him. With the sage backing him, this matter would likely pass without further incident. After their revelry, Emo Qianju would undoubtedly indulge in his favorite activities, of which Emo Ye Han was well aware. As the night deepened into silence, Emo Ye Han suddenly heard a voice filled with rage. Who has poisoned me? Emo Ye Han silently signaled. So soon? This lad certainly has a knack for getting things done. Qin Luo's tone bore an air of surprise. Let us head to the Blood Moon Sacred Land. Just as Qin Luo lifted his foot to proceed, he was halted by Zheng Tuo. Your Highness. To avoid deception, allow me to scout the situation first before you advance. Not a problem. It is merely a small Blood Moon Sacred Land, Qin Luo retorted, for he possessed not only the strength of a sage, but also the human emperor banner. As they made their way towards the Sacred Land, Qin Luo declared, the Blood Moon Sacred Land has repeatedly committed offenses against our great Qin Empire. I believe their continued existence is unwarranted. His voice conveyed a steely resolve. The human emperor banner was quite empty, yet the Blood Moon Sacred Land boasted thousands of followers, a considerable number indeed. We shall follow your commands, Your Highness. Upon arriving at the Blood Moon Sacred Land, Zheng Tuo hesitated no longer. Who dares to intrude upon my Blood Moon Sacred Land? An elder of the Cave Heaven Realm bellowed. Zheng Tuo leaped forth, swinging his axe with ferocity. He cleaved the opponent in two with a single blow. Kill them all, leave no survivors, Qin Luo ordered coldly. Understood. The enforcers of the Demon Suppression Division, together with Zheng Tuo, surged into the fray until they encountered Emo Ye Chen. At that moment, Emo Ye Han clasped his stepmother's hand, offering comfort. Do not worry, everything will be fine as long as I am here. Upon seeing Qin Luo's arrival, Emo Ye Han suddenly knelt down. Another woman, mimicking him, quickly followed suit. Your subordinate has not failed in their duty. I implore your highness to spare my mother and me, your mother. Qin Luo stepped forward, scrutinizing the woman, and no matter how he looked at her, she did not seem capable of birthing such an unremarkable offspring. We are not blood relatives, Emo Ye Han chuckled. In fact, it was my mother who played a significant role in successfully poisoning Emo Qianju. So? Qin Luo's interest was piqued, and he curiously inquired, how did you poison your father? Listening to the continuous wails around him, Emo Ye Han dared not hesitate, pointing to a particular area on the woman's body and declaring, it contains the poison. Remarkable! Qin Luo exclaimed, this lad is a true talent. Observing his villainous demeanor, Qin Luo believed this young man would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Indeed, he is teachable. Qin Luo patted his shoulder. Come, let us see your father. To this day, Emo Qianju remained oblivious to how he had been poisoned. hiding within the sect's forbidden grounds while attempting to counteract the toxin. The immense stone door swung open, revealing his listless form to Qin Luo and the others. Upon opening his eyes, Mo Qianju beheld his son, akin to a sycophant, bowing obsequiously before Qin Luo. Realizing that Qin Luo and Zheng Tuo were the ones who had captured his son, Mo Qianju exclaimed, "Your Highness, the prince has arrived. Why do you not kneel and welcome, father?" Mo Yihan chastised. Mo Qianju spat a mouthful of black blood. Even in his stupor, he understood that the poisoning was linked to Mo Yihan. "You wretch! Why did I not bring you to heal over 40 years ago? I am your biological father. I am your biological father," Mo Qianju roared. "Precisely because you are my father, to preserve my life, I must sacrifice you. Surely, you would not wish to see the Mo family extinguished, would you? I am your only son." Mo Yihan's words prompted Mo Qianju to spew another mouthful of blood, his expression growing increasingly ghastly. "Wretch! Wretch!" Mo Qianju bellowed. "Enough of the insults. Do you not realize this is tantamount to berating yourself?" Mo Yihan's cutting remark was lethal. Mo Qianju howled. "Wretch, even if I die, I shall strangle you, die, boom." He summoned the last vestiges of his power, disregarding the toxin invading his heart, as he resolved to enact righteous retribution. Qin Luo signaled Zheng Tuo to take action, and Zheng Tuo stepped forward. Swinging his axe, bang, a deafening crash resounded as Mo Qianju was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall. Severely injured by the single blow, blood gushed forth like a torrent. Zheng Tuo pressed the axe to his neck, solemnly asking, "Submit or die?" Qin Luo chuckled from behind. "Remember, you have but one chance." "Never. I am a dignified sage. How could you expect me to submit?" Mo Qianju retorted defiantly. "Kill him," Qin Luo stated flatly. "What? No." Mo Qianju had not anticipated that Qin Luo would genuinely offer only one opportunity. "I submit." Swish. The head fell, disbelief etched upon Mo Qianju's face. Tio say there was only one chance meant there was indeed only one. Did he take my words as mere trifles? Qin Luo was well aware of his thoughts. To put on a brave front first and then surrender later was the typical route in his eyes. Pride was utterly futile. One could not wish to play both the harlot and establish a reputation. He was simply out of touch with reality. To him, the dead and the living were indistinguishable. The human emperor banner unfurled, absorbing Mo Qianju's soul. "This night, I shall enter seclusion within the blood moon sacred land. Having just slain so many, it would be a shame to let it go to waste." Wouldn't it? Chapter 55. The Ascendancy of the Human Emperor Banner. Vengeance approaches. Your actions are excessively reckless. The voice of Shi Huang cautioned beneath the shadow of the Human Emperor Banner. Reckless? Ha! One cannot achieve greatness without a touch of madness. Qin Luo replied dismissively, asserting that only through immense strength could one find true foundation. All else was mere illusion. However, your approach makes you susceptible to negative energies, which could impair your mental state, Shi Huang continued. "But I have this," Qin Luo retorted, producing a Bodhi fruit. "I acquired this from Qin Feng, and it possesses the ability to cleanse negative energies." Shi Huang was rendered speechless, resigning herself to follow Qin Luo's lead. There were 7 powerful figures of the Cave Heaven realm and over 20 of the Transformation realm within the Blood Moon Sacred Land. Given its inherent weakness, such numbers were already commendable. Their souls were absorbed into the Human Emperor Banner, their flesh and essence becoming nourishment for Qin Luo, including Mo Qianju, coupled with the previous power of Shao Ting's Thunder Spirit Body. This time's resources for cultivation were exceedingly plentiful. After 2 full days of effort, Qin Luo managed to elevate his cultivation, reaching the 7th layer of the Transformation realm, nearing its pinnacle. He could not continue indefinitely. While a bit reckless, he was not insane. The flesh and souls he had consumed would significantly impact him, and the synchronization of soul and cultivation was essential at this stage. The enhancement of his soul had proven somewhat challenging, leading to inevitable resource wastage. Moreover, the essence of special physiques was what he required for his devouring demon technique. Regrettably, the entire Blood Moon Sacred Land lacked even a single genius. With the addition of the Human Emperor Banner and Mo Qianju, it finally ascended to a mid-tier quality of the sacred grade. Its coverage and potency had significantly improved. Once Qin Luo concluded his cultivation, Li Yi promptly approached him. "Your Highness, should we not report the completion of our mission?" With Mo Qianju's death, the primary objective had essentially been achieved, allowing Qin Luo to formally submit his report. "What's the rush? There are still many masterminds yet to be captured," Qin Luo replied. "Mo Yihan, do you agree?" he inquired, turning to the somewhat dazed Emo Ye Han. Upon hearing the voice of Qin Luo, Emo Ye Han was suddenly jolted awake, hastily exclaiming, "Yes, yes, yes, your highness speaks true. What has happened to him?" Qin Luo could discern that this fellow seemed somewhat off, as if he had lost all ambition in life. Lie cast a peculiar glance at Emo Ye Han, and then whispered in Qin Luo's ear. His stepmother has passed away. It was evident that Emo Ye Han harbored deeper feelings for that woman than Emo Qinju did. Although he did not consume poison, it had been applied to his skin and infiltrated his body, ultimately leading to her demise. My condolences. Qin Luo patted Emo Ye Han on the back, urging him to take care of his health and to identify the mastermind and accomplices behind this case. This was a significant case, and Qin Luo intended to elevate it to a grand affair, with far-reaching implications. Emo Ye Han must not perish. By the way, the woman from Luofeng City is yours. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light seemed to flicker in Emo Ye Han's eyes, as if he had once again found a reason to live. Thud. Emo Ye Han knelt on the ground, vowing to serve his highness unto death. Whoever you command me to identify, I shall do so. He was no fool. He naturally understood his worth, akin to a frenzied dog that bites indiscriminately, a teachable child indeed. Qin Luo nodded in approval. Such individuals may not be virtuous, yet their obedience suffices. With the Blood Moon's sacred land extinguished, Qin Luo planned to pay a visit to the Cold Moon Saint, who was not far from this location, for his little junior sister still remained in her grasp. Although the prior master's affections were of little concern to him, after his arrival, his junior sister had specifically summoned the Cold Moon Saint to rescue him, thus establishing a connection. How could his junior sister be an apprentice under that woman? That woman was no good. Just as he departed from the Blood Moon's sacred land, a voice of warning reached his ears. Someone is coming, likely to kill you. The calm voice of Shi Huang resonated. Kill me? Qin Luo's gaze settled on a figure not far away. Zheng Tuo had finally sensed the situation, appearing considerably inferior to Shi Huang. It is he, a vaguely familiar voice echoed, and Qin Luo glanced over, recognizing the so-called protector of the so-called child of fate. Boom. A saintly aura descended. Zhao Yangyi's cold gaze fixated upon Qin Luo. You killed my disciple? Qin Luo stepped back slightly, positioning Zheng Tuo in front of him to withstand Zhao Yangyi's imposing presence. Zhao Yangyi's gaze shifted to Zheng Tuo, his expression slightly tense. But he remained confident in his superiority. His eyes locked onto Qin Luo once more as he solemnly inquired, Did you kill my disciple? Your disciple? Do I know him? Qin Luo retorted. How could you not know? You brazenly abducted a disciple of my heavenly tribulation hall. Cui Yun he bellowed in fury. Oh. If you refer to that individual you sought to rescue, then I do know him. He is one of the accomplices in the tragic massacre of my Qin Wu Yuan Ho's family, and he has already confessed to his crimes. Boom. Zhao Yangyi unleashed an even greater aura, furiously shouting at Qin Luo, You shall die. Kill him, Zhao Yangyi commanded Cui Yun he, who leaped forward, charging at Zheng Tuo. In an instant, they clashed, and the battle grew exceedingly fierce. Among those present, only Zheng Tuo was a saint, while Cui Yun he possessed the power to crush all of them, including Qin Luo. Indeed, Cui Yun he understood that he must kill Qin Luo to absolve himself of the guilt of ineffective protection. Whoosh! Cui Yun he charged towards Qin Luo, his face twisted in rage as he roared. You little beast, today I shall ensure you have no place to bury your remains. Just based on you? Qin Luo's tone dripped with disdain as the human emperor's banner materialized in his hand. Whoosh! In an instant, it enveloped Cui Yun he, cackling. I died such a miserable death. Will you accompany me? Is she beautiful? Do you want her? A chorus of vengeful voices erupted from the souls within the human emperor's banner, resembling malevolent spirits as they surged towards Cui Yun he. Shi Huang needn't lift a finger. In the blink of an eye, Cui Yun he had transformed into a frail old man. Bang! His body crashed heavily to the ground. A roar of fury echoing from Cui Yun he that pierced through the human emperor's banner. No. Zhao Yangyi, locked in combat with Zheng Tuo, underwent a drastic change in expression as an object in his hand radiated brilliant light. The thunderclap cauldron, bind him, boom, boom. A massive bronze cauldron, crackling with countless arcs of lightning, deflected Zheng Tuo before crashing down upon the human emperor's banner. You brat, you must die today. The thunderclap cauldron shattered the human emperor's banner, and Zhao Yangyi surged forward. His expression twisted in rage as he shouted at Qin Luo, Die! Yet the next moment, a terrifying aura of souls locked onto him, akin to a bucket of ice water being poured over his head. Saints, 3 of them? Chapter 56. The Heavenly Tribulation Hall must be annihilated. My junior sister of the Xuanzhen body. Soul Whip, strike him. Shi Huang wielded the Soul Whip, delivering a fierce lash that unleashed a powerful force upon Zhao Yangyi's soul, inflicting damage upon him. Binding rope, bind him. Taixu Bell, suppress him. Qin Luo roared, for since the opponent had entered the human emperor's banner, there was no reason to allow him to escape. Zhao Yangyi felt utterly paralyzed. A profound chill rising in his heart. Avenging my disciple. What a joke. His own life was at stake. Thunderclap cauldron, explode. He was resolute, the pain in his eyes fleeting. The over 10,000 lightning serpents within the thunderclap cauldron unleashed a deafening roar before beginning to detonate. This was the thunderous power he had amassed over hundreds of years. After countless years of toil, he faced a complete reversal in a single night. Boom, boom, boom. Radiant brilliance erupted, each lightning serpent annihilating one soul after another within the human emperor's banner. Thunder roared through the heavens. Zhao Yangyi paid no heed to the devastation he had wrought, swiftly evading. He had come in with such arrogance, only to flee in utter disgrace, especially as Zheng Tua charged forward, swinging an axe that tore away a large chunk of flesh from his body. Zhao Yangyi was uncertain whether it was pain or rage that drove his roar, desperately fleeing. The crackling sounds were incessant. And when the thunderous power was finally subdued, Qin Luo's expression turned grim. Damn it, the sacred artifact of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall seems to restrain my human emperor's banner. This battle had cost him numerous soul entities, and his human emperor's banner had sustained varying degrees of damage. The Heavenly Tribulation Hall must be eradicated. Undoubtedly, Qin Luo spoke solemnly. Shi Huang waved her hand, gathering much of the thunderous power in her grasp. This power was exceptionally pure and could serve as a source for cultivation, particularly suitable for the body refining techniques he practiced. It could barely compensate for our losses. Qin Luo's expression improved slightly. Having not suffered too greatly, after retracting the human emperor's banner, it was not long before Zheng Tua returned. He spoke with some embarrassment. I was incompetent and allowed him to escape, no matter. A monk may flee, but the temple remains. Lie. Contact the Demon Suppression Division and inform them that there has been a significant breakthrough in the case of the massacre of the Wu Yuanhou family. One of the culprits, the Blood Moon Sanamo Qianzhu, has been eliminated, and before his demise, he confessed that there are several other key culprits, one of whom is the Heavenly Tribulation Hall. Instruct the Demon Suppression Division to provide me with accurate intelligence on the Heavenly Tribulation Hall's control, for I intend to apprehend individuals within. Li Yi did not hesitate and promptly began to contact the Demon Suppression Division. Upon the news reaching them, the commander of the 10 guards of the Demon Suppression Division appeared somewhat bewildered. Was there hidden truth in the massacre of the Wu Yuanhou family? Hadn't the Heavenly Tribulation Hall long since hidden away? Were they involved? He held no doubt regarding the news, but felt there might be deeper reasons behind it. Commander, Deputy Commander Qin requests support. Should we assist? A subordinate inquired. No time, no manpower. Each of my 10 guards must serve as 2 men. Where is there time to assist Deputy Commander Qin? Tell him that if the situation becomes untenable, he may conclude the case with the head of Mo Qianzhu from the Blood Moon Sacred Land. I trust that Deputy Commander Qin is a clever man, a deceased Wu Yuanhou. His family annihilated. Our Qin Empire avenging him is sufficient. As for any underlying truths, they are of little importance. Killing one key culprit is enough to appease the spirits of the entire Wu Yuanhou family. This is the reality, as the victim has long since perished. Let us go. We are off to Cold Moon Palace. The Cold Moon Palace is approximately 2 days' journey from them. Looking up at the palace radiating a chilling aura, Qin Luo addressed the gatekeeper. Please inform the Cold Moon Saint that Qin Luo has come to pay a visit. Very well. Soon after, Lin Huashuang personally emerged, granting Qin Luo significant attention. I wonder what brings the 9th prince to my Cold Moon Palace? Lin Huashuang inquired. I wish to see my junior sister, Qin Luo stated directly. Lin Huashuang's expression revealed hesitation, stirring a sense of foreboding within Qin Luo. What is it? Is the Cold Moon Saint in a predicament? Or has something happened to my junior sister? Lin Huashuang shook her head, clarifying that nothing unfortunate had occurred, but rather, it is simply that your junior sister is no longer within my Cold Moon Palace. Out for training. When will she return? If all goes well, she shall not return. Qin Luo's voice suddenly rose. Cold Moon Saint. What do you mean by that? Lin Huashuang sighed, her tone laced with a hint of resentment as she stated. To tell you the truth, Shen Wanning has been taken away by someone. Before Qin Luo could inquire further, she continued, for her, this could be considered a fortuitous event in that place. Her prospects far exceed those she would have had while cultivating in my Hanyu palace. In short, her disciple has been seized, and she is powerless to resist. Who is it? Qin Luo asked. The mysterious land of clouds. The mysterious land of clouds. Qin Luo's voice carried a note of astonishment. In his memory, the mysterious land of clouds possessed formidable strength, ranking among the top 10 sacred lands. Within the mysterious land of clouds, there were formidable beings at the great sage level presiding over its foundation. How could Wanting be valued by the mysterious land of clouds? Qin Luo felt a surge of curiosity. Lin Huashuang did not conceal the truth. Previously, I believed Shan Wanting to be of the Xianin body, and I intended to take her as my disciple. I never anticipated that she was actually of the Xiancha body. The Xiancha body? Shi Huang's astonished voice echoed in Qin Luo's ears. This was one of the most exceptional physiques, known for rapid cultivation and the ease of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. If nothing went awry, achieving the sage realm would be a matter of course. With no bottlenecks to hinder her progress, only a matter of time. Furthermore, this physique allows for rapid advancement for one's partner during dual cultivation. This woman must be secured, Shi Huang exclaimed with eager anticipation. Your mortal body faces significant obstacles when breaking through to the sage realm, far more than others, if she succeeds in ascending to the sage realm and you engage in dual cultivation with her. Seizing her Yuan Yin, your own breakthrough will face no hindrances. The greatest bottleneck for mortals is the sage realm. Once you surpass it, the future is boundless. Qin Luo nodded inwardly, yet he understood that the mysterious land of clouds was not easily manipulated. He cast a reproachful glance at Lin Huashuang, saying, people speak of how arrogant and overbearing the Hanyu saint is, how powerful she is, yet it seems you couldn't even safeguard a single disciple. Alas, Lin Huashuang felt as though Qin Luo were striking her face with his words, her gaze filled with melancholic reproach. Her good disciple, oh, in the mysterious land of clouds, atop a towering peak, a stunningly beautiful woman with cascading hair and eyes as deep as the stars gazed coldly at the intelligence in her hands. Scoffing Lu Ruyan, you dare to abandon my senior brother and marry another. I shall not allow your wishes to come to fruition. In life, you are my senior brothers. In death, you shall remain his ghost. Chapter 57. The Saint Son of the Danding Sect, Ye Chen. Qin Luo raised his head to regard the Danding Sect, taking a deep breath before striding forward. The Danding Sect is a restricted area. No idle persons may enter. A voice barked. Ye Chen replied in a deep tone. I have come to participate in the assessment that has not been passed in 1,000 years. You, the gatekeeper disciple. Observing Ye Chen's youthful appearance, wore a look of disbelief. If I fail the assessment, I am willing to take my own life within the Danding Sect, trusting there might be some truth to it. The gatekeeper disciple relayed the message inside. Soon, an elder emerged, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Ye Chen. It's him? Reporting to the elder, he is the one wishing to participate in our sect's assessment. On what grounds? The elder questioned. Ye Chen calmly replied, because I have cultivated the Wanling Xian Danju in its entirety. Boom! The elder could no longer suppress his imposing aura, swiftly darting to Ye Chen's side and seizing him. You have cultivated our Danding Sect's foundational technique, the Wanling Xian Danju? Elder, if we are to be precise, I should be considered half a disciple of the Danding Sect. Do you still believe I cannot pass? The elder's expression flickered between uncertainty and contemplation, gazing at the confident and composed Ye Chen. He then stated gravely, this matter is of great significance. I must report to the sect leader and others. The entire Danding Sect trembled at the news of Ye Chen, as he had cultivated their once-lost foundational technique, the Wanling Xian Danju, in its entirety. The sect leader and elders emerged from their seclusion, convening to discuss for a time, but reaching no conclusion. I suggest we allow him to participate in the assessment. It is one that only those of the saint level can hope to pass. In a short time, the assessment would test the knowledge of over 100,000 herbs, their properties and efficacy, a challenge that required not only alchemical skill but also strong soul power, experience, and innate talent. This assessment, last passed a millennium ago, granted the successful candidate the title of Saint Son of the Danding Sect. Very well, I agree. Let him participate in the assessment. Ye Chen entered the assessment arena, activating the Wanling Xian Danju. Instantly, the properties and efficacy of countless herbs flooded his mind. The trial persisted throughout the day without pause, astonishing the members of the Danding Sect. Assessment passed. The alchemical evaluation further validated Ye Chen's exceptional talent, possessing a unique fire vein. He was deemed a natural alchemist, a genius rarely seen in a millennium or even longer. Especially as Ye Chen had retrieved the Wanling Xian Danju. He was hailed as a benefactor of the Danding Sect. Dong, dong, dong. The grand bell of the Danding Sect tolled, the sect leader's voice resonating in everyone's ears. Ye Chen is now the saint son of our Danding Sect. Anyone who aids us in recovering the Wanling Xian Danju will have one request granted by our sect. Ye Chen, though you are our saint son, you are no exception. Should you have any requests in the future, we shall mobilize the full strength of the sect to assist you. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen felt invigorated, promptly stating, Sect leader, I wish to request the sect's support in my pursuit of the saintess of the Taixu Sacred Land. Lu Ruyan. He succinctly recounted the events, narrating the ups and downs of his love story, all of which were crafted by Qin Luo. I intend to go directly to the Taixu Sacred Land. How could they refuse us, the Danding Sect? Ye Chen immediately dismissed the notion, for he desired to seize the opportunity to make a grand impression during the wedding of the godly Arm Valley's young master. How could he quietly settle matters with the Taixu Sacred Land? He had previously established connections with the Taixu Sacred Land, confirming that Lu Ruyan still harbored feelings for him. This was an excellent opportunity to elevate his reputation, and he must seize it. He feigned a troubled expression, saying, Sect leader, it is not that I do not wish to go to the Taixu Sacred Land, but rather that there are conflicts between us. I fear they may hide Ruyan from me. If it is on the day of the wedding, they will surely have no means to conceal her. Moreover, the master of the Wanjian Mountain Manor has agreed to assist me. The Xiao Mountain Shao clan has also consented to support me. With 2 sacred-level forces agreeing to help, the sect leader of the Danding Sect hesitated. Recognizing that Ye Chen was indeed their saint son, they could not afford to fall behind. All right, then our Danding Sect shall also take action. Qin Luo was also busy arranging the upcoming battle at the Godly Arm Valley, intending to suppress Ye Chen with overwhelming force. If no unforeseen circumstances arose, Ye Chen would need to surpass the combined might of both the Taixu Sacred Land and the Godly Arm Valley to successfully claim his bride. The Taixu Sacred Land had 2 great sage-level experts, while the Godly Arm Valley had 3. Hence, Ye Chen required around 5 great sages as his support. First, he aimed to secure the Heavenly Calamity Palace. A sudden plan formed in Qin Luo's mind. It appeared that Chen Zhanshan needed to make a visit. Let us have my grandfather come as well to ensure everything goes smoothly. A lion uses all its strength even when hunting a rabbit. He must not leave any chance for the opponent to turn the tables. What is Chen Mo's current status? Qin Luo inquired. His soul strength has increased somewhat. He can briefly activate his body now. Shi Huang responded. Desiring the horse to run while not wanting it to eat grass is an impossible task for me, Qin Luo mused. While I can control life and death, if one does not genuinely wish to serve you, you can only kill them. They should arrange a meeting between the grandfather and grandson, offering him a glimmer of hope. Yes, simple manipulation is feasible. Then let it be done. Send him a message. His gaze fell upon Zheng Tuo. Contact the 4th Marquis and have him come to the Godly Arm Valley in a few days to lend me his support. I will attempt to reach out, Zheng Tuo replied. The intelligence Qin Luo received from Cui Yunhe regarding the Heavenly Calamity Palace aligned closely with that from the Demon Suppression Division. They had ascertained the exact location of the Heavenly Calamity Palace, which boasted 4 great sages, indeed, not merely the 3 that outsiders believed, but 4. Zhao Yangyi, gravely injured, had returned to the Heavenly Calamity Palace. Faced with inquiries from others, he roared, This matter is far from over between me and the great Qin Empire's Demon Suppression Division. I will seek revenge. I must take revenge. They shall know that I, Zhao Yangyi, am not to be trifled with. This matter requires careful consideration. You, 3rd Palace Master, should focus on recovering from your injuries, the Great Palace Master said in a calm tone. We must plan meticulously before taking action. This situation is undoubtedly more complex than it appears. The very moment the Heavenly Calamity Palace intended to unveil the Zhixiao Divine Thunder Hammer, they have slain our Thunder Calamity Son. We cannot rule out that they are targeting our Zhixiao Divine Thunder Hammer. Xiaotong was the most promising disciple of the Heavenly Calamity Palace to master the Zhixiao Divine Thunder Hammer. But alas, it was regrettable. 3rd brother, you too. Why did you let him go? That woman may well be a bait from the opposing side. If we fail to seize the Zhixiao Divine Thunder Hammer, our Heavenly Tribulation Hall's cultivation secret realm will remain inaccessible. We have languished in silence for thousands of years. Must we continue this silence until our Heavenly Tribulation Hall meets its demise? Upon reflection, Zhao Yangyi was suddenly awakened, sensing that this entire situation appeared to be a conspiracy. Chapter 58. Attacking the Heavenly Tribulation Hall, the confidence brought by the middle-grade saint rank upon receiving news from Qin Luo. Chen Zhanshan promptly departed from the city where he was stationed. I will be away for a minimum of 3 to 5 days. or at most 10. You are responsible for all military affairs within the city. Remember to maintain confidentiality. Do not let anyone know of my departure. Publicly declare that I am in seclusion. He instructed his deputy. Understood. After receiving the news, Su Qianqian specifically visited the imperial palace to inform the Qin emperor of his need to leave the imperial capital for a period. The matter concerning Qin Luo had reached a conclusion, and his movements were no longer particularly conspicuous. Confronting the Heavenly Tribulation Hall, Qin Luo believed he had exhausted all means. He could not fathom how the Heavenly Tribulation Hall could still escape annihilation. There was another significant piece of information. The voice of Shi Huang echoed in Qin Luo's ear. From the lips of one named Cui Yunhe, he could acquire intelligence indicating that within the Heavenly Tribulation Hall lay a secret treasure requiring Xiao Teng to control it. Of utmost importance to their hall. Perhaps that item could also provide you with substantial assistance to— Oh? Is that so? Qin Luo toyed with Xiao Teng's Thunder Tower, which could be considered a saint artifact. Albeit somewhat impractical for him, he required the energy within to aid his cultivation of the 9 turns golden body technique. The power of thunder inherently possesses the ability to temper the body. And this was a saint artifact, no less. Without hesitation, Qin Luo began dismantling the entire Thunder Tower, absorbing its essence to refine his physique. The energy required to cultivate from the 2nd to the 3rd turn of the 9 turns golden body technique was astronomical, exponentially greater than that needed to progress from the 1st to the 2nd turn. Tenfold? Qin Luo deemed it insufficient. To put it into perspective, tenfold equated to 10 drops of divine dragon's blood. Such a technique could only be cultivated by someone like me, a villain plundering the heavens. How could an ordinary person possibly possess such resources? Qin Luo muttered to himself. He felt an inkling that upon reaching the 3rd turn, he might harness the strength of his physical body to challenge a sage. With this thought, Qin Luo felt a surge of excitement. Cultivation must not be delayed. He immersed himself in his training for a full 3 days, during which Qian Zhanshan and Su Qianqian arrived. With the 2 strongest forces in attendance, Qin Luo believed it was time to take action against the Heavenly Tribulation Hall. Grandfather, the strongest forces of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall should reside between the late Sage and the Sage King realms. This time, I intend to bring the Heavenly Tribulation Hall under my control. Indeed, cultivating one's power within the 10,000 Great Mountains is a novel approach, Su Qianqian remarked appreciatively. Qian Zhanshan finally comprehended why Qin Luo had previously ventured to the 10,000 Great Mountains. It was to fortify his own strength and contend for the title of the Crown Prince of the Great Qin Empire. Competition within the empire was particularly fierce, with princes embroiled in open and covert strife, their agents infiltrating the army and various offices. Yet, the 10,000 Great Mountains were different. They were not subordinate to the Great Qin Empire, which stationed troops nearby year-round to prevent the inhabitants from uniting against it. If that power were to coalesce, even the Great Qin Empire would find it a formidable challenge. Lord Yingwu, Chen Mo is in a stable condition. You two can have a chat, Qin Luo said before stepping aside. Chen Mo slowly emerged, causing Qian Zhanshan to shudder, for the figure before him was not merely a pure soul but one with a physical body, although his complexion was somewhat pallid, resembling that of a corpse. Chen Mo forced a smile at his grandfather. Grandfather, I can now manipulate my body for short periods. Good. Chen Zhanshan could not help but feel tears welling up, filled with heartfelt gratitude towards Qin Luo. Walking alongside Qin Luo, Su Qianqian expressed his approval. You have done well. Relying solely on manipulation to control one's subordinates is destined for failure. The means I employ ensure they remain loyal to me. I am a selfish individual. I shall not mistreat you as long as you align with me. Most protagonists act for the benefit of others, aiming to convert them into loyal followers. However, Qin Luo's kindness hinges upon their loyalty. Otherwise, what merit is there? By the way, Su Qianqian's expression grew serious as he spoke. I sense that the Qin Emperor has changed subtly. He referred to the Qin Emperor he had encountered over 2 decades ago. I feel as if he has transformed into a different person. Perhaps it has been more than 20 years since you last met? Qin Luo inquired. Su Qianqian furrowed his brow. Perhaps, but I sense something amiss about him. Nonetheless, this is of no concern to you now. Indeed, Qin Luo had yet to even meet his biological father, so how could it possibly concern him? As the moment of warmth concluded, Qian Zhanshan knew it was time to attend to pressing matters. Their group proceeded towards the concealed location of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall. It was a secluded valley, perpetually shrouded in mist, desolate for miles around. Occasionally, thunder would strike, rendering it a perilous domain. Few were aware that a powerful and mysterious sect, the Heavenly Tribulation Hall, was hidden within. Today, Qin Luo arrived. He along with Zhang Tuo and others, descended upon the valley's entrance. Gazing into the valley, Qin Luo instructed Zhang Tuo to announce their presence. The Great Qin Demon Suppression Division is here to investigate. Zhao Yangyi, the third hall master of your Heavenly Tribulation Hall, colluded with the Blood Moon Sacred Land to slaughter 354 members of my Great Qin Luo Marquis family. Deliver him forth for justice. Or we, the Great Qin Demon Suppression Division, shall surely raise your Heavenly Tribulation Hall. As the voice echoed outside, several leaders of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall gathered, their expressions dark as storm clouds. The audacity of the Great Qin Empire. Believing they could act with impunity here, the second hall master sneered. This is the Heavenly Tribulation Hall. They dare pursue us relentlessly. How interesting. Zhao Yangyi's expression was twisted with malice. Today, I shall ensure they meet their end without a grave. Boss, I shall annihilate them. Leave none alive. Zhao Yangyi's gaze fell upon the Grand Hall Master. Let us assess the situation first, the Grand Hall Master replied, his brow furrowed with an ominous premonition. Are you afraid? Boss, if you are, hand over the Thunder Calamity Divine Chain. I alone can suppress them. The Thunder Calamity Divine Chain, one of the top saint artifacts of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall, a middle-grade weapon. He was confident that wielding the Thunder Calamity Divine Chain would allow him to crush Zhang Tuo and those so-called bizarre soul entities. The Grand Hall Master contemplated before responding. Very well. Exercise caution. If the situation becomes untenable, retreat immediately. We can still rely on the formidable array of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall to withstand them. Zhao Yangyi chuckled coldly. Do I still need to rely on formations? Ha! With the Thunder Calamity Divine Chain in my grasp, unless I encounter a Sage King, who could possibly stand against me? I refuse to believe that the Demon Suppression Division possesses a commander-level figure to confront me at the Heavenly Tribulation Hall. Chapter 59. A lack of martial virtue, consecutive surprise attacks. Not only did he disbelieve, but the others shared similar sentiments. There were only a handful of commanders in the Demon Suppression Division. Each was inundated with responsibilities. The Grand Hall Master suspected that someone sought to eliminate Xiao Tong, preventing the rise of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall, but never imagined anyone would dare to annihilate them. Exercise caution, the Grand Hall Master reminded once more. Rest assured. Zhao Yangyi gripped the Thunder Calamity Divine Chain forged from Jiutian Shin Iron and tempered with Zhixiao Divine Thunder for 81 years. His expression becoming increasingly malevolent. With a swift motion, he hurled himself towards Qin Luo and his companions. They're coming. Su Qinshan's voice rang out from the shadows. Lord Yingwu, you go and suppress him. Yes, Su Shang. Chen Zhanshan readied himself for a decisive strike. You arrogant brat, I have yet to exact my revenge upon you, and you dare to deliver yourself to my doorstep. Zhao Yangyi hovered in midair, gazing down at Qin Luo with eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Having exhausted the lightning serpents collected in his 10,000 thunder cauldron, he was on the brink of death. In truth, he loathed Qin Luo to the core. Even if he were to flay Qin Luo alive, it would scarcely alleviate his seething hatred. Qin Luo regarded him with utmost seriousness, declaring, Zhao Yangyi of the Heavenly Tribulation Hall, you conspired with the Blood Moon Sacred Land's leader, Mo Qianjue, to murder the entire family of my Great Qin Luo Marquis. Today, you must be captured and brought to justice. Zhao Yangyi sneered. Do you even know where this place is? This is my Heavenly Tribulation Hall, not your Great Qin Empire, and I am a sage. Before me, you are but an insignificant insect, though you truly believe that the name of the Great Qin Empire holds any weight here? Today, I will make it abundantly clear. To provoke the Heavenly Tribulation Hall is to court death. He swung the Thunder Calamity Divine Chain and beckoned to Zhang Tuo. Today, I shall annihilate you. Zhang Tuo stood frozen, devoid of any intent to move. Zhao Yangyi's cold laughter echoed. What? You dare not face me? As those words left his lips, a flicker of wariness ignited within him. Watch out, third, at that moment. The voice of the Grand Hall Master resounded. Zhao Yangyi, without a moment's hesitation, wielded the Thunder Tribulation Divine Chain and struck fiercely into the void. Boom. A tremendous sound reverberated as the Thunder Tribulation Divine Chain was sent flying back. And Zhao Yangyi's expression changed dramatically. Thunderous fury. He wished to retreat immediately, but it was too late. Boom. A powerful assault descended upon him, a culmination of the Saint King's long-prepared strike, leaving him severely wounded. In that instant, Zhang Tuo charged forth, seizing the opportunity with ruthless intent. Saint King. Zhao Yangyi spat a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning deathly pale. He was already in a precarious state, and now faced with another Saint King, an old silver coin. No less, who had ambushed him. Damn it, not only was the opponent stronger, but he also resorted to a sneak attack. Zhao Yangyi felt tears welling up. He could feel another bout of blood rising within him. What was even more infuriating was the encirclement. It was truly an overestimation of his capabilities. Under the onslaught of Zheng Tuo and Chen Zhanshan, Zhao Yangyi could not withstand even a single strike before being unceremoniously tossed at Qin Luo's feet. Arrogant? Who was truly arrogant? Qin Luo wielded his Qingfeng sword, delivering sharp slaps to Zhao Yangyi's face. Zhao Yangyi's eyes burned with hatred as they fell upon Qin Luo. You insolent brat, do not be so boastful. One day, I shall surely end your life. Clearly, he had yet to grasp the gravity of his situation. Brother, your life is in my hands. You must plead for mercy. Not a chance, bang. Zheng Tuo's foot pressed down on Zhao Yangyi's back, forcing him into a humiliating kneel upon the ground. Esteemed ones, my Thunder Tribulation Hall holds no enmity with your great Qin Empire. Why do you so ruthlessly humiliate us? The Grand Hall Master stepped forth from the mists, maintaining a safe distance as he cautiously regarded Chen Zhanshan and the others. Qin Luo interjected, your third Hall Master, Zhao Yangyi, colluded with the Lord of the Blood Moon Holy Land, Mo Qianjue, to slaughter over 300 members of the Wu Yuan marquis family of the Great Qin Empire, violating our laws and deserving of severe punishment. Slander. This is slander. Zhao Yangyi, now captured, roared. Zhao Yangyi has no acquaintance with your Wu Yuan marquis nor any enmity. How could he conspire with Mo Qianjue to attack him? The Grand Hall Master questioned gravely. Does a murderer ever admit to being a murderer? I have witnesses. Mo Qianjue's son has personally heard of their conspiracy. Mo Yihan stepped forward, declaring, I overheard my father plotting with Zhao Yangyi to annihilate the entire Wu Yuan family. Surely he wouldn't dare to slander his own father. Qin Luo countered. This statement bore no flaws, leaving the Grand Hall Master momentarily speechless. Then, Qin Luo continued, your Thunder Tribulation Hall has sheltered Zhao Yangyi. You are guilty. I demand a trial, and all disciples of the Thunder Tribulation Hall must surrender. Preposterous. The Grand Hall Master roared in anger. How dare you disgrace the esteemed Thunder Tribulation Hall? Realizing the intent behind their actions, he understood they were merely seeking a pretext to strike against his hall. If you wish to act against my Thunder Tribulation Hall, then show us your true capabilities. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Zhanshan leaped forward, charging at him. Sensing the imposing aura of the Saint King, the Grand Hall Master's expression shifted, and he swiftly retreated, hoping to use the array of the Thunder Tribulation Hall to block Chen Zhanshan. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their fierce clash echoed continuously as the Grand Hall Master and Second Hall Master stood side by side, barely managing to fend off Chen Zhanshan with the hall's array, a mere temporary measure. They could not hold out for long, especially since their Thunder Tribulation divine chain had been lost, and few formidable sacred artifacts remained within the hall. Awaken the Master, the Grand Hall Master commanded solemnly. Agreed. The Second Hall Master concurred, recognizing the dire moment had arrived. The Master should exert his final strength to rescue the Thunder Tribulation Hall from peril. Master, the Thunder Tribulation Hall is in distress. Please emerge. The voice pierced through the restrictions into the forbidden ground of the hall, reaching the Thunder Pool. An elderly man, nearing the end of his days, suddenly opened his eyes, arcs of lightning flashing within. To dare disturb my Thunder Tribulation Hall, how utterly audacious, boom. He soared from the Thunder Pool, his aura surging to its peak in an instant. He immediately spotted Chen Zhanshan, the Saint King-level powerhouse, and a momentary shadow of seriousness flickered across his eyes. Saint King realm, I can achieve that too. A bolt of lightning surged from the forbidden ground into his body, causing his aura to rise again, propelling him into the Saint King realm. Today, you shall not escape. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure you remain. He roared at Chen Zhanshan as the two collided. Boom. A colossal roar erupted, and the endless lightning flickered, causing Qin Luo to squint. Chen Zhanshan was unexpectedly at a disadvantage in such a short span. Indeed, the Thunder Tribulation Hall's combat prowess was formidable. They were excellent fighters. It seemed this was their foundation. Today, you must die, the elder shouted at Chen Zhanshan, who was already nearing death. Having been awakened, he had no hope of continuing to live. Why not expend his last breath? Arrogant. A chilling voice rang out as a massive handprint descended fiercely upon the elder. The elder looked up in terror at the enormous handprint in the sky, feeling trapped. There was no escape. Great Saint. A dignified great saint lurking in the shadows to launch a surprise attack. How utterly disgraceful. My life is forfeit. Chapter 60. The Thunder Tribulation Hall surrenders. I allow you to live. A scene akin to a demon's annihilation descended, leaving everyone in the Thunder Tribulation Hall dumbfounded. Staring blankly at the figure in the sky that resembled a deity, they had just felt exhilarated and proud for repelling the enemy with the help of their ancestral elder, only to now be engulfed by a profound fear that seeped deep into their hearts. Bang! A deafening crash echoed as the elder was struck down from the sky to the ground. The Grand Hall Master and Second Hall Master exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they saw despair. The Thunder Tribulation Hall was finished. The Grand Hall Master closed his eyes in hopelessness. Poof! The elder spat a mouthful of blood. Having forcibly elevated his realm moments ago, he was now severely wounded by a great saint-level powerhouse. Reaching the brink of exhaustion. Who are you, and why do you seek to annihilate my Thunder Tribulation Hall? The elder's voice carried a note of desolation. Once again, you have broken the law. Your Thunder Tribulation Hall must answer for its crimes. Qin Luo spoke again, drawing the elder's gaze. The elder's eyes filled with confusion. He could not fathom why a mere mortal in the transformation realm would speak with such authority in a place that housed great saints. Noticing that Qin Zhanshan and Su Qinshan remained silent, he realized that this young man might very well be the mastermind behind everything. Regardless of how absurd it seemed, he was left with only one thought: to try and secure a glimmer of hope for the Thunder Tribulation Hall. May I ask your esteemed name? The elder inquired. I am Qin Luo, Deputy Commander of the Demon Suppression Division of the Great Qin Empire, with the Great Qin Empire and the Demon Suppression Divisions bearing the surname Qin. The elder's mind raced. He continued, Are you of royal blood? This is His Highness, the 9th Prince of the Great Qin Empire. Zheng Tua chimed in. The elder began to comprehend why these saints had such an attitude towards Qin Luo. It was due to his noble status. May I ask, 9th Prince, what was it that you just said? Qin Luo pointed at the Grand Hall Master and recounted the accusations he had made earlier. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression fluctuated. He found it hard to believe that Zhao Yangyi would dare commit such acts, yet they were now at the mercy of others and had no choice but to yield. In an instant, a plan formed in his mind. If Zhao Yangyi truly conspired with Emo Qianjue to harm the Wu Yuan family, then my Thunder Tribulation Hall naturally would not dare to shelter him and will allow the Great Qin Empire to deal with him. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Yangyi was left stunned, exclaiming, Master, I didn't. The elder didn't even glance at Zhao Yangyi, fully aware that their Thunder Tribulation Hall was facing a calamity. Zhao Yangyi had to be sacrificed. Furthermore, you must address the matter of your Thunder Tribulation Hall shielding Zhao Yangyi. Qin Luo interjected languidly. Then let us offer the Thunder Tribulation Divine Chain as an apology to His Highness. The elder proposed. Qin Luo regarded him with a knowing glance. The Thunder Tribulation Divine Chain was currently in their possession. Was this gesture truly sufficient? Of course, it was not. Realizing Qin Luo's intent, the elder gritted his teeth. My Thunder Tribulation Hall is willing to present another sacred artifact as compensation. Not enough. Qin Luo replied nonchalantly. Point 2. It was now Zhou Li, who clenched his teeth and stated, Still insufficient. If you have a request, I assure you that my Thunder Tribulation Hall will comply if it is within our capabilities, Zhou Li said, gritting his teeth. Very well. Qin Luo refrained from further pleasantries and directly stated his objective. I want your Thunder Tribulation Hall to pledge allegiance to me and become my subordinates. Impossible, Zhou Li immediately retorted. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Qin Luo shrugged. Then let us extinguish your lineage. As his words fell, Su Qinshan stepped forward, his overwhelming aura soaring to the heavens, causing the opposing figures to struggle for breath. Chen Zhanshan, unwilling to be outdone, also stepped forth. A great saint alongside a saint king was sufficient to annihilate the current Thunder Tribulation Hall. The opportunity has been presented to you. Will it be annihilation or a desperate struggle for survival? Think wisely. The Heavenly Calamity Palace, which has endured for so long, has now met its demise. I imagine you are too ashamed to face the ancestors of your lineage. You shall not escape this fate. Zhao Yangyi roared beneath the feet of Zheng Tua. Zhou Li, Master Uncle, if you submit to this man before us, it would be tantamount to the destruction of our Heavenly Calamity Palace, and you would have no honor left to face our ancestors. Silence, Qin Luo coldly huffed. Kill him. Zheng Tua did not hesitate. He swung the massive axe with tremendous force. Whoosh, a head fell, eyes wide open in death. The Emperor's banner silently collected Zhao Yangyi's soul. Zhou Li and the others averted their gazes from the gruesome spectacle, comforting themselves with the thought, I did not witness it, Thus, my junior did not die before me. Shall I offer you one last opportunity? Qin Luo continued. If you, esteemed members of the Heavenly Calamity Palace, submit to me, the current and future disciples of your lineage shall be granted freedom. This is my final bottom line. Otherwise, your palace shall be rendered extinct. People fear being given a way out. They fear self-delusion. Especially when Qin Luo's words were remarkably reasonable. Zhou Li reassured himself, if we merely survive, we can ensure the legacy of the Heavenly Calamity Palace endures, preventing its extinction. Furthermore, submitting to me may not necessarily bring about ill consequences. Would it not? Your palace has remained in silence for far too long. Many in the world are unaware of your illustrious name. Do you truly wish to remain coiled like a turtle in this desolate place? Very well, the elder spoke solemnly. I accept. He turned to Zhou Li and the others, saying, my time is short. After my demise, I shall explain everything to the ancestors of our Heavenly Calamity Palace. This decision was solely mine, and I shall bear all responsibility. The Heavenly Calamity Palace has submitted. Naturally, Qin Luo would inscribe the mark of life and death upon their souls, asserting control over their fates. Old man, you have made a shrewd choice, and I am quite pleased. Thus I shall allow you to live for the time being. Zhou Hongyu was taken aback. Allowed to live temporarily? Did he not realize his own condition? He was already at the brink of death. In less than 3 days, he would certainly pass away. Qin Luo spoke, transmitting a technique into his ears, relayed through Shi Huang. Zhou Hongyu was stunned, transitioning from confusion to elation. This technique could help him reverse his fate. Qin Luo had granted him a second chance at life. Now, go and cultivate. Qin Luo waved his hand dismissively. Zhou Hongyu bowed deeply, his posture impeccably respectful. This left Zhou Li and Jiang Tao utterly bewildered, as they grasped a burgeoning sense that perhaps aligning with Qin Luo was not such a dire choice after all. I have heard that your Heavenly Calamity Palace possesses a remarkable treasure. A single phrase from Qin Luo froze Zhou Li's expression. He replied earnestly, within the forbidden grounds of our palace lies a sacred artifact known as the Zishao Divine Thunder Hammer. Of the highest quality within the sacred rank, the sacred rank's upper echelon is indeed a formidable artifact, one that only a great saint could wield to its full potential. Who would have imagined such a treasure resided within the Heavenly Calamity Palace? Qin Luo's interest was piqued. Zhou Li quickly added, however, due to its overwhelming power and ferocity, only those with a physique attuned to thunder can control it. Moreover, the previous wielder of the thunder spirit physique, Shao Teng, has already perished at your hands, my lord. Thus, Zhou Li intended to dissuade Qin Luo's ambitions. Hence, the Zishao Divine Thunder Hammer should rightfully belong to me. A thunder spirit physique. I can possess that as well. Qin Luo mused inwardly. Chapter 61. The refinement is successful. The grand show is about to begin. The Zishao Divine Thunder Hammer is not only one of the Heavenly Calamity Palace's most treasured possessions, but also serves as the key to unlock a hidden realm of cultivation within the palace. It contains a wealth of thunder source liquid, essential nourishment for practicing our palace's technique, the Zishao Divine Thunder Formula. This substance has accumulated over a millennium, rich in essence. The fortunes of the Son of Destiny are now all mine. Qin Luo marveled internally. Very well, lead me to refine the Zishao Divine Thunder Hammer. Qin Luo's tone was laced with an unyielding authority. Zhou Li hesitated, saying, my lord, the Zishao Divine Thunder Hammer is notoriously wild. Only those with a thunderous constitution can refine it. Should any mishap occur, there shall be no mishap in my presence. Have I not reached the requisite level of cultivation? Qin Luo inquired. My cultivation may barely meet the requirements for refinement. Yet your physique, that will suffice. You should hope that I encounter no mishaps, for should I do so, both of you shall face dire consequences. He referred to Jiang Tao and Zhou Li, causing their hearts to tighten in apprehension. Inwardly exclaiming, madman, remember to remind me in a timely manner. As one of the antagonists in the love story of Ye Chen and Lu Ruyan, I must be present on the day he attempts to seize the bride. Qin Luo cautioned as he prepared to enter the refinement of the Zishao Divine Thunder Hammered. At your command. Zhang Tuo responded solemnly. Qin Luo gazed at the mountaintop not far away, where thunderclouds gathered, striding forth. Perhaps he could play the role of a thunder god. As Qin Luo commenced the refinement of the Zishao Divine Thunder Hammer, the atmosphere in the Divine Weapon Valley was one of jubilance. This lantern needs to be hung higher, this one lower. Careful now, take your time. We must attain perfection. The once arrogant young master, Song Poyan, appeared remarkably affable of late. It had been a full 7 days since he last struck anyone. prompting many disciples of the Divine Weapon Valley to silently thank the soon-to-be bride destined to marry into their ranks. Young master, I overheard that a lad named Ye Chen intends to seize the bride. One of Song Poyan's subordinates cautioned. Song Poyan snickered derisively. Seize the bride? Ha, discarded wretch from the Taixu Sacred Land dares to claim such a thing. I have received reliable intel that the 9th prince of the great Qin Empire, Qin Luo, has extracted Ye Chen's sword bones. Those were indeed his sword bones. Without them, he is not even worth a dog in my presence. Moreover, on what grounds does he presume to come? I know his background well. He is a rejected suitor from a small family in Yunshan City, devoid of any substantial backing or influence. Does he believe he can seize the bride with mere words? Yet, he may come to irritate me. Should he dare approach, ensure his legs are broken. Let him be chained outside my bridal chamber, so he may listen to my sweet nothings with Lu Ruyan. Allowing him a taste of participation, ha ha ha. The mere thought of this scene sent Song Poyan into a frenzy of excitement. Lu Ruyan, so beautiful and so young. Marrying her now means that as she matures, she will become even more captivating. I am truly the victor of life. But young master, do you think the 9th prince will come? Since this topic has arisen, one of his subordinates offered a friendly reminder. Him? A hint of disdain colored Song Poyan's voice. I have also had his information gathered. It is said that he returned recently, brimming with arrogance, offending many in the great Qin imperial capital. He even dared to strike the face of his own sister, the granddaughter of the northern king. He truly knows no bounds. Now he is preoccupied with his own troubles and intends to seize the bride. What a farce, moreover. Ruyan has long since severed ties with him. She is destined to be my woman, and none shall take her from me, Song Poyan declared with confidence. Do you recall a certain incident, young master? A boy who offended you, whom you commanded us to eliminate along with his entire family. Yet he managed to escape. The one whose sister was exceptionally beautiful. Song Poyan's subordinate seemed to recall. Yes, that boy. Before he fled, he uttered a dire threat, vowing that one day he would seek revenge and annihilate the Divine Weapon Valley. What, have you captured him? Song Poyan inquired with a hint of indifference. If it were not for that boy's sister being somewhat appealing, I would have forgotten him entirely. Not yet, but we have received news of him. He sent a letter. As he spoke, his subordinate presented the letter to Song Poyan. It read, Song Poyan, I have heard you are to be wed soon. I shall present you with a grand gift. Let your wedding become a funeral, signed, Chu Feng. Upon reading this, Song Poyan burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. The one who narrowly escaped now dares to threaten that my wedding will become a funeral? Does he truly believe I was raised in fear? He turned to his subordinate, annoyance flickering in his eyes. Is this worth my concern? Do you believe he could annihilate the Divine Weapon Valley? Can a mere boy from a mountain village shake the foundation of a legacy that has endured for millennia? His subordinate hastily replied. Young master, I too believe it is impossible, yet his words infuriate me. Thus, I have leveraged our connections in the Divine Weapon Valley to locate a childhood friend of his. Moreover, she is exceedingly beautiful. Young master, take a look. Song Poyan waved his hand dismissively. Bring her here. If she possesses decent looks, I would not mind letting her sample my essence. The young man named Chu Feng, find him and eliminate him. I do not wish to have an adversary who constantly lingers in the shadows. Plotting against me, understood. Qin Luo devoted 5 full days, and with the assistance of Shi Huang, he barely managed to refine the purple cloud divine thunder hammer. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, capturing the attention of those within the heavenly tribulation hall, who gazed in astonishment at the direction of Qin Luo. Zhou murmured, could it be that he has successfully refined it? Does that not mean the secret realm of our heavenly tribulation hall can be opened? Jiang Tao's voice was laced with a complex mixture of emotions, including a hint of joy. Perhaps the prince will allow us all to share in the bounty. Zhou Hongyu's words sent a shiver down the spines of the others. There was something sinister in his tone that made their skin crawl. Guided by Zhou Li and the others, Qin Luo opened the secret realm, the dense aura of thunderous energy quickening their breaths. Their eyes sparkled with greed and desire as they swallowed hard. A slight smile crept onto Qin Luo's lips. The fragrance within was utterly intoxicating. He addressed the others, apart from the portion I require. The rest is yours. The group was momentarily stunned before erupting into ecstatic gratitude, immediately kneeling to thank Qin Luo for his generosity. It was undeniably absurd. The scene before them, where he had seized someone else's belongings only to bestow a fraction upon them, elicited their heartfelt thanks. You are quite generous, Shi Huang's astonished voice rang in Qin Luo's ears. Enhancing their strength ultimately bolsters my own, ensuring my safety, allowing me to seize even more resources. I understand this equation quite well, especially since they are now under my command. Turning to Zhang Tuo, Qin Luo inquired, "What news of Ye Chen?" Zhang Tuo responded, "I have bribed someone within the Wan Sword Villa." The message relayed to me indicates that the Lord of Wan Sword Villa may have agreed to assist Ye Chen. He cast a peculiar glance at Qin Luo. "What you suggested might indeed be true. Ye Chen appears to have plans to forcefully claim a bride." A faint smile tugged at the corners of Qin Luo's mouth. The grand spectacle had begun, and as the director, it was time for me to steer the narrative. Prepare yourselves, we depart at once. Our target, Divine Weapon Valley, Chapter 62. The grand wedding begins. Ye Chen makes his entrance. Qin Luo and his companions gathered the accumulated thunder source liquid from the Heavenly Tribulation Hall, with Qin Luo claiming nearly half, as his 9-transformation golden body technique demanded an abundance of pure energy. Zhou Li and Jiang Tao shared the remaining half, while Zhou Hongyu received a quarter. This thunder source liquid not only replenished his vitality but also allowed him to ascend to the Saint King realm. With only a few days remaining until Ye Chen's wedding, Zhou Hongyu had ample time to advance, thanks to Su Qianqun's assistance. Days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Divine Weapon Valley was abuzz with festivity. Inviting numerous guests, Song Poyan, adorned in ceremonial attire, eagerly awaited the familiar name to be announced. The Taixu Sacred Ground has arrived to present the bride. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations, Song Xiao. Congratulations, Song Shixiao, on securing a beautiful bride. Song Poyan's grin could barely contain itself. The enchanting Lu Ruyan was soon to be his wife, and tonight he would ride forth on the most exquisite steed of his dreams. Galloping freely, Lu Ruyan was brought to Divine Weapon Valley with an impassive expression, casting a glance at Song Poyan, her heart heavy with sorrow. His status was admirable, the young master of Divine Weapon Valley, with an ostensibly limitless future. Yet, one thing remained painfully evident. He was exceedingly unattractive. A round face, a flat nose, small eyes, and those protruding ears. Nothing about him was harmonious. The thought of him atop her made Lu Ruyan feel despondent. He paled in comparison to Ye Shidi and Qin Shixiao. Why was her fate so cruel? She believed she deserved a far more appealing partner than this grotesque individual, Lu Ruyan muttered to herself. Lu Changhe, standing nearby, seemed to grasp his daughter's sentiments, his voice whispering in her ear, "Ruyan, you are not merely a woman. You are also a daughter and the saintess of our Taixu Sacred Ground. I have conferred with the ancestors. Your firstborn, should it be a boy, shall become the saint son of our sacred ground, and if a girl, the saintess. The sacred ground has considered your future well. You must also consider the sacred ground's needs. Our sect has lost a golden opportunity due to your circumstances, along with the precious Taixu Bell. Thus, you must fulfill your role as the young mistress of Divine Weapon Valley. Marrying Song Poyan will not be a slight upon you. You may one day wield control over Divine Weapon Valley." Lu Ruyan was not foolish. In fact, she possessed a fair amount of cunning. After Lu Changhe's counsel, she began to comprehend that her situation was immutable. The romantic narratives she had once envisioned were mere fantasies. Now, she had to face reality. "I understand. Father, I will consider the greater good." Lu Ruyan's cold voice emerged, and she managed to force a smile toward Song Poyan. She smiled. "Ruyan smiled at me. She still loves me." Song Poyan became enraptured, his foolish grin somehow more hideous. Lu Ruyan nearly retched, internally exclaiming, "He is so ugly." The auspicious hour had arrived. Today, the wedding ceremony of Song Poyan, the young master of Divine Weapon Valley, and Lu Ruyan, the saintess of Taixu Sacred Ground, commenced. Listening to the sounds from within, Qin Luo's lips curled into a smirk as he joined forces with Sima Hao, stepping into Divine Weapon Valley. "Your Highness," Sima Hao began, only to be interrupted by Qin Luo. "Remember your position. You are no longer merely a guest of the 9th Prince, but rather a subordinate of mine. An officer of the Demon Suppression Division." Sima Hao promptly adjusted his address. "Sir Commander, as per your request, once we enter, we can sit at the same table as the children." His expression was one of confusion. Unable to fathom why Qin Luo insisted on such a peculiar preference, in Qin Luo's mind, when serious matters were at hand, drinking was not permitted. Thus, sitting with children was the only logical choice. Once seated, Sima Hao reported his findings. "Sir Commander, that novel you authored has become a bestseller, yielding tremendous profits. The individual known as Ye Chen has garnered a legion of admirers, their voices clamoring for him to make an appearance and seize the bride. Many have come specifically to witness this grand spectacle. If Ye Chen fails to show, he will undoubtedly become a pariah within the 10,000 Great Mountains. However, if he does attend, I fear he will likely be crushed to death by the people of Divine Weapon Valley. Becoming fodder for gossip. Sima Hao cast a strange glance at Qin Luo, baffled as to why he was orchestrating such a trap for Ye Chen. It was akin to placing someone on a spit, leaving them in a dire predicament. If he were in Ye Chen's position, he would have resolved to live incognito until the situation passed. Yet, he surmised that Qin Luo might pen a sequel, chronicling Ye Chen's arduous journey for vengeance against Divine Weapon Valley, a tale destined for tragedy. Is that so? Qin Luo's lips curled slyly. I believe your assumptions are misplaced. Why, Ye Chen will indeed come. And he will seize Lu Ruyan. Do you believe it? Sima Hao was clearly skeptical but dared not refute. Let us wait and see. Qin Luo's gaze settled upon Lu Ruyan. One could not help but marvel at her beauty. Clad in bridal attire, she was even more stunning. Perhaps I have a penchant for uniforms? Qin Luo mused softly. Shouldn't my preferences lean towards stockings? Yet, there was an inexplicable allure to this wedding garment. Shaking his head, Qin Luo felt the grand performance was about to commence, his gaze drifting to the platform below, where he noticed a woman, her face briefly betraying surprise. Discovering the fortuitous woman, Xia Yue, name, Xia Yue, age, 23, fortune level, tier 3, fortune value, 54. 800 points, cultivation, third layer of divine ability, introduction. Childhood friend of the fortuitous son, destined to be the rightful wife, capable of overshadowing all of the fortuitous son's harem with her status, and will bear extraordinarily gifted offspring, surpassing their predecessors. Ye Chen's legitimate wife, his childhood companion. Qin Luo gazed at the woman, astonished. His childhood friend has been captured by Song Poyan. TSK. The antagonist's downfall is often self-inflicted. Qin Luo lamented, recognizing that being a villain was indeed a perilous profession, forever teetering on the brink of demise. On the platform, Song Poyan gazed affectionately at Lu Ruyan, proclaiming, Ruyan, I have finally married you. From this day forth, I will treat you well, ensuring you become the most esteemed woman within Divine Weapon Valley. Lu Ruyan, looking at the man so near, felt a wave of nausea, yet she could only force a faint smile. Enduring the torment, today, before their mentors and numerous friends, elders, and comrades, Song Poyan and Lu Ruyan would officially be wed. A voice resonated through the heavens, as Song Poyan eagerly approached Lu Ruyan, preparing to take her delicate hand and commence their wedding night. Fearing his own inadequacy, he had even prepared elixirs to ensure his prowess. However, at this pivotal moment, a familiar voice rang out, Lu Ruyan can only marry me, Ye Chen. He gazed at Lu Ruyan with deep affection and declared, Ruyan, I have arrived. Today, no one shall force you. I am here to take you away. Chapter 63. The Divine Phoenix Bloodline. Forcing the Divine Weapon Valley, everyone instinctively parted to create a pathway, revealing Ye Chen. Dressed in flowing white, he possessed a strikingly handsome visage, standing tall with an extraordinary demeanor. In comparison, Song Poyan appeared as a mere toad. Lu Ruyan's heart twisted painfully, tears instantly blurring her vision. She admitted she was not one to be swayed by love. Yet the disparity between Ye Chen and Song Poyan was insurmountable. One was celestial, the other subterranean. Even a fool could discern the right choice. The narrative unfolded into reality, and she felt an impulsive urge to act. With tear-filled eyes, she turned to Ye Chen and proclaimed, Ye Shidi, I am willing to go with you. This declaration caused an uproar in the hall, leaving everyone astonished. I predicted the ending of this tale would involve Ye Chen stealing the bride, and Lu Ruyan choosing to accompany him. Why Ye Chen truly was a valiant warrior for love, willing to risk his life for it. I have made up my mind. When he is passed, I shall certainly burn paper offerings at his grave. How enviable it is! If only a man would treat me thus, I would willingly embrace death. Song Poyan's expression twisted into one of terrifying rage. He felt like a jester, being publicly humiliated by Ye Chen. He bellowed, Where are the men of the Divine Weapon Valley? You worthless fools, how dare you allow this cur to enter? From behind Ye Chen, Zhao Lingyin stepped forward, exclaiming, Ye Chen and Lu Ruyan share mutual affection. Why must the Taixu Sacred Land act as the villain, disrupting their union? Today, I, from the Wanjian Mountain Manor, offer to mediate. How about Lu Ruyan marrying Ye Chen? Lu Changhe's countenance darkened immediately, and he scolded. Where do you come from, Junior, to speak such audacious words here? Just as his voice faded, a middle-aged man's voice resonated. I, Zhao Yuanshuan, am qualified to mediate for Ye Chen's sake, am I not? A powerful sword and tint surged forth as the master of Wanjian Mountain Manor stepped into view. This was the master of Wanjian Mountain Manor. How had Ye Chen managed to align himself with such a prominent figure? No wonder he could enter the Divine Weapon Valley. It appeared he had a formidable backing. Many thought Ye Chen might succeed today, however, others remained skeptical, noting that the Wanjian Mountain Manor had only one sage, while the Taixu Sacred Land and Divine Weapon Valley boasted several. Zhao Manor Master. What is your intention? Lu Changhe inquired solemnly. Why Ye Chen's nephew has saved my daughter's life. Naturally, I, Zhao Yuanshuan, must repay this debt. At this moment, many understood that Zhao Yuanshuan had come to support Ye Chen. What an arrogant youth. You believe your Wanjian Mountain Manor can snatch a bride from my Divine Weapon Valley. Song Poyan's father, Song Ritian, stepped forward, glaring down at Zhao Yuanshuan with fury. This was the master of the Divine Weapon Valley. Song Ritian, Sima Hao explained. Ritian? Good heavens, what a name! Impressive. Sima Hao cast a peculiar glance at Qin Luo, puzzled by his laughter. Wasn't the name rather admirable? If only it were paired with the Yunshan Shao family? A robust voice echoed as a middle-aged man accompanied by an exceptionally beautiful woman entered. The air was thick with sanctity. Another powerful sage had arrived. This time, not just one, but two. Goodness, the fortune of the fated child is truly enviable. Qin Luo's gaze fell upon Xiao Ye. Discovering the fortunate woman Xiao Ye, name, Xiao Ye, age, 20, fortune level, tier 4, fortune value, 398,000 points, physique, Divine Phoenix bloodline. The Divine Phoenix bloodline grants extraordinary abilities, destined for an unparalleled future, effortlessly surpassing challenges. Cultivation, 5th layer of transformation. Description, one of the destined protagonists, only hindered by love. Severing these ties could expedite her progress, yet love remains the hardest to relinquish, ultimately rendering her a mere appendage to a man. How unexpected! That scoundrel Ye Chen possesses such fortuitous luck and a woman of remarkable caliber in his harem. I admit, I feel envious. Everything I have must be earned through my own efforts, while the fated child has everything handed to him. Qin Luo mused. What a shame that you have crossed paths with me. Upon witnessing this scene, Song Ritian's expression soured. He had not anticipated the Shao family's interference. Shao family master, are you certain you wish to involve yourself in this matter? Xiao Junce glanced helplessly at Xiao Ye, the most talented descendant of their family. She represented their hope for ascendance. Her desires were their mission, especially with a powerful presence standing behind her. Should that entity intervene, the Shao family could face dire consequences. That young girl has also arrived. Shi Huang's voice whispered in Qin Luo's ear. You know her? Qin Luo inquired. Indeed, Shi Huang replied, her tone laden with complexity. Previously, she had relied on Ye Chen, but now, she recognized Xiao Ye as a worthy prospect. Yet, the formidable presence behind Xiao Ye instilled fear in her. She worried about being discovered and eliminated. She had been weak, unable to contend with even a single sage. She possesses the Divine Phoenix bloodline, perfectly aligning with my legacy, and could even allow you to seize control. Correct. Qin Luo's words struck home, and Shi Huang fell silent. Had this been before, she would never have entertained such thoughts. However, after Qin Luo's guidance, she realized a crucial truth. One must prioritize their own interests above all else. As Qin Luo had previously remarked, once you perish, let the floods rage. Xiao Junce addressed Song Ritian. Today, my Shao family shall take charge of this matter. I implore Song Valley Master to grant my family some consideration. Song Ritian promptly roused the two sages training within the Divine Weapon Valley, who emerged in unison. He felt a newfound fortitude. What if I refuse? He stated with a steely resolve. An aged voice responded. Valley Master Song, think carefully. I am willing to offer a saintly pill as compensation. As he spoke, many sages displayed astonishment, recognizing the familiar voice. Turning, they beheld an elder radiating the fragrance of herbs stepping forth. The master of the Danding sect, is it truly him, who has also graced us with his presence? Ye Chen is the saint son of my Danding sect. May I ask for a favor today? Let us facilitate the union of these two young individuals. His arrival dramatically shifted the atmosphere. The Danding sect's influence far surpassed that of the Divine Weapon Valley. Many speculated that the Divine Weapon Valley might concede today. Sima Hao and the others cast curious glances at Qin Luo, realizing that nothing had transpired outside his expectations. What fortuitous luck! How enviable! Yet, lamentably, he had encountered Qin Luo. Qin Luo took a piece of cake from a child, disregarding the child's fierce glare, and stuffed it into his mouth. Once the Divine Weapon Valley concedes, it shall be our time to shine. Chapter 64. Ye Chen overwhelms Song Poyan, the dominant Shan waning. The members of the Divine Weapon Valley found themselves in a precarious position. The combined forces of the Yunshan Shao family, Wanjian Mountain Manor, and Danding sect overwhelmingly surpassed their own. Though they lacked a Saint King, the number of sages was particularly formidable. While the Divine Weapon Valley had only 3 sages, Song Ritian's gaze fell upon Lu Changhe, who feigned ignorance, turning away. Regardless of the outcome today, the one to suffer would not be the Taixu Sacred Land. They had already received the bride price and delivered their daughter to the Divine Weapon Valley. It was not their concern if the Divine Weapon Valley failed to protect its young mistress. Moreover, Ye Chen had become the saint son of the Danding sect, allowing them to not only resolve past grievances but also to obtain a substantial bride price from the sect. What a lucrative deal! If only it were not so cumbersome to conceive, I would certainly have more children. Seeing Lu Changhe's demeanor, Song Ritian comprehended his intentions and trembled with rage. Before he could voice his thoughts, Song Poyan could no longer restrain himself. He roared in fury. Ye Chen, what do you think you are doing? What do you have aside from leveraging your connections? You wish to take Lu Ruyan from me. You shall have to step over my corpse. Otherwise, I would rather remain a ghostly couple with Ruyan. As he spoke, he had already positioned himself beside Lu Ruyan, pressing his sword against her throat. His tone was laden with grievance. Having always bullied others, he now found himself the victim of oppression. How could he endure such humiliation? The atmosphere had been meticulously cultivated to this point, and Ye Chen believed that the moment for his success had arrived, allowing him to embrace the beauty he desired. However, he was taken aback by Song Piyun's utter lack of awareness. Gazing at Lu Ruyan, who was firmly under Song Piyun's control, Ye Chen's face broke into a gentle smile as he addressed her. Ruyan, do not fear. Rest assured, I am here, and I shall ensure that no harm befalls you. Raising his head, his gaze fell upon Song Piyun. A hint of derision playing across his features. Song, as the esteemed heir of the Divine Armament Valley, do you not find this situation a disgrace to your status? Spare me your idle chatter. You rely on your backing to snatch women from me. Pray tell, in what way do you believe yourself superior? Aside from your bullying tactics, what right do you have to wrest Lu Ruyan from my grasp? With a slight upward curve of his lips, Ye Chen regarded Song Piyun with an air of superiority. I offer you an opportunity. You accuse me of bullying, very well. Today, I, Ye Chen, shall not call upon my allies. Let us engage in a contest of strength between men. If you win, I shall turn and leave. If I win, you will release Ruyan and never pursue her again. What say you? Do you dare accept? Stepping forward, he exerted an overwhelming presence towards Song Piyun. Has he reached the first level of the divine power realm? Qin Luo's voice was tinged with surprise. Shi Huang, it appears your disciple possesses unique opportunities. Came Shi Huang's complex response, acknowledging Ye Chen's fortuitous nature and his fiery physique that could rapidly enhance his strength when encountering formidable flames. The many factions valuing him surely provided him with numerous advantageous resources. Song Piyun glared fiercely at Ye Chen, a cruel expression crossing his face. Very well, since you dare to challenge me, I shall not refuse today. I shall teach you the meaning of respecting your seniors. With a thunderous roar, his aura surged, reaching the 9th level of the divine power realm, a remarkable achievement among the younger generation. In contrast, Ye Chen's aura was merely that of someone who had just entered the divine power realm. This disparity seemed trivial to Song Piyun, who was confident in his superiority. Casting aside Lu Ruyan, Song Piyun unsheathed his sword and stepped forward, his voice icy. I will not hold back. Today, you shall meet your end. The act of attempting to seize a bride had rendered him the subject of ridicule, and the thought fueled his murderous intent. Enough talk. Let us see your true abilities. Suddenly, Ye Chen's aura surged, grasping a long sword as his sword intent intensified. In the blink of an eye, he reached a mastery of swordsmanship that astonished many onlookers. Indeed, he is the child of fortune. Growing stronger with every setback, Qin Luo mused, reflecting on how Ye Chen had risen anew from previous defeats. Qin Luo's sentiments were profound. The existence of such individuals foretold the tragic fate of villains. I cannot fathom why the antagonists in novels and films do not strike decisively when they have the chance to eliminate the protagonist, instead granting them opportunities for growth. The absurdity of it all was staggering. Today, Ye Chen must die. Mark my words, Qin Luo declared resolutely, and the gazes of those around him fell upon Ye Chen, tinged with pity. What they once perceived as a moment of glory was now revealed to be a carefully orchestrated scheme, leaving one to wonder how Ye Chen would react upon discovering the truth. With a long sword in hand, flames ignited along the blade, and Shi Huang's voice resonated in Qin Luo's ear. Ye Chen has acquired a rare flame. Mine, Qin Luo replied flatly. Ye Chen unleashed his sword, executing a technique identical to one previously demonstrated by Qin Luo. Fire Dance of the Nine Heavens. Through his battle with Qin Luo, he had gained profound insights into this sword technique, and with the aid of the rare fire he had obtained, its potency multiplied. A flicker of seriousness crossed Song Piyun's eyes as he felt the tremor of the long sword in his hand. Lowering his stance, he shifted his footwork and vanished from sight, reappearing at Ye Chen's side. His sword swinging fiercely, Ye Chen let out a cold chuckle as a blazing sword light tore through the air, aimed directly at Song Piyun. This sword light seemed to carry boundless flames, scorching the air with a crackling sound. Song Piyun's expression shifted as he swiftly countered with a silver sword light, resulting in a deafening clash. Remarkably, the silver light began to dissolve before the searing sword light, as if consumed by flames. In that instant, Ye Chen's cultivation surged, propelling him into the late stage of the divine power realm. With a thunderous crash, the two collided, sending Song Piyun flying like a kite severed from its string. The battle had lasted mere moments, and Song Piyun had been effortlessly defeated. With a resounding thud, he hit the ground, and Ye Chen appeared at his side, sword pressed against Song Piyun's throat, calmly stating, "I have W.O.and I." In that moment, Ye Chen stood at the pinnacle of his glory, and Lu Ruyin gazed at him with starry-eyed admiration. "Ruyin, will you accompany me?" he asked gently. Tearfully, she nodded vigorously. "I am willing." At that moment, Ye Chen's life reached its zenith, but impending doom loomed. Qin Luo adjusted his attire, preparing to enter the fray, only to be preempted by a chilling voice from the crowd. "I do not consent." The familiar voice startled Qin Luo, and he turned to see a woman he recognized all too well, Shan Wanning, approaching with a cold glint in her eyes. "Lu Ruyin, do you not remember that you have long been betrothed to my senior brother? You shameless harlot, how could you so easily forsake your vows today? With me, Shan Wanning, present, you shall not betray my brother. You were born to him, and in death, you shall remain his ghost. Anyone who dares to obstruct me shall perish." Chapter 65. The Might of the Ethereal Holy Land. Ye Chen must die. Who is she? Lu Ruyin has an engagement? You are unaware? Lu Ruyin was initially betrothed to the son of the Taixu Holy Land, a man by the name of Qin Luo. Indeed, that is correct. And I have also heard that Qin Luo was forced out by the Taixu Holy Land. But that is not the crux of the matter. The key point is that Qin Luo is rumored to be a prince of the Great Qin Empire. By heavens, the Taixu Holy Land has squandered a chance to forge a connection with the Great Qin Empire. Within the 10,000 mountain range, most factions were reluctant to submit to the Great Qin Empire. Yet they still yearned to establish ties. The Great Qin Empire was immensely powerful, with a multitude of strong figures. No sect or holy land within the range could stand against its might. Consider this. A prince emerging from your holy land would undeniably foster a favorable relationship with the Great Qin Empire, which could prove invaluable in the future. Yet, they forced him away, nearly killing him. Was this not akin to shooting oneself in the foot? At this juncture, Lu Changhe finally found his voice, stepping forward to admonish Shan Wanning. "Shan Wanning, do you believe you have the right to speak here? Do not think that just because you have the backing of the Cold Moon Saint, you can spout such nonsense. You alone are not worthy." With Song Piyun having been defeated in front of everyone, he could no longer aspire to be Lu Ruyan's husband. Presently, her suitor was none other than Ye Chen, whose talent and future prospects shone even brighter. Lu Changhe would not allow anyone to disrupt such a promising union. Suddenly, a cool voice echoed from behind Shan Wanning. "Lu Saint, I wonder if I am worthy?" A regal woman stepped forward, causing Lu Changhe to narrow his eyes in surprise. He had not expected to see her. Long ago, he had harbored feelings for her, well aware of her identity and status, which far surpassed his OWN.IT was Elder Yang Shan of the Ethereal Holy Land. Elder Yang Shan was a formidable figure at the late stage of the Saint realm, rumored to have taken that crucial step into the realm of half-step Saint Kings. What could have brought her here? Lu Changhe's expression grew complex as he inquired, "Might I ask what Elder Yang's intentions are?" With a smile, Yang Shan glanced at Shan Wanning and declared, "Today, the words of the Saintess of the Ethereal Holy Land, Shan Wanning, represent the stance of our Holy Land. Might I request that you all grant the Ethereal Holy Land some consideration? Otherwise, should I face difficulties, you may find yourselves in a precarious position as well." Her intent was clear. She had come to support Shan Wanning. Ye Chen's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated the sudden emergence of Shan Wanning at such a critical juncture. Unexpectedly, Qin Luo could never have imagined that Shan Wanning still, discovering the daughter of fortune Shan Wanning, name, Shan Wanning, age, 18, fortune level, tier 4, fortune value, 479,000 points, physique, Xianxia body. The Xianxia body subtly aligns with the path of the Taiying within the primordial Tao, also known as the child of Taiying. Its cultivation faces almost no bottlenecks, allowing for rapid breakthroughs, and it is an exceptional furnace physique. If one were to cultivate together with it, profound benefits would ensue. However, if it is not in accordance with its true desires, such cultivation would be greatly diminished. Cultivation level, 3rd layer of divine power. Description: she was destined to become a legendary killing deity, darkened by the death of a close kin, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. Yet, ultimately, due to her physique being coveted by others, she found herself in peril. Perhaps with the emergence of the daughter of fortune, a hero might rise to rescue her, avenging her plight and guiding her back to her true self. However, the narrative may very well unfold differently now. If memory serves correctly, her cultivation was merely at the 3rd layer of the sea-breaking realm previously, right? It is astonishing that after awakening her Xianxia body, her progress has been so swift. Is that your junior sister? The voice of Shi Huang echoed in Qin Luo's ears. Capture her. We must capture her. I am certain that the intentions of the mysterious celestial sacred land in making her their saintess are far from pure. Perhaps there are multiple individuals coveting the essence of her Xianxia body. Qin Luo paid no heed to Shi Huang, his gaze fixed on the scene before him. He was now eager to see how Ye Chen would break this stalemate. The might of the mysterious celestial sacred land was exceedingly formidable. They needed not deploy numerous strong individuals to effortlessly overwhelm all present. Faced with this situation, Zhao Yuanxuan and Xiao Jun's expressions grew grave. Zhao Yuanxuan whispered to Zhao Lingyin, Lingyin, with the saintess of the mysterious celestial sacred land involved, I cannot intervene. In the presence of the mysterious celestial sacred land, my 10,000 sword mountain would be utterly powerless. I do not wish to offend Shan Wanning, nor do I want to provoke Yangshan. Others may not know of Yangshan's terror, but as someone from the same era, how could I remain ignorant? Xiao Jun's, beside Xiao Ya, forced a smile. Xiao Ya, our Yunshan Xiao family cannot afford to offend the mysterious celestial sacred land. Xiao Ya's expression was exceedingly solemn. She had already been secretly in contact with her master. The appearance of the mysterious celestial sacred land had taken her by surprise, yet the safety of her brother Ye Chen must be assured. Who could have anticipated that merely the title of the saintess of the mysterious celestial sacred land would leave these individuals floundering? Ye Chen, filled with unwillingness, glanced at the anxious Lu Ruyan and stepped forward. Senior Sister Shen, Ruyan and I share mutual affection. As fellow disciples, would you truly have the heart to tear us apart? The card of affection? A trace of disdain appeared on Shan Wanning's face. Why, Ye Chen, do not feign innocence before me. You and that wretched woman have slandered my senior brother time and again. Have you ever considered the bonds of our sect? If not for my senior brother's extraordinary fate, he would likely have been slain by you two vile creatures. I stand by my words. Lu Ruyan must remain. Her life and her being belong to my senior brother. If my senior brother were to reject her, perhaps you might still have a chance. Today, whoever dares to obstruct me shall meet their demise. If I, Shan Wanning, cannot exact vengeance today, rest assured that when my cultivation is sufficient in the future, I will certainly seek retribution for today's grievances. Lu Changhe's face darkened like water as he looked at Yang Shan and asked, Elder Yang, does the mysterious celestial sacred land truly intend to bully my Taixu Sacred Land in such a manner? Yang Shan chuckled lightly, exuding an air of elegance. Saint Master Lu, you can see for yourself that our saintess's stance is quite resolute. Even the Saint Master cannot dissuade her. Before coming, the Saint Master specifically instructed that anyone who displeases the saintess of the mysterious celestial sacred land today shall find themselves in tears. Her words underscored Shan Wanning's unique status within the mysterious celestial sacred land, prompting many to regard her with heightened seriousness. Lu Changhe trembled in rage but found himself unable to refute. Causing Ye Chen's heart to sink ominously, he immediately spoke. Senior Sister Shen, if you insist on wielding your power to bully others today, I, Ye Chen, will accept defeat. However, I shall not abandon Senior Sister Ruyan. Even if it means traversing mountains of knives and seas of flames, I will certainly rescue her. Shan Wanning scoffed disdainfully. You needn't adopt such a sarcastic tone. I, Shan Wanning, am indeed abusing my power today. What can you do about it? Lu Ruyan must remain. And you, Ye Chen, deserve to perish. Draw your sword. If you can withstand my prowess, I shall allow you to leave alive today. Otherwise, I can only exact vengeance for my senior brother. Chapter 66. Overwhelming Pressure. You have committed an offense. Ye Chen exhaled sharply. If it came to fighting Shan Wanning, he felt a flicker of confidence. Senior Sister Shan, I have offended you today. Ye Chen's aura began to surge, the might of his sword reaching its zenith as ethereal flames materialized behind him, resembling a character from a game familiar to Qin Luo. Fireman Senior Sister Shan, please. With those words, Ye Chen charged towards Shan Wanning with great speed. His attack unrelenting and devoid of mercy. Shan Wanning remained unfazed, conjuring a bow and arrow in her hands. Draw the bow. An arrow of condensed energy formed on the bowstring, a sacred artifact. Lu Changhe gasped, his expression darkening as he recognized that Shan Wanning wielded a sacred artifact of considerable rank. One arrow against one sword. Fire! The arrows shot toward Ye Chen, and Shan Wanning drew her bow once more. Launching another arrow. One arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each arrow rained down before Ye Chen, making it exceedingly difficult for him to defend himself. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening sounds of explosions echoed continuously, and Ye Chen's complexion turned grim. Shan Wanning's lips curled into a cold smile as yet another arrow flew forth. She stowed her bow, swiftly closing the distance to Ye Chen. Noticing this, Ye Chen exhaled sharply. He muttered to himself, in close combat, I shall undoubtedly overwhelm you. A long sword materialized in his hand, and as he approached Ye Chen, his form split into 2, then 4, then 8. In the next instant, numerous figures of Shan Wanning simultaneously struck at Ye Chen with their swords. One of the mysterious celestial sacred land's ultimate techniques, the illusory sword array. Someone gasped in astonishment. Moreover, she wields a sacred artifact. Many were left stupefied. Some saints had yet to obtain a single sacred artifact. Yet this so-called saintess of the mysterious celestial sacred land possessed 2. This was merely what they had seen. Perhaps Shan Wanning possessed even more hidden treasures. Overwhelming pressure. A complete and utter domination. Qin Luo shook his head, finding this daughter of fortune insufficient. In terms of cultivation, she fell short of Shan Wanning. In terms of fortune value, she presently could not compare. Her foundation was also lacking. It was entirely normal for her to be overwhelmed. Ye Chen roared in defiance, unleashing a secret method that caused his cultivation to skyrocket. Shan Wanning's smile grew colder as her own cultivation surged in tandem. Secret methods, who among them cannot wield such power? The mysterious celestial sacred land has plenty to spare. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless sword energies surged forth as Ye Chen shouted in rage. Bang, bang, bang. Ultimately, Ye Chen could no longer withstand the onslaught. Sent flying through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Why Ye Chen's junior? Brother Chen? Junior brother? Cries of alarm erupted, yet one individual, named Xia Yue, remained silent. You have lost. Your life, I shall claim. Shan Wanning's sword rested against Ye Chen's throat, poised to strike. However, at that moment, an elderly voice resonated. Little girl, do not act impulsively. Grant this old man a favor, will you? As he spoke, an invisible wave of energy propelled Shan Wanning away uncontrollably. Yang Shan's expression darkened, her gaze fixated on the elder as she coldly retorted. Lu Yuan, do you also intend to intervene in the grievances between the younger generation? Do you disregard my presence? Lu Yuan shook his head, addressing Yang Shan. For today's matter, let it be considered that I owe you a favor. Ye Danding sect has not had a saintly child for over 1,000 years. Ye Chen is our hope, and he cannot be harmed. A saintly child emerging once every millennium is far more precious than a saint's status. What does it have to do with me? Yang Shan stepped forward, her powerful aura sweeping toward Lu Yuan. I, Yang Shan, require no such favor. Tension mounted, and conflict seemed imminent. Lu Yuan's expression grew grave. He gritted his teeth, contemplating for a moment before producing an object. This is a token given to me by the Saint Master of your mysterious celestial sacred land 300 years ago. With this token, one may request the mysterious celestial sacred land to perform a task. Today, I have but one request. Let this matter rest. Yang Shan's gaze narrowed as she regarded the token. She recognized it as the Saint Master's emblem, one not typically bestowed upon others. She utilized a communication jade talisman to contact her superiors, receiving unequivocal confirmation. Over 300 years ago, Lu Yuan had indeed assisted the Saint Master, who owed him a favor. She cast a deep glance at Lu Yuan before shifting her gaze back to Shan Wanning. Shaking her head slightly, Shen Wanning felt unwilling, yet she understood that all she possessed stemmed from the mysterious celestial sacred land. The sacred land was her true foundation. Taking a deep breath, her gaze landed on Lu Ruyan as she solemnly stated, Ye Chen, I can allow my senior brother to execute the kill, but Lu Ruyan must not be taken away by anyone. Elder Lu, this is my bottom line. She turned defiantly toward Yang Shan. In a way, Ye Chen protested vehemently. Senior sister Ruyan has already promised to marry me. She is my wife, and no one shall take her from my side. Moreover, Ye Chen's gaze fell upon Shan Wanning as he coldly remarked, Senior sister Shen, you repeatedly assert that senior sister Ru Yin and brother Qin have a marital agreement. Pray, present your evidence. None present have heard of such a matter. Am I wrong, Master Lu? His eyes shifted to Lu Changhe, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, Shan Wanning, the betrothal you speak of is nothing but a figment of your imagination. I can comprehend your desire to defend your brother Qin Luo, yet the alleged agreement does not exist. Ru Yin is not Qin Luo's fiancée Ida. What grounds do you have to retain Ru Yin? Clap, clap, clap. A sudden sound of applause reverberated through the air, strikingly out of place. TSK, have you spun your lies so often that you've begun to believe them yourselves? Did you even think to consult me? The individual in question? A familiar voice caused Shan Wanning to tremble, and upon turning, she beheld Qin Luo's figure, tears instantly blurring her vision. Fear not, I shall handle everything, Qin Luo confidently asserted. Qin Luo? Ye Chen's fists clenched, his expression twisted with fury, wishing nothing more than to rend Qin Luo to pieces. Lu Ruyan immediately grasped Ye Chen's hand, whispering, Junior brother Yi, do not act rashly. Qin Luo is the 9th prince of the great Qin Empire. Qin Luo strode to the center of the gathering, casting a scornful glance at Lu Changhe. Master Lu, it has been some time since we last met, yet you remain as shameless as ever. Lu Changhe's countenance darkened, merely responding with a cold snort, choosing not to elaborate further. Qin Luo's gaze fell upon Ye Chen and Lu Ruyan, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips, truly a pair of shameless rogues. Indeed, certain traits do not reflect one's character. Your incessant lies are utterly nauseating. Must the child of fortune be a paragon of virtue? What a farce, however. I, Qin Luo, in light of past grievances, shall generously refrain from holding you accountable. Today, I, Qin Luo, commander of the Great Qin Demon Suppression Division, am here to apprehend the perpetrator behind the massacre of the Wu Yuan Marquis' household. Ye Chen, you are a criminal. Kneel and surrender at once. Chapter 67. Interfering with the Demon Suppression Division's enforcement, death awaits. Criminal? The massacre of the Wu Yuan Marquis' household. A look of confusion flickered in Ye Chen's eyes. If one obstructs the Great Qin Demon Suppression Division in their duties, it is tantamount to opposing the Great Qin Empire. Qin Luo surveyed the crowd, a menacing expression crossing his face. Those who obstruct shall face execution without mercy. Bring Ye Chen to me, with a wave of his hand. Li Yi and his companions advanced, preparing to seize him. This scene was far too dramatic, unfolding with unexpected twists and turns. Goodness, this is more riveting than any novel. How utterly fascinating and enjoyable, truly exhilarating. In the distance, Song Piyun regarded Ye Chen with eyes brimming with hatred, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Eliminate him, and then Lu Ruyan will be mine. Humph. Lu Yuan stepped forward, interposing himself before Ye Chen, coldly declaring, the Great Qin Empire has overstepped. If you wish to take my Danding sect saint, then you must present evidence. Indeed. Ye Chen, jumping in agitation, shouted from behind him, Qin Luo, this is personal revenge. I admit I had some conflicts with you previously, but you cannot slander me thus. Slander? Ha! Your tone is rife with disdain, Qin Luo retorted. When you slandered me, I openly acknowledged it. Yet now you lack the courage to admit your own faults? I find you truly contemptible. Since you demand evidence, let the witnesses step forth. With a flick of his hand, Mo Yi Han was thrust forward. Qin Luo inquired, do you recognize this person? He pointed at Ye Chen. I have seen him before, though I did not know his name until now, Mo Yi Han replied. Where did you see him? Qin Luo pressed, at the Wu Yuan Marquis' household. He, along with others, slaughtered the entire family. Slander, fabrication? Ye Chen roared, I have never seen him, nor do I know him. Everything he says is a lie. Ah, you seem agitated. Dio refrained from anger. May I finish my words? When you slandered me, I allowed you free rein. Now, when another speaks, you cannot contain your impatience to object. Are you feeling guilty? Is it fabrication, or is there truth to it? The hearts of the people hold their own scales. Qin Luo turned to Emo Yihan, asking, "What is your identity?" "I am Emo Yihan, Saint Son of the Blood Moon Sacred Land." "He is the Saint Son of the Blood Moon Sacred Land?" "Indeed, I have seen him. He is the Saint Son of the Blood Moon Sacred Land. Not a good person by any means, I've heard. He has taken countless concubines and delights in married women. Those from the Blood Moon Sacred Land are not virtuous. Such deeds are surely within their capacity." "Then what of Ye Chen? Let us hear more. Please elaborate on the massacre of the Wu Yuan Marquis' household." Emo Yihan recounted, "I am Emo Yihan, Saint Son of the Blood Moon Sacred Land. My father, Emo Qianju, has enmity with the Wu Yuan Marquis' household. Thus he generously invited many to obliterate the family. Among them were Zhao Yongyi of the Heavenly Calamity Palace and his disciple Xiao Tang. At this, the members of the Xiao family turned their cold eyes toward Qin Luo. It was he who killed brother Xiao Tang." Xiaoya gritted her teeth. "I must avenge brother Xiao Tang. It is imperative. Xiaoya, do not act rashly. He is a prince of the great Qin Empire," Xiao Junsu calmly interjected. "There were others as well, but I did not see them all. Among them was this person. I did not know his name before, but I remember his face. Ye Chen, he is also one of the accomplices." "Enough!" Qin Luo interrupted Emo Yihan, addressing Ye Chen. "Ye Chen, now that there are witnesses present, what more can you say? Slander." Ye Chen reiterated defiantly. "Ha, slander?" Qin Luo scoffed. "He has even offered up his own blood relatives. Do you truly believe he would slander you? Can your standing in his eyes compare to that of his father? For the sake of justice, Emo Yihan has forsaken kinship. Such a person. Who would we trust if not him? Trust you, a habitual liar. It is utterly ludicrous. Should I recount the events regarding the Taixu Sacred Land? Have you forgotten how you stole their techniques, pills, and sacred artifacts, casting the blame upon me? Ye Chen, a person so steeped in deceit has no right to accuse others of slander. Or do you still refuse to admit your previous misdeeds? The disciples of the Taixu Sacred Land are well aware of your character. Unless, of course, you wish to make a grand oath, and I might consider your prior accusations as mere jest." Ye Chen moved his lips, aware that he could not dare to make such an oath. As the child of fortune, doing so would surely doom his future. At this moment, Lu Ruyin stepped forth, inquiring, "When did the massacre of the Wu Yuan Marquis' household occur?" "On the 3rd of May, Emo Yihan blurted out. "On that day, I was with junior brother Yi. He has an alibi," Lu Ruyin declared with absolute certainty. Qin Luo gazed at Lu Ruyin with a smile, recognizing that if this woman did not attempt to court death, he would ensure her demise. However, now that she had willingly offered the blade, Qin Luo had no reason not to oblige. "Is it an alibi? Or is it perjury? Or perhaps both you and Ye Chen are accomplices of Emo Qianju?" Emo Yihan quickly chimed in. "I recognize her. She was there. She received her reward from me after completing her task. Though she wore a veil that day, I did not see her clearly." "Enough of this idle chatter. Today, we must apprehend the murderer of the Wu Yuan Marquis' family. Anyone daring to obstruct shall face death. Seize him," Qin Luo commanded in a low voice. "Ha." Lu Yuan sneered. "You think to take the Saint Son of my Danding sect before me? A fool's dream." Boom. A wave of sacred might surged forth, sending Li Yi and the others crashing backward. Qin Luo's expression remained unchanged. This was all anticipated. He calmly inquired, "Is the Danding sect obstructing the enforcement of the great Qin Empire's Demon Suppression Division? Are you shielding the true culprit behind the massacre of the Wu Yuan Marquis' household?" Lu Yuan snorted. "Your accusations are nothing but slander. Ye Chen had neither motive nor opportunity to partake in that incident. Whether it is slander or not, the great Qin Empire's Demon Suppression Division will investigate. If he is innocent, we shall naturally uphold justice and restore his name. However, you are currently obstructing our enforcement. Death awaits." As Qin Luo's words echoed, a terrifying aura of sanctity ascended behind him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 formidable and terrifying figures stepped forward. Chapter 68. The Fall of a Saint. Love is worthless once again, I reiterate. Those who obstruct my Demon Suppression Division in capturing criminals shall face execution. This time, no one dared dismiss Qin Luo's words. For behind him stood 5 powerful saints as support. Zheng Tuo, along with the 4 noble lords, Fang Xing, and the 3 from the Heavenly Calamity Palace, all donned similar attire, concealing their true identities. At this moment, "Are you truly intent on obstructing me?" Qin Luo coldly addressed Lu Yuan, who appeared increasingly grim. To impede Qin Luo was akin to courting death. Yet, the hope of the Danding sect rested upon Ye Chen. If Qin Luo were not stopped, Ye Chen would face certain doom. At that moment, several of Ye Chen's childhood friends grew anxious. "Father, you must save Brother Chen," Zhao Lingyin implored Zhao Yuanshuan desperately. Zhao Yuanshuan found himself in a quandary. He held Ye Chen in high regard, yet Qin Luo was flanked by 5 saints. How could he possibly stand against them? Unless, he glanced towards Xiao Junce. Xiao Ya, with an authoritative tone, declared, "Head of the family, we must ensure the safety of Brother Ye Chen. My master will arrive shortly." A look of difficulty crossed Xiao Junce's face as he surveyed another saint from the Xiao family, then turned to Xiao Ya and stepped forward. "Very well, I shall intervene to preserve Ye Chen's life." With thoughts of Xiao Ya's mysterious master, he hesitated no longer. With someone backing him, he felt no fear, he bellowed, attracting the attention of others. "The Demon Suppression Division has unjustly slain members of the Xiao family. We must settle this score today. You claim Xiao Tang is guilty. I implore you to present evidence." There was no need to defend Ye Chen. Xiao Tang was also a prodigy of their clan, and had perished at the hands of Qin Luo's faction. Was it not his duty to seek justice for Xiao Tang? Boom! 2 saints descended. Zhao Yuanshuan, witnessing this scene, stepped forth as well. "Today, if the Demon Suppression Division seeks to capture anyone, they had better provide concrete evidence. Remember, we are in the 10,000 Great Mountains, not within the borders of your Qin Empire. And Ye Chen is still the saint of the Danding sect. He is not someone you can arbitrarily subdue." Lu Yuan offered Zhao Yuanshuan a friendly smile. The events of the day would undoubtedly leave the Danding sect indebted to him. This was also one of Zhao Yuanshuan's motivations for intervening. Merely saving Ye Chen would not compel him to confront the Qin Empire directly. Gaining the favor of the Danding sect was far more advantageous. Bravado! Qin Luo's gaze fell upon Zhao Yuanshuan, the weakest among the saints present, daring to step forward without just cause. "Kill!" Qin Luo's succinct command set Zhang Tuo and Zhou Li rushing towards Zhao Yuanshuan. This turn of events left Zhao Yuanshuan terrified. When Xiao Junce had stepped in, Qin Luo had not commanded an attack. Yet the moment he intervened, Qin Luo immediately ordered his death. He could not comprehend it. Had Qin Luo understood his thoughts, he would have explained that Xiao Junce's side had 2 saints and a woman of great fortune, who must be preserved for the final moments, avoiding any unforeseen incidents. As for Zhao Yuanshuan, he was merely expendable. Stepping forward meant he would meet his end without delay. "Master Lu, save me," he cried out to Lu Yuan. Before Lu Yuan could react, Xiao Junce had already moved. "Zhao Zhuangzhu, I will lend you my strength." Just as Xiao Junce and another saint from the Xiao family prepared to act, they were intercepted by Fang Xing and Zhang Tao. "Your opponents are us." The battle instantly became a deadlock, with Zhao Yuanshuan narrowly escaping death. While the 2 saints from the Xiao family managed to hold their ground. As for Qin Luo, he was left with only 1 saint by his side. "Master, capture the leader first," Ye Chen called out from behind Lu Yuan. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan dashed towards Qin Luo, accompanied by a formidable saint from the Danding sect. "Elder Yang," Shen Weining exclaimed anxiously. Yang Shan remained still, her gaze fixed on Zhou Hongyu's retreating figure, her expression slightly grave, unable to see through the opponent. "Your senior brother may not encounter misfortune." As her words fell, Zhou Hongyu's aura erupted. Boom! His power surged skyward, causing astonished expressions to surface on many faces, especially Lu Yuan's. "Saint King." Lu Yuan's expression grew exceedingly solemn. Zhou Hongyu swung a hammer with tremendous force, and as Lu Yuan's heart raced, he heard a chilling scream. No. Zhao Yuanshuan's cultivation was weaker than Zhang Tuo's, and with Zhou Li, whose strength far surpassed his, he had already reached the late saint stage. Tragically, under the relentless assault of the 2, his life was extinguished. The death of a saint was a monumental event. The master of the Wanjian mountain villa had perished. A storm was about to unfold. Altogether, block him, Lu Yuan roared in fury. And alongside another saint, they summoned a great cauldron to barely withstand Zhou Hongyu's strike. Bang! The hammer crashed against the cauldron, driving the 2 into the ground, leaving only their heads above. Ultimately, they succeeded in blocking the blow. Unlike Zhao Yuanshuan, who had met his demise here. Heh! Zhou Hongyu beneath his mask let out a cold chuckle. "You may withstand this moment, but do you truly believe you can withstand a lifetime? Today, neither of you shall escape." "No, father." Zhao Lingyin's eyes widened in horror as she witnessed her beloved father die before her eyes. She could scarcely believe it. Stumbling, she rushed to Zhao Yuanshuan's lifeless body, her voice breaking in a desperate wail. "Father, I cannot bear your death." Zhao Lingyin attempted to lift Zhao Yuanshuan's corpse to flee, but in the next instant, a foot crushed his body back to the ground. Having just slain him, It would be wasteful to let the body remain, right? With a wave of his hand, Qin Luo commanded the imperial banner to collect Zhao Yuanxuan's remains. Zhao Lingyin looked up at Qin Luo. Her eyes filled with hatred. Qin Luo, I swear I shall kill you one day. Kill me? Heh, little girl. You seem to have misjudged your current predicament. With a swift motion, Qin Luo's sword was poised against Zhao Lingyin's throat. Your life is now in my grasp. You have no future. Qin Luo, release Lingyin. Ye Chen's furious voice echoed from behind Qin Luo. You seek vengeance against me. Come for me and spare the innocent. At that moment, Ye Chen radiated a brilliant light, causing many to regard him with newfound respect. Zhao Lingyin, too, appeared deeply moved, gazing at Ye Chen with affection. Qin Luo scoffed at Ye Chen. Do you truly grasp the concept of involving the innocent? Were it not for you, do you think her father would have died? Now, kneel before me at once. I may consider sparing her life. Otherwise, I shall ruthlessly extinguish her. Brother Qin, do not concern yourself with me. Flee. Zhao Lingyin, lost in love's embrace, was willing to sacrifice herself for her beloved. Ye Chen resolutely replied, Lingyin, I will never abandon you. For you, I would gladly face death. His gaze once more fell upon Qin Luo. And he spoke firmly, Qin Luo, release Lingyin, and I shall battle you. Should you triumph, I will willingly submit to your will. Qin Luo slightly shook his head before swinging his sword. Swish, a crimson line marred Zhao Lingyin's neck. Blood splattering forth. Qin Luo's cold voice rang out, I have already stated, kneel, and I may spare her life. I do not repeat myself, it appears you do not truly love her. You are merely exploiting her. Remember, it is you, Ye Chen, who has condemned her to death. Bang. Zhao Lingyin collapsed to the ground, convulsing twice before perishing. Ye Chen felt as though his heart had been struck heavily, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. Ye Chen mourns the loss of his beloved, losing 10,000 fortune points. The host gains 10,000 fortune points. Love, is it truly so trivial? Only 10,000. Chapter 69. The Despairing Ye Chen, the Fall of the Child of Fortune. Capture Ye Chen. With a command from Qin Luo, Li Yi and the others immediately moved to surround Ye Chen. Clutching the imperial banner, Qin Luo was poised to strike. He would not allow Ye Chen to escape. Next, you must confront your dear disciple. Does that not stir complex emotions within you? Qin Luo's voice resonated in Shi Huang's ear. Indeed, she felt a tumult of emotions, having watched Ye Chen grow since childhood. Claiming to feel no affection would be false. Yet that affection had dissipated after Ye Chen abandoned her and Qin Luo's continued humiliation. Now, he was merely a familiar stranger, and if he must die, so be it. Shi Huang cast aside her lingering emotions. Regarding Ye Chen as a stranger, Ye Chen glared at Qin Luo, his expression twisted with rage. Qin Luo's previous words had cut deep, leaving him in anguish. Qin Luo, today, it shall be either your death or mine. You dare hide behind others? Qin Luo shook his head with a sneer. Ye Chen, are you truly this foolish? I am the leader of the Demon Suppression Division of the Great Qin Empire. We are not here for personal vendettas, but to bring you to justice. Look, he gestured towards a direction, where a scream pierced the air. A saint from the Shao family had fallen. Another life had been extinguished because of you. Tell me, could you not simply kneel and allow us to take you? You are utterly selfish, insisting that others must die for your sake before you can find peace. If that is the case, I shall grant you your wish. All who obstruct the enforcer shall perish. Qin Luo issued his cold command. Die. Zhou Hongyu roared, slamming his giant hammer down with ferocity. Bang. The great cauldron was sent flying. And a saint from the Danding sect widened his eyes in horror, exclaiming, My life is over. He was utterly obliterated beneath Zhou Hongyu's strike. Death cannot die again. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Yuan swiftly fled the battlefield, narrowly escaping a dire fate. The battle, which had commenced but moments ago, concluded all too swiftly. Among the 5 saints, 3 had perished, leaving only Xiao Junce and Lu Yuan to endure the struggle. Lu Changhe had remained aloof throughout the ordeal, making every effort to conceal himself. Ye Chen continued to roar impotently. Qin Luo, if you possess the ability, face me in battle. Bullying the weak is hardly a display of skill. From a distance, Song Poyan scoffed. The cycle of heaven is indeed just. His gaze fell once more upon Lu Ruyan, his eyes brimming with infatuation. Once Ye Chen meets his demise, he would claim her for himself. You, of such lowly stock, dare to aspire? Qin Luo slowly stepped forward, the azure sword in his hand glinting with a sharp radiance. A fierce sword intent emanated from him, a powerful aura bearing down upon Ye Chen. Transcendence! Ye Chen widened his eyes, gazing at Qin Luo in disbelief. This is sword intent? A frenzied realization struck him. Had his sword bone not been extracted, he might have been able to condense sword intent as well. Do you wish to die? Allow me to grant your wish. With a single stroke, Qin Luo's sword cleaved through the air, an overwhelming force rendering Ye Chen helpless. Do I fear you? Or simply disdain the thought of battling you? Do you comprehend now? The mocking tone left Ye Chen feeling utterly humiliated, as if others regarded him merely as a jester. Pathetic. Core of the magma fire. Explode for me, Ye Chen bellowed. Qin Luo, even if I perish, I shall drag you down with me. Qin Luo shook his head disdainfully, responding, you are unworthy, boom. A surge of formidable soul power instantly locked onto Ye Chen, halting his movements. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Qin Luo and Ye Chen were enveloped within the Emperor's banner. Obscuring the events transpiring within, a familiar presence allowed Ye Chen to discern the identity of his opponent. He gasped, Master. The figure of Shi Huang materialized before Ye Chen, leaving him incredulous. He had believed Shi Huang had long since fallen to Qin Luo's hand. Yet here she stood once more. This revelation sent him into a state of panic, for he had forsaken his master to save his own life. Qin Luo approached Shi Huang, his gaze teasing as it flicked toward Ye Chen. Then he inquired, what should you call me now? A wave of shame washed over Shi Huang, and she rolled her eyes at Qin Luo, exuding a captivating allure. Not far off, Ye Chen was taken aback. He had never witnessed his master in such a light eye. In his recollection, Shi Huang had always been the epitome of aloofness. The transformation was too great for him to accept, compounded further by her address of Qin Luo as master. Ye Chen spat blood in disbelief. He had revered Shi Huang as a goddess beyond reproach, while Qin Luo treated her as a servant. Ye Chen's mental state shattered, losing 50,000 fortune points. Host gains 50,000 villain points. Ah, master. How could you stoop so low? Ye Chen cried out. Tio speak truthfully. His feelings for Shi Huang had always been complex, encompassing not only the bond between master and disciple, but also certain indescribable sentiments. Yet now, Shi Huang had shattered his beautiful illusions. Why don't you just die? Why? How dare you? Ye Chen's mental state continued to shatter, losing 50,000 fortune points. Host gains 50,000 villain points. Shi Huang regarded the hysterical Ye Chen with a cold gaze. Master? Ha! I have no disciple like you that I devoted over a decade to your instruction, nearly perishing for your sake, while you merely stood idly by as I fell into enemy hands, suffering humiliation. Heh! The moment you betrayed me, your master ceased to exist. Betrayal was Shi Huang's greatest aversion. Her descent into a soul entity was due to treachery. Becoming the principal soul of the Emperor's banner was also the result of betrayal. Indeed, I am lowly. I am now the servant of your enemy, and all of this is your doing. Shi Huang knew precisely how to pierce the heart, prompting Ye Chen to spew another mouthful of blood. Ah, Ye Chen roared, alert. Child of fortune shows signs of falling into madness. Qin Luo understood. You wretched creature, violating public decency, even your master holds malevolent thoughts. Truly a beast. Bang. Shi Huang waved her hand, unleashing tremendous force upon Ye Chen, instantly shattering his core, rendering him powerless. Ye Chen is crippled, losing 50,000 fortune points. Host gains 50,000 villain points. Come, let us see if your women will forsake their lives for you. Especially that one with fortune points exceeding all, Xiaoya. She is far more valuable than Ye Chen. She is today's greatest boss. Chapter 70. A clear awakening in the mortal realm. Lu Ruyan, kill Ye Chen. Outside, Xiaoya was beside herself with worry, yet her cultivation could not intervene in the ongoing battle. She witnessed the saints of her family being slain, Xiao Jun's gravely injured, and Ye Chen's fate uncertain. Her heart brimmed with hatred for Qin Luo. Why Ye Chen, brother? She exclaimed, spotting Ye Chen once more in that moment. He lay beneath Qin Luo's foot, resembling a dead dog, which pierced Xiaoya's heart with suffocating anguish. Bang! Xiao Jun's, gravely wounded, collapsed beside her, wiping the blood from his mouth as he urged, we must leave. It is imperative. For saints besieged him alone. He was merely one saint. Were it not for the protective sacred artifact, he would have already knelt. For the sake of that wretched Ye Chen, the Xiao family teetered on the brink of ruin. He bore no resentment towards Xiaoya, for the Xiao family still relied on her for resurgence. No, I shall not leave. I must save my brother Ye Chen, Xiaoya declared defiantly. Moreover, My master has arrived. Just as Xiao Junce was about to forcibly lead her away, her words lit a spark of hope in his eyes. With that individual present, perhaps they need not perish today. As Xiao Yu's words fell, a terrifying figure descended from the heavens, landing beside her. A hoarse voice resounded, pulling Xiao Yu away as they prepared to depart. We leave now, master. I will not go. You must kill that man and rescue brother Ye Chen. Xiao Yu pointed at Qin Luo, her expression fierce as she coldly declared, Today, you are finished. Qin Luo regarded her with amusement. Whether I live or die is of no concern to you, but escaping is beyond your means. Boom. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire Divine Armament Valley. An aged yet robust voice boomed, Since you wish to enter, then do not leave. This pronouncement caused many present to change countenance. Yang Shan glanced upward, her eyes filled with solemnity. She felt a presence akin to that of the Holy Master. The cultivation of the mysterious Holy Master was at the great sage level. And this being's aura bore similarity to the Holy Master. Could it be? Xiao Yu's master glanced skyward, then tossed an object to Xiao Junce. Take Xiao Yu and flee. I shall confront him. As he spoke, he leapt into the air, charging towards Su Qianqian. Previously, he had struggled to break through Su Qianqian's blockade with a secret treasure. Now, engaging Su Qianqian in combat might spell his doom. Xiao Yu's expression froze. She had barely reveled in her arrogance for a moment before being slapped down. Go. Xiao Junce grasped Xiao Yu's hand as a small boat, resembling white jade, began to expand, enveloping them both as they hurtled toward the void. Qin Luo's languid voice echoed behind them. If you flee, I shall have Ye Chen flayed alive. He shall scream in agony for 49 days before he dies. No. Xiao Yu attempted to turn back. But Xiao Junce refused, pulling her along as they vanished into the void. Glancing at their disappearing forms, Qin Luo looked down at Ye Chen and mockingly said, Ye Chen, it seems your women do not love you as fervently as you believed. Look, they have abandoned you. Teske, how pitiable. Ye Chen gritted his teeth. Qin Luo, do not revel just yet. Xiao Yu will surely avenge me, in time. You shall live in fear, forever in fear. Is that so? Qin Luo's tone dripped with disdain. But do you truly believe she can escape? As Qin Luo's words fell, a wail echoed from the void, and the white jade boat reappeared before them. Bang! It was violently stomped into the ground. Saint King, 2 Saint Kings, 1 great saint. Yang Shan's voice was grave. Could it be that the great Qin Empire intended to strike against the 10,000 great mountains? This matter must be reported to the Holy Master immediately. Without hesitation, Yang Shan produced a transmission jade talisman, relaying the events of the day to the mysterious Holy Master. Xiao Yu stumbled out, no longer resembling the goddess she had been moments before. Ye Chen stared blankly at the scene, receiving another kick from Qin Luo. Seems your little lover has fled. Alas, they are all caught in your calamity. Tell me, are you not a disaster? Qin Luo playfully tapped Ye Chen's face with the Qingfeng sword. His gaze then landing on Lu Ruyan as he inquired, Lu Jr. sister, how about I offer you a chance? If you are willing to confess on behalf of Ye Chen, I can spare his life. Lu Ruyan gazed at Ye Chen with a complex expression, fully aware that his demise was inevitable today. Regardless of what she said, Ye Chen could not possibly survive. She had to live for herself. She lifted her gaze towards Qin Luo, a gentle smile gracing her face. Brother, you jest. Why Ye Chen has pilfered the treasured relics of our Taixu Sacred Land and has slandered you. Why interactions with him were merely superficial. Ye Chen was taken aback. The words I am willing echoed in his ears. Was love truly so fragile, unable to withstand scrutiny? Oh? Qin Luo raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Lu Ruyan's unexpected rationality. Just moments ago, Sister Shan had declared, I, Lu Ruyan, am yours in life and will be your ghost in death. I concur with Sister Shan, she added. Brother, I wish to serve you. I wonder if your previous words still hold value? Qin Luo hesitated, momentarily at a loss for the words he had previously uttered. Lu Ruyan prompted him. You publicly declared before everyone in Taixu Sacred Land that you wished for me to become your concubine. I can now unequivocally tell you that I am willing. Suddenly, Lu Changhe appeared, regarding Qin Luo with a benevolent expression. I too agree. Ru Yin can be your concubine, and you may become the lord of our Taixu Sacred Land. We shall prepare a wedding for you upon our return, along with a grand ceremony for your ascension as lord. By heavens! Qin Luo was astounded by the shamelessness and self-satisfaction of this father-daughter duo. Look, this is the woman you, Ye Chen, admire. I truly feel pity for you. Qin Luo smacked Ye Chen with his sword, then turned to Lu Ruyan, his face marred with disgust. Tio desire to marry 3 families in a single day. How utterly despicable you are. Lu Ru Yin. What is my status compared to yours, that you presume to take me as your concubine? Do you think you are worthy? Lu Ru Yin's complexion turned as pale as a sheet. She had not anticipated that Qin Luo would renege on his prior promise. At that moment, Song Piyun made his entrance, grinning at Qin Luo. Qin Luo, you needn't want her. I do. How about Lu Ru Yin for me? As I owe you a favor. Qin Luo turned, succinctly uttering a single word. Scram! Song Ritian rushed over, delivering a resounding slap to Song Piyun, furiously exclaiming, how could I have spawned such a wretch? Qin Luo's gaze shifted to Xia Yue. Now it is your turn, Dio. You believe Ye Chen should be slain. Xia Yue glanced at Ye Chen, bewildered as to why she was being asked. However, being a clever individual and understanding the current predicament, she promptly replied, he should be killed. Note: Ye Chen is on the verge of being possessed by darkness, losing all his fortune. If he succeeds in his revenge, he will once again become the child of destiny. In a flash, Qin Luo did not afford the system a chance to finish speaking. With a single stroke of his sword, Ye Chen's head soared through the air, rolling to rest at Xiao Ye's feet, their eyes meeting. Brother Ye Chen. Xiao Ye was on the brink of madness, cradling Ye Chen's head, tears streaming down her face, her heart twisted in anguish. Due to Ye Chen's death, Xiao Ye suffered a loss of 50,000 fortune points. The host gained 50,000 fortune points. Is he truly dead? Qin Luo inquired. Only Ye Chen's head lay beside Xiao Ye as he whispered in her ear. Qin Luo is the devil's spawn. He is, without a doubt. And then he perished. System. Could you allow me to finish speaking? It was merely a matter of him achieving revenge, thus attaining enlightenment, becoming possessed, and subsequently cleansing his past transgressions, reclaiming his status as the child of destiny. The same old narrative. The child of destiny, in his profound sorrow, becomes possessed, slaughters indiscriminately, and after exacting vengeance, is no longer deemed a demon, with all prior wrongdoings dismissed as mere madness due to possession. By slaying the child of destiny Ye Chen, you acquire all his fortune points, automatically converting them into villain points. Reward acquired. Minor achievement in sword intent. Congratulations. You have now become a true sword cultivator. Reward acquired. Soul Crystal X1. A pure source of soul essence, capable of being refined to absorb immense spiritual power. Extract his physical essence and his anomalous fire. Qin Luo commanded with a wave of his hand, Ye Chen's body falling into the human emperor banner. No, brother Ye Chen. Xiao Ye's desperate scream pierced the air. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. Its mask shattered, revealing a pale female visage, marked by an unhealthy pallor. She wiped the blood from her lips and addressed Su Qian-chun. Shall we conclude today's events here? Not good, Su Qian-chun replied nonchalantly. The woman clenched her teeth and stomped her foot, producing a token. I am Morong Shui, an elder of the Xiantian Dao sect. Does the great Qin Empire truly wish to oppose us? Xiao Ye is a favored individual of our sect and one of the designated candidates for the Dao Child. The Xiantian Dao sect. She is, in fact, a Dao Child of the Xiantian Dao sect. This is a force reputed to rival the great Qin Empire. They have stepped on a stone here. Qin Luo frowned slightly. While the sacred land was indeed formidable, above it lay the Dao sect, most of whom remained reclusive, indifferent to worldly disputes. Their sole aim was the pursuit of the Dao, seeking the utmost realm. The overall strength of the Xiantian Dao sect may not surpass that of the great Qin Empire, but they could potentially possess quasi-emperor level experts, or have done so in the past. Do you still desire that body? Qin Luo inquired. Shi Huang pondered for a moment, stating, I possess a secret method that allows a fragment of a soul to inhabit her body, gradually influencing her and encroaching upon her spirit. However, it does have certain drawbacks for me, that is of little consequence. She cannot escape my grasp. She must be taken, Qin Luo asserted, his tone leaving no room for debate. Xiao Ye, hearing for the first time that her master hailed from the Xiantian Dao sect, felt her resolve strengthen. She rose, gazing at Qin Luo, her eyes ablaze with hatred. The words Ye Chen had spoken earlier echoed in her mind. Qin Luo is the devil's spawn. She pointed an accusing finger at Qin Luo, declaring, this man is the devil's spawn. Is that so? Morong Shui looked at Xiao Ye in astonishment. This devil spawn is not just some holy son or maiden of the Heavenly Demon Sect. This devil embodies the malevolent forces from beyond. Previously, in the effort to eradicate evil, humanity united to form an organization known as the Heavenly Dao Alliance, of which the Xiantian Dao sect was one of the founding members. Indeed, this is what my brother Ye Chen revealed to me before his death. This man practices the Heavenly Devouring Demon technique. He has the ability to indiscriminately consume the flesh and essence of our kind. The bodies of my brother Ye Chen, Master Lu, and my uncle are all in his possession. His intentions are clear. I possess information regarding him. He has slain the prodigy Lin Xian of the Taixu Sacred Land, as well as the genius Shao Ting of my Shao family, and has also killed my brother Ye Chen. All three were top-tier geniuses. Though the external evil is akin to our kind, they are not of our realm, and their purpose here is to hunt our prodigies. The Heavenly Devouring Demon technique is not a method of the Heavenly Demon Sect, but rather a legacy of the external demons. Qin Luo previously admitted to practicing the Heavenly Devouring Demon technique at Taixu Sacred Land. Is it true or not? Xiaoya demanded. Her teeth clenched as she glared at Qin Luo. Qin Luo shook his head, chuckling softly. Please, continue. Xiaoya firmly believed that Ye Chen's last words were not a deceitful act. Qin Luo was undoubtedly the devil's spawn. Unbeknownst to her, Ye Chen had merely intended for Xiaoya to seek vengeance. As he understood her familiarity with that dark history and her deep-seated hatred for the external demons. You must possess the bloodline of the external demons, Xiaoya accused Qin Luo, if I am not mistaken. That artifact in your possession is the Wan Hun banner, is it not? As she spoke, her hatred surged uncontrollably. You may not know what the Wan Hun banner is made of. It is crafted from the souls and blood of our kind's strongest warriors. The banner pole is forged from the bones of our strongest, and the fabric is stained with the blood of countless prodigies, warriors, and even emperors of our kind. Furthermore, within the Wan Hun banner, they have slaughtered countless of our people, forcibly imprisoning their souls and transforming them into vengeful spirits. This is the method of the external demons. Qin Luo, do you dare allow us to inspect the Wan Hun banner you possess? Good heavens! If Qin Luo had not met Xiaoya for the first time, he would have believed she had been lying in wait, having discerned all his secrets. Brother, so you are an external demon. Lu Ruyan's voice rang out in shock that I wondered why my dear brother had changed so drastically. It turns out you have long ceased to be the brother I once knew. Having become an external demon, no wonder you are so cruel, no wonder you are so heartless, and no wonder you were so concerned about my body before, yet now show no interest at all. It seems you have awakened the bloodline of the demon and are no longer human. Wah! Just as Qin Luo prepared to conclude this farce, a voice echoed in his mind. Admitting to her accusations will consume all villain points. As she desires. That amounts to over 300,000. Qin Luo couldn't help but exclaim. The returns surpass the investment. Opportunities are but fleeting. Choices outweigh effort. The child of fate has slain too many. The heavens have taken heed. Perhaps a child of destiny will emerge. Host, please make your choice. Count to 3. Chapter 72. Upgrading to a half-step imperial artifact, corrupting Xiaoya's soul. During the grand opening sale, reaping benefits felt exhilarating, yet now, with the sudden expenditure of over 30,000 fortune points, Qin Luo felt a pang of regret. Nevertheless, the system had never deceived him, and Qin Luo made his decision with conviction. Excellent! Since the system offers rewards, why should he refuse? He gazed at Xiaoya, chuckling, haha. What you said is truly magnificent. Clapping his hands, he approached Xiaoya, affirming, indeed, you speak the truth. I am an otherworldly demon, and this emperor's banner. No, this Wan Hun fan is as you described. The banner's pole was forged from the bones of 999 saint-level powerhouses. The fabric of the banner was made from a shroud, stained with the essence blood of several great emperors, having wrapped around the corpses of numerous sovereigns. As for what lay within the banner, it naturally housed countless souls, collected from the slaughter of millions of humanity. Boom! Everyone was momentarily stunned. Xiaoya's accusation seemed fantastical to them, yet what shocked them further was Qin Luo's admission. Could it be true? Was that truly the Wan Hun fan? Was Qin Luo genuinely an otherworldly demon? What nonsense! Qin Luo was the prince of the great Qin Empire. Did the empire not know whether he was an otherworldly demon? Moreover, look at his Wan Hun fan. Acquired true demon bloodline 1. Whether true demon or evil demon, at the end of the day, are they not still human? They simply hail from another realm, their bloodline slightly stronger. Acquired enhancement for the Emperor's banner. The Emperor's banner pole is crafted from the bones of 81 human sovereigns. The fabric tempered with the essence blood of great emperors, now containing tens of millions of souls, its rank increasing. Superior Saint rank. Peak Saint rank. Half-step imperial artifact. Thunderous. The Emperor's banner soared into the sky, capturing the attention of all that moment. The golden radiance of the banner shimmered as if the sun had risen. A torrent of righteous energy coalesced into a river, surging and overwhelming, shaking the heavens and the earth. Everyone held their breath in awe, gazing at the banner, which radiated auspiciousness, showcasing the majesty of a sovereign. Their hearts brimmed with reverence, as if they were beholding their clan's elders, ancestors, or even the sovereigns of humanity. Almost all stood in respect, their eyes fixed upon the emperor's banner. Was this truly the Wan Hun fan? Do not jest. How could the emperor's banner shine so brilliantly, exuding such righteousness? By heavens! By heavens! By heavens! Qin Luo silently exclaimed thrice within, astonished at suddenly possessing a half-step imperial artifact. This was simply remarkable. Though not an imperial artifact, a half-step imperial artifact was still immensely formidable, capable of suppressing the foundation of the great Qin Empire. A faint smile lingered on Qin Luo's lips as his gaze fell upon Lu Ruyan, unabashedly displaying his disdain. As for you, with your venomous heart and treacherous intentions, willing to slander me for a pretty face. Do I truly have such low standards? You, with your seemingly pleasant exterior, are utterly revolting within. Would I desire to share a bed with you? What a delusion! Who in their right mind would find someone like you appealing? Unless they were a fool. His scornful words flowed without restraint, leaving Lu Ruyan staggered. Nearby, Song Poyan was about to interject, I don't mind her, but upon catching Song Retian's warning gaze, he immediately fell silent. Whether she was vile or not mattered little as long as she was beautiful and well endowed. Song Poyan muttered to himself. Was this truly the Wan Hun fan? Murong Shue's puzzled gaze shifted to Xiaoya. Just moments ago, Xiaoya had spoken with such conviction that, to be honest, Murong Shue found herself almost believing it. However, from the Wan Hun fan, she sensed the might of a sovereign and the presence of righteous energy. But not a trace of malevolence, entirely contrary to Xiaoya's description. This must be. Xiaoya gritted her teeth, determined to pursue this path to the end. Qin Luo, do you dare to unveil the Wan Hun fan and let us see if the souls of our fallen kin lie within? Qin Luo smiled, having just admitted it due to the system. Now, why should he comply? Who are you to demand an opening? That is a colossal joke. He casually stowed the emperor's banner and strode towards Xiaoya. Recalling how Ye Chen had desperately tried to slander him at the Taixu Sacred Land, ultimately discovering he had only shot himself in the foot, he had expelled Ye Chen from the Taixu Sacred Land, thus concluding their enmity. He was not one to seek personal revenge. Yet, unexpectedly, Ye Chen had dared to participate in the massacre at the Wu Yuan Marquis' residence. A.S., the prince of the Great Qin Empire and the leader of the Demon Suppression Division. Qin Luo naturally sought to bring him to justice. Though not one to seek revenge, it did not mean he lacked temper. You openly accuse me, a prince of the Great Qin Empire, of being an otherworldly demon. What is your intent? Do you wish to overthrow the Great Qin Empire? Do not think that just because you are the disciple of the Xintian Dao sect, you are untouchable, even if you were the sect leader. So what? Today, I, Qin Luo, shall demand an explanation for the Great Qin Empire. Make your move. Qin Luo brandished the Qingfeng sword, pointing it at Xiaoya. The one named Xiaoya had become reckless. How could the prince of the Great Qin Empire be anything but an otherworldly demon? Indeed, she had resorted to any means necessary for revenge, even questioning whether the so-called Wan Hun fan was a fabrication of her imagination, described with such vivid detail. Alas, even if her slander were true. What of it? In this world, strength reigns supreme. Could she not see the situation? Xiaoya glared at Qin Luo, her cultivation having reached the 5th layer of the transformation stage, confident she could contend with him. Very well. I shall battle you. Xiaoya stepped forward, her aura beginning to surge, as if a phantom of a divine phoenix flickered behind her. Prepare yourself. The worst-case scenario is your plan. Qin Luo waved his hand, and the emperor's banner fell into his grasp, his voice resonating in Shi Huang's ear. Excellent. Shi Huang has already commenced her secret technique, forcibly extracting a sliver of her current soul, ready to merge with Xiaoya. Murong Shue observed this scene, having silently crushed a jade talisman in her hand. As a potential successor of the Xintian Dao sect, they would not permit her demise here. Qin Luo's assault was lethal. The sword intent soared to the heavens, a single strike unleashed, the 4 symbols converging. The powers of gold, wood, water, and fire intertwined. An endless sword energy enveloping all, relentless and unyielding. So formidable. So terrifying. This is sword intent. Heaven's mercy, this Qin Luo is a sword cultivator, a master of sword intent. Though he is in the transformation stage, he could still slay those in the cave heaven stage. Xiao Yu's complexion shifted. Astonished that Qin Luo had achieved minor success in sword intent, fiery flames erupted around her, and a sacred artifact manifested in her hand as she charged towards Qin Luo. Bind her with the soul-binding rope. Qin Luo summoned the soul-binding rope at once, and with a swift motion, it ensnared Xiao Yu's limbs. Her soul was firmly bound, rendering her unable to control her body. In but a fleeting moment, it was enough. Qin Luo's sword energy instantly surrounded her. It seems no unexpected occurrences have arisen. Qin Luo chuckled, he, now you shall embrace the arrival of death. As his words fell, the sky abruptly darkened, a terrifying phantom slowly materializing. Not good, a powerful presence has descended. Shi Huang's warning echoed. Execute Plan B. Without hesitation, Qin Luo commanded. A shrunken Shi Huang dashed forth from the Emperor's banner, directly merging into Xiao Yu's body in less than a second. Shi Huang had taken root in Xiao Yu's soul. Xiao Yu's soul has been corrupted. 20,000 fortune points lost. Host gains 20,000 villain points. Chapter 73. Saint Rank Assassin, Taixu Sacred Land is doomed. Boom! Everyone looked up at the sky. Qin Luo had sent Xiao Yu flying, and they too turned their gaze toward the heavens. A blurred phantom appeared, its authoritative voice resonating in everyone's ears. If disciples of the Xintian Dao sect err, we shall handle it. There is no need to trouble the great Qin Empire today. Is that acceptable? The phantom's gaze fell upon Su Qianqian. Though it was but a specter, it exerted immense pressure on Su Qianqian. Very well, Qin Luo replied solemnly, and Su Qianqian nodded in agreement. Let today's events be overlooked. I asked the Xintian Dao sect to manage its own disciples. The prince of the great Qin Empire? My grandson Su Qianqian is not someone who can be slandered at will. Should I hear the term demon child again, I will not let it go lightly. If Qin Luo is a demon child, then from whom does this bloodline originate? From the great Qin Empire or from me, Su Qianqian? This is not merely an affront to Qin Luo. It is an insult to me and the great Qin Empire itself. The Xintian Dao sect shall provide an explanation to the great Qin Empire. The phantom turned to reprimand Murong Shui and the others. Why do you not withdraw at once? Without hesitation, Murong Shui seized Xiao Yu and fled beyond the Divine Weapon Valley. Xiao Yu felt somewhat dazed, as though she had been profoundly struck by Qin Luo. Before departing from the Divine Weapon Valley, her gaze lingered on Qin Luo, her eyes filled with an indelible hatred. Qin Luo responded with a faint smile, parting his lips to say, we shall meet again. The seeds of fate had already been sown. It was merely a matter of awaiting their germination. In due time, Xiao Yu would find herself at his mercy once more. With over 300,000 points of fortune at stake, they could not be squandered. Farewell, and may your demise soon follow. Xiao Yu spat venomously, resolved to train diligently within the Xintian Dao sect to avenge today's grievances. Severely injured and on the brink of death, Xiao Junce gazed at Murong Shui as she led Xiao Yu away, a bitter expression etched upon his face. They had come here at Xiao Yu's behest to aid Ye Chen in his audacious courtship. Yet none could have foreseen such a dismal outcome, death and destruction. Qin Luo cast a cold glance at Xiao Junce and Lu Yuan, declaring, as I stated earlier, any who dare obstruct the enforcement of the Demon Suppression Division shall meet their end. Thus, you are condemned to die. Execute them. Once more, 2 saints fell. Today alone had witnessed the demise of 5 saints. It was evident that the Wanjin Villa was finished, and the Danding sect would soon become a tempting target for others. As for the Yunshan Shao clan, many exchanged furtive glances, sending messages to warn their counterparts against provoking the Yunshan Shao clan. After all, one young girl of the Shao family still lived, and she might yet ascend to be the Daozi of the Xintian Dao sect. A status of great renown. Turning, Qin Luo surveyed the assembly and addressed them. Esteemed guests, today's events conclude here. You shall not partake in the wedding feast, so kindly take your leave. But those from the Taixu Holy Land are to remain for a while longer. I have some accounts to settle with you. You previously insisted I fulfill my promises, and I recall having made a particular vow within the Taixu Holy Land, an eye for an eye. For everyone I see, one shall perish. As the spectacle came to a close, the remaining onlookers departed with a tinge of regret, while many bore expressions of exhilaration. The day's events had unfolded with such unexpected twists, far surpassing any tale. Many who had intended to support Ye Chen now felt a sense of disappointment. Although Ye Chen's courtship had succeeded, he had been effortlessly crushed by Qin Luo. Their satisfaction was incomplete, leaving a bitter taste. The villain in the narrative had indeed subdued the protagonist. Such was the nature of fiction, and reality stood starkly apart. What of the saying, 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the west? After years of striving, did they not still find themselves trampled? Beasts of burden remained beasts, and the notion of a triumphant reversal was utterly laughable as the crowd dispersed. A man slipped through the throng, approaching Qin Luo closely. In an instant, he sprang forth, brandishing a dagger with a glint of cold light, aiming directly for Qin Luo's heart. This unexpected turn took everyone by surprise. None anticipated an assassination attempt on Qin Luo at such a moment. Qin Luo's hairs stood on end as he sensed the formidable presence enveloping him. It was a saint. How audacious, to send a saint to eliminate me. Qin Luo seethed with rage. Not good. Protect his highness. The expressions of those around him shifted dramatically, particularly Su Qianqian, whose eyes glimmered with a frigid intensity. How dare anyone attempt to assassinate his grandson right under his nose? With a thunderous roar, Su Qianqian unleashed an overwhelming aura and darted forward. The assailant's lips curled into a cruel smile. He had timed his strike perfectly. As a saint, his attack would be unavoidable unless Qin Luo could withstand his lethal blow. Otherwise, death awaited him. He had already prepared his escape, confident in his success. What more could be thrilling than such a challenge? Today, Qin Luo was doomed. The dagger pierced through Qin Luo's flesh. The assailant's smile grew more sinister. The blade was poisoned, and any saint who fell prey to it would surely perish. Come to me, Qin Luo bellowed, forcibly summoning the emperor's banner, enveloping himself and the attacker in its protective embrace. An immense pulling force emanated from Qin Luo, causing the assailant to feel the poison from the dagger being drawn into him. What is this? The assailant momentarily faltered. The devouring demon technique could consume all, including poison. The toxin surged into Qin Luo's body, beginning to wreak havoc. The devouring demon technique could absorb it, but not necessarily refine it completely. 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique. Refine for me. With a flourish, Qin Luo unleashed the bloodline of the true demon. Beginning the process of absorption, soul crystal, come forth. A colossal black crystal materialized before him, ready to refine along with the poison. He intended to elevate his cultivation. Is this not forcing him to grow? As for the assassin, trapped within the emperor's banner, did he think to escape? Perhaps he could have done so before Xiaoya had defamed him, but now, the emperor's banner was a half-step imperial weapon. Kakik. Once you enter, you shan't leave. How delightful it will be to play with us here. The saint's expression shifted dramatically. His spatial escape artifact was rendered useless. Outside, golden light shimmered while dark mist swirled, creating an ominous atmosphere. I'm fine, grandfather. Qin Luo's voice rang out, easing Su Qianqian's worries. Those from the Taixu Holy Land dared to attempt my assassination. Suppress them all, with justifiable cause. Why should Qin Luo seek revenge for personal grievances? This proclamation nearly sent Lu Changhe into a frenzy, especially upon receiving news that the Taixu ancestor was seeking aid. Could the legacy of the Taixu Holy Land truly face extinction? Lu Changhe's heart sank as he witnessed a saint collapse in despair. Chapter 74. A breakthrough into the cavern realm. The heavens favor the worthy. The toxin wrought irreversible harm not only to the body, but also to the soul, as Qin Luo absorbed and refined the true demon bloodline. He simultaneously processed the soul crystal, suppressing the toxin and converting it into nourishment for the 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique. At long last, the Devouring Demon Technique showcased its divine characteristics. During the absorption process, many impurities within the poison were eradicated. With the assistance of the 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique and the Soul Refining Furnace Method, the damage was negligible. His cultivation surged, reaching the 8th layer of the Spirit Transformation, then the 9th, and ultimately the pinnacle of Spirit Transformation. The strength of his soul reached a critical threshold, and finally, he glimpsed another realm. The Cavern Realm. Empowered beings within the Cavern Realm could create a small world within themselves, and with utmost cultivation, could transform that small world into a true realm, akin to a creator. The opening of the cavern marked the hallmark of this realm. Those with innate talent typically opened 1, while those with slightly stronger abilities could open 3, and exceptionally gifted individuals might manifest 4 or 5. True geniuses could unveil 7 or 8, while the most prodigious could open 9. The energy contained within a single true demon bloodline far surpassed Qin Luo's expectations. Cavern, arise! Prepare to extract the primordial energies from the other saints. Today, I shall defy the heavens. Qin Luo called to Shi Huang. Without hesitation, Shi Huang glanced at the subdued saint and waved her hand. Extracting the primordial forces from the deceased Xiao Jun's and others, including Ye Chen's essence, the burning heaven fire body, and the lava core fire. All nourishment for Qin Luo. The saint stood dumbfounded. He had never witnessed such a terrifying scene of cultivation, which was evidently an act of defiance against the heavens. He could hardly fathom that his assassination attempt had not only failed but had inadvertently catalyzed the opponent's ascension. He felt utterly demeaned. "Fear not. Your turn shall come." A vengeful voice echoed in his ear, sending a shiver down his spine. Yes, he, too, was a saint. Perhaps the opponent would utilize his essence to cultivate. "Grandfather, I am about to enter seclusion to break through into the cavern realm." Qin Luo's voice resonated throughout the surroundings. Ye Chen's expression turned grave as he immediately sealed off the Divine Weapon Valley. Guardians, with the support of immense energy, Qin Luo effortlessly unfolded his first cavern. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. He had successfully opened 7 caverns. This was impressive. Without a special constitution, achieving 7 caverns was a testament to his extraordinary talent, as noted by Shi Huang. "Not enough." Qin Luo roared. "Devouring Demon Technique, arise," he screamed. Determined to establish a cavern based on the Devouring Demon Technique, Shi Huang was momentarily taken aback. This is possible? Yet, indeed it was. Divine level techniques transcended this realm. Establishing caverns based on techniques was sufficient. When talent fell short, techniques could bridge the gap. Using the 9 transformations golden body technique, I shall open caverns, 9 caverns. Shi Huang gazed at Qin Luo in astonishment. But that was not the end. The soul refining furnace method was merely an incomplete text. Could it really be utilized? Shi Huang questioned, her eyes betraying a glimmer of anticipation. For Qin Luo, it was still insufficient. Soul refining furnace method, combined with the Emperor's banner as a foundation, a half-step imperial weapon combined with the soul refining furnace method rivaled divine level techniques. Arise. Qin Luo roared, and in an instant, the heavens trembled. Thunderous power coalesced, drawing the astonished gazes of many toward Qin Luo's cultivation site. Ye Chen's expression turned particularly grave. Without hesitation, he concealed Qin Luo's cultivation area from prying eyes. 10 caverns. Shi Huang gazed at Qin Luo in utter shock. Daring to forge the 10 great caverns, Qin Luo must expend resources exceeding those required for a single cavern by an astounding 81-fold. This is merely a literal interpretation. In truth, the resources demanded far surpassed this figure. Yet, for him, it should pose no challenge. Shi Huang chuckled softly, remarking that recently, the resources Qin Luo had consumed while cultivating the 9 turns golden body technique had already eclipsed those of several cavern realm powerhouses. And even ordinary sages. Should he require more resources, the solution is succinct. Seize. A few mountains away from the God Weapon Valley, a young man and woman sat atop a flying beast, hastening towards their destination. The young man possessed a strikingly handsome visage, appearing to be in his 20s, while the young woman radiated beauty, exuding a formidable aura. Why junior brother wastes not a moment. His future accomplishments will surely surpass ours. The woman mused with a smile directed at the young man. The young man, engrossed in his practice, seemed to sense something in the void. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a fleeting brilliance sparkling within them. And his aura shifted dramatically. The woman noticed a glimmer of surprise in her gaze, as she vaguely perceived a change in her junior brother's demeanor, now shrouded in an air of mystery. "Sister, I have an inkling that this place harbors my destiny," Chu Feng said, pointing to a location they had just passed. Initially, he had felt nothing, but upon departing, a profound sense of yearning burgeoned within him. Intensified by the moment he sensed it, coinciding with Ye Chen's demise at Qin Luo's hands. "Shall we not proceed to the God Weapon Valley?" the woman inquired, her brow furrowing. "That opportunity is of utmost importance to me." Chu Feng replied with unwavering determination. "As for revenge, a gentleman's vengeance may take a decade. I have already waited several years, a few more days matter not." Little did he know that his beloved had also fallen into the grasp of his enemies. Had he realized, perhaps human nature is not built to withstand such trials. "Very well, we shall go," the woman declared without hesitation, redirecting the beast towards the place they had just departed. Chu Feng's intuition proved correct. Within that location lay a spirit fruit on the cusp of ripening, the celestial spirit fruit. Its rank had reached the saint level, a true treasure of heaven and earth. "Junior brother, it seems fortune smiles upon you," the woman said with a smile aimed at Chu Feng. In ancient texts, those endowed with great fortune are referred to as children of destiny. I believe you may well be one such child. Chu Feng smiled faintly, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the celestial spirit fruit. "Sister, this fruit holds great significance for me. I shall not yield it rightfully belongs to you, as it was you who discovered it. I shall protect you, simply await the fruit's maturation to harvest it. Yet, when spiritual fruits or herbs ripen, they often attract formidable beasts or powerful cultivators. The woman emanated an aura nearing that of a saint king, deterring many powerful beasts. This was also the source of Chu Feng's audacity to threaten Song Poyan and seek vengeance at the God Weapon Valley. Looking at the celestial spirit fruit, Chu Feng expressed a tinge of regret. It is a pity I cannot transform Song Poyan's wedding into a funeral. Chapter 75. To spare or to slay. You are unworthy. Qin Luo successfully opened the caverns, the energy of a true demon bloodline surpassing his expectations, not only supporting the creation of the 10 caverns but also greatly enhancing his 9 turns golden body technique. Thus, the remaining sage essence and Ye Chen's essence remained largely untapped. It was unfathomable what terrifying realm the owner of that true demon bloodline might occupy. Feeling the surging power within him, he concluded that relying solely on his physical strength, he faced virtually no adversaries within the cavern realm. The power of the true demon bloodline still coursed through his body, as the 9 turns golden body technique continued to operate and absorb it. Once sufficiently absorbed, Qin Luo believed the technique might reach the critical point of its 3rd turn. He licked his lips. If he could acquire 2 more drops of dragon blood, perhaps he could elevate the 9 turns golden body technique to its 3rd turn. If he achieved the 3rd turn, would the assassin before him pose any threat? It would be a ludicrous jest. He glanced at the restrained saint assassin and asked, "Now, speak. Who sent you to kill me?" He pondered. While he seemed to have many enemies, the actual number was not substantial. The pool of potential enemies who could dispatch a saint-level assassin was considerably smaller. You shall not extract anything from my lips. The assassin adopted a defiant demeanor, fully aware of his grim fate now that he had fallen into Qin Luo's hands. Qin Luo, you truly are the demon child. Should this news spread, your demise is assured. Qin Luo chuckled coldly. Demon child? Ha! Call me what you will. What does it matter if you label me a true demon? He turned to Shi Huang, instructing, extract from him everything I wish to know. Understood. Qin Luo stepped out of the human emperor banner, now wielding its power with even greater mastery, almost merging with it, albeit at a higher resource cost. It seemed he would need to seek assistance from his 5th brother. Qin Luo licked his lips, feeling a stir of ambition. However, there was another source of fortune, that being Shan Wanning, who possessed the Xincha body. Senior brother, are you all right? Shan Wanning rushed over with a look of concern. Xu Qinshan remarked languidly from the side. The little girl has been waiting here for you for over 10 days, never leaving an inch. A warmth spread through Qin Luo's heart. Although Shan Wanning was the junior sister of his predecessor, her concern was directed towards him. Qin Luo, he extended his hand, instinctively ruffling Shan Wanning's hair. I am well, not only unscathed, but I have also achieved a breakthrough in cultivation. At that moment, a perplexing voice echoed in his mind. System, why does my rival's junior sister not grant me fortune points? Subdue her, suppress her, slay her, seize her. Doing so will yield all her fortune points. Suppress? Slay? Are you jesting? I am merely a rival, not devoid of humanity. Unless the fortune girl opposes the world's heavenly will for the sake of the rival, she will be stripped of her identity. Otherwise, one must adhere to the system's demands. As for consuming Shan Wanning, the time was not yet ripe. The true potential of the Xianxia body would only manifest as her cultivation increased. Just as Shi Huang had stated, when he reached the pinnacle of the cavern realm, he would allow Shan Wanning to borrow his strength to break through to the saint level. Senior brother, I feel as though you have transformed into a different person. Shan Wanning gazed up at Qin Luo, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Is that so? Qin Luo maintained a calm demeanor, inwardly musing. Indeed, I am but a remnant. The one you knew has perished. He sighed deeply, explaining, when Lu Ruyan conspired with Ye Chen to slander me. The former me had already ceased to exist. It was then that I truly comprehended who was worth cherishing. Lu Ruyan was not deserving. Shan Wanning met Qin Luo's gaze, her cheeks flushing as he successfully diverted the topic. She cheerfully remarked, Lu Ruyan is but a fickle woman. Senior brother, you should have awakened to this long ago. She is unworthy of you. Indeed. Qin Luo affectionately stroked Shan Wanning's face. She pales in comparison to our Wanning. Unworthy of consideration. In the future, senior brother will treasure those present. Boom. Shan Wanning's mind momentarily blanked as she locked eyes with Qin Luo, her face reddening further. She was no fool and immediately grasped the implications of Qin Luo's words. Her youthful heart fluttering, by the way, senior brother. How do you intend to handle Lu Ruyan? Xin Wanning promptly inquired, fully aware of her senior brother's deep affection for Lu Ruyan, whom he cherished like a fragile treasure. She had previously warned him multiple times of Lu Ruyan's closeness with Ye Chen, only to be dismissed by Qin Luo, who naively trusted Lu Ruyan. She feared that he had merely spoken in passing. If Lu Ruyan were to feign innocence and cast him a seductive glance, he might once again fall under her spell. Her? Qin Luo scoffed coldly, his tone laced with ice. Having just crossed over, he had nearly been killed. He held a deep grudge against Lu Ruyan. Tio, spare her for a future reckoning? Let us go. Accompany me to kill. He grasped Xin Wanning's small hand, heading towards the location where Lu Ruyan and the others were imprisoned. Xin Wanning's heart raced, captivated by Qin Luo's side profile. She found his earlier words to be so domineering, and she liked it. She felt herself slipping into the role of a lovesick admirer. Lu Changhe and the individuals from God Weapon Valley remained at the venue of Song Poyan's wedding, effectively imprisoned. Qin Luo cast a glance at Lu Ruyan and Lu Changhe, striding towards Song Ritian and others from God Weapon Valley. The God Weapon Valley conspired with the Taixu Holy Land to harm this prince. This is a grave offense. Qin Luo's pronouncement left Song Ritian and the others dumbfounded. What? They conspired with the Taixu Holy Land? A cry of outrage erupted from Song Ritian. Qin Luo chuckled coldly. What? I was nearly assassinated in the God Weapon Valley, and you dare claim this matter has nothing to do with you? Spare no further words. Today, you must acknowledge this crime, whether you accept it or not. We will not acknowledge anything from the God Weapon Valley. Song Ritian glared icily at Qin Luo. Your acknowledgement of guilt is of no consequence to me. I declare you guilty, and thus you are condemned. To dare assassinate a prince of the great Qin Empire, even if you flee to the farthest corners of the earth, the great Qin Empire shall relentlessly pursue you. Today, escape is beyond your reach. The formidable presence of two mighty sacred kings has ensnared Song Ritian and his companions, while another powerful figure of the great sage realm looms menacingly nearby. There is no possibility for them to flee from this place. I, the prince, am not one to indulge in indiscriminate slaughter. Although you have plotted my demise, I am inclined to offer you a chance at survival. Submit to me, and I shall forgive your transgressions. The words of Qin Luo fell upon the ears of Song Ritian and his companions, laying bare the true nature of Qin Luo, a shameless fiend. He slanders them, coerces them, and now pretends to grant them an opportunity for life, expecting them to feel grateful. How can such a base individual exist in this world? Lu Ruoyan stared blankly at Qin Luo, whispering to herself, Senior brother, you have indeed become a different person. Had you been this way before, how could I have ever cherished Ye Chen? Qin Luo, it is all your fault. You have forced me to this point. Thud. Song Ritian was momentarily stunned, while Song Boyun promptly knelt on the ground, exclaiming, Your Highness, I am willing to submit, I am willing, I am willing. Song Ritian's lips twitched. His son was utterly lacking in ambition. If he were unwilling, then he might as well perish. The opportunity to choose was singular, as Su Qinshan's words resonated. A powerful aura locked onto Song Ritian, instilling in him the feeling that should Su Qinshan choose to strike, he would not be able to withstand even a single blow. The situation was dire. Submission was preferable to death. He could only bow his head in acquiescence, uttering, I am willing. Witnessing this, Lu Changhe's gaze gradually hardened. And he bellowed, Our Taixu Sacred Land is also willing to submit to your highness. This nearly elicited laughter from Qin Luo, who turned to Lu Changhe and derided, You think you are worthy? With those words, Lu Changhe's fate was sealed. Kill him, Qin Luo said coolly, pointing at Lu Changhe. Zhang Tuo's lips curled into a sinister smile as he raised his axe and swung it toward Lu Changhe. No, Lu Changhe roared, attempting to resist, but the other sacred beings restrained him. How could he possibly fight back? Meanwhile, Lu Ruoyan was frantic. She shouted at Qin Luo, you are the scion of the Taixu Sacred Land. You were nurtured by them, and yet you are so ungrateful. To slay Lu Changhe would surely mean her turn would come next. She could not allow that. Ungrateful? Qin Luo shook his head. I was on the verge of death at your Taixu Sacred Land. Our only bond is enmity, not gratitude as for the favor of being nurtured. That pertains to my predecessor, not to me. I only know that when I traversed here, you were judging me, and many wished for my immediate demise. With a swift motion, Lu Changhe's head fell, a glimmer of unwillingness in his eyes as he succumbed so easily. The expressions of several sacred beings within the Divine Armament Valley grew grave at the sight of Lu Changhe's death. Was this a warning to the others? Qin Luo had succeeded in instilling fear within them. They felt that being alive was truly fortunate. Lu Ruoyan stared vacantly at Lu Changhe's lifeless body until Qin Luo approached her. Only then did she snap back to reality, gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. Qin Shixiang, I beg you, do not kill me. As long as you spare my life, I will do anything you ask. I am willing to become your concubine. No, I am willing to be your servant. Just please, spare me. Qin Luo kicked Lu Ruoyan away. What? You wish to play the game of enduring humiliation before me? I have just had your father killed. Would I keep you by my side? Am I out of my mind? Lu Ruoyan wiped the blood from her lips and crawled toward Qin Luo. Qin Shixiang, I do not hate you, truly. I do not hate you at all. I have only now realized that I love you. I have always loved you. You still love me, do you not? Surely, you must still love me. Qin Luo shook his head slightly. I am sorry. I have never loved you. With a swift stroke, a crimson line appeared on Lu Ruoyan's fair neck. Her face bore a look of yearning as she extended her hands, attempting to grasp Qin Luo. Alas, it was destined to be in vain. Shen Wanqing delivered a kick, sending Lu Ruoyan flying, not even granting her the chance to grasp at Qin Luo one last time. Vile woman, you deserve to die. Shen Wanqing did not hesitate to curse. Qin Luo smiled faintly, stroking Shen Wanqing's head. All right, do not be angry over those who are irrelevant. Upon slaying the fated daughter Lu Ruoyan, I have acquired all fortune points, which will automatically convert into villain points. 18,000 fortune points, a considerable harvest indeed. Not far away, Song Boyun witnessed this scene, feeling a pang of anguish in his heart. That was the goddess he revered, yet she had been so easily slain by Qin Luo. Noticing Song Boyun's expression, Qin Luo sneered, pointing his sword at Lu Ruoyan. What about it? Would you like to take her away? Song Boyun genuinely considered this, as the body was still warm, but before he could speak, Song Ritian landed a heavy slap on the back of his head. Do not disgrace yourself here. If you commit another outrageous act, I will end you. Song Ritian was seething with an anger he had no outlet for. He had just realized that the calamity befalling their Divine Armament Valley stemmed from Song Boyun's insistence on marrying Lu Ruoyan. Their valley had not only lost a sacred artifact but had nearly faced annihilation. He resolved that if his son could not control his desires, he would ensure that his lineage was cut off entirely. He believed himself still young and capable of fathering another child. As long as he did, Song Boyun's days would be numbered. Qin Luo had not anticipated Song Boyun's resolve. One could only describe it as rather twisted. His gaze shifted from Song Boyun to Xia Yue, intrigued. You do not know Ye Chen? Previously, when Qin Luo had sought her opinion, she had responded without hesitation, making it hard to doubt their deep connection. Xia Yue shook her head. Before this, I did not know Ye Chen. No, that is not right. I once read a novel that mentioned Ye Chen, and also, Xia Yue glanced at Qin Luo. Your name also appeared. This was absurd. Qin Luo's attention turned back to Song Boyun, pondering the situation. It seemed unrelated to Ye Chen. Or perhaps she was another child of fate. Song Boyun candidly replied, I took her by force. What? A classic trope. Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback. You abducted the fortune child's woman? Please, elaborate on this plot. His interest was piqued. Before Song Boyun could gather his thoughts, Song Ritian kicked him sharply. Your Highness is asking you a question. Respond quickly, take your time, no rush. Recount every detail, bit by bit. There are indeed many children of fate, Qin Luo mused. The heavens do not place all their eggs in one basket. Some even relish nurturing schemes. Different nurturing methods ultimately share a singular goal: to cultivate the most exceptional children of fate or destined ones, to elevate them beyond this world, thereby enhancing the realm itself. The more transcendent beings from a realm, the stronger the heavenly will becomes, and in turn, the human race of this world may gain the qualification to be regarded as extraterritorial demons in the eyes of other worlds. Song Boyun recounted his grievances with Chu Feng. After rescuing a beauty, he had clashed with Chu Feng, leading to the slaughter of Chu Feng's entire family. To his surprise, Chu Feng had survived, escaping with a secret treasure. Just before his wedding, news of Chu Feng resurfaced. Along with a threatening letter, his subordinates had discovered Chu Feng's childhood sweetheart, and he had brought her to serve as his concubine. Oh, I see. But why hasn't this Chu Feng shown up? Qin Luo asked, puzzled. According to the usual plot, once the protagonist had been threatened, he would make a decisive entrance to crush the villain, avenge his loved ones, and rescue his sweetheart from peril. Yet, so much time had passed. Had Qin Luo not unexpectedly appeared, Chu Feng's beloved would have long been ravished, possibly even bearing a child. The protagonist certainly would not accept such a scenario. He wouldn't he be raising the villain's offspring? Would he? At that moment, Chu Feng and his companions had arrived outside the Divine Armament Valley. Chu Feng gazed at the three characters that spelled Divine Armament Valley, his eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. Father, mother, sister, brother, younger brother, today I shall avenge you. Song Boyun, step forth and face your doom. His voice echoed through the valley, reaching Qin Luo's ears. This child of fate had arrived rather late. He turned to Xia Yuwei, lifting her chin with his sword. Your beloved has come, but alas, he arrives too late. You are now Song Boyun's concubine. Be by the way, Song Boyun. Qin Luo's gaze fell upon Song Boyun, who, being quite astute, quickly seized Xia Yuwei. Preparing to flaunt before Chu Feng, Theo undermined the child of fate. One must employ multifaceted strategies. If not for Shen Wanqing's presence, Qin Luo would have taken matters into his own hands to maintain his facade. As a villain, he was a consummate professional, well-versed in provoking the protagonist. In Chapter 77, titled The Indestructible Sword Body, the essence of love proves to be the most painful. A man and a woman stood before him. The man possessed a handsome countenance, perfectly embodying the archetype of a protagonist as depicted in novels. The woman was beautiful, exuding charm, and flawlessly represented the image of the protagonist's beloved. It's he that moment. Information materialized before Qin Luo's eyes. Discover the child of fortune, Chu Feng, name. Chu Feng, age, 24, fortune level, tier 5, fortune points, 789,800, physique, indestructible sword body, with a shattered dantian. He uses a sword as a substitute, condensing the indestructible sword body, a natural genius in swordsmanship. Cultivation, 7th layer of the transformation realm. Introduction, a genius swordsman, nurturing a divine sword in his dantian. Fated to be the nemesis of a certain child of fortune. With the latter's premature demise, he has inherited a portion of their fortune. Blessed with 7 stunning senior sisters, he is truly a winner in life. Effortlessly comprehending sword intent and battling across tiers, as if it were a mere sip of water. Song Boyun, I, Chu Feng, have arrived. Today marks your demise. Even before his arrival, his voice had already resonated. Under Qin Luo's encouraging gaze, Song Boyun forcefully took Su Yue by the arm. A sinister grin plastered across his face as he proclaimed, Chu Feng, you are too late. Ha 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 ha. Su Yue is now my concubine. Upon hearing those words and spotting familiar faces, Chu Feng's mind momentarily faltered. Brother Feng. Su Yue uttered, only to have her mouth sealed by Song Ritian, unable to utter another word, desperately shaking her head in Chu Feng's direction. Yue. Chu Feng's eyes brimmed with fury. He had come seeking vengeance for the massacre of his family, not to witness the humiliation of his beloved being taken as a concubine in that instant. His heart burned with rage, particularly when he heard Song Boyun's taunt. If only you had arrived a few days earlier, yes, on the day of my wedding, perhaps she would have been untouched. Alas, you came too late. Tell me, do you now despise yourself for not keeping your promise? Song Boyun, true to his villainous nature, knew precisely how to provoke his adversary. Pfft. Chu Feng could no longer contain himself, spewing a mouthful of blood. His hatred was overwhelming. If it weren't for my greed for that celestial fruit, Yue would never have to endure such disgrace. I hate this. My greed has cost me dearly. Chu Feng loathed himself, his anger threatening to consume him, losing 50,000 fortune points while the host gained 50,000 villain points. Indeed, as Qin Luo had anticipated, Song Boyun acted according to his instructions, ultimately reaping the rewards of villain points. The actions of the villain's minions would invariably be attributed to the villain's malevolence by the protagonist. It was only logical that fortune points should be awarded. Junior brother? Ling Yu sensed something was amiss with Chu Feng, her voice reverberating in his ears. You must rescue that girl from the flames. You need to regain your composure. Chu Feng spat another mouthful of blood, wiping the corner of his mouth as he glared menacingly at Song Boyun. Song Boyun, I shall kill you. In a flash, Song Boyun showed no hesitation, producing a short blade that he pressed against Su Yue's neck. Chu Feng, kneel before me, or I shall make you watch as your beloved dies before your very eyes. The scene was eerily familiar. Qin Luo had orchestrated something similar before, and Song Boyun was merely applying it effectively. Such a pity she's so alluring. I find it hard to part with her. Shall I describe to you the exquisite form concealed beneath her garments? Chu Feng was on the brink of madness. It pierced his heart like an unremovable thorn. I will kill you. I must kill you. Chu Feng's mental state continued to deteriorate, losing 20,000 fortune points while the host gained 20,000 villain points. It must be said, the fortune points from a child of fortune were indeed easier to acquire. A total of 70,000 had been amassed in an instant. However, to Chu Feng, it was but a trifling sum. Hardly even a fraction of what he had lost. This underscores the significant place that this destined beloved held in his heart. Humph! Ling Yu snorted coldly. A powerful aura surged towards Song Baoyun. She had discerned his intent, constantly provoking Chu Feng to disrupt his mental state, fostering inner demons that would ultimately limit his future achievements. This man deserved to die. Song Ritian stepped forward, positioning himself between Song Baoyun and Ling Yu, shielding him from her pressure. Even so, the residual force swept through, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Who are you, and why do you disturb my divine weapon valley? Song Ritian glared at Ling Yu. His tone unyielding, he was seething with pent-up anger, and today, he intended to teach this woman a lesson. Jianjueya, Ling Yu declared proudly, a fierce sword intent emanating from her. Qin Luo narrowed his eyes. Recognizing the nascent sword intent, TSK, impressive. The flavor should be exquisite. Jianjueya. Song Ritian was immediately taken aback. The younger generation might be unaware of Jianjueya, but as a long-established sage, he certainly knew of it. Jianjueya had long since withdrawn from worldly matters, and it was not a powerful sect. Its disciples were few. However, they were not to be underestimated. Over a century ago, a formidable Holy Land nearly killed one of Jianjueya's disciples. And within a month, that Holy Land was annihilated by a woman from Jianjueya. It was worth noting that the sect had a sage-level powerhouse among them, a significant force in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Yet, they were vanquished with ease. From that day forth, it was rumored within the 10,000 Great Mountains that Jianjueya possessed a sage-level expert. Chu Feng is my junior brother from Jianjueya. I trust you are aware of our purpose here today. Song Baoyun killed my junior brother's entire family. We have come seeking vengeance. Surrender, Song Baoyun, and all sages of the Divine Weapon Valley shall cripple an arm. Sealing your gates for 300 years, forbidding any from emerging into the world. Ling Yu stood like a queen, declaring judgment upon the Divine Weapon Valley. And if not, Qin Luo observed that Song Ritian had begun to show signs of fear. He interjected, and if not? Ling Yu's tone dripped with icy menace. If your Divine Weapon Valley dares to defy, then it shall cease to exist. You should be well aware that we Jianjueya possess the capability to erase your Divine Weapon Valley from this world. Now, please commence your performance. Qin Luo stepped forward, smiling as he addressed her. Only then did Ling Yu regard Qin Luo, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. Insect, you have no place to speak here. Get lost. Qin Luo shook his head slightly. Why resort to mere words? Would you dare to truly challenge me? You threaten my people, yet I cannot utter a single word. Is this your sense of etiquette? Master of the Valley, is this the attitude of your Divine Weapon Valley? Ling Yu dismissed Qin Luo, redirecting her gaze back to Song Ritian. Song Ritian's subsequent actions completely surprised Ling Yu. You think I have the authority to decide? Qin Luo asked. Immediately, Song Ritian humbly addressed Qin Luo, I shall defer to your every command. The Divine Weapon Valley shall follow your lead. A sage, reduced to such obsequiousness, left Ling Yu momentarily speechless. She heard Qin Luo turn to her and state, I do not concern myself with your past grievances, but if you dare threaten my people and invade my territory today, then neither of you shall leave. Chapter 78. The True Aura of Demons. The source of assassins when prey presents itself, it would be a waste for Qin Luo not to accept it. As his words echoed, 3 sages from the Divine Weapon Valley stepped forward. Joined by 3 sages from the Heavenly Tribulation Temple, totaling 6 sages bearing down upon Ling Yu. This caused her expression to shift dramatically. That moment, Chu Feng regained his composure and quickly warned. Third sister, something feels off. I can forego my vengeance today, but you must not come to harm. Ling Yu's heart warmed at her junior brother's concern for her. How could she let him down? Do not worry. Even if they have more sages, it matters not. Unless a sage king appears, they cannot stop me. Yet, before her bravado could settle, an overwhelmingly powerful presence surged forth to crush her. Boom. A bolt of thunderous energy flickered as Zhou Hongyu tightened his grip on the massive hammer. Locking onto Ling Yu, her countenance paled instantly. Having already condensed her sword intent and possessing late-stage sage strength, she believed she could contend with a sage king. However, facing one sage king along with 5 others, she felt utterly overwhelmed. There were simply too many. Having just boasted, She was swiftly met with harsh reality, leaving her feeling humiliated. Do you truly wish to oppose Jian Jueya? Are you aware of the consequences? Ling Yu shouted with a low voice. Are you jesting? You come here to cause chaos, and you accuse us of opposing Jian Jueya? What a laughable notion today. You shall not escape. Subdue them, no matter the cost. Qin Luo coldly commanded. Junior brother, hurry and leave. Ling Yu realized that today's situation was far from simple. With her sword intent soaring, she stood defiantly against Zhou Hongyu and his companions. Today, she intended to face 6 all by herself. At that moment, a voice echoed in Chu Feng's ear. Do you need my assistance? Help me kill them, he replied. I have agreed to your previous request. A cold chuckle resonated. Kid, when I said help, I merely meant to facilitate your escape from here. Killing them? You overestimate your bargaining chip. Unless you release me, I might reluctantly consider your request. Impossible. Chu Feng immediately rejected, fully aware of the true nature of those entities. If he released them, they would be the first to turn on him. Chu Feng, run. Ling Yu activated a small sword in her hand, instantly tearing through the void. Trying to escape? Did you consult me first? Qin Luo sneered. Grandfather. Su Qinshan nodded slightly and with a mere wave of his hand. The torn void was restored to its original state. Witnessing this, Ling Yu felt despair wash over her. She shouted in fury, if you dare to lay a hand on us, our master will never let you go. Despite her myriad attempts, under the combined assault of a Saint King and 6 saints, she felt utterly powerless. To this moment, she truly wanted to weep. It was nothing short of bullying. So many people. Ganging up on just one girl, how shameless, bang. Ling Yu fell heavily to the ground, despair closing her eyes. Seeing this, Chu Feng's heart raced. He knew that if he didn't leave now, it might be too late. Fine, I agree. Take me away, and my senior sister. As you wish, but your senior sister cannot come. At that moment, everyone sensed an unusual aura emerging. On Chu Feng's chest, a pitch-black ornament emanated an extraordinarily sharp sword intent. The dark sword energy soaring into the sky. Instantly, it shattered the void, a familiar aura enveloping Chu Feng's body as it surged into the emptiness. Su Qinshan instantly acted, a massive hand reaching for Chu Feng. But a fierce sword energy ignited, tearing apart that hand in an instant, allowing Chu Feng to escape into the void. Outsider demons? Qin Luo finally recalled why that aura felt familiar. It bore a striking resemblance to the true demon bloodline. Perhaps they hailed from the same world. In the void, Chu Feng's visage appeared in Qin Luo's eyes. He gazed deeply at Qin Luo, seemingly imprinting his figure into his heart. I remember you. From this day forth, you shall be my greatest enemy. Across the void, Su Qinshan attempted to reach out, shaking his head at Qin Luo, unable to grasp him. Qin Luo felt a tinge of regret but understood. It was only natural. How could one expect a child of such immense fortune to lack any means of self-preservation? He turned to Chu Feng and said, What? You're willing to forsake your senior sister and your lover? To be frank, your lover has not yet fallen into Song Boyun's clutches. By the way, your senior sister has never been with a man, has she? I give you 3 days to reach the Taixu Sacred Land. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee their purity. Once the 3 days pass, they will not only be reduced to harlots, but you may also lose your life. Remember, only 3 days. Threats may be a crude tactic, but they are effective. Qin Luo was confident that Chu Feng would come, likely accompanied by his supportive allies. The events at the Divine Weapon Valley had surely reached the Great Qin Empire. If he did not find a way to extract some villain points, how could he venture into such a den of danger? Without needing to think, he knew many had already marked him as an imaginary enemy. You are doomed. Chu Feng's figure began to fade as he roared. I will personally kill you. I swear it. As his voice faded, so did his presence in the void. Qin Luo's gaze fell upon Ling Yu. Let us have a nice chat in my human emperor banner. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the human emperor banner, drawing Ling Yu inside to converse with Shi Huang. Knowing one's enemy and oneself ensures victory in 100 battles. Without understanding the depths of the opponent, how could one master them? Next, those at Divine Weapon Valley, it is time for you to pledge your loyalty. Qin Luo coldly regarded the several saints of Divine Weapon Valley. To dominate through strength. One must employ extraordinary measures as for Fang Xing. Since others were there to assist, Qin Luo was not so depraved as to suppress him forcefully. Gifts must be appropriate. Simultaneously, Qin Luo proposed that Fang Xing join his faction. He had already showcased his power, and his ambition was equally evident. Fang Xing was fully aware of this. After considering Qin Luo's request for a moment, Feng Xing replied, Your Highness the Ninth Prince. I need to think this over, as I have a vast family to consider regarding their future. Unlike Zheng Tuo, who was alone, he had other options. Getting too involved in this imperial conflict could yield great rewards but likewise posed immense risks. He could assist Qin Luo in dealing with the sects in the 10,000 Great Mountains, thus earning a reputation for the Wuyuan Hofu. However, engaging in the prince's disputes would mean openly clashing with other princes, which could lead to a swift demise. Very well, I hope you consider this seriously. I have heard that you have stagnated at the saint level for years. Perhaps your choice could signify a fortuitous opportunity. Qin Luo did not mind dropping his bait. After Feng Xing departed, Qin Luo set about controlling the 3 saints of Divine Weapon Valley. Meanwhile, the interrogation of Shi Huang yielded results. He revealed that he came from the Blood Kill Tower and was tasked with killing Chu Feng by someone within. TSK, a mere Foundation establishment cultivator, and someone was willing to offer the price of 2 sacred artifacts for your death. You are quite valuable, Qin Luo mused. Chapter 79. Outgoing Young Women. Qin Luo does not rescue beauties upon entering the human emperor banner. The saint had already been tortured beyond recognition. His soul extracted, with traces of it having been gnawed upon point. One might think death was the harshest punishment. Yet who would have guessed that such horrific scenes could follow? You are an assassin from the Blood Kill Tower? Qin Luo inquired. Yes, I am an assassin from the Blood Kill Tower. I admit my defeat. Tell me about your Blood Kill Tower. Qin Luo was not very familiar with the Blood Kill Tower. His memories only indicated it as an assassin organization. Through this individual, he learned that the Blood Kill Tower was an ancient assassin organization that had lain dormant for over 1,000 years. It was only about a decade ago that it began to rise again. He was one of the saint assassins cultivated by the Blood Kill Tower. Assassins like him were considered elite within the organization, with silver and bronze ranks beneath him and a mysterious number of ace assassins above him. Who is the master behind the Blood Kill Tower? Have you ever seen them? Qin Luo asked. The man shook his head. I have not seen them, but I have heard others say that our master possesses a pair of eyes that can see into the hearts of men, able to discern your thoughts, which is quite terrifying. The Blood Kill Tower also has means of control. Betray it, and my soul would soon be erased. Erased? Ha! Within my human emperor banner, your Blood Kill Tower's methods may not reach. The assassin merely knew that someone had issued a kill order for Qin Luo within the Blood Kill Tower, but he did not know who specifically had given the order as for the true strength of this mysterious assassin organization. He only had a general idea. There were a few saint kings, and not many saints, but he was uncertain about the presence of grand saints. The Blood Kill Tower, is it? Heh, since you dare to assassinate me. Do not blame me for seeking trouble with you, Shi Huang. Let him return to his position. Next, it's time for that lovely young lady. Qin Luo's gaze swiftly landed upon Ling Yu, causing her to shudder. What do you intend to do to me? Where is this place? I am a disciple of the sword Absolute Cliff. If you dare to lay a hand on me, my master will not let you off. Do not fret too much. Whether your master will spare me or not, I am uncertain, but I know for certain that I will not let you go. You had better cooperate, or else, he. Her flesh is certainly delectable. Devour her, devour her. Come keep me company. I feel so empty, so lonely. Sinister voices echoed in Ling Yu's ears, making her feel as though she had entered an evil lair. After Qin Luo exited, Shan Wanqing took her leave, feeling somewhat reluctant. Saintess, we have been out for quite a while. You have delayed your inheritance. The Holy Lord has ordered us to return, Yang Shan reminded her. Very well, Elder Yang. Shan Wanqing reluctantly bid farewell. Senior brother, I will go back and cultivate diligently. They say my talent is quite remarkable. Once I achieve success, I will come out to assist you in becoming the emperor of the great Qin Empire. Senior brother, you must wait for me. What an ambitious little girl. While others believed Qin Luo was vying for the title of the emperor's heir, she openly declared her intention to dethrone the current Qin emperor. Well, cultivate diligently, and I shall visit you when I have the time. Shan Wanning and Yang Shan departed for the ethereal sacred land. Along the journey, Yang Shan made a remark. As the saintess of the ethereal sacred land, I advise you to limit your interactions with the princes of the great Qin dynasty. Elder Yang, are you suggesting that I sever ties with my senior brother? Shan Wanning inquired, her tone tinged with displeasure. My senior brother and I grew up together. After our father's demise, he became my closest kin, without exception. If being the saintess of the ethereal sacred land precludes me from associating with the princes of the great Qin dynasty, then I would rather relinquish this title. This statement momentarily flustered Yang Shan, her countenance betraying a hint of anger as she perceived the unwavering determination in Shan Wanning's gaze. Her tone softened slightly as she replied, "The affairs of the great Qin dynasty are exceedingly intricate, and the strife among their princes is undeniably brutal. My intentions are solely for your benefit as the saintess. Thank you, Elder Yang. I am capable of making my own judgments." A trace of distance infused Shan Wanning's voice. A fleeting chill flickered in Yang Shan's eyes. She resolved to inform the Holy Master upon her return that the saintess nurtured by the ethereal sacred land was not meant to serve as a mere consort for the princes of the great Qin dynasty. Such a detrimental arrangement must be avoided. Let us proceed to the Danding sect, then to the Wanjian manor, and finally to the Taixu Sacred Land. 3 days should suffice. We shall collect the spoils along the way. The criminals have been subdued, yet their assets require confiscation. Shortly after exiting the Divine Weapon Valley, Qin Luo encountered a rather intriguing scenario. "Help! Save me! Please!" A beautiful woman clad in palace attire rushed toward Qin Luo and his companions. Her light veil billowing as she ran, revealing numerous wounds upon her body, with hints of her delicate form exposed. Upon seeing Qin Luo, her eyes lit up with surprise and a plea for assistance. "Young master, please save me! Help me!" The sight of her exquisite face was utterly flawless in Qin Luo's eyes, her deep, star-like eyes and enticing gaze captivating him momentarily. "A natural enchantress," Su Qianchen remarked beside him. "Enchantresses of such caliber are invariably breathtaking beauties. Every movement, every smile, and every word they utter exudes an alluring charm. Young master, please, I beg you, save me." She continued to sprint toward Qin Luo, her innate allure compelling him to glance twice more. This woman is a rare gem. Capturing her would ensure a life of leisure. However, Qin Luo, not being the favored child of destiny, sensed that such fortuitous encounters were too good to be true and that something sinister lurked beneath the surface. Behind the woman emerged several men, their expressions grotesque as they pursued her. "Run, and we shall have our way with you. You there, step aside, or you shall suffer the same fate." The woman's pitiful gaze turned toward Qin Luo, stirring within him a flicker of protective instinct. Though his heart was sincere, his words did not reflect that. He responded coolly, "We are merely passing through. Do as you wish." The woman's incredulity nearly rendered her speechless. Was he not a hero come to rescue her? The next words he uttered shattered her expectations. "If you do not mind, I shall observe from the sidelines." Chapter 80. I desire them all. Forcibly suppressing the soul of a saint. The woman stood frozen, unable to believe her ears. Here she was, a stunning beauty, and yet Qin Luo chose not to save her, but rather to spectate? A boisterous laugh erupted from one of the men. "Ah, young lad, I see you have a peculiar taste. Not bad, not bad." One man, sporting a scarred face, regarded Qin Luo with an odd expression, generously adding, "When I take her, I'll let you watch closely. Once we're done, perhaps we'll even let you have a turn. Such a rare beauty is hard to come by. Little beauty, do not run." The group closed in on the woman, whose sorrowful gaze once again fell upon Qin Luo. Yet he remained unmoved, appearing to relish the unfolding drama, seemingly waiting for the opportune moment to intervene. The woman consoled herself with this thought. She would act more pitifully. Suddenly, her clothing was torn, revealing more of her delicate form, intensifying the men's primal desires. Qin Luo commented, "Quite fair." Another tear, and it seemed she was on the verge of revealing herself entirely. Yet he remained indifferent. The woman comprehended fully. This ninth prince was not a man of action. He was incapable. Her gaze turned cold, imbued with a chilling, murderous intent as she regarded her pursuers. If Qin Luo would not act, then she must save herself. Her purity could not be sullied by these base creatures. Boom. The hidden depths of her cultivation erupted. Su Qianchen, slightly astonished, observed that the means of her sealing was indeed unique, rendering her true power undetectable. For a moment, he had even considered that Qin Luo might possess a special interest in her. The facade could no longer be maintained. Qin Luo smirked, "I knew it. Such a storyline is only befitting the favored children of destiny. How could it fall into my lap? A windfall, a beauty presenting herself as a villain. One should approach with the utmost caution and suspicion." Her cultivation was not low. At the late stage of the transformation realm, the woman struck. Fear etched itself on the faces of her pursuers. Mere scoundrels of the sea-breaking realm stood no chance against her. Being utterly obliterated in an instant, clap, clap, Qin Luo applauded, thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. However, the director of this performance must be a fool. Who would believe such a contrived scheme? Or perhaps they were overly confident in her abilities? The murderous intent in the woman's eyes retracted as she offered Qin Luo a sultry smile. Having been exposed, she laid her cards on the table. It seems you have seen through me. Yet I thought you looked down upon me. Constantly exuding an aura of seduction, she endeavored to sway Qin Luo, yet he remained impervious to her charms. Speak plainly. What is your purpose and who sent you? Qin Luo interrogated. Your Highness, did you not obtain an item from Lin Xian? The woman gazed intently at Qin Luo, her enchanting skills activating, momentarily mesmerizing him. Qin Luo furrowed his brow, unleashing his full aura in a fierce surge toward her. Boom! This formidable presence crashed into the woman. Cavern realm, she gasped in shock, her eyes reflecting disbelief. What cultivation level had Qin Luo possessed previously? At most, he was at the transformation realm, yet how much time had passed? He had ascended to the cavern realm. This was beyond terrifying. She was certain that the item must be in Qin Luo's possession, and he had gained significant advantages from it, propelling his cultivation to such an extraordinary level. Spitting a mouthful of blood, she staggered back 7 steps before regaining her composure. What do you think you are? You send such a wanton to charm me. You underestimate me. Qin Luo's words left the woman stunned. She had not anticipated him to unveil her backing, the Hidden Dragon Society. How do you know? She exclaimed in alarm. I know far more than you can imagine. Qin Luo advanced step by step toward her, lifting her chin with his Qing Feng sword, marveling at her exquisite visage. What a beautiful face, he mused. The woman radiated allure, smiling as she said, Your Highness, if you are willing to part with that item, I could be yours. I am still a maiden and quite adept at serving. Oh, become my woman? Ha! You, a mere cultivated slave, are hardly worthy. Qin Luo's tone dripped with disdain. I suspect there are powerful beings of the Saint Realm hidden nearby. Correct? Su Qianqian's senses prickled as he expanded his awareness, soon detecting a slight anomaly in the distance. In an instant, he vanished from sight, and moments later, he reappeared, dragging a saint down. Upon landing, the saint spoke immediately. Ninth Prince, we mean no harm. We merely wish to propose a transaction. You give us the item obtained from Lin Xian, and we can negotiate your desires. Qin Luo chuckled coldly. And what if I demand the blood of a divine dragon? Would you comply? The saint hesitated momentarily before nodding. We possess but a single drop. Should the transaction proceed, it shall be yours. Yet first, we must ascertain that the item is indeed in your possession. This revelation genuinely surprised Qin Luo. They were rather generous, and they seemed to possess quite a few valuable items. After contemplating briefly, he slowly shook his head. I do not trust you. Your Highness, we are sincere. If you doubt us, I can swear an oath. Qin Luo laughed. I do not trust oaths either. How about you become my subordinates instead? To be honest, I desire everything the Hidden Dragon Society possesses. With a wave of his hand, Qin Luo summoned the Emperor's banner, intending to strategically plant a few seeds of discord within the Hidden Dragon Conference. Were not these two individuals before him excellent choices? Shi Huang, I shall engrave a mark upon their very souls. The resolute voice of Qin Luo resonated. Assist me in this endeavor. The Emperor's banner had already been refined by Qin Luo into the 10th cave of heaven, and with the soul-refining furnace method combined with the Emperor's banner and Shi Huang, could his soul not suppress even a nascent saint? He would forcibly subdue them, the mark of life and death. As for that woman, a mere minor deity, she could be easily dealt with. Boom! A colossal wave of soul energy surged toward the sea of the saint's soul. Madman, do you dare to attack my soul? The saint scoffed, declaring that he would indulge Qin Luo today. Your Highness, the Ninth Prince, this is a death wish of your own making. In the far-off western desert of the great Qin Empire, a man exuding an air of nobility scrutinized the intelligence in his hands, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Two sovereigns, several saints, and with Su Qianqian, that remnant of the Su family. My 9th brother's strength far exceeds that of the useless 8th and 6th brothers. Relay a message to the God Marshal Marquis. The remnant of the Su family, Su Qianqian, must be eradicated at all costs. I have a premonition that if we do not eliminate Su Qianqian now, he will inevitably become a source of trouble for us in the future, for we share a blood feud. Investigate the identities of those two sovereigns. They cannot possibly be nameless. Seek out the heroic Marquis and inform him that I know who killed his grandson, and I require his assistance in a matter. Let him annihilate the Qin sect, spreading word that its members were involved in the massacre of the Wu Yuan Marquis' household. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Does the 9th brother not wish to leverage this incident for greater gains? Then I shall fan the flames for him. One of his subordinates hesitated and asked, Your Highness, but Chunamo was killed by our people. Do we really want to? Is it not sufficient to fabricate a tale? I shall simply state that it was orchestrated by the second brother. What of it? In the imperial capital of the Great Qin, at the residence of the fifth prince. Your Highness, the assassins we dispatched have perished. Qin Fan furrowed his brow but did not dwell on it. If they are dead, so be it. The mission shall remain open. If someone else wishes to take it up, let them. Increase the mission's rank to that of a royal task and demand an additional bounty. Understood, Your Highness. Just as the subordinate was about to depart, Qin Fan called him back. Have we dispatched someone to eliminate the Star Palace? Yes, Your Highness. They should be nearing their destination soon. Then there is no need for stealth. Let it be known that Qin Luo's name is associated with this. Announce that the Star Palace is linked to the massacre of the Wu Yuan Marquis' household. The subordinate was taken aback. Your Highness, surely no one will believe that. Qin Fan scoffed. The truth matters not. If he dares to use this pretext to annihilate the Blood Moon Holy Land and the Divine Weapon Valley, not to mention the Taixu Holy Land, the Danding Sect, and the Wanjian Mountain Manor, why should the Star Palace be exempt from his wrath? If someone must take the blame, why not me? I suspect I shall neither be the first nor the last. Those who dare to show their heads must be prepared for suppression. My ninth brother is far too restless. At the Qin Feng residence, after hearing his subordinate's analysis, he excitedly exclaimed, Quickly, find someone to destroy the Li family of Jiangzhou. I desire their young mistress to become my slave. The charge? Let it be collusion with the Blood Moon Holy Land to participate in the destruction of the Wu Yuan Marquis' household. My ninth brother can bear the burden of blame. Surely he will not mind. Yes? Ha ha ha. Qin Feng felt he had successfully ensnared Qin Luo, and he shouted in delight, reveling in his triumph. When the leader of the 10 guards of the Demon Suppression Division received detailed intelligence, he was utterly bewildered. The massacre of the Wu Yuan Marquis' household has such extensive ramifications? The Blood Moon Holy Land is the mastermind. The Heavenly Calamity Palace is involved. The Divine Weapon Valley is also a suspect. As are the Wanjian Mountain Manor, the Danding Sect, and the Yunshan Shao family. He was utterly flabbergasted. The Wu Yuan Marquis was merely a nascent saint. Such cultivation barely qualifies him to stand among the numerous marquises of the Great Qin Empire. A mere trifle, to think he has offended so many. This is nothing short of absurd. Immediately notify the ninth prince to avoid escalating the situation. I believe we can conclude the case to this rate. Will he end up annihilating the entire 10,000 great mountains? It is too insane, too insane. This is no mere prince without prospects. This is an ancestor returning, at the sword absolute cliff, resembling a colossal sword piercing the heavens. A figure fell from the sky, rarely seen by ordinary folk. It is the junior brother. A startled voice rang out as a woman leaped forward, embracing the plummeting Chu Feng. Seeing the bloody Chu Feng, the woman spoke in a tone of panic, Junior brother, Xiao Feng, awaken, awaken. The familiar warmth of her embrace assured Chu Feng that he had returned to the sword absolute cliff. He opened his eyes, gazing at the enchanting senior sister before him, and sorrowfully spoke, third senior sister, she has met with misfortune. Boom. A terrifying aura descended upon them at that moment. What has happened to third senior sister? What befell my junior sister, junior brother? What transpired? Did not third senior sister accompany you to the Divine Weapon Valley? 5 breathtakingly beautiful maidens surrounded Chu Feng, each wearing an expression of urgency. Let junior brother recuperate first. He is gravely injured. The second senior sister observed Chu Feng with a pained expression, producing a pill and offering it to him. Junior brother, take this. Chu Feng gently shook his head. Instead, he retrieved a celestial spirit fruit from his spatial ring and consumed it in one bite. The celestial spirit fruit proved to be far more effective than the pill, not only mending his internal injuries but also enhancing his cultivation. It is indeed a celestial spirit fruit. The second senior sister gasped in astonishment. Junior brother, your fortune is truly remarkable. Chu Feng consumed the celestial spirit fruit. A warm current began to flow through his body, and his injuries visibly began to mend. He rose to his feet. Speaking with sorrow, it is all my fault. Had I not insisted on seeking vengeance at the Divine Weapon Valley, third senior sister would not have been left behind. The second senior sister's expression grew grave as she inquired. Junior brother, clarify this. Does the Divine Weapon Valley possess the strength to detain third senior sister? Lingyu has long since reached the late stage of the saint realm, as far as I know. The Divine Weapon Valley does not even possess late-stage saints, let alone sovereigns. How could they possibly detain your third senior sister? It was another individual. He was accompanied by several late-stage saints and even a sovereign. I do not understand why he targeted me. All I know is that because of me, my senior sister was captured. Humph. The second senior sister snorted coldly. The Divine Weapon Valley possesses great audacity. Come, let us head to the Divine Weapon Valley, second senior sister. He left word that I must go to the Taixu Holy Land in 3 days, or else I shall be tasked with retrieving third senior sister's corpse. Arrogant, the second senior sister roared in fury. Inform the master. I wonder if she and the eldest senior sister have completed their tasks. Before long, a response arrived. The second senior sister, Lu Jingjing, addressed the others. The master and the others will return shortly. 3 days should not make much of a difference. The master has instructed us to proceed to the Taixu Holy Land first, where we shall regroup. Whoever dares to harm our disciples of the sword Absolute Cliff shall pay a bloody price. Boom. A formidable sword intent emanated from Lu Jingjing, soaring into the heavens. Second senior sister, you have broken through to the sovereign realm. The other maidens exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Jingjing nodded proudly. Indeed, and my sword intent has also progressed. I have achieved minor mastery in sword intent. Even against seasoned sovereigns, I can contend and emerge victorious. Come, junior brother. Your sisters shall accompany you to unleash our wrath. With Shi Huang's collaboration, Qin Luo's battle of souls concluded swiftly and triumphantly. No. The saint let out a furious roar, yet it could not alter the outcome. A mark of life and death was inscribed upon his soul by Qin Luo. He gazed despondently at Qin Luo, a flicker of unwillingness glimmering in his eyes. Qin Luo chuckled softly. You may now experience the sensation of being unable to live or die. The mark of life and death activated instantaneously. The saint's complexion shifted dramatically. The torment he endured was 100-fold more intense than in the previous battle of souls. Indeed, 1,000-fold. No, he screamed in a frenzy. His expression contorted in agony as he writhed on the ground. Kill me, I beg you, kill me. No, kill me, kill me. Ah, spare me, master, spare me. This scene left the woman nearby utterly terrified, a dignified saint reduced to a pitiful state. What of her? Contemplating the potential fate that awaited her, she shuddered violently, thinking to herself that death would be preferable. Yet, she was unwilling. Noticing Qin Luo's gaze, she decisively knelt before him. Yu Yao, pay my respects to my master. I am willing to serve you faithfully. From Qin Luo's perspective, he could still appreciate her remarkable qualities, and he marveled, such a beautiful woman, so astute. She has saved me much effort and persuasion. Release your soul. I shall leave a small mark upon it. Lin Yueyao did not dare to resist. She was thus obediently marked with the life and death seal by Qin Luo. After it was inscribed, she felt as though her very soul had fallen under Qin Luo's dominion. At the mere thought of Qin Luo, she would become a wretched being, akin to the saint beside her, neither human nor ghost. With a wave of his hand, Qin Luo halted the torment inflicted by that saint, and the latter's gaze towards Qin Luo was laden with palpable fear. Sun Zhongma had encountered his master before. You too may return. Inform them that I am willing to trade for Lin Xian's belongings, particularly that drop of dragon blood. I desire it. Do you two know where the living dragon resides and the precise function of these dragon scales? A flicker of confusion crossed their eyes. They only had a vague understanding, akin to what the previous female saint knew. It seems you are mere pawns within the hidden dragon association, Qin Luo remarked. Disappointment tinging his tone, causing both to shiver. Master, we will return and inquire immediately. We shall provide you with a satisfactory answer, they hastily proclaimed. Qin Luo gently lifted Lin Yueyao's smooth chin, gazing at her innate allure, and marveled, truly a masterpiece of the creator. Employing such a beautiful woman to enact the seduction scheme, the people of the Hidden Dragon Association are remarkably cunning. A hint of dazed fascination flickered in Lin Yueyao's eyes as she bit her lip. Exuding a captivating charm, should Qin Luo desire her, she would gladly acquiesce. Today, she had witnessed Qin Luo's methods. Such a person undoubtedly warranted the title of the Crown Prince of the Great Qin Empire. Becoming Qin Luo's woman would be a fortuitous opportunity for her. Qin Luo lightly patted Lin Yueyao's delicate face, admonishing, cease your beguiling tactics. He held no intent to possess Lin Yueyao. She was merely a vessel. A mere faade. How could he jeopardize his future for fleeting gratification? Have you ever heard the phrase, return the favor in kind? A glimmer of bewilderment appeared in Lin Yueyao's eyes, for she did not fully comprehend. However, Qin Luo would elucidate. Use your methods on those within the Hidden Dragon Association. I wish to uncover all their secrets. Remember, all of them. Especially the secrets concerning the dragon. Very well. You two may take your leave to carry out your tasks. After dispatching the two, Shi Huang emerged from behind Qin Luo. What is this? You do not desire the naturally alluring woman? Qin Luo chuckled. Men naturally have a fondness for beauty. I am no exception. Yet, momentary pleasure pales in comparison to enduring satisfaction. I can discern the distinction. Now, what is the situation with the woman from Sword Absolute Cliff? Upon hearing Qin Luo's inquiry about the progress, Shi Huang retracted her previous demeanor. That woman is indeed a sword cultivator. Her will remarkably steadfast. Extracting information about Sword Absolute Cliff from her lips is a nearly futile endeavor. I have resolved to delve into the depths of her soul. Is there a risk? Qin Luo discerned the gravity in Shi Huang's tone. There is a certain degree of risk, yet it will not pose a lethal danger within the human sovereign banner. Then proceed without hesitation. Shi Huang nodded. Employing an arcane method, though not possession, it bore resemblance to it. As she plunged into Ling Yu's soul, Ling Yu's body convulsed on the ground, as though she were enduring immense agony. Seconds morphed into minutes. Just as Qin Luo began to grow anxious, Shi Huang finally emerged. The situation is rather dire. This woman's master is also a sword cultivator, and no surprise there. Qin Luo rolled his eyes, discerning from their names and shared sword cultivation that it was evident. Moreover, her master is a powerful saint. Shi Huang's revelation rendered Qin Luo momentarily speechless. Indeed, Su Qianqian was a saint, but when pitted against another of equal standing, the outcome was uncertain. With a heavy heart, Qin Luo exited the human sovereign banner to consult the system. How can a saint-level powerhouse enhance their strength? You may expend 130,000 points of villain value to exchange for the Madness Longevity Reduction Pill, high-grade saint tier. Consumption will significantly diminish lifespan, yet explosively augment strength. Exchange for something else. Qin Luo rejected. You are not only draining my villain points, but also expect me to trade for such a self-destructive pill. No way. You may expend 100,000 villain points, along with a plethora of materials, for the 9 Revolutions Thunder Calamity Pill, top-grade saint tier, to be concocted for you. Utilizing the power of Thunder Calamity to refine one's essence. This will allow a saint-level powerhouse to advance in cultivation, improve their constitution, and also have longevity-enhancing properties. Are you suggesting I provide the entirety of Danding Sect's resources? Qin Luo immediately grasped the system's intentions. System. Insufficient villain points. Resources are a substitute. 100,000 villain points for a single system intervention is quite a bargain. Your calculations are painfully transparent. Very well, at once, to Danding Sect. At that moment, the protective array of Danding Sect had long been lifted, and numerous individuals lurked in the shadows, observing. Should we strike? Wait a moment. Danding Sect has been established for so many years and possesses substantial wealth. The first to act may find themselves facing dire consequences. I am merely here to spectate. The connections of Danding Sect are formidable. It is likely that a powerful figure may intervene. A terrifying aura descended upon Danding Sect, instantly capturing the attention of Minit, a Saint King. Is he about to take action against Danding Sect? However, the Saint King did not assault Danding Sect. Instead, his gaze fell upon those concealed in the shadows. I, Feng Tianhua, owe Danding Sect a favor. Anyone who dares to harm Danding Sect will not escape my wrath. Feng Tianhua of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion had indeed stepped forward. It seemed Danding Sect would evade this calamity. Ha, is that so? Have you forgotten another individual? Qin Luo of the Great Qin Empire? Just as Feng Tianhua's words faded, Qin Luo's voice resonated. Ye Chen, the holy son of Danding Sect, participated in the murder of the entire Wu Yuan Marquis House, a grievous crime deserving of extermination. The sect master, Lu Yuan, is implicated in the assassination of a prince of the Great Qin Empire. His crimes warrant the destruction of the entire sect. Today, no one can save Danding Sect. I, Qin Luo, declare it. Chapter 83. For the sake of reputation, a life is lost. Feng Tianhua had previously been aware of the conflict between Danding Sect and Qin Luo. He had waited for many days to repay the favor owed to Danding Sect, believing that Qin Luo might refrain from striking. However, after his boastful proclamation, Qin Luo and his entourage appeared. If he faltered now, it would not merely be a slap in the face, but a complete obliteration of his pride. I dare say Feng Tianhua is now caught in a dilemma. Just moments ago, he had spoken boldly. Now, retreating would ruin his reputation. Everyone now knew that Feng Tianhua owed a favor to Danding Sect. Should he withdraw, he would lose all credibility in the future. The looks of fear he had just received had transformed into mocking expressions. They were eager to witness the unfolding drama. As Qin Luo and his group approached slowly, he lifted his gaze to Feng Tianhua, questioning, "What is this? Do you intend to protect Danding Sect?" Feng Tianhua parted his lips, unsure of how to respond at that moment. A voice echoed from within Danding Sect, "Lord Feng, we are all immensely grateful for your assistance today. After this day, the favor owed by our former sect master in helping you break through to the Saint King realm is now repaid. Danding Sect will owe you another favor. And in the future, you shall be richly rewarded." This statement further entrenched Feng Tianhua in his predicament. "Ah, so it was Danding Sect that assisted you in breaking through to the Saint King realm. That is indeed a significant favor. Who would dispute that? Such a great debt cannot be left unpaid. It would destabilize one's resolve. If anyone could help me break through to the Saint King realm, I would surely risk my life to repay this monumental favor." In the realm of saints, each breakthrough was akin to traversing a vast divide. While ascending to the Saint realm might be manageable, advancing to the Saint King realm was a rare achievement. Many in the Saint realm would willingly gamble their lives for such a chance. Today, Feng Tianhua's secret was laid bare, igniting his wrath, and he cursed the entire family of the Danding Sect saint who had spoken. Yet, the opponent continued, further roasting him on the metaphorical spit. "Lord Feng, should you truly wish to refrain from assisting Danding Sect, we would bear no grudge. Today, we shall fight to defend the legacy of our Danding Sect, which has endured for thousands of years. We implore Lord Feng to help us collect the bodies should we fall." "Damn it, are you presenting me with a dilemma? I am caught between a rock and a hard place. Do you intend to obstruct me?" Qin Luo inquired, eyes fixed on Feng Tianhua. "I advise you. Recognize the situation. A wise man knows when to yield, lest you sacrifice your own life for pride." Feng Tianhua felt the weight of many eyes upon him, turning him into the object of ridicule. He replied gravely, "Sect Master Lu Yuan has shown me great kindness. May I implore all of you to grant me face and withdraw for now." Having taken a step back, he believed that if he could preserve Danding Sect for a day, it would suffice as repayment. "If you withdraw today, our Wind and Cloud Pavilion shall owe you a favor." "How does that sound?" Qin Luo scoffed. "I'm afraid you have no standing before me. As for favors, do you truly believe you can repay such a thing?" He could hardly fail to comprehend the intentions of Feng Tianhua. In his eyes, such human sentiments were truly worthless. This, yet again, was a brutal trampling of his dignity. Even a clay figurine would have retained some semblance of anger, let alone a formidable being at the Sacred King realm. Boom! An overwhelming aura erupted from him. Soaring into the heavens and altering the very fabric of the skies, he spoke in a deep voice. "The Danding Sect has shown me kindness. Today, I must earnestly experience it. Eliminate him." Qin Luo uttered without any superfluous words. As his voice fell, Su Qianqian sprang into action, wielding several sacred artifacts. Presently, Su Qianqian was quite extravagant. His every move was a lethal strike, leaving Feng Tianhua no opportunity to escape. Feng Tianhua had thought that even if he could not withstand Qin Luo and his companions, a retreat would not pose much difficulty. In that case, he would have repaid a debt of gratitude while preserving his own face. However, upon sensing the immense pressure, he felt paralyzed. Who would unleash such power as a mere display? His mind echoed with a single word: flee. Desiring to escape, it was already too late. Su Qianqian unleashed several sacred artifacts, and a colossal handprint surged towards Feng Tianhua with furious speed. How terrifying! Is this the power of a sacred king? It was utterly dreadful. Those saints hidden in the shadows changed countenance, each feeling a suffocating sensation, convinced that a mere thought from Su Qianqian could crush them on the spot. Feng Tianhua employed every trick at his disposal to counter Su Qianqian, yet all his strategies crumbled under the weight of the assault. As the sensation of death enveloped him, Feng Tianhua immediately begged for mercy. "No, spare me my life." A palm descended heavily upon Feng Tianhua, and he felt as though his very being was about to disintegrate. The strike of a sacred king was indeed terrifying. Bang! He crashed down onto the protective array of the Danding Sect, sending ripples across its surface. The array, which was said to withstand the full might of a sacred king, collapsed. Feng Tianhua's descent did not relent. Amidst the horrified gazes of the Danding Sect disciples, he plummeted onto their highest peak, obliterating the main hall into ruins. Blood erupted from Feng Tianhua as he fell from the sky. Mingled with clots, cascading like a crimson waterfall, Su Qianqian hovered in midair, surveying all within the Danding Sect. As Feng Tianhua struggled to emerge from the rubble, teetering on the brink of death. Regret washed over him. He should never have come here. Being reproached on a moral level was far better than losing his life, and the next moment, a more profound remorse struck him. The acting sect master of the Divine Sect, the last remaining saint, along with all the elders, bowed towards Su Qianqian in the sky. We of the Divine Sect are willing to submit. Please, Senior, show mercy and preserve the legacy of our sect. Another mouthful of blood spewed forth from Feng Tianhua as he glared at the others, his eyes filled with a desire to devour them. What was he? He was on the verge of death for the sake of the Divine Sect. And now they were kneeling? Ah, regret consumed him. Feng Tianhua roared in fury, a dignified sacred king, collapsing in that moment. Qin Luo glanced at the lifeless Feng Tianhua, lamenting, is it truly worth sacrificing one's life for such a meager semblance of dignity? He flew to Feng Tianhua's side, summoning the emperor's banner. A sacred king should not be wasted. He then turned to the upper echelons of the Divine Sect, commanding, surrender all your resources to me. Remember, all of them, including everything within your spatial rings. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to sever the legacy of the Divine Sect. Chapter 84. Su Qianqian's Breakthrough. Has the Taixu Sacred Land perished? The Divine Sect was swept clean, and all disciples stared blankly at the stripped medicinal garden. What difference is there between this Divine Sect and total annihilation? Someone murmured. But we are still alive. Isn't that good enough? Regardless of their thoughts, Qin Luo activated the system, expending 100,000 villain points. Refine for me. As you wish. Consumed 100,000 villain points. Divine Sect's 5,000-year accumulation acquired elixir. 9 revolutions Thunder Calamity Pill, Supreme Sacred Grade. An elixir materialized before Qin Luo, drawing the storm clouds above, soaring into the heavens and vanishing into the thunderheads. Boom, boom. A series of deep thunderclaps resonated, and in the next moment, the thunder roared as the skies darkened. What is happening? Su Qianqian landed beside Qin Luo, puzzled. Qin Luo's gaze was fixed on the thunderclouds. That is an elixir, a supreme sacred grade elixir, prepared for my grandfather. Su Qianqian was about to inquire about the source of such a remarkable elixir when he realized that a supreme sacred grade elixir was already among the pinnacle of this world. The master of the sword Absolute Cliff possessed immense strength, having reached the great saint realm, and as a sword cultivator, your grandfather should enhance his power. Qin Luo swiftly shifted the topic, and Su Qianqian's expression grew grave. A sword cultivator at the great saint realm possessed strength far exceeding that of a typical great saint. Indeed, it was somewhat troublesome. His gaze also fell upon the thunderclouds, his heart racing. Who wouldn't desire to enhance their strength? As time passed, after enduring 81 thunder calamities, the 9 revolutions Thunder Calamity Pill descended into Qin Luo's hands, and he smiled as he handed it to Su Qianqian. Grandfather, how long do you think it will take to refine this elixir? Su Qianqian took it, feeling the dense energy within, pondering for a moment. If it were an ordinary supreme sacred grade elixir, the refining process would take a long time. Yet, I sense this elixir may not require an extensive period to be fully refined. The system guarantees quality, short duration, quick results, excellent effects. Grandfather, you should refine it first. We will proceed to the Taixu Sacred Land afterward. Within 3 days, if Su Qianqian fails to refine it, we might as well abandon the Taixu Sacred Land and wait for a better opportunity. As a hunter, one must not be hasty. All right. While Su Qianqian refined the elixir, Qin Luo began to scrutinize the Divine Sect, simultaneously controlling the remaining saint of the sect. He also received a message from the leader of the 10 guards of the Demon Suppression Division. Case closed? Impossible. This case has only just begun. A storm was brewing, and he sensed an impending crisis. How could he not leverage this case to further enhance his strength? When he first arrived in the 10,000 Great Mountains, he was not exactly destitute, but he was not far from it. Now, he commanded 7 saints and 2 sacred kings, and with the emperor's banner, he could be considered a sacred king himself. Having tasted the sweetness of power, such a golden opportunity could not be squandered. He promptly instructed Li Yi to respond to the leader's message. Inform him that there has been a significant breakthrough in the case of the Wu Yuan Marquis extermination. The forces behind the mastermind are exceedingly terrifying. As the vice commander of the Demon Suppression Division of the Great Qin Empire, I will ensure the true culprit faces justice. Upon receiving the news, the leader of the 10 guards of the Demon Suppression Division was utterly taken aback. And there are still masterminds. How many people has Wu Yuan Marquis offended in his lifetime? How has he survived until now? Aside from the initial killing of the Blood Moon's Sacred Land's master, which of the remaining forces could not easily crush Wu Yuan Marquis? To wait until he was dead to take action? That was sheer nonsense. I can't manage this. I will report this matter to the commanding officer. I don't want to worry about this ancestor anymore. Just as his message was dispatched, he received another piece of intelligence. The Star Palace had been annihilated, accused of colluding with the Blood Moon Sacred Land and other forces in the massacre of the Wu Yuan Marquis residents. Is this endless? The Star Palace was also destroyed? Little did they know, this was merely the beginning in any case. Those who needed to be eliminated would be dealt with, and Qin Luo would not mind being wrongly accused to shoulder the blame. Within 2 days, Su Qianqian's cultivation broke through, advancing steadily to the mid-stage of the Great Saint Realm, almost on the verge of reaching the late stage. Indeed, the gifts provided by the system were exceptional. Not only had his strength increased, but the essence of thunder also manifested within him. Does this mean you can wield this weapon now? The Purple Sky Divine Thunder Hammer harmonized perfectly with Su Qianqian. As a top-tier sacred-grade weapon, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder Hammer combined with Su Qianqian could already achieve the combat prowess of the late stage of the Great Saint Realm. That will suffice. Shi Huang's voice echoed in Qin Luo's ear. Upon reaching the Great Saint Realm, every slight advancement in minor realms can create a significant disparity. Previously, your grandfather would have been hard-pressed to match that Great Saint Sword cultivator. At best defending you, now, he should be capable of victory. How about capturing the opponent? Qin Luo inquired. It is not so simple. Defeating is easy, killing is difficult, and capturing is the most challenging of all. If a Great Saint Realm expert is determined to flee, it is exceedingly difficult to stop them within the same realm. Qin Luo shrugged. No matter. Even if we do not capture that so-called master, taking down all her disciples would still count as a success. 7 beautiful senior sisters. This fellow named Chu Feng is quite fortunate indeed. He couldn't help but wonder about the depth of the bonds between the master and her disciples. Qin Luo did not hesitate to leverage the apprentice of his adversary to coerce him. After all, as a villain, one should employ any means necessary, for the outcome is paramount, as for the process. Isn't history written by the victors? Onward, to the Taixu Sacred Land point, one can only imagine that the ancestor of Taixu must be in a state of panic by now. Perhaps he has disbanded his disciples and fled? The events that transpired in the Divine Armament Valley have been brewing for several days. It would be illogical for the Ancient One of Taixu to be waiting for death on his own territory. Previously, Qin Luo had proclaimed with conviction that he would annihilate the Taixu Sacred Land, and he intends to follow through. With Su Qianqian having delayed matters, Qin Luo has decided against visiting the Wanjian Mountain Manor and is heading straight for the Taixu Sacred Land. Familiar sights flash before his eyes, and a fleeting moment of nostalgia crosses Qin Luo's expression. This location is where he spent 18 years of his life, yet it has changed beyond recognition. Observing the desolate exterior of the Taixu Sacred Land, devoid of any human presence, Qin Luo surmises that perhaps it has become a ghost town. His brow furrows. If the Taixu Sacred Land has indeed disbanded, those who once slandered him, reveled in his misfortune, and yearned for his demise would be difficult to find. There are still people, Su Qianqian remarked, his gaze fixed on the interior of the Taixu Sacred Land. As his words hung in the air, a voice resonated from within. The Taixu Sacred Land has been extinguished. Chapter 85. The Grievances of Taixu. Chu Feng arrives with his senior sisters. Before him appeared a pair of extraordinary long legs, and Qin Luo felt as though they were longer than his very life. With a figure resembling that of a devil and a face akin to an angel. Her long hair danced in the wind, awakening memories in his mind. Knight Lingxian? The previous host believed that beauty equated to righteousness, and had saved Knight Lingxian's life. Now, witnessing her in person, Qin Luo finally comprehends why the former host held such beliefs. This woman is breathtakingly beautiful, almost unreal. Like a succubus, she doesn't require the enchanting abilities that Lin Yueyao did. Her mere presence momentarily stupefies Qin Luo. Well, it has been a long time. Knight Lingxian spoke nonchalantly. I have been waiting for you here for 10 days. You finally arrived. You specifically awaited my arrival? Qin Luo inquired, perplexed. Their connection was not particularly deep, as they had previously belonged to opposing factions. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect had made enemies with many sects within the 10,000 Great Mountains due to their erratic actions. Although the Heavenly Dao Alliance no longer exists, the Taixu Sacred Land still maintains defensive alliances with several sects, making the Heavenly Demon Sect their nemesis. Their only intersection had been when Qin Luo saved Knight Lingxian's life. You saved my life previously. Now, I have come to repay that debt. Qin Luo was taken aback, scrutinizing Knight Lingxian. The former host was not one to exploit favors for gain. As for him, he assessed Knight Lingxian from head to toe. If she had such a request, perhaps he could consider it. However, It soon dawned on Qin Luo that he had misjudged the situation. Knight Lingxian spoke in a gentle tone. The people of the Taixu Sacred Land wish to put you to death. I initially intended to rescue you, but I did not expect you to possess a hidden identity. Since you do not require my intervention, I still feel obligated to repay your life-saving grace. Therefore, I have eradicated the Taixu Sacred Land, though not entirely. Those who survived have been captured and await your arrival. You may dispose of them as you see fit. Qin Luo was enlightened, realizing the situation at hand. Yet, as he regarded Knight Lingxian, a playful smirk crept onto his lips. But Knight Lingxian, I am quite capable of annihilating the Taixu Sacred Land myself, and I came here specifically to do so. Is it not somewhat inappropriate for you to repay my life-saving grace in this manner? Knight Lingxian replied candidly, you are now a prince of the great Qin Empire. Your enemies will inevitably be formidable. Our Heavenly Demon Sect's strength is limited. I cannot afford to drag my sect into danger merely to repay your life-saving grace, especially as confronting the Taixu Sacred Land exceeds my capabilities. This left Qin Luo momentarily speechless. He had to admit, this woman was remarkably clear-headed. The woman of such caliber was not destined to be a mere embodiment of fate. Qin Luo marveled inwardly. According to conventional narratives, such a woman would undoubtedly provide significant assistance to the protagonist, potentially even betraying her own sect for him in the end. Qin Luo's lips twitched as he turned to Knight Lingxian. I believe that is insufficient. How about you and your sect assist me in dealing with someone? Who? Knight Lingxian inquired. Jin Juya. Knight Lingxuan's expression shifted, clearly aware of Jin Juya. She immediately shook her head. No, we cannot afford to offend her. She is a grand saint, and moreover, a sword cultivator. Even before she attained grand saint status, she could contend with a grand saint without falling behind. Just imagine how terrifying her current strength must be. I advise you to avoid conflict with her and retreat to your great Qin Empire. Otherwise, you may find yourself in grave danger. Even if your maternal grandfather is a powerful grand saint, he may not be able to protect you. Seemingly realizing that her refusal was excessively harsh, or perhaps considering Qin Luo's assertion that subduing the Taixu Sacred Land did not adequately repay her life-saving grace. She contemplated for a moment before producing an item. Whoosh! The object flew towards Qin Luo. This is a void-piercing nail. It may save your life at a critical moment. Your debt of gratitude for saving your life has been settled, and from now on, we are even. With that, Knight Lingxian turned and walked back into the Taixu Sacred Land. Moments later, the members of the Heavenly Demon Sect began to summon various beasts to depart from the Taixu Sacred Land. This woman possesses an intriguing disposition, Qin Luo mused as he toyed with the void-piercing nail, observing the retreating figures of Knight Lingxian and her companions. I appreciate those with principles. I have a premonition that we shall meet again. Let us go and see the former disciples of the Taixu Sacred Land. They were all confined within the dungeons, while the ancestor of Taixu was bound by massive iron chains that restrained his powers. Upon seeing Qin Luo's arrival, he opened his eyes and cursed furiously, "You wretched creature! I nurtured you within the Taixu Sacred Land, and this is how you repay me? I loathe you, you ungrateful wretch. Your retribution will come." Qin Luo shook his head and chuckled, "Old fool, the resources that nurtured me were provided by my master, who sacrificed so much for the Taixu Sacred Land. You should be well aware of that. I want to enumerate them all, however. When my master faced peril and sought aid from the Sacred Land, you did not come to his rescue, and his corpse was ultimately delivered by a friend. Though I am the holy son of the Taixu Sacred Land, I owe it no gratitude, especially since you judged me and intended for me to perish within its confines." He silently reflected. Back then, I was truly myself. Our relationship was built solely on enmity, not on any bonds of gratitude. I am a person who distinguishes between love and hate. Thus, I bear no psychological burden in annihilating the Taixu Sacred Land. You may be unaware, but Lu Changhe has already departed before you. Hurry and pursue him. Perhaps you can still catch up. Wait, no, I misspoke. You need not pursue him. I shall facilitate your meeting soon. This time, you may relish being brothers in the imperial banner. All souls are treated equally. There are no elders or holy lords. Within the Taixu Sacred Land, Qin Luo released the only individual he chose to spare. Lin Ruoxuan. She was the sole elder who had spoken on his behalf during his trial. Regardless of whether it was due to Qin Luo's talent or other motives, she had previously intervened to halt those who sought his demise. Qin Luo, Lin Ruoxuan regarded him, hesitating for words. Elder Lin, there is no need for further discourse. They are destined to die. Lin Ruoxuan cast a final, tearful glance at the Taixu Sacred Land before turning away. In truth, the disciples of the Taixu Sacred Land had already been decimated by 2/3 by the Heavenly Demon Sect, leaving only a third remaining. With a single command from Qin Luo, the remaining third was executed. The images of those who had once savagely attacked a drowning dog filled his mind, and as he listened to their cries for mercy, he coldly remarked, "Slandering and defaming comes at a cost. And that cost is your lives." Aside from the ancestor of Taixu, the Taixu Sacred Land has been completely obliterated. Upon witnessing this scene, the ancestor of Taixu instantly descended into madness. "Qin Luo, wretched beast. Ah, I will kill you. I swear I will." As he raged, a sharp sword chi surged from beyond the Taixu Sacred Land, instantly shattering a structure. A chilling voice echoed, "Whoever dares to harm my disciples of Jianjuya shall face death today." Regardless of their identity, the ancestor of Taixu was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into wild laughter. "Qin Luo, you have offended Jianjuya? Ha ha ha, you are doomed. I long to witness your demise. Ha 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 ha." Qin Luo shot him a glance. Exasperated, "Silence. Kill him." Zheng Tuo swung his axe decisively, and with a swift motion, the head of the ancestor of Taixu fell. "I refuse to let you enjoy the spectacle. May that torment you." The ancestor of Taixu, unwilling to accept his fate, closed his eyes as his soul and flesh were claimed by the imperial banner. Qin Luo's gaze fell upon the mountain gate of the Taixu Sacred Land, where 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 figures gradually made their entrance. 5 women and 1 man, each woman possessing her own unique charm, some exuding cuteness, others boasting long legs, some with ample bosoms, others radiating purity, and yet others embodying allure. One cannot help but remark on Chu Feng's extraordinary fortune. Each of his senior sisters was exceptionally beautiful. Lu Jingjing, observing Qin Luo and the others, spoke in a solemn tone. "Release my junior sister at once, or else I, of the sword-severing cliff, will not rest until we settle this." There was no aura of a great saint present. Ye Chen glanced over and remarked, "The strongest among them is merely that girl at the forefront. A saint king at best." Qin Luo chuckled. Turning to Chu Feng, he said, "Brother, did you not gather any intelligence before your arrival? You truly excel at ensnaring your senior sisters. Is this some sort of play akin to the legendary Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather?" Chapter 86. Frantically accumulating fortune points and a deal with the evil spirits. Although Chu Feng was uncertain of the reference to the Calabash brothers, an ominous premonition arose within him. The sword-severing cliff had long concealed itself, maintaining little connection with outside sects, and it was only during Chu Feng's journey for vengeance against the Divine Weapon Valley that they gleaned some understanding of its strength. Chu Feng was oblivious to the happenings within the Divine Weapon Valley, unaware of how the former child of fortune met his demise at Qin Luo's hands, nor did he know of the existence of Ye Chen. "Junior brother, the situation feels rather precarious," Lu Jingjing said. Her gaze fixed on Su Qianqian beside Qin Luo. She found Su Qianqian inscrutable and sensed a faint aura reminiscent of her master emanating from him. Could he also be a great saint? Lu Jingjing pondered. Despite her desire to confront a great saint like her master, she had only recently broken through to the initial stage of the Saint King realm. Her ambitions were still beyond her reach. Her tone softened as she discerned that Qin Luo was one of the protagonists here, the man referred to by Chu Feng. "Our sword-severing cliff holds no grievances against you, yet you dare to detain my disciple without justification. Thinking us easy prey? My master is already en route. I trust you have gathered intelligence on our sect, yes?" Though they had not acquired information on Qin Luo, she was certain he would have done his homework on the sword-severing cliff. With a wave of his hand, Qin Luo summoned Lingyu and Xia Yuwei from the human emperor banner. Lingyu emerged looking utterly ravaged, but upon seeing her deeply bonded senior sisters and junior sisters, recognition flickered in their eyes. "Junior sister, senior sister," a chorus of startled exclamations erupted. Lingyu looked up at her senior sisters and junior sisters, her voice trembling with urgency. "Second senior sister, take them and flee quickly." During her days trapped within the human emperor banner, she had felt the terrifying and formidable nature of Shi Huang. It was as though she wielded powers beyond human comprehension. Lu Jingjing's foreboding grew stronger. She growled, "We must wait for the master." She regretted her impulsiveness in rushing to rescue her junior sister instead of waiting for her master to arrive for a coordinated effort. But alas, there is no remedy for regret, and it was too late for her now. Thinking of escaping? That is simply impossible. Qin Luo shook his head, astonished by their arrogance, daring to act so brazenly without understanding his side's true strength. How could he let them go unscathed? Boom, boom. Two terrifying auras surged forth, blocking their path to escape. Those who obstruct me shall perish, Lu Jingjing roared, her sword intent soaring into the sky as she unleashed a strike with an indomitable ferocity towards Zhou Hongyu and Qian Zhanshan. Facing two Saint King-level adversaries, she remained unfazed, akin to a desperate warrior, igniting her primal power to unleash 13 parts of her strength. What a terrifying swordswoman! Chen Zhanshan and Zhou Hongyu, both recently advanced to the Saint King realm, felt their expressions grow serious as they sensed the razor-sharp sword intent. This attack, if faced by either of them alone, could lead to severe injury. Yet, the combined strength of the two was not merely additive. They were stronger together. Sword intent, small success, truly a genius. The sword-severing Cliff's reputation is well-deserved. Qin Luo mused momentarily. Fourth junior sister, take the junior brother and flee. I will hold them off. Lu Jingjing instructed as she continued her assault, reminding her junior sister to escort Chu Feng away. Understood. The remaining few sought to take Chu Feng with them, but the likes of Song Ritian from the Divine Weapon Valley and Zhou Li from the Heavenly Calamity Hall were not to be trifled with. You shall not escape today. The battle erupted instantaneously. The clash of saints reverberated, leaving Qin Luo envious. Only saints possess such a semblance of status, he remarked wistfully. This won't do. I must elevate my strength rapidly. The case of the Wuyuan Marquis' estate may need to escalate tenfold. His divine-level technique was indeed formidable, but it required an immense amount of resources. The 10,000 great mountains must become his garden of abundance. Lu Jingjing proved her might, repelling the joint assault of Qin Zhanshan and Zhou Hongyu. Yet before she could revel in her success, a terrifying aura locked onto her as Yu Qinshan had made his move. Indeed, it was a great saint. Lu Jingjing's heart raced in trepidation. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was inwardly cursing. Did you not tell me there were no great saints among them? He seethed internally. The opposing figure chuckled ominously. If I had not informed you, would you have been so eager to enter? Release me, and I shall help you rescue these beautiful senior sisters of yours. That fellow is certainly no good. Imagine your sisters in his grasp. What fate awaits them? Picture them, begging on their knees, begging for favors. Enough. You shall die. You shall die. The adversary was well aware of Chu Feng's possessive nature, knowing that for a man like him, the thought of his cherished women being violated was more unbearable than death itself. Chu Feng's mental state shattered, losing 50,000 fortune points. Host gains 50,000 villain points. This is utterly absurd. Is he truly so fragile? Qin Luo mused, unaware that a hidden instigator was continuously provoking Chu Feng. Imagine the scenes you once fantasized about. Alas, that man is not you. Ha ha! Chu Feng roared, do not say another word. This outburst reached Qin Luo's ears, leaving him bewildered. What do you mean, do not say another word? I have yet to begin. Yet, if he did not wish to hear it, Qin Luo was all the more inclined to provoke him. He pulled Xia Yue closer, caressing her delicate face, and remarked to Chu Feng, you cannot even protect your own woman. What a torment it must be to be with you. The agony was not merely emotional. It was physical as well. TSK. I wager you've never touched this place, have you? Qin Luo's hand hovered suggestively, causing Xia Yue to tremble. Her cheeks flushed, yearning to speak but finding her mouth sealed. Her eyes filled with tears as she gazed in Chu Feng's direction. Not far behind Qin Luo, Song Poyan was consumed by jealousy. He had merely indulged in verbal provocations earlier, never having the chance to act on the key areas. Yet, someone else was suffering even more. Was he not? He gazed at Chu Feng with a hint of pity, as if he could empathize. What had begun as mere verbal taunts had now transformed into vivid imagery, and Chu Feng's mind was flooded with visuals that tortured him more than death itself. He felt the weight of the green hat firmly upon his head. I will kill you. I will kill you. Chu Feng's mental state shattered, exhibiting signs of demonic tendencies, losing 50,000 fortune points. Host gains 50,000 villain points. In an instant, he thought to himself, help me kill him. Release me. Just as Chu Feng was about to comply, he was jolted awake by an instinctive feeling. Should he agree? He would lose something far more precious than a woman. No. I can agree to that previous matter. TSK. So you remain selfish after all. Should I agree, you may relax. I will take over your body to assist you in killing him. Very well. Chu Feng makes a deal with the evil spirit, briefly succumbing to demonic influence, losing 50,000 fortune points. Host gains 50,000 villain points. Chapter 87. Slaying the Beloved. All senior sisters captured. Qin Luo was taken aback. He looked up at Chu Feng, sensing a shift in his aura. Having consumed the bloodline of a true demon, he was certain that the essence emanating from Chu Feng bore a significant connection to that bloodline. They likely hailed from the same world. Chu Feng raised his gaze to Qin Luo, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The imitation of his villainous demeanor was utterly absurd. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air echoed as Chu Feng vanished from his spot, reappearing before Qin Luo in an instant. His movements were exceptionally elusive, evading even the saint's perception. With a sword drawn, the intent enveloped him, for he had long since comprehended the essence of sword intent. "You shall perish!" With a fierce expression, Chu Feng glared at Qin Luo and roared, as if two faces were alternating on his countenance. His body seemed to be under the control of two individuals. The voice of Shi Huang resonated. Qin Luo nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he swiftly pulled Xia Yue in front of him as a shield. Chu Feng's eyes widened in fury. His movements abruptly halted. "No, that is Yue. The woman is merely an obstacle on your path to greatness. She is no longer pure. She deserves to die." "No," Chu Feng bellowed, desperately trying to resist. Yet, those words still caused him to waver. His body momentarily lost control, and with a thrust, a sword pierced through Xia Yue's body. Xia Yue looked at Chu Feng in disbelief, reaching out as if to touch him, but it was futile. Qin Luo delivered a swift kick, sending Xia Yue crashing into Chu Feng's embrace, where she was fatally impaled by the sword in his hand. Simultaneously, Qin Luo waved his hand, breaking Xia Yue's seal. "Brother Feng." As Xia Yue whispered, Chu Feng regained control of his body. Yue, I have not wronged you." Her words struck Chu Feng like a bolt of lightning. "Dying at Brother Feng's hands, I do not hold it against you." Thud, clap, clap, clap. Qin Luo applauded mockingly, saying, "You are truly ruthless. You would harm your own woman so mercilessly? To be frank, I merely touched her. A mere touch does not strip her of her virtue. You are far too cruel." "Ah!" Chu Feng roared, cradling Xia Yue as he howled at the heavens, tears of blood streaming down his face. This scene was enough to break hearts and bring tears to the eyes of onlookers. Alas, what could be done? We belong to opposing factions, Qin Luo muttered to himself. Killing a beloved, how utterly cruel. Chu Feng collapsed, losing 100,000 luck points, while the host gained 100,000 villain points. The fated daughter Xia Yue has been slain, losing all luck points, which automatically convert to villain points. This round was a bloody profit. Qin Luo amassed over 200,000 villain points. She is dead. Do you wish to avenge her? Release me, and I shall slay them all. The voice echoed in Chu Feng's ears once more. Fury erupted within him. It is you. All because of you. You killed Yue with your own hands. It is you. No, not me, but you. You deemed her unworthy, believing she was tainted. The words struck deep, piercing Chu Feng's heart. They all deserve to die. Chu Feng charged at Qin Luo, shouting, "I will kill you. I must kill you." Flowing light slash, grant me strength. His body vanished in an instant, moving with blinding speed, reappearing right before Qin Luo, his sword strike astonishingly swift, so fast. Qin Luo was inwardly astonished. "Brother, let us converse within my human sovereign banner. I can reunite you with your beloved. How does that sound?" Boom. Qin Luo summoned the human sovereign banner, enveloping Chu Feng in an instant. "Do not enter. You cannot escape once inside. Run." A warning rang in Chu Feng's mind. As the voice spoke, its owner forcefully seized control of Chu Feng's body, which he willingly permitted. Celestial rift slash. A sword cut through the air, tearing open a rift in the heavens, and Chu Feng's body instantly slipped into that fissure. Simultaneously, the pitch-black pendant on his chest emitted a dark glow, firmly blocking Qin Luo's human sovereign banner. As he departed, Chu Feng left behind a declaration. "I will return." Just as he vanished, Zhang Tuo swung an axe down at the spot. But Qin Luo's human sovereign banner ultimately failed to ensnare him. Slippery as an eel, more elusive than one could imagine. "You think you will return? Ha! Do you believe yourself to be the Grey Wolf?" Some regret lingers, though not excessively. With Chu Feng's departure, shrieks of despair echoed. His senior sisters were captured one by one. Lu Jingjing, a true genius swordsman, astonishingly held her ground against Su Qianqian for 3 exchanges before being subdued. Several strikingly beautiful swordswomen were tossed at Qin Luo's feet. Their defiant gazes fixed upon him, Lu Jingjing gritted her teeth and warned, "I advise you to release us. Otherwise, when our master arrives, she will slay you all." TSK, TSK, TSK. Qin Luo scrutinized Lu Jingjing, lifting her chin with his Qingfeng sword, trailing downward until it brushed against her collarbone, then slicing through her garments. A flicker of panic crossed Lu Jingjing's eyes. What do you intend to do? What do you think? You are now my prisoner. Do you truly think you can threaten me? Do you believe I am a virtuous gentleman? With a gentle sweep, her clothing was torn open, prompting the others to instinctively avert their gaze. Lu Jingjing trembled, but her dantian was sealed, rendering her utterly powerless before Qin Luo, reduced to a mere helpless maiden. Droplets of humiliating tears cascaded down her cheeks, her gaze filled with hatred as she wished to consume Qin Luo alive. To grind him to dust. The other disciples, witnessing this, cried out in unison, "Do not harm our senior sister. Let it be me." Qin Luo scoffed, "Ah, such sisterly affection. Very well. I shall not be unfair if I were to strip you all and tether you like dogs here. How do you think your master would feel upon witnessing such a scene?" Lu Jingjing trembled all over. She could not bear the thought of her master seeing her in such disgrace. She knew her master regarded them as daughters, cherishing them dearly, and if she witnessed what Qin Luo threatened, she would surely go eye in her eyes. Qin Luo was a complete devil. "You may kill us if you wish." "No, no, no. How could I bear to kill you? Let us strike a deal. Become my sword slaves, and I can ensure your survival, and a good one at that. Otherwise," a sinister smile crept onto Qin Luo's face, "I will see to it that your dear master meets her demise. Believe me, I possess that power." Chapter 88. The Heavenly Gang's 10,000 Sword Formation. A foolproof scheme utilizing what others hold dear as leverage proves to be extraordinarily effective. While Qin Luo threatened, he simultaneously communicated with the system. "Now, my villain points are quite substantial. How easily can I deal with the sword cultivator of the Great Sage Realm?" System suggestion. 1. To continue to enhance the combat effectiveness of those around you. However, this will take some time. Suggestion 2. Exchange for the Heavenly Gang's 10,000 Sword Formation, a supreme item of the Saint rank. When combined with a mid-stage Great Sage, it can easily crush opponents. Item. Heavenly Gang's 10,000 Sword Formation, a supreme item of the Saint rank. Description. Contains the sword energy of 36,000 powerful sword cultivators. Pitting sword energy against sword cultivators is akin to a needle against a wheat stalk, sufficient to contend with, even overpower, a Great Sage sword cultivator. Price, 300,000 villain points. Qin Luo's lips twitched slightly. His villain points totaled just over 33,000. The system promptly deducted 300,000. System, I must say, you are rather cunning. For 300,000 villain points, I will grant you a foolproof insurance. It is worth it. The fated child possesses an important treasure. Acquiring it would yield immense profit. The image of the earlier pitch-black glow resurfaced in Qin Luo's mind. If all went according to plan, that object should belong to the otherworldly evil being that had invaded this realm. Moreover, there were still living otherworldly evils. All right, I will exchange. Qin Luo did not hesitate. If it ensured success, why take risks? At first, Lu Jingjing was genuinely intimidated by Qin Luo's threats, but upon reflection, she knew her master was a great sage swordsman, having attained mastery in sword intent. Though she was merely at the initial stage of Great Sage, most mid-stage Great Sage cultivators would likely not match her master, even if they were not defeated. Capturing her master would be no easy feat. She believed Qin Luo and his cohorts lacked the capability to accomplish such a task. Hee. Lu Jingjing coldly laughed, gazing at Qin Luo. "You think you can kill my master? That is simply laughable. You have never encountered her, nor do you comprehend how terrifying she truly is. You cannot succeed. Is that so?" Qin Luo waved his hand, and the Heavenly Gang's 10,000 Sword Formation materialized. Enveloping the entire Taixu Holy Land, 36,000 strands of sword energy crisscrossed, creating a suffocating atmosphere, even eliciting a look of shock from Su Qianqian. This sword formation was already enough to pose a threat in his eyes. "If I can activate this formation, I can contend with a Great Sage expert. Do you think a Great Sage expert activating this formation would fare any better?" Qin Luo's words struck Lu Jingjing like a massive hammer, leaving her breathless with fear. "Grandfather, this formation is for you. How confident do you feel about subduing a sword cultivator at the initial stage of Great Sage with complete mastery of sword intent?" Qin Luo articulated her master's realm clearly, prompting Lu Jingjing to turn and glance at Ling Yu, who wore a mournful expression, unable to meet Lu Jingjing's gaze. Ultimately, this information had originated from her. Fear began to creep into Lu Jingjing's heart. realizing that Qin Luo and his group were already aware of her master's realm and still acted so brazenly. This indicated that they had prepared for her master's arrival, and she truly had acted impulsively. Xu Qianqian contemplated for a moment before speaking. Previously, I would have had at most a 30% chance of detaining her, but now I am confident I can achieve 100%. His confident tone sent a shiver down Lu Jingjing's spine. Although her master possessed terrifying combat prowess and had mastered the profound essence of swordsmanship in the realm of the great sage, who among them was not a prodigy, it was already a remarkable feat for her master to battle beyond her own rank. If the opponent wielded such a fearsome weapon, despite her reluctance to believe it, she could not deny that this person might indeed possess the capability to defeat her master, or even inflict harm upon her. After all, those closest to you are most aware of your circumstances. Her master's attire was rather meager, and even the sword she wielded was merely of inferior holy grade. Surely, you would not wish to witness your master perish before your very eyes, would you? Qin Luo queried, lifting Lu Jingjing's chin with his Qingfeng sword. I have heard that your master is also a beauty. I wonder. Qin Luo's gaze lingered on her exposed figure, remarking, I wonder if it would be more unbearable for her than to have her life taken. Trust me, I can make her experience a humiliation in this lifetime that is exceedingly rare. You dare? Lu Jingjing and the others shouted angrily at Qin Luo. Whether I act or not depends on you. To speak frankly, I have taken an interest in your talents and abilities, which is why you have the leverage to negotiate with me. Otherwise, I would suppress both you and your master entirely. Even the dead hold value for me. Think carefully before you respond. Your opportunities are limited. Qin Luo patted Lu Jingjing's delicate face, and at that moment, his image appeared far more terrifying than that of a demon in her mind. Despair enveloped her, leaving her utterly helpless. Rarely venturing outside, she was oblivious to the maliciousness that could lurk in the hearts of those beyond her familiar surroundings. Thousands of miles away from the Taixu Sacred Land, Chu Feng descended from the void, bang. He crashed heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, his expression twisted in agony. I swear I shall not be human if I do not slay you. I shall not be human, boy. Whether or not you kill him is secondary. First, surrender your body to me, and I shall do it for you. Boom. A fierce battle erupted within the sea of Chu Feng's soul. His compromise had granted the other party an opportunity. Nevertheless, Chu Feng had long been on guard against him, and with the favor of the Heavenly Tao, after expending half a day's effort, he finally managed to expel that entity once more. Opening his eyes, Chu Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and contacted his senior sister. Senior sister, I am worthless. Second senior sister and the others have been captured because of me. Soon, a message came from the other side. My master and I will surely arrive at the Taixu Sacred Land within 2 days. Those who dare to offend my sword absolute cliff shall have only one path to death. Upon hearing that his master would arrive in 2 days, Chu Feng wiped away his tears, recalling the scene of Xia Yue dying in his arms, his heart twisted in anguish. The image of Qin Luo's triumphant expression flashed in his mind. And he roared in fury, Today, I, Chu Feng, vow to slay you. Even if it means descending into the demonic path, I shall not hesitate. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky as if in response to Chu Feng's vow. Qin Luo had already become his heart's demon. Should he fail to kill Qin Luo, he would forever be denied the possibility of reaching the pinnacle. For the sake of his beloved and himself, he must slay Qin Luo. If he could kill Qin Luo, what of becoming a demon? Within the Taixu Sacred Land, Lu Jingjing looked up at Qin Luo and asked through gritted teeth, If we are willing to become your sword slaves, can you guarantee that you will not kill our master? The moment she uttered this question, Qin Luo knew success was nearly assured. Of course, although I, Qin Luo, am not a benevolent person, I am still one to honor my promises. Words and deeds must align. Senior sister, no. The others quickly realized Lu Jingjing's intentions and immediately spoke out to stop her. What? Is there dissent among you? If that is the case, then there is no room for negotiation. My patience is limited. Let us first take 2 lives. The mention of killing sent a jolt through Lu Jingjing as the axe of Zheng Tuo was poised to descend upon one of her junior sister's necks. She immediately exclaimed, I am willing. I am willing to become your sword slave. We all are. Lu Jingjing urged her junior sisters, Do you wish to see our master die before our eyes? Our master has nurtured and taught us. Is this how we repay her? Her thought was that only by living could they alert their master, granting her the opportunity to escape. If they perished, their master would undoubtedly seek revenge, and the consequences for her would be unimaginable. A wise choice. Qin Luo was oblivious to their inner thoughts. He only required results. Indeed, if there was no genuine submission, the loss of a few would not matter, would it? Just sword slaves, after all, not something indispensable. Just as Qin Luo prepared to act against the women, he was interrupted by Qian Shan. Your Highness, there is an urgent matter that requires your attention. What is it? Qin Luo inquired. The third prince has offered a condition to reveal the identity of the one who harmed my grandson in exchange for my assistance in obliterating the Qin sect. Subsequently, he intends to frame the destruction of the Qin sect upon you, Your Highness. Chapter 89. A frenzied ascension, on par with saints. Qin Luo was taken aback for a moment before breaking into a laugh. Another third prince has emerged, TSK. He uses your grandson's situation to coerce you. Do you not think he might be the one who killed your grandson? Qin Luo's words left Qian Shan momentarily stunned. And after contemplation, he could not entirely dismiss the suspicion. Meanwhile, Su Qianqian furrowed her brows and pondered aloud. Is the third prince of the great Qin Empire not from the Shenwu Marquis family? Qian Shan promptly responded, reporting to Saint Su, the third prince, Qin Ming, is indeed the grandson of Marquis Wei Xiaolin of the Shenwu family. Upon hearing Wei Xiaolin's name, a flicker of coldness flashed in Su Qianqian's eyes. The downfall of my Su family may very well be connected to the Wei family. It is quite possible that they indeed orchestrated the murder of your grandson, then framed it upon Qin Luo. Qian Shan was taken aback, as this possibility seemed increasingly plausible. Tio kill his grandson, and then use that condition to blackmail him into acting on their behalf. If this were true, then the third prince, Qin Ming, was truly inhuman. You may proceed to assist him with that matter. Whether the truth he shares is genuine or fabricated, he must at least divulge something to you, mustn't he? The Qin sect, a sect with only one saint, had seemingly offended Qin Ming, or perhaps there was something of interest to him within the Qin sect. Qin Luo, none of that mattered. After all, if Qian Shan did not eliminate the Qin sect, Qin Ming could easily enlist others to do so. He believed that Qin Ming likely harbored more than just a desire to annihilate the Qin sect. If what Su Qianqian said about the Wei family being responsible for the downfall of the Su family was accurate, then there would surely be further plans in motion. Go now. This place no longer requires your presence. Your subordinate takes his leave. Qian Shan bid farewell to Qin Luo and departed. Qin Luo then turned his attention to Lu Jingjing and her companions. Among the 6 disciples, 1 was a holy king, 2 were saints, while the remaining 3 reached the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm, thus qualifying as semi-saints. Although the Sword Absolute Cliff appeared to be sparsely populated, its high-end combat power was indeed formidable. Each one was a powerful sword cultivator, making them ideal candidates as Qin Luo's sword slaves. After branding the life and death seal upon them, Qin Luo entered a state of seclusion. For within his imperial banner lay a considerable abundance of resources. Previously, he had consumed a portion of these resources while breaking through to the cave heaven realm, yet a remainder remained, supplemented by the newly acquired Taixu ancestor, the Lord of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, and the various senior brothers within the Taixu Sacred Land. The source energy was ample, absorb, refine. The Devouring Heaven Demon technique, devour, ascending from the first to the second level of the cave heaven realm required a qualitative enhancement of the internal cave heavens. The resources needed for the other 7 cave heavens were minimal, as they were all ordinary caves. Only the last 3 cave heavens demanded a vast quantity of resources. A powerful saint could barely fill 1 cave heaven. It took a full 4 sources from the saint realm to completely fill the last 3 cave heavens. Boom. A tempestuous upheaval surged within Qin Luo as the cave heavens began to evolve. Reaching the second level of the cave heaven realm, continue. Qin Luo spoke without hesitation. Do you not intend to take a moment to consolidate? Shi Huang offered a reminder. With resources in abundance, there is no need to waste time. Time is even more precious than resources. Do you not understand? The source energy from Ye Chen, the burning sky fire body, and Lu Ruyan's source energy, the mystic charm body, could be disregarded in Lu Ruyan's case, as it merely enhanced her beauty without any special effect. However, Ye Chen's was different. In addition to the burning sky fire body, he also possessed the lava core fire. These were all valuable resources. Refine and absorb them all, today. I shall ascend to the 3rd level of the cave heaven realm, truly deserving of the title of the Child of Fortune. His source energy from the burning sky fire body rectified the flaws and hazards in Qin Luo's rapid breakthrough. The absorption of the lava core fire's source energy, rich in fire-based essence, significantly elevated Qin Luo's cultivation, filling 3 of the 7 cave heavens. Delightful. Continue. Next, it was time to consume Feng Tianqua's source energy. A holy king possessed an immense amount of source energy. The sixth cave heaven was soon filled, and the seventh followed suit shortly thereafter. The eighth was filled. The ninth, however, left him somewhat fatigued, and the 10th? Just shy of success, he did not break through to the third level of the cave heaven realm. Almost there, Qin Luo sighed in regret. Shi Huang cast a disdainful glance at Qin Luo, remarking, "Your combat prowess now rivals that of a late-stage Dongtian realm expert. With the treasures in your possession, you possess more than enough strength to vanquish them. Are you not satisfied?" She continued, "I have grander aspirations. To satisfy my desires is no simple feat, Commander. Could you exchange some resources for me to elevate my cultivation to the third layer of Dongtian?" Qin Luo inquired. "It is suggested to expend all villain points to redeem an 8 treasures pill. Crafted from the essence of 8 beasts equivalent to the Dongtian realm, forcibly extracted at the peak of their vitality, it embodies a rich potency. Consuming it enhances physical strength, nourishes the yin, fortifies the kidneys, and elevates one's cultivation level." "Really?" Qin Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. For a moment, he found himself speechless. Previously, he had tasted San Bianjiu, sweet and delightful, but its effects were subjective. Now, there was a possibility of acquiring 8. The system truly was considerate. He momentarily fell silent, then instinctively asked, "Is that thing not overly flamboyant?" "Redemption is recommended. Will you proceed?" "Inconsequential queries will not be addressed." Qin Luo's lips twitched slightly. "Redeem." The 35,800 villain points were wiped clean. The system had likely been keeping a close watch on his meager villain points, eager to drain him completely. "Redemption successful. You have obtained the 8 treasures pill." The pill materialized, not only devoid of any garish scent, but instead emanating a fragrant aroma. Without hesitation, Qin Luo swallowed it whole. Boom! A surge of potent energy erupted from his dantian, flooding into his limbs and bones, with a significant portion naturally flowing into the 10th Dongtian. Soon, it reached its limit, nearly overflowing. His cultivation had broken through, third layer of Dongtian. Rumble. A tempest brewed within Qin Luo's body, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. The rapid elevation of his cultivation left him feeling slightly uncomfortable. Had it been anyone else, such overwhelming energy would have shattered their physique. However, Qin Luo was different. His 9 turns golden body technique began to operate autonomously, granting him a physical resilience that was in a league of its own compared to ordinary Dongtian realm experts. Yet, even so, he felt a mild discomfort, as though nearing a critical threshold. "What is this?" Qin Luo was both astonished and delighted. This indicated that to continue enhancing his cultivation, he must first elevate the 9 turns golden body technique. Otherwise, his body would not withstand it. But it also suggested that his strength might be formidable enough to challenge a sage. Emerging from his meditative state, Qin Luo summoned the weakest sage among his subordinates. An elderly man named Ye Chen from the Divine Sect. "Old man, let us spar. 3 moves. If you can subdue me within 3 moves, I shall grant you your freedom." Upon hearing this, Ye Chan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Your Highness, do you speak in earnest?" "Of course. Come." Qin Luo beckoned with his hand. The battle commenced, and moments later, Qin Luo was drenched in blood, yet his eyes gleamed with exhilaration. He glanced at Ye Chen. "You are lacking. You failed to seize the opportunity presented to you. A sage unable to defeat a Dongtian realm expert in 3 moves is truly worthless." Ye Chen felt a wave of shame wash over him, as if he had wasted the past few centuries of his life. The onlookers gawked in disbelief, particularly the women from Sword Absolute Cliff, who were utterly astonished. Lu Jingjing silently lamented, "A prodigy. A prodigy. My junior brother has offended this individual. It shall be the greatest misfortune of his life."